Our protagonist, Yang Jagic, was the eldest son of the Martial Arts Alliance leader. He was known by the moniker 10-Strike Insight, a testament to his ability to analyze and counter any martial art within 10 moves. His reputation resonated throughout the martial world, heralding him as a true master. At that time, the martial world, though seemingly tranquil, seethed with underlying currents, like the quiet before a storm. Internal conflicts and assassination attempts were rife, all stemming from the ambition to claim the next alliance leader's seat. Unorthodox sects began to coalesce, forming the demonic alliance. Tragically, Yang Jagic was caught in this chaotic political maelstrom and poisoned to death before his 30th birthday. Suddenly, Yang Jagic awoke in an unfamiliar body. He looked around in bewilderment, wondering where he was. Hadn't he been poisoned? A wave of pain brought him back to reality. Gasping, he muttered, "I definitely died. Have I been kidnapped? At least I'm alive." Suddenly, Yang Jagic noticed strange, glowing orbs before him. Looking at the walls adorned with what appeared to be expensive spheres, he became certain he'd been abducted by a powerful entity. The Jagal clan, the Wa clan, or perhaps the Orthodox Alliance. So many factions could have targeted him, the eldest son of the Alliance leader. It wasn't surprising. Yang Jagic, he noticed a faint light flickering from under the door. Following it, he discovered a large sack in the corner of the room. Inside, it was filled with lapsho, cultivation rations, enough to last him several years. As he ate, Yang Jagic pondered. Air was still circulating. Perhaps they didn't intend to kill him. If so, they would eventually release him. He needed to focus on regaining his strength. Yang Jagic sat down and began to circulate his spiritual energy. His eyes sharpened with determination. "You Yang Jagic traitors will regret letting me live. I swear it." Soon, Yang Jagic felt an intense discomfort. Poison. But something felt different. An overwhelming thirst consumed him. He needed water. He spotted a basin filled with water and went to wash his face. Feeling slightly more refreshed, Yang Jagic was then met with an even greater shock. Looking down at the water, he saw an unfamiliar face staring back. He reached into the basin and accidentally toppled into it. Scrambling up, he stared back at the water. The same unfamiliar face. His face. Who was this? Was this body male or female? Panicked and unsure of his current gender, a thought struck Yang Jagic. He hastily pulled down his pants and looked down. Seeing he was still male, Yang Jagic breathed a sigh of relief. Good heavens, it's huge. Immediately after, he slapped himself lightly, trying to compose himself. No, now's not the time to think about that. Circulating his energy, Yang Jagic realized this wasn't his body. The energy within his dantian was chaotic. He couldn't sense a trace of his own martial arts. Whose body was this? Yang Jagic pondered, but couldn't find an answer. No matter how much he thought, it was useless. Though it might sound exaggerated, he, renowned as the most knowledgeable in martial arts, had never encountered such a situation. Thinking it over, even if it was dark energy, it was still energy within this body. If he hadn't been kidnapped, his soul, during his secluded cultivation, must have entered someone else's body. There had to be some clue left here. Yang Jagic approached the wall, reaching out to examine it. He felt patterns on the wall and, observing them carefully, discovered they were illustrations of a martial arts manual. The drawings looked like crude sketches from thousands of years ago, but he recognized them. It was a strange martial art that this body's owner had used to train. Who could have created it? Yang Jagic began practicing the martial art according to the illustrations. As he practiced, he thought, Bodhidharma, impossible, too unbelievable. It couldn't be him. Yet, he had never seen such perfect illustrations. A moment later, Yang Jagic noticed the writing on the wall and read aloud, "Sacrifice, then rebirth. The rain will only grow fiercer. Danger is imminent." After reading this sentence, Yang Jagic suddenly understood. These are the last words that this body's owner had written with his last bit of strength before dying. He died from a surge of spiritual power, channeling energy into the wrong meridians. He needed to find the right source, control it until the energy was absorbed automatically. Because he learned only through the illustrations, he used common knowledge to interpret it. But he was wrong. This type of martial art was created to destroy everything. The demonic heavenly scripture, though somewhat arrogant, could be considered a power that could challenge even the heavens. Yang Jagic had figured out the method to cultivate this divine technique. The meridians within his body, their power interconnected. Several years passed, and the number of Lijo fruits in his pouch dwindled, with not much left. Yang Jagic took one out to eat, thinking to himself, with the Lijo fruits decreasing this much, it must have been at least a few years. He then went to the wall, finally learning everything from the illustrations. Unfortunately, these illustrations only went up to the 10th star stage. He couldn't fully comprehend it, but just by cultivating to this stage, he had surpassed the strength of his previous life, reaching the evolutionary realm. He had acquired 245 domains. Being trapped here seemed to be a blessing in disguise. Yang Jagic looked at the illustrations and said respectfully, "Although I have never formally bowed to a master, I will not deviate from the righteous path, guided by your wisdom and teachings. My father ruled the martial world, but I believe I can do more than that. I can say the same to those old monks. Such a mystical martial art, even if cultivated for a lifetime, might not be surpassed. Therefore, I swear, I will consider the senior who created this martial art 1,000 years ago as my only master. Like him, I will walk the path of righteousness. Even if the sky collapses and the earth cracks, this resolve will not change. I, Yang Jagic, swear this." Having spoken, he dressed and walked towards the large door. Seeing the door showed no sign of opening, it seemed he could only rely on his own strength. Yang Jagic prepared to break the door down. His gaze hardened, thinking, there's no reason to stay here any longer. I won't be easily defeated now, even if my opponent is a 10-star warrior. With that thought, he channeled his internal energy, focusing his power into his arm, and smashed against the door with brutal force. The large, sturdy door shattered in an instant, and the sunlight from outside streamed in. Yang Jagic shielded his eyes from the sudden glare, thinking, this familiar light, it's so bright. He looked up at the sky, watching the sunlight filter through the leaves. Yang Jagic swallowed, closing his eyes and basking in the warmth of the sun, a sensation he hadn't felt in what seemed like an eternity. Suddenly, he noticed someone dozing under a tree in the distance, and walked over to wake him. "Excuse me, friend," he asked. The man, still drowsy, pointed vaguely, but upon seeing Yang Jagic's face clearly, he recoiled in terror. He scrambled backwards, letting out a series of inarticulate cries. He seemed to want to say something, but fear choked the words in his throat. Yang Jagic thought, exasperated, is he mute? Of all the people to meet first, it has to be someone who can't speak. He scratched his head. "Can you not speak?" he asked. Seeing Yang Jagic's expression, the man fell to his knees, his head bowed, weeping and pleading. "How did I have committed a grave sin? Please forgive me. Spare my life." Yang Jagic was bewildered by the man's terror. Does he think I'm some kind of bandit? He wondered. The situation was becoming increasingly confusing. "Calm down," he said quickly. "I would never harm you." "I'm not." Yang Jagic reached out to place a reassuring hand on the man's shoulder, but this only seemed to amplify his fear. He flinched back, crying out, "Are you going to put me in the 10,000 demon treasure house as an exhibit?" He then prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly, his forehead striking the earth until it bled. If so, he begged, "Please just kill me." Startled by the man's frantic actions, Yang Jagic quickly tried to stop him. "Stop! Get up!" He reached out and grabbed the man's arm, but it seemed he'd used too much force. The man cried out in pain and then collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Yang Jagic stared down in bewilderment, completely at a loss. He gently laid the man against the tree trunk. "What a timid fellow," he muttered. "I'm sorry I frightened you, but I must be on my way." Yang Jagic continued his journey through the forest. As he emerged from the trees, he saw 4 figures standing ahead, blocking his path. They stared at him with hostile eyes. Yang Jagic thought, these are powerful warriors, but why are they guarding this place? These people were advancing towards Yang Jagic. Seeing this, he silently channeled his energy into his hands, preparing to attack. He thought to himself, they're coming towards me, should I engage them in battle? Suddenly, those people knelt down and shouted in unison, "Young master, your subordinates welcome you upon your exit from seclusion." Yang Jagic's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Young master," he thought. Then, he looked up and noticed a sign above that read Guangmyang sect. At that moment, a chilling realization washed over him. The secluded place hidden deep within the treacherous mountains, once entered, offered no return. It was a place known to the world as the demonic sect, And these people, they addressed him with such reverence, calling him young master. Could it be that the owner of this body was? Confusion churned within young Jaggok. What was the meaning of this? The son of the Martial Alliance leader, the one who was supposed to fight for righteousness. How could he be the young master of the demonic sect? A tremor ran through young Jaggok, growing stronger with each passing moment. The four figures before him called out again, their voices laced with bewilderment. Young master. Overwhelmed by dread, a terrifying thought pierced his mind. Could the martial arts I've been cultivating in this cave be? Impossible. Suddenly, one of the four spoke, Young master, you have finished your cultivation. Does that mean you have mastered the heavenly demon divine art? Those words confirmed his worst fear. What he had learned was indeed the heavenly demon divine art. Banixi Zed Young Jaggok. He turned away, his mind reeling. Heavenly demon, the one whose martial arts he had spent years cultivating, the one who had moved him to tears, the one he had sworn to regard as his only master, was the founder of the demonic sect. Heavenly demon. The relentless blows of reality shattered his composure. He lunged forward, grabbing one of the men by the collar. The other three rushed to intervene, crying out, young master. Young Jaggok couldn't accept this truth. He stammered, the words catching in his throat, morphing into a tortured scream. Humiliating tears streamed down his face. He spiraled further into chaos, his cries growing wilder. The others struggled to restrain him. Young master, they pleaded, please calm down. The thought clawed at him. He, young Jaggok, had learned the heavenly demon divine art of the demonic sect. And not only that, but after being reborn into the body of its young master. The shock proved too much. Froth formed at the corners of young Jaggok's mouth as he collapsed, unconscious. Young master, his subordinates cried in alarm. After a long while, young Jaggok stirred, his mind still clouded. Looking around the room, he wondered if he was still dreaming. He stumbled towards the wash basin, hoping to clear his head. Splashing water on his face, he looked up at the reflection in the mirror. The face staring back at him was still that of the demonic sect's young master. A sob escaped his lips. This isn't a dream, he whispered brokenly. He plunged his head back into the basin, his voice muffled by the water. What have I done to deserve this? Meanwhile, at the Seven Sects Black Tower Palace, in the chambers of the Black Tower Palace princess, Manhua, daughter of Dan Young-ha, a frown creased the young woman's brow. News of the demonic sect young master's return had reached her. Her nanny, gently combing her hair, noticed her mistress's distress. Princess, she soothed, please relax. You'll give yourself wrinkles. Manhua raised her voice. Do you think I should pretend to be happy when that bastard has returned? She was so agitated that she yanked at her hair, causing a sharp pain. Her nanny quickly intervened. Don't move around so much. Manhua continued to mutter. He left for 3 years, and everything was peaceful. Why did he suddenly reappear? I honestly wish you were dead. The nanny, alarmed, hushed her. Miss, don't say such things. What if someone hears you? Manhua's frustration grew. Besides you and me, who else is here? Who would dare eavesdrop? And even if they did hear, so what? I really do wish he dies sooner rather than later. The nanny, anxious, glanced around. But you're engaged to him. Mississippi, don't say that. At least now that the young master is back. I thought you wouldn't have to be alone forever, she added. Manhua snaped, nani. She thrashed her head again, the sharp tug on her hair making her wince. Manhua pouted, and the nanny hastily apologized. Perhaps I spoke out of turn. Heh. The demonic heavenly arts is something even the cult leader can't cultivate, Manhua said. I don't hold any expectations for him. I heard he even cried and fainted. He must be heartbroken that things didn't go his way, the nanny replied. Others may not know, but you should understand him, miss. Understand what? Manhua Bristelet. He's useless. All he's good for is using his status as young master to seduce women. But he's handsome, the nanny offered. Manhua whirled around, astonished. What? Isn't that face the reason you forgive him for everything? The nanny asked. At her nanny's words, Manhua's face darkened. Then, with a sigh, she thought to herself, I can't believe I used to see him that way years ago. That face, after our first meeting, it vanished. Aloud, she began to tell her nanny about the first time she met the demonic cult's young master. It was a beautiful moonlit night, and she was taking a stroll when she saw him in the distance, the demonic cult's young master, just sitting there. His posture, she had to admit, was incredibly handsome, captivating. Manhua's heart pounded, her face flushed, her legs weak. She'd been determined to approach him, to speak to him. Are you the young master? She'd asked. The demonic cult's young master turned his gaze towards her. I am Manhua. She'd introduced herself. The young master looked her over, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Oh, so you're my future fiancé. Not bad looking, he'd said. Rub my feet. And with that, he'd extended his leg, placing his foot right in front of her. Manhua had been stunned. What? The young master had given her a perverse smile. Oh, I won't disappoint you. He'd said, don't worry, I'll rub yours too. Let's become one. The predatory glint in his eyes. She still remembered it vividly. He was 15 then, Manhua declared. I was only 14. The nanny gasped. Oh, how audacious. Manhua fumed. That Chion Burong, calling the heavenly demon divine, art a dog next door. His own ancestor died, trying to cultivate it. He locked himself away in the demonic sect's painting room, and I'm supposed to applaud him. Everyone despises him, so much so that no one even bothered to stop him. Her nanny stooped to pick up a comb. There, she soothed. Manhua continued her tirade. He swore he could master it, so if he couldn't, he should have died. Why crawl out 3 years later, sniveling and whining? I, the esteemed ice flower, am supposed to marry such a failure. I'd rather die. The nanny sighed. Miss, shouldn't you be going to the Hall of Light now? Perhaps he's changed in these 3 years. Nanny. Manhua's shriek made the older woman's ears ring. Resigned, the nanny simply said, all right. The nanny then took her leave. The thought of facing the demonic sect's young master filled Manhua with a burning resentment. Her hands clenched into fists. She glanced out the window, a flicker of scheming in her eyes. In the Myung sect's Hall of Light, young Jagic sat in quiet contemplation. I've been awake for 4 days now. Though the young master has revived, few have come to call. But I've gleaned a few things. First, the owner of this body is the Myung sect's young master, Ma Chunso. His demeanor is subpar, doesn't meet my standards, utterly unacceptable. They call him the little lust demon around here. Obsessed with women, and if things don't go his way, he uses his status to commit unspeakable acts. A madman. Yes, that's the most appropriate term. I didn't expect much from the demonic sect, but to be stuck in the body of its biggest wastrel. Second, I've learned that the reason he can act with such impunity is his father, the demonic sect leader, one of the 3 overlords capable of defeating 10 top-tier masters, Ma Taipyeong. Should I be grateful for such a powerful father? Third, I've discovered that despite being the only son of the sect leader, with all the status that entails, he's nothing but an empty shell. I don't know if he's disinterested or simply stupid, but this man has never put in any effort in his life. His Lightfoot technique is shaky. His interpersonal skills are atrocious. The only thing he is going for him is this Hall of Light. Overhearing the servants' gossip, I could only sigh. Young Jagic had been strolling outside when he overheard the maids gossiping about Ma Chunso. He paused to listen. Isn't the young master a kite with a broken string now? One maid whispered, since he can't cultivate the heavenly demon divine art, the sect leader won't spare him. Another maid hissed, quiet. Someone might hear you. Young Jagic thought wryly, I heard you. Now, young Jagic mused, but I can't blame them. These are things Ma Chunso, the owner of this body, should hear. A kite with a broken string. Even without the spiritual energy storm, Ma Chunso wouldn't have lasted much longer. Young Jagic looked at his reflection in the mirror. A thought struck him. But what gives me the most solace is this. This body is only 19 years old, and I've only been dead for 3. He stared intently at his reflection, thinking, if I return to the Willeen Alliance like this, who would welcome me? My survival is a miracle in itself. He sighed despondently. These past few days, he'd lived like a madman, no longer possessing even the energy to be angry. He began to wash his face again, trying to clear his head, worrying about a predetermined path that's not like me. I have to accept it now. Ma Chunso, I don't care how you lived. I will live my own way, the way of young Jagic. Suddenly, Ma Chunso's mocking expression appeared in the mirror. He spoke to him. Very well, try your best. This is still the demonic cult, and you're still young Master Ma Chunso. Let's see how long you can play at being young Jagic here. Ma Chunso's soul gradually transformed into a demonic specter, bursting forth from the mirror and pointing a spectral finger at young Jagic's teeth. I will be watching you. Young Jagic was stunned into silence, when suddenly Manhua pushed open the door and entered. Young Jagic snapped back to reality, turning to ask her, who are you? Manhua was incensed by his words. Who am I? She retorted through gritted teeth. Young Jagic was flustered by her furious expression. As he took in Manhua's features, his face flushed crimson. He suddenly remembered he was in Ma Chunso's body. Regaining his composure, he thought, I can't speak carelessly in this body. Damn these old habits. Then he raised his voice and demanded, what are you? Manhua was enraged by his question. Have you forgotten my face? She snarled. Seeing her ferocity, young Jagic thought, I'm doomed. Their relationship must be close for her to enter the young master's room so freely. This clearly wasn't their first encounter. He carefully observed Manhua. Her clothes and shoes were of the second-tier quality, allowing free movement within the compound. A girl who could freely enter and exit the main hall. That's right, she's my servant. He said to her, I was lost in thought just now. I'll be leaving now. You can continue with your work. Manhua angrily asked, What did you say? Slightly panicked, young Jagic retorted, A servant like you, daring to question me. You must have a death wish. Or are you just stupid? You have no understanding of the rules. Go and clean, then get out. That's your job. Manhua's fists clenched, her whole body trembling with rage. Through gritted teeth, she seethed, You called me a servant. Young Jagic silently apologized. It seems I can't rely on status to treat people differently. My apologies. However, at that moment, he recalled Ma Chunso's spectral words. This is still the demonic cult, and you are still young master Ma Chunso. Young Jagic gritted his teeth and said, As your master, I'm merely reminding you to fulfill your duties, lest I... He didn't finish a sentence, as he saw tears welling up in Manhua's eyes. Seeing this, young Jagic was utterly astonished. Goodness me, he muttered, thinking, did I speak too harshly? Then, Manhua turned and fled, grief etched on her face. Young Jagic opened his mouth to speak, but she was already gone. Manhua burst out of the room, slamming the door behind her. Young Jagic flinched at the resounding crash. As she ran, Manhua seethed with indignation. That wretched scoundrel. They want to marry me off to someone like that. I'd rather die. After Manhua's departure, young Jagic stood dumbfounded in the room. I thought all the demonic cult's maidservants were rabble, he mused, but his stomach rumbled loudly, interrupting his thoughts. Did I send her away too quickly? Perhaps I should have persuaded her to leave something behind. Well, no matter. I need to find out what's going on. With that thought, he dressed and went outside. He looked around, but there wasn't a soul in sight. He realized then that he was utterly alone in this small hall of light. Young Jagic walked to a nearby room, opened the door, and called out, Is anyone there? A foot poked out from the edge of the bed, followed by a languid voice. Young master, what brings you here at this hour? The owner of the lazy voice was Yultak, the Hall of Lights guard, Ma Chunso's friend, and the only person who had visited him in the past 4 days. Currently, he and Yultak were the only ones in the hall. Yultak, young Jagic said, addressing him directly. Yultak scrambled to put on his clothes. You call me by name today, young master. Have you remembered something? You looked so haggard when you returned. I was worried. Are you suffering from a decline in yang energy? Yultak slung an arm around young Jagic's shoulders. Perhaps I should reserve a room for you at the pleasure house. Young Jaga reduiled disgustet. Birds of a feather. How can he utter such depraved words? He quickly shrugged off Yultak's arm. Stop your nonsense. I've lost some of my memories and have a few questions for you. Surprised by his reaction, Yultak reached out and touched young Jagic's forehead. Strange, he said. You don't have a fever, but you're talking like a righteous gentleman. Young Jagic's heart lurched. He'd struck a nerve. He swatted Yultak's hand away. What drivel are you spouting? Yultak stared at him intently. Young Jagic's eyes met Yultak's, a flicker of fear in his own. Does he suspect something? He felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. What should I do? What should I do? Should I kill him and run? His hand subtly moved, channeling his internal energy, preparing for a potential attack. Yultak suddenly sighed, then burst into laughter. Ha! I was just joking. Why are you so jumpy? Try to act like a righteous gentleman, are we? I remember when you pretended to be a Taoist priest, devoted to Buddha. He chuckled. Young Jagic, exasperated, rapped him on the head a few times. Though I'm very busy, Yultak continued, I wouldn't dare disobey the young master. Please come in. Young Jaga Skofet. Busy. Look how high the sun is. Go wipe the drool off your chin first. Yultak scratched his head. Ha ha, you caught me. So what did you want to ask? Young Jagic glanced around the room, then strolled over to a potted plant. Do you know anything about cultivating these? He asked Yultak. Young master, Yultak replied, are you mocking me again? As young Jagic reached out to touch a leaf, Yultak quickly intervened. Don't touch them. But young Jaggok touched the leaves anyway, and with an affected air, declared, "Look at these delicate leaves, beckoning so naturally, and the fragrance, simply divine." Yoltak stared, dumbfounded by this uncharacteristic display of poetic appreciation. Watching young Jaggok caress the leaves, Yoltak asked, "Are you really the young master? Is something wrong with you?" Startled, young Jaggok inquired, "How would I normally react?" Yoltak paused, then mimicking Ma Chunso's voice and mannerisms, barked, "You rotten brat. You stinking pile of bean curd. Speak another word, and I'll slice your tongue into 5 pieces and stir-fry it with bean sprouts." Young Jaggok looked at him with disgust. "What do you mean by that?" Yoltak asked, then continued, "I mean everyone in the demonic cult, from top to bottom, knows you're the biggest piece of trash." Young Jaggok sighed, all right. Just tell me how the Myung faction was founded." Mid-sentence, his stomach rumbled loudly, and young Jaggok flushed with embarrassment. "Yultak laughed. Ah, your stomach's rumbling. I told you to eat something," he said. "Let's eat while we talk." "Young master, do you remember the menu at Ming Dong Chun? Aromatic garlic stir-fried with succulent pork, simmered until tender, minced finely, melting in your mouth. Truly delicious." Young Jaggok, already hungry, found his appetite further piqued by Yoltak's vivid description. "Pork and garlic, you say? And that's not all," Yoltak continued. "If you try the southern specialty, corn porridge with egg yolk, it'll warm you right up." Yoltak's words had young Jaggok practically drooling. "Let's go. You're making me hungry," he said. But just this once he added, All right, Yoltak replied cheerfully. "Let's go." After a few steps, Yoltak stopped. "Oh, by the way," he said, turning to young Jaggok, "Ming Dongshan is closed today. We'll have to eat somewhere else." "Why?" young Jaggok asked, irritated. "Because of the Myung faction's succession ceremony," Yoltak explained. "The Myung faction's succession ceremony. Young Jaga Ichuit in surprise." "Yes," Yoltak confirmed. "All the descendants of the Myung faction's leading families will be gathered there today. I advise you to stay away." Young Jaggok thought to himself, descendants of all the leading families in the Myung faction. Under the clear sky, young Jaggok strolled along with a casual air, thinking, what lovely weather. He followed behind his loyal guard, Yoltak, humming a little tune. Yoltak, utterly astonished, stopped abruptly and turned to him. "Do you really want to go?" he asked. Young Jaggok calmly replied, "Yes." Yoltak, seemingly anxious yet resolute, pressed him, "But you can't go, you understand what I mean, don't you?" Facing his question, young Jaggok remained composed, stating seriously, "Just tell me how the Myung clan is managed." At this, Yoltak thought to himself, he's truly gone mad, seemingly forgetting everything from before, transformed into a completely different person. He said helplessly, "Do you really not even remember this?" There was no other way. He had to explain the Myung clan to him as they walked. Yoltak slowly began, the Myung clan. The Myung clan has a total of 9 halls, divided into the main hall and 7 subsidiary halls. He clarified, Gwang Myung Hall is where the clan leader resides, and the smaller Myung Hall is where you stay. Young Jaggok, feigning ignorance, asked about the 7 subsidiary halls. So the 7 subsidiary halls are just reserve forces then? Yultak nodded in confirmation. That's right, currently, that's the case. His gaze deepened, his brow furrowing as he added, "They're the true threat to the main hall." Hoping to glean more information, young Jaggok narrowed his eyes and asked why. A flicker of fear crossed Yoltak's face. "Why?" "Because the clan leader isn't here. No one knows his whereabouts, so there's a struggle for the new leadership." Yoltak paused for a moment, then continued. "It said the Taipyeong Ma clan leader suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving only a single message. Don't look for me. Young Jaga Frowened. The clan leader suddenly vanished, leaving only the words, don't look for me. Of course, when the tiger is gone, the monkeys claim the throne. He added, but the young master is still here, isn't he? Young Jaggok seemed to have forgotten his current identity. Yoltak, astonished, turned to him and said, the young master is you. Young Jaggok thought to himself, I forgot again. To avoid suspicion, he urged Yoltak to continue. Yoltak didn't hesitate. Who would consider you the next clan leader? He bluntly voiced his opinion of young Jaggok. You're weak, foolish, and crude. A disgrace. You have nothing but a pretty face. Yultak sighed and continued, even I wouldn't choose you. If a dog or a cow could become the next clan leader, what would become of the Ma clan? The dog clan. Young Jagic thought to himself, that's how it should be. He suddenly stopped, as if realizing something was amiss in Yultak's words. With a stern tone, Young Jagic said, "You're being far too impudent in my presence." In an instant, Yultak realized he had overstepped. He gave a nervous laugh, hastily trying to explain himself to Young Jagic. Haha, I mean, that's what everyone says. But I will always be your bodyguard, won't I? But I heard that if you can't master the heavenly demon divine art, you'll lose everything. But you seem fine. Young Jagic raised an eyebrow. Are you hoping I lose everything? Yultak stammered. How could I? Young Jagic narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, the heavenly demon's word is his bond, so I will still consider him my master. But I can't let his martial arts be wasted on my own amusement. To continue the story, Yultak asked, do you know how many people belong to the Myung faction? Young Jagic replied, isn't it 100,000? Yultak hastily corrected him, not 10,000, listen carefully. If you include the ordinary believers within the capital, the Myung faction has close to 1 million followers. Young Jagic's jaw dropped. What? How is that possible? Yultak slowly confirmed, it's true. This is why the Emperor is so furious. Have you ever seen the court dispatch troops to hunt down any martial arts alliance or demonic sect? They only target the Myung faction, treating them as enemies of the state. Young Jagic pondered this information. What empire would consider an orthodox or demonic sect as an enemy of the state? But 1 million people, that's practically a small nation. His eyes widened suddenly, realizing this was more than just a simple martial arts sect. Young Jagic pressed on, if the 7 rear halls all abide by the laws of the court, like the 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows, for example. Yultak responded with a puzzled, Young Jagic continued, then why haven't they rebelled? You said the sect leader has been in hiding for 2.5 years. That's plenty of time for an uprising. Yultak somberly explained, of course they want to, but not all the rear halls are united. There are also many ordinary disciples who don't belong to any faction, so they can't ignore the sect leader who stand above them all. Young Jagic frowned. So the 2 Myung main halls, the 7 rear halls, and the Council of Elders are all wary of each other. The most stable way to choose a successor would be to divide the power 3 ways. Yultak, pleased that Young Jagic had grasped this, eagerly confirmed, exactly. He added with a flourish, every 2 years, the Myung faction holds a grand assembly. But the sudden appearance of a legitimate heir will make things even more tense. Young Jagic stroked his chin, nodding. I understand. He continued his questioning. But why are there only 2 people at the minor Myung Hall? Where are the others? Yultak seemed surprised by the question. There used to be more, but you drove them all away. Young Jagic pointed at himself, bewildered. Why? Yultak sighed, exasperated. One time it was because someone was too ugly, another time because they looked weak. What could I say? Even if you begged, they'd never come back. Young Jagic clutched his head, mortified by the actions of this body's previous owner. One idiot. Understanding dawned on him. After a moment of contemplation, he said, now I get it. Within the demonic sect, many want to become the next sect leader. That's why things have remained quiet so far, because they're all wary of each other. But it's a fragile peace. The slightest disruption will ignite a war, and when that happens, the spearhead will be aimed directly at the capital. Suddenly, Yenjagas tomat rumblet ludli. Yultak anxiously reminded him, I told you, there's no benefit in going there. Young Jagic shoved Yultak forward, impatiently ordering, shut up and lead the way. Yultak, caught off guard, quickly replied, yes, sir. Young Jagic sighed, thinking to himself, so he was worried about me being looked down upon by others. How thoughtful. A look of determination hardened his features. He mused, I've always been taught to confront injustice head on, with careful consideration and swift action. If it can't be avoided, there's only one outcome. Change it or destroy it. Even if I'm not a devout follower, I am a pursuer of justice. Finishing his thought, Young Jagic turned to Yultak, offering a smile. We're probably about the same age, so it shouldn't be too bad. Yultak responded reluctantly. Young Jagic clapped him on the shoulder, propelling him forward. Don't worry, he said. I don't need to recuperate anymore. It's only right to greet everyone. Yultak groaned in resignation. Fine, if we must. Their destination was the Myung-chun Tavern, the gathering place for the various factions. At the tavern's entrance, a man argued with a towering guard. Why aren't we allowed in today? He demanded. The guard replied, we're full. Come back another time. The man's face flushed with anger. What do you mean? He roared. I see empty tables. The guard's expression darkened. Those are reserved, he stated firmly. The surrounding onlookers, intimidated by the scene, pulled the man back, whispering warnings. Just let it go. Come back another time. This place is run by the Myung clan. A man dressed in pink added in a low voice. Even the errand boys here are skilled martial artists. It's not worth losing your life over. At that moment, the guard announced loudly, welcoming the second young master of the Poison Manor, the leader of the Iron Poison sect, Dongwon. The guard immediately opened the door, respectfully ushering the two young masters inside. The three old men from before gaped, turning to watch. Only then did they realize that today was the day of the Myung clan heirs gathering. The capital city bustled with the vibrant energy of the night. Voices chattered, stalls overflowed with customers, and the lively sounds of commerce filled the air. The cries of duck, duck, rang out incessantly. Suddenly, the guard's booming voice cut through the din, welcoming the second Miss Danyewa of the Sword Clan. Please enter. Captivated by her beauty, murmurs of admiration rippled through the crowd. Wow, she truly lives up to her reputation as the most beautiful woman. Danyewa entered the tavern, her face a mask of simmering fury. She thought, grinding her teeth, he's not the only man in the Myung clan. If I get engaged to one of them, I'll have grounds to break off the engagement with him. Stepping inside, she saw three men seated before her. Something about them fell off. Danyewa shook her head in exasperation, appraising each man in turn. Why is his face so long? She thought, this one looks dim-witted, and that one, his eyes are creepy. Just looking at him makes me uncomfortable. The second floor has to be better. Upstairs, patrons gathered around circular tables. As Danyewa reluctantly ascended the stairs, she was immediately recognized. This man was tall and powerfully built, with thick eyebrows and a full beard. He sneered, "Oh, so Lady Danyewa has also graced this gathering of heirs with her presence. What a memorable day. A pity for those who couldn't make it. My luck knows no bounds." This man was one of the two young masters of the Merchants Guild, Cheon Amu. Danyewa ignored Cheon Amu's words and calmly took a seat at the table, much to his surprise. He approached her with exaggerated admiration. "Truly, your reputation precedes you, Ice Flower Lady. It's an honor to meet you here. I am Cheon Amu." Frowning at Cheon Amu, she impatiently introduced herself, Danyewa. Looking at Cheon Amu's lewdly grinning face, a wave of disgust washed over her. This toad thinks he can have a swan, she thought to herself. At least these people seem to have some standing, she mused. They call it a gathering of Myung clan heirs, but there are no elders or senior figures from the other guilds. I thought at least Yadakan would be here. Lost in thought, she was jolted back to reality by Cheon Amu's enthusiastic voice. "I wonder what wind has blown Lady Danyewa here. Could it be that you heard I, Cheon Amu, would be in attendance?" She felt exasperated by his words, thinking scornfully, does he even think before he speaks? How can he have so many teeth? Is he some kind of shark demon in disguise? Danyewa felt a surge of revulsion. She stammered, I'm not sure if I should stay." Suddenly, a voice rang out. The Myung clan's young master, Ma Chunso, has arrived. Danyewa was struck dumb, a look of bewilderment spreading across her face. She wasn't the only one. Every guest in the tavern was stunned by his appearance, murmuring amongst themselves, "What's he doing here? Why is he here?" A few hours earlier, at the entrance of the Bright Spring Tavern, Young Jagic and his close guard, Yultak, were about to enter. Yultak frowned, deep in thought for a moment. He turned to Young Jagic and said, "Young master, on second thought, this doesn't feel right. Let's go back." He waved his hand at Young Jagic, urging him, "What are you waiting for? Let's return." Young Jagic pushed him away. Yultak could only cry out, wait, before tumbling to the ground. Watching his clumsy fall, Young Jagic realized, oh, so he doesn't know martial arts. Left with no other choice, Yultak approached the guard at the entrance. The guard, upon seeing him, widened his eyes and gaped, recognizing him as Young Jagic's guard. The guard asked Yultak excitedly, "Are you here for the heirs gathering?" Yultak stroked his chin, forcing a smile. "Long time no see." The guard immediately replied, "Let me go inform them." Hearing this, Yultak's face paled. He quickly covered the guard's mouth, saying urgently, "It's not me. It's not me." The guard looked at him in confusion. "Not you." Then, at that moment, the guard's eyes widened even further his jaw dropping in astonishment as he saw Yang Jagguk. Inside the Bright Spring Tavern, everyone was stunned by Yang Jagguk's appearance. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, growing louder and louder. It's the young master. What's he doing here? Who's he going to take this time? Unease and fear prickled through the patrons. Unwilling to be caught up in trouble, some began to make their excuses. I must be going. One said, take care, everyone. Farewell. Others, trembling, echoed, I'll go with you. Yang Jagguk surveyed the tavern's occupants, thinking to himself, are there this many ordinary people in the demonic sect? They all think I'm crazy. Am I the only sane one here? He turned to his guard. Inform them, he commanded. The guard responded glumly, yes, young master. Inside the tavern, everyone clasped their hands and bowed respectfully before Yang Jagguk. Dan Yewa, wanting to avoid him, took advantage of the commotion and slipped out the back door unnoticed. Or so she thought. Yang Jagguk, however, had already spotted her, sensing a familiar presence. He tapped Yultak on the shoulder. Wait, he instructed. Yultak looked at him bewildered and asked, where are you going, young master? Dan Yewa quickened her pace, her thoughts racing. Is he looking for me? Did he come here to see me? She was oblivious to the fact that he was right behind her. You, Yang Jagguk said coldly. Startled by the voice, Dan Yewa whirled around. Her eyes widened in alarm, her mouth dropping open in a gasp. Instinctively, Dan Yewa closed her eyes and swung her left hand, aiming a slap at his face. Unaware of his superior martial arts skills, she was unprepared for him to effortlessly dodge her attack. The force of her miss sent her stumbling, nearly falling. She cried out, but he swiftly reached out, catching her around the waist. Still unaware of her true identity, Yang Jagguk thought to himself, as expected of the demonic sect. Even the tavern staff and maids in the smaller halls seemed to know martial arts. This young woman is clearly no ordinary person. They stood in silence, gazing at each other. A blush crept up Dan Yewa's cheeks. Let me go, she stammered. It was then that Yang Jagguk realized his impropriety. Holding a young woman like this for so long is quite rude, he thought. He abruptly released his hold, causing her to tumble to the ground with a cry of pain. You wretch, are you mad? Dan Yewa Raget. Yang Jagguk rushed to explain. I didn't mean to. You saw what happened. I was afraid you would fall, so I let go. Holding you any longer felt inappropriate. I was afraid you would fall, so I let go, he repeated, because holding you any longer felt truly inappropriate. Dan Yewa Kalach Heridist. Seeing this, Yang Jagguk, worried she was injured, reached out and took her hand. Are you all right? He asked. Surprised by his concern, she replied, I'm fine. I'm Yufine. Yang Jagguk mentally chided himself. Hayes, I'm being too chivalrous again. To allay any suspicion about his previous actions, he held her hand and explained, hands are for cleaning and tidying. If you want to be my maid, shouldn't they be kept clean? Infuriated, she yanked her hand away. How dare you say that? She demanded. Yang Jagguk paused, thinking to himself, though they're the demonic cult, isn't speaking so rudely a bit much? If I don't teach her properly, she'll have a hard time surviving in this dangerous place. He pointed a finger at her angrily, saying, I dare say, if you continue to be so unreasonable, you'll bring disaster upon yourself wherever you go. Yang Jagguk added, I let it slide in the small hall, but don't act like this outside. This isn't a place for you to vent your anger. Though angry, he thought to himself, the demonic cult is full of evil fiends. Perhaps it's best if Myung stays in the small hall. I could protect her there. Hearing him say this, she grew even angrier, pointing right at his face and saying, you have the nerve to worry about me. Do you even know what happened tonight? Yang Jagguk calmly replied, the successor ceremony. Dan Yewa's expression turned serious as she warned him loudly, you know, and you still came here. If you don't want to invite disaster, quickly return to the small hall or change your name and live in hiding for the rest of your life. He calmly replied, a true man cannot be cowardly. How can I just run away? Don't worry about me. Her face flushed red as she retorted, worry. I'm not worried about you. Yang Jagguk calmly said, so you're worried about me, but I'll be fine. You should go back. Dan Yewa, embarrassed, shouted, I said I'm not worried about you. Their conversation reached no conclusion. Angrily, she turned and strode away, leaving him behind. Watching her retreating figure, he thought to himself, she really has no experience in controlling her emotions. The image of another girl flashed through his mind. He mused, I wonder how she's doing now. I hope she won't be heartbroken after I'm gone. He clenched his fist, his face filled with determination. Looking up at the sky, he murmured, Yang Sohai, wait for me. I will definitely return. Dan Yewa walked briskly, replaying the argument in her mind. Still irritated, she muttered, why did he suddenly become so noble and righteous? Is he crazy? Worry. Who would worry about a brat like you? But her face flushed again, and his gentle words and gestures towards her echoed in her thoughts. She immediately shook her head, trying to banish these thoughts. Don't get cocky, she muttered. I'm just angry with you. Suddenly, she turned around, her gaze fixed on the everlasting Spring Tavern, a determined look in her eyes. Questions swirled in her mind, her thoughts consumed by Yang Jagek's sudden appearance. Why did he suddenly come here? Isn't he afraid? At the tavern, Yultak waited for Yang Jagek to enter. As soon as he saw him, he asked, where did you go? Yang Jagek curtly replied, to the privy. Yultak asked suspiciously, why so suddenly? Yang Jagek pushed him forward, saying call it a whim. Let's go upstairs. On the second floor, diners gathered around circular tables laden with food and fine wine. Spotting Yang Jagek and Yultak, Cheon Amu adopted an arrogant sneer and addressed Yang Jagek. I hear you just returned from the Thousand Demons Monastery's training hall. I'm quite curious to know what happened. Has your martial arts improved at all? Yang Jagek remained impassive in the face of the taunt. Yultak, however, rubbed his forehead. A look of concern etched on his face at Cheon Amu's words. Cheon Amu pressed his advantage, adding with a smirk, I'm surprised to see you in such a shabby establishment. I thought you'd wandered into the wrong place. If you're looking for female companionship, you should try the outer market. At this, a ripple of snickers and whispers spread amongst the patrons behind Cheon Amu, mocking Yang Jagek. Yang Jagek listened calmly, his expression unchanged. Yultak, however, ground his teeth in fury, muttering under his breath, bastard, watch your mouth. Cheon Amu rounded on Yultak, his voice laced with menace. Do you even know why your clan cast you out? Because you constantly cling to this useless savior. Aren't you ashamed to bring such disgrace upon your family? Yultak's jaw clenched so tightly his teeth seemed to grind together. He glared at Cheon Amu, his voice low and dangerous. You bastards. The air crackled with tension, a brawl seeming imminent. Suddenly, Yang Jagek rose to his feet and strolled over to a table, calmly taking a seat. The unexpected move stunned everyone into silence. He surveyed the dishes on the table with apparent interest. Braised pork with garlic. The color is vibrant, the fat glistening beautifully. A feast for the eyes. This meal is truly a delight to behold. Yang Jagek picked up his chopsticks, preparing to sample the food. Yultak, surprised, spoke up, young master. Yang Jagek seemed to come back to himself. He smiled and asked, oh, am I disturbing you? Don't mind me. Please, continue your conversation. With that, he took a bite of the pork, chewing with relish. A look of satisfaction spread across his face. Well, it seems I'm in for a delicious meal. Cheon Amu glared at Yang Jagek, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Enjoying yourself, are you? Perhaps you should consider having someone test it for poison first. Or should I have someone bring you some? Yang Jagek glanced at him indifferently. Cheon Amu, emboldened, continued, what's wrong? Does a lonely wretch like you find my words offensive? Looking at Cheon Amu, Yang Jagek thought to himself, this man is a toad who thinks he's a frog. He narrowed his eyes and called out, Yultak. Jajultak Fronith. Young master. Yang Jagek asked slowly, who is this? Yultak, clearly losing patience, provided a curt introduction. His name is Cheon Amu. Besides being the second son of the Merchant King, he's one of the worst scum around. Yang Jagek's eyes sharpened. The Merchant King, you say? Seems he has some backing. Undaunted, he looked directly at Cheon Amu, his voice low and steady. Does this tavern serve stray dogs as well? Cheon Amu's eyes burned with rage, his teeth grinding together in a terrifying display of fury. He smashed a chair and demanded what? He was furious, his face a mask of rage. He turned on Cheon Amu. Do you have no brain? Or has your head been soaking in water? The sect leader isn't even here. Do you think you could decide everything yourself? Yang Jagek thought to himself, he's right. This body's father is long dead. He dares to mock me so openly, which means they must feel confident enough to deal with us. Without hesitation, he called out, Yultak. Yultak frowned and replied, young master. Young Jaggok lowered his voice. What is the authority of the young master? Jadultak looked surprised. What? Young Jaggok pressed, his voice low and urgent. Explain it clearly to me. Yultak answered, strictly speaking, your position in the Everlasting Spring sect is second only to the sect leader. With just cause, you can punish others on the spot. You also have the right to form your own troops within the Myung sub-palace. But why do you ask? Yangjaga Teljalat inwardly. This means my position is somewhere between emperor and judge. I can't just punish him outright. Only the emperor has that power. His face hardening, young Jaggok turned to Yultak. Punishment. If I were to do so, I doubt there would be much of a problem if I happened to dispose of an insignificant toad. Yultak stammered, yes. He leaned closer to young Jaggok, his voice a hushed whisper. Young master, you wouldn't actually kill him, would you? If you did, we would be in serious trouble. Young Jaggok responded dismissively. You can speak to me, as long as you stand there a little further away. I've decided to deal with that toad. A moment later, Yultak, caught up in the conversation, gestured towards Cheon Amu without thinking, his voice louder than intended. I don't know which loathsome toad you're referring to. Could it be him, with his hippopotamus-sized mouth and bulging eyes? The corner of young Jaggok's mouth twitched upwards. You're right. Cheon Amu, hearing this, flushed crimson with rage. He grabbed his wine cup and lunged towards Yultak, roaring, how dare you? But young Jaggok had anticipated this. I can see his thick shoulders tense. The angle of his arm is slightly off. It seems this means he isn't prepared to face the consequences of injuring himself. With a swift movement, young Jaggok grabbed Yultak's arm and yanked him down onto the table, intercepting the flying wine cup. Yultak gasped in pain, his body numb and aching as if his bones were about to break. Young Jaggok, however, remained unfazed, calmly picking up his chopsticks and continuing to eat. His actions drew the attention of everyone in the room. Young Jaggok spoke coldly. Cheon Amu. Cheon Amu, now wary, stammered, what is it? Young Jaggok's voice remained icy. Or does someone from the merchant palace wish to overstep the sect leader himself? Cheon Amu paled, asking in confusion, what are you talking about? Young Jaggok continued, how strange. Just now, someone attempted to assassinate me. If it weren't for my guard's sacrifice, I might have lost my life. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed on Cheon Amu. Or perhaps you wish to seize this opportunity with my status as young master to surpass me. Fear finally gripped Cheon Amu. He hastily explained to young Jaggok, it's a misunderstanding. It was just a stray shard, absolutely not an assassination attempt. Young Jaggok pressed further in misunderstanding. Young Jaggok called out in a raised voice, Yultak. Yultak replied, young master. Young Jaggok asked, what do you think? Yultak, tears and snot streaming down his face, cried, it hurts. It hurts so much. Young Jaggok looked at Cheon Amu and said, you see, he only moved towards the light. That seems to be enough evidence. I'm thinking, should I hand him over to the elders, or should I speak directly with the lord of the merchant guild? Cheon Amu's face was ashen, his fear palpable. Young Jaggok thought to himself, I know these pampered young masters. They don't fear disrespect or violence. What they fear most are their parents. I don't know how the previous young master handled these situations, but I'm different. Young Jaggok continued, those of you standing behind him, do you also oppose me like Cheon Amu? They, filled with fear, hastily declared, no, young master. We only came to the tavern to enjoy the food. At that moment, a guest stepped forward and with clasped hands addressed young Jaggok. Young master, I suddenly have an urgent matter to attend to. I request permission to leave. Young Jaggok Komandet, go. The man respectfully replied, thank you, young master. Young Jaggok looked at Cheon Amu. Why are you still standing there? If you want to kill me, do it now. This might be your last chance. A hint of amusement entered his voice. Oh, and I wish the merchant guild luck with their little rebellion. Cheon Amu, enraged, reached for his sword. But seeing the unwavering resolve in young Jaggok's eyes, he faltered. Left with no other option, he crumpled to his knees before young Jaggok, pleading, please, spare me. Young Jaggok asked calmly, spare you from what? Cheon Amu confessed, I overstepped my bounds. Young Jaggok raised an eyebrow. Overstepped your bounds. You think an apology is enough. You seriously injured someone. Cheon Amu retorted, that's because you used him as a shield. Young Jagas Gazi Sharpenet, boring into Cheon Amu with terrifying intensity. Do you think your father's position will save you? How laughable. People may still bow and scrape before you now, but their blood and tears will become a haunting presence in your heart. Just wait. Do you think I'm wrong? Cheon Amu, drained of color, trembled under the weight of Yang Jagek's words. Yang Jagek's voice was firm. Ma Chunso, will see you punished. Terror seized Cheon Amu completely. He prostrated himself before Yang Jagek. If I committed a grave offense, please, just don't tell my father. A fierce glint entered Yang Jagek's eyes. You talk too much. Go tell the lord of the merchant guild yourself. I'll be paying him a visit soon. At the mention of his father, all the blood drained from Cheon Amu's face. The tavern erupted in whispers and murmurs. What just happened? The young master just declared war on the merchant guild. A rebellion. And that Ma Chunso, he relies on his father's position more than anyone. What a crazy little devil. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Yang Jagek thought to himself, the 7 halls, the council of elders. I will interrogate each and every one of them. At this moment, within Merchant Hall, one of the 7 halls of the Myung sect, Hall Master Merchant, upon hearing of his son's transgression, was so enraged he smashed a vase. Cheon Amu, trembling, knelt before his father and pleaded, Father, I only meant to frighten the young master a little. The Hall Master roared, You dare. You don't even understand the gravity of your actions. Cheon Amu argued, But father, that young master is nothing but a useless wastrel. I don't understand your fury. Hall Master Merchant bellowed, Silence. Even if he were utterly incompetent, he remains the young master. And you claim ignorance of your wrongdoing. Fool. Cheon Amu, panicked, explained, It was a misunderstanding. I thought he'd lost his martial arts due to overexertion. But when I met him, I felt like I was being stared down by a ferocious tiger. Cheon Amu's father, his rage reaching its peak, thundered, You dare offer such excuses. Confine yourself to your room and reflect on your actions. I don't want to see your face. Cheon Amu pleaded, fearfully, Father, this punishment is too severe. The heavenly fortune and disaster chamber. Do you mean for me to seclude myself there for cultivation? His father ignored his pleas, angrily dismissing him. You think you can cause such trouble and escape unscathed? Get out of my sight. Left with no choice, Cheon Amu dejectedly withdrew. Hall Master Merchant, exasperated by his son's recklessness, immediately barked, Summon Cheon Burong at once. A sense of unease gnawed at the Merchant Hall Master. 2 years had passed since the Myung sect leader's departure. The 7 hall elders had decided to choose a new leader, a decision to be finalized after the sect's sacrificial rites. But the young master had returned alone from his cultivation grounds. The hall master's face was grim as he pondered Ma Chunso's return. If he learned of the sect leader's absence, all power would fall into his hands. After all, his position was second only to the sect leader. Now, with the sect leader gone, the young master would surely be wary. I must consider this carefully before making a decision, and now my foolish son has caused this trouble. By this time, Cheon Burong had arrived. Kneeling, he clasped his hands towards the merchant hall master and said, You summoned me. The hall master inquired, as captain of the Golden Saint Guard, What do you know of young master Ma Chunso's situation? What are your thoughts? Has he made any recent moves? Cheon Burong replied, He is an enigmatic figure. I cannot fathom his actions. Stroking his beard, Hall Master Merchant mused, I understand. But his ease in handling AMU is unsettling. Why would my son describe him as a ferocious tiger? Cheon Burong offered his analysis. I believe young master AMU's martial arts are still underdeveloped, suggesting the young master's skill is only slightly superior. Even if his internal energy remains intact, it shouldn't be cause for alarm. The hall master listened, stroking his beard, seemingly lost in thought. Cheon Burong continued, In my view, there is still an opportunity. Hall Master Merchant immediately questioned, An opportunity? What opportunity? Cheon Burong responded firmly, Yes, a heaven-sent opportunity. The Hall Master pressed, A heaven-sent opportunity. Explain yourself. Cheon Burong explained, Ever since the factions reached an equilibrium of power, this young master has become the key. We can either draw him to our side or attempt to eliminate him. It all depends on the circumstances. The Hall Master, his face etched with worry, said, But I'm concerned. If our betrayal is discovered, we're certainly doomed. If the other halls try to assassinate him and then frame us, we're we're also doomed. Shion Burong replied, that's precisely why this is an opportunity. I've heard the young master is impulsive and rash. If we present him with a gift, we can gain his trust. The merchant hall master pondered, you mean to use this young master? Shion Burong affirmed, indeed. Use him. Once we have his trust, the merchant hall can control the entire Myung faction. The hall master slapped the table, a gleam of triumph in his eyes. Excellent. You mean we'll become the pillars of the Myung faction? Shion Burong responded, yes. A predatory look crossed the hall master's face as he stroked his beard. Young master, give me the fire god demon sword. Shion Burong asked, surprised, that treasured sword. But it's one of the 5 treasures of the Myung faction. The hall master declared, we don't need it. I'll go get it myself. The hall master boasted, to catch a big fish, you need good bait. Haha. At the Myung Hall, Yang Jagek's residence, he was quietly cultivating. He thought to himself, they'll assume the trouble at the Myung branch was the young master's foolish act, and are now busy plotting their next move. If I must live as the demonic sect's young master, then I best be prepared to rule this sect and bring peace to this land. And for that, the merchant hall will be the perfect target. To achieve that, I first need a solid economic foundation. More importantly, I'm severely lacking in manpower. I can't rely on myself alone. I need someone unconnected to the other factions, someone loyal to the Myung branch. Seeing Yang Jagek standing motionless, lost in thought, Yultak sighed, exasperation coloring his voice. Young master, when did you become like this? He spoke urgently, a hint of panic in his tone. And at a time like this, quickly, go to the merchant hall. Tell them it was all an act. Hurry. If you don't, things will only get worse. Yang Jagek turned to Yultak. A joke. I was perfectly serious. Since when have I become a laughingstock? Yultak threatened. Do you want to be locked up in the devil's pit again? Why? When the sect leader is away, do you provoke the 7 halls? Yang Jagek replied, because they touched you. I care about my subordinates. Hearing this, Yultak's cheeks flushed crimson, embarrassed by his own words. He quickly realized his slip-up. Wait, you're the one who put me in danger. Yang Jagek looked at his reflection in a mirror. No need to thank me. More importantly, bring me the sect's hierarchy list. Yultak asked, surprised, the list. The sect hierarchy. I understand, but why do you need it now? Yang Jagek stated, because I need it now, to fill the vacant positions in the branch. Yultak sputtered, what? Fee. Yang Jagek shoved Yultak forward, saying, what are you waiting for? Lead the way. Yultak, misunderstanding Yang Jagek's request, asked, what arrangements do you wish to make? Yang Jagek immediately replied, the rooms in the palace. Besides yours, there are 11 empty ones. Yultak's eyes widened, jaw-dropping. Why so suddenly? Did you eat something strange? Yang Jagek smiled. It's too empty. It's under my control, after all. You said you were bored, didn't you? Yultak, displeased, raised his voice. You just caused trouble, and this is how you vent your anger. Don't underestimate me, or anything like that. Yultak was instantly seized by the throat by Yang Jagek. Yang Jagek calmly stated, if they dare to make a move, I can do this. Yultak, hands on Yang Jagek's shoulders, spoke evenly. This isn't something to take lightly. We can handle Cheon Amu, but if you bring people into the minor palace, the 7 Emperors' palace won't stand for it, not to mention the elders. This is truly too risky. Yang Jagek replied, yeah, Yultak, you promised me. Yang Jagek questioned, who am I? Yultak, facing Yang Jagek's question, felt even more helpless. Does that even matter? We just caused a huge disaster. Yang Jagek pressed, I ask again, who am I? Yultak answered, young master. Yang Jagek declared, need I say more? Yultak scratched his chin. No. Yang Jagek ordered, then get to it. Yultak, resigned, brought a hand to his forehead. Good heavens, there's no other choice. Yultak led Yang Jagek to a small wooden chest containing some clothes. We have to disguise ourselves, at least. Can't have anyone recognizing us. Put on this black hat. Yang Jagek picked up the hat. Why are there only black clothes? Yultak replied, you like black. Yang Jagek donned the black outfit, checked his reflection, and smirked. Pretty cool, actually. Once disguised, the two set off. Yultak spoke, Yang Jagek, if we go down there, we might be attacked by the Fenda, or by this nation. How can I dare go down there? Yang Jagek responded, it's because the demonic cult has repeatedly harmed innocent people. We must stop it. Yultak explained, that's not something we can just do as we please. The Emperor sees the demonic cult as a divinely appointed enemy. We're just fighting to survive. Yang Jagek speculated, don't you think our actions are a bit excessive, to the point where it can't be called self-defense? Yultak turned, exasperated. Young master, please don't say such things. The whole world knows your title as the little pervert. Whose side are you on now? Young Jagic stopped, realizing the truth in Yultak's words. Right, I'm a young master of this place now. Speaking of which, I forgot something. This little devil title is a big problem. I should summon them. Will they even listen to me? Young Jagic asked impatiently. Are we there yet? Yultak replied, almost. Young Jagic looked into the distance, breathing heavily, thinking to himself, why is my guard panting so much? And so, the two walked together towards the wine cellar. The journey was long, but they finally arrived. Yultak said to Young Jagic, we're here. This is the place. Just ahead lies the Guangmyong Library, he continued. Young Jagic, hearing the name, was somewhat surprised. The Guangmyong Library, he asked. Indeed, Yultak replied. It's a renowned repository of information. In terms of intelligence gathering, it rivals even the Hall of Mysteries. Come on. With that, Yultak opened the door and stepped inside. Inside, an old man sat reading a book. Yultak entered calmly and asked, Old sir, anything interesting to report today? The old man inquired, What do you hail from? Yultak responded cryptically, There's some light here, but not enough. Reading in this dimness will strain your eyes. At these words, the old man's face darkened. He glanced at Young Jagic and said, I'm not aware of anything worth reading here. Yultak pressed on, Surely there is. Tell me, how are the markets doing these days? The old man replied, There are many markets. Which one are you referring to? Yultak answered, The one right here, of course. Young Jagic stood beside them, completely baffled by the exchange. He couldn't grasp the meaning of their conversation. It seemed utterly pointless, or perhaps some kind of coded message. The old man said, Wait a moment. Then, to their astonishment, he ushered them back outside and slammed the door shut. Both were left standing there, bewildered. Yultak, furious, pounded on the door. What's the meaning of this? He shouted. Why did you suddenly close the door? Don't you recognize that small lamp? We come from there. Young Jagic stood silently, pondering the old man's strange behavior. Inside, the old man went to the corner of the room and opened a hidden passage in the floor. He entered the passage, which led to a tunnel, and the tunnel, in turn, opened into another room. The old man proceeded directly to this room and spoke respectfully to the person within. He's disguised, but he can't conceal the noble lines of his face. It's the young master. The mysterious figure in the room abruptly stopped writing. It was an elderly man with snow-white hair. Stroking his beard, he asked, What trouble has the heavenly demon sect stirred up now? He caused a scene at the tavern, and now he seeks me out. The old man outside replied, His aura seems somewhat different than before, but he's always been an unpredictable one. The mysterious old man questioned, Not the merchant guild, not the Guangmyong library, but he comes to me. What does he want? The old man answered, He wants a list. Hearing this, the mysterious old man asked, A list? Does he want the records of the martial world, or the records of the non-governmental alliance? The old man replied, Neither. He wants the genealogy of the Ming sect. The mysterious old man stroked his beard, perplexed. How strange. The young master of the Ming sect seeks only the genealogy of the Ming sect. The old man asked, What should we do? The mysterious old man declared, Intriguing. I'll go meet him myself. The old man was astonished. You'll meet him yourself. Is that wise? The mysterious old man in the room reassured him. The young master is considered a renegade. Even if he sees me, he won't recognize me. Despite this assurance, the old man remained worried. But what if he does recognize you? The mysterious old man replied, Even better. If he truly isn't incompetent, then he'll be useful to me. The old servant could only agree, bowing his head as he said, Understood. With that, he departed. Within the room, the mysterious old man spoke coldly. Young master, your life hangs by a thread. Young Jagic and Yultak are still waiting outside. Finally, the old servant opened the door, inviting the two men inside. The two followed the servant into the room. Still fuming from the earlier incident, Yultak grumbled incessantly. Hey, do you even understand what I'm saying? Why did you do that? You scare me half to death. The old servant remained silent, opening a hidden passage and stepping inside. Yultak, witnessing this, gaped in astonishment. He hurriedly followed young Jagic into the passage. As they trailed behind the servant, an expression of utter bewilderment remained plastered on Yultak's face. Taking in the subterranean scene, young Jagic gasped, This place. Yultak, Ikwolistan, exclaimed, Wow, this is my first time here. I never knew they could hide a place like this. The old servant led them to the mysterious old man's chamber. The servant announced, The guests have arrived, master. The mysterious old man replied, Show them in. The old servant opened the door and ushered the two men inside. The room was a trove of information, with every wall plastered with documents detailing the lives of countless individuals. Both young Jagic and Yultak were taken aback by the sight. Yultak cried out, "What is all this?" The mysterious old man said, "This is but a small fraction of my work." Then, with a respectful bow towards young Jagic, the old servant announced, "Welcome, young master." Young Jagic remarked, "You recognized me before I even spoke." The mysterious old man replied, "I've lived a long life. Some things I recognize without needing words." Young Jagic said, "I understand. By the way, your health." The mysterious old man answered, "As you can see, I cannot stand. Forgive me for receiving you in this manner." Noticing the strange chair the old man occupied, young Jagic inquired, "Did you make this yourself?" The mysterious old man humbly replied, "It's called a wheelchair. My abilities are nothing to boast about." Young Jagic's expression turned serious. "A secret chamber hidden beneath the library. It's beyond my comprehension." A nobleman allowing a lowly old man to call him master. How could I not be surprised? The mysterious old man flinched at his words. Then, young Jagic looked up at the paintings adorning the walls, praising, "You're a gifted artist." Suddenly, a look of astonishment washed over young Jagic's face. He was shocked to find a list of every prominent martial arts expert, including those from the non-governmental alliances, the martial arts world, and even the Imperial Army. It documented all those who had reached the pinnacle of their skills. He stared at the mysterious old man in disbelief, his mind racing. How is this possible? Who is this old man? Looking at the other portraits, he recognized hermits from the Sorum school, masters of the Wu-Tang sect, the Kirin of the Void Realm, and even his own father. He was stunned by the sheer volume of information. The mysterious old man said, "You must recognize the people on the wall. They all come from the lowest ranks of the martial arts world." Although the old man bowed respectfully before young Jagic, his eyes fixed on him with a predatory gleam, making young Jagic worry that his true identity had been discovered. The old man asked, "You recognize a few, don't you?" Young Jagic asked, "This amount of data is immense. A single library couldn't manage it. Who are you?" The mysterious old man said, I'm just an old man who collects and sells rumors." His eyes suddenly sharpened. "With this in my possession," he said, "why should I fear death? But if I die, no one leaves this place." He subtly manipulated a device on his wheelchair, and the door slammed shut. Yultak, witnessing this, cried out in alarm, "What?" The door. Young Jagic, realizing the old man had controlled the door, said, "It seems you intend to silence us." Yultak, panicked, pounded on the door. The mysterious old man said, "How could I do such a thing? I sincerely hope you'll consider my proposal." Young Jagic replied, "I could pretend to agree, then go outside and bring back some skilled martial artists." The old man gave a cold laugh. "By then, I'll be long gone." Young Jagic said, sensing the old man's confidence, "You seem very sure of yourself." The old man replied, "It's how I've survived this long." Seeing the situation, young Jagic decided not to prolong the matter. "Fine," he said. "Why did you call me here? Why not just give me the list?" The old man's eyes narrowed. "You came of your own accord. Why would the young master want the Myung faction list?" Young Jagic felt a flicker of unease. The old man seemed adept at reading minds. A clumsy lie wouldn't suffice. So he proposed, "I require you to come with me." The old man said, "To the Myung faction's small hall. Is this why you stopped by the Myung Chun Tavern? I presume you haven't found the talent you seek." Young Jagic replied, "They all have allegiances. I need those who walk their own path, unburdened by factions." The old man was silent for a moment, then wheeled around. "You intend to expand your power?" Young Jagic answered, "I merely wish to fill a few vacancies." The old man chuckled. "Do you know what times these are? Or are you underestimating them?" Young Jagic smiled. "If I remain passive, whether I advance or retreat, there's no reason for me to stagnate." The old man said, "This path will lead you to your death." Young Jagic asked, "Do you truly believe that?" The old man replied, "Why wouldn't I?" Their gazes locked, hostile and probing. Young Jagic asked, "What is your name?" The old man replied, "I am Jagal Tong." Hearing this name, young Jagic was taken aback. The name Jagal Tong stirred a memory from his youth. Back then, his teacher had been a Jagal Tong, and they had shared a close bond. He remembered Jagal Tong saying to him, "Why not abandon martial arts and join the Royal Academy with me? It would be easy for you." Yang Jagic said, "Don't just spring this on me. Give me the details about the Longthen gang. I have a lot on my plate. After this, I have to meet with Tiong Jin. The sect leader summoned me." Jie Galtong handed him a book, chuckling. "With your current attitude, try not to kill anyone." Yang Jagic retorted, "I don't need you to teach me how to be a person. You should go out and get some fresh air. Why doesn't your room have any windows?" Seeing Yang Jagic's curiosity, Jie Galtong quipped, "Curiosity killed the cat." Jie Galtong was a brilliant man, practically a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. He was known as the central brain of the Central Plains after publishing his encyclopedia of martial arts. He had been a great mentor to Yang Jagic when he first joined the Long Fong squad. Training with him had been a joy. Yang Jagic had spent a considerable amount of time by his side, and he distinctly remembered a peculiar scar on the old man's right hand. Back in the present, Yang Jagic saw the exact same scar on the mysterious old man's hand. Astonishment gripped him. Could it really be him? What is he doing at the demonic sect's headquarters and in the basement of the Guangmiang library, no less? Incrédulos, Yang Jagic cuestionet imposible. Jie Galtong was only around 40 years old. Observing the scene, Jie Galtong inquired, "Young master, do you know me?" Suspicion about Yang Jagic's true identity flickered in his eyes. "Now I'm wondering, could it really be him?" Yang Jagic responded with Jie Galtong's own words. "Curiosity killed the cat." The phrase startled the old man. He stared intently at Yang Jagic for a moment before bowing his head in apology. "I've been rude. Please forgive me." Yang Jagic pressed, "Why are you here?" The old man replied cryptically, "Who knows what life will bring? I'm merely at the end of my journey." Yultak, overhearing their exchange and sensing a prior connection, asked, "Young master, do you know him?" Yang Jagic deflected, "No more." "You brought me here, didn't you?" Yultak stammered, Yes, that's right. But this is the first time I've met the Guangmiang Library's guardian." "Wait a minute. Isn't Jie Galtong from the Aesuk clan?" "Yang Jagic immediately contrat impossible." Plenty of people use that name. The Orthodox sect is ridiculous. Yultak, seemingly convinced, replied, "You're right. If he were from the Aesuk clan, he'd probably be dead by now." Jie Galtong turned to Yang Jagic and asked, "May I ask you something? Why would you, the new Eye of the Storm, come to visit this old man?" Yang Jagic was taken aback by the phrase, "Eye of the Storm." Jie Galtong continued, "Do you know what you're doing? The Seven Halls, the Council of Elders, and the Guangmiang Palace have all started to take notice of you. You even announced your intention to visit the Merchant Hall, didn't you? The older one gets, the more one hates change." Hearing these words, a wave of warmth washed over Yang Jagic. He sees right through everything. He truly is my master. Aloud, he said, "Their worries are their own, not mine." Jie Galtong pulled a cord, and a list on a hanging board sprang into view. Yang Jaga and Yultak Gusped. "This is the Devil Cult's ranking list," Yultak exclaimed. Jie Galtong turned to Yang Jagic. "I've written only 3 words about you. Can you guess what they are?" Yang Jagic shook his head. "I have no idea." He looked at his own portrait, where 3 words were inscribed, "A madman." Jie Galtong added, "I couldn't write anything more." Yultak, enraged that Jie Galtong dared to write such a thing about his young master, roared, "Watch your tongue, old man. I'll have your head for this. What more do you have to say? How dare you speak such words in his presence?" Yang Jaga suddenly interrupted, addressing Yultak. "Fetch me some water." Yultak, taken aback, stammered now. "Right now." Yang Jaga nodded. "I'm thirsty. It's damp down here. Bring me 10 liters." With a sigh of frustration, Yultak left with the old man to fetch the water. Yang Jagic turned back to Jie Galtong. "Continue." Jie Galtong replied, "But now that I've met you, I think I should make a small amendment." He took his brush and crossed out the words, "A madman," on Yang Jagic's portrait. "I thought I knew everything," he mused, "but now I think I should start acting." Yang Jagic raised an eyebrow. "Why?" Jie Galtong explained, "They say you're foolish, but I see intelligence. They say you're mad, but I see the makings of a shrewd man. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you led your rebellion to the other halls was a defensive maneuver, wasn't it? The reason you chose the Merchant Hall is because you need financial backing, not military might, correct? The reason you haven't attacked them outright is to keep them unsettled, am I right? And the reason you're here is because you're aiming for this place, aren't you?" As he spoke, the old man pointed to the portrait of Ma Chunso's father. Yang Jaga remained silent. Jie Galtong continued, "The reason you're here is because you're aiming for the position of cult leader, isn't it?" At these words, A flicker of surprise crossed Yang Jagek's face. Then he lowered his head and chuckled. So what if I am? If I become the next cult leader, I'll burn this place to the ground. Jagao Tong nodded slowly. To become the cult leader, you'll need help. Help can come from the Council of Elders, from the Seven Halls, or from old men like me. Yang Jagek let out a cold laugh. It doesn't need to be that difficult. Jagao Tong's voice dripped with sarcasm. The dreams of a man with nothing but ambition, no foundation, are just that, dreams. A fragile hope that can be snuffed out by the slightest breeze. Yang Jagek asked, and if I cooperate with you, what are my chances of reaching the top? The old man held up 5 fingers. 50%. Yang Jagek preset furter. 50% is the same as flipping a coin. What if I do it myself? Jagao Tong replied confidently. To be frank, 0.1%. Hearing such a low number, Yang Jagek scoffed. You're trampling on my dreams. The old man remained calm. I'm merely stating the truth. Yang Jagek sighed, then offered an apology to the old man. Jagao Tong, surprised, asked, what do you mean? Yang Jagek confessed, I'm not aiming for that position. Jagao Tong inquired, you've done all this just to save your own skin. Yang Jagek replied, the Great White Mountain, though seemingly vast enough to blot out the sky, is but a corner of the divine realm. If one fixates solely on it, refusing to look beyond, they will believe its peak to be the ultimate height. Even if you climb to its summit, you are merely the tiger of that mountain. What I desire is to change the mountain itself. Jagao Tong, shaken by Yang Jagek's words, asked, what you desire isn't the position of cult leader, but to change the demonic cult. Such arrogance. Do you think you can change the entire Great White Thousand Mountains? That's not something you can accomplish by simply chopping down a few trees. Yang Jagek responded, indeed, that is the mountain I must climb, but the crucial element is how I do it. Still unable to grasp Yang Jagek's meaning, Jagao Tong sighed in exasperation. Reconsider, he said. It seems you're not mad, but a dreamer. What can someone not yet 20 years of age achieve? The demonic cult reveres strength above all else. With your meager martial skills, your plan is nothing but a farce. You should strive for something attainable. Follow me. I swear I'll elevate you to the position of cult leader. That's far better than being used as a pawn by the elders and hall masters. In truth, any one of their assassins could kill you at any moment. I can guarantee you a life of wealth and comfort. You can live a carefree life as you once did if you allow it. Hearing these words, indignation welled up within Yang Jagek. He thought to himself, Jagao Tong, you were once the future of the righteous sex. How have you fallen so low? Is becoming a first-rank official all you desire? Where is your cunning? If you've forgotten, I will remind you who I am. Yang Jagek asked, why do you say it's impossible? I will change the demonic cult with my own hands. With that, he unleashed the power of the heavenly demon divine art. He roared in fury, if you dare obstruct my path, lost as you are in your foolish greed, I will leave you to die here. The power of the heavenly demon divine art forced Jagao Tong to his knees in terror. He cried out in alarm, the heavenly demon divine art. Yang Jagek, his power on full display before Jagao Tong, boomed, Jagao Tong, you speak of grand ambitions, yet you confine yourself to this cramped room, abandoned by all sections. You are the arrogant one. With that, he unleashed his power, shattering the door Jagao Tong had bolted shut. Terror seized Jagao Tong, but then he regained his composure, bowing his head as he asked, you have cultivated the power of the heavenly realm, so why do you still desire to change it? You could follow the path already laid out for you. Yang Jagek replied, the demonic cult is now a tangled mess, pushing themselves further into the demonic path, unable to extricate themselves. I only wish to end this calamity. Jagao Tong said, those are not words befitting the young master of the demonic cult. What you have done in the past cannot be changed. Yang Jagek declared, it is because I am the young master that I wish to change everything. Jagao Tong found this increasingly amusing, and he burst into laughter. Startled by his laughter, Yang Jagek asked, what are you laughing at? Jagao Tong, seemingly on the verge of madness, cackled, ludicrous, utterly ludicrous. That crazed sect leader, the heir to the heavenly demon, wants to change the demonic cult. How marvelous! Yang Jagek thought to himself, is he truly mad, or has his mind simply shattered? Abruptly, Jagao Tong pleaded, give me a chance. Keeping me alive poses no threat to you. Please let me live. Yang Jagged questioned. Why should I? Jay Galtong replied, I still have things to do. Yang Jagged retorted, and why should I care? Lowering his head in supplication, Jay Galtong continued, I will guide you on the path you've chosen. Though my body is broken, I am still capable of handling any troubles you encounter. Are you familiar with the Fallen Guild? At the mention of this name, a flicker of surprise crossed Yang Jagged's face. The Fallen Guild. How could I not know? The organization formed by those at the very bottom of society. They lack a tight-knit structure, yet the information they possess surpasses even that of the Beggar's Sect. Why would you mention the Fallen Guild? Jay Galtong looked at Yang Jagged, producing a Fallen Guild token from his person. I am a 19th leader of the Fallen Guild. Seeing the golden token, all doubt vanished from Yang Jagged's mind. Jay Galtong, he truly is the leader of the Fallen Guild. You were all fooled, Yang Jagged mused, thinking the leader of the Fallen Guild could hide amongst tens of thousands of mountain ranges. Jay Galtong responded, this is no different than you carrying the heavenly demon scripture around with you. Yang Jagged countered, so our identities are now exposed. You expect me to trust you. What is it you truly want? I only require a single promise, Jay Galtong stated. In the future, the Murim Union strategist, Jay Gal Mundung, hand him over to me. Yang Jaga est Togus Churnet, the strategist, Jay Gal Mundung, the very man who brought me to this state. I want to know how he fell so far. If he still harbors dreams of revenge, he will undoubtedly become the Murim Union's greatest threat. Keeping him alive is far too dangerous. Seeing Yang Jagged lost in thought, Jay Galtong spoke, your thoughts are irrelevant. Plans may have changed, but having you is a considerable advantage. Have you truly changed? Yang Jaga Asket, isn't that what you said, young master? Jay Galtong replied, if you wish to follow me, Yang Jagged stated, you will have to prove your worth. Jay Galtong asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice, but first, tell me, do you intend to speak with me politely or rudely? Your tone shifts so erratically, I worry you truly have gone mad. Yang Jagged admitted without hesitation, it's a habit. I am mad. Jay Galtong, is he enough? Jay Galtong, his face contorted in a grimace, replied, if you bring him to me, it's best he be crippled. Those words seem rather excessive for someone of the righteous faction, Yang Jagged observed. Jay Galtong retorted sarcastically, you seem to fit in better with the righteous than the demonic. Ignoring the jibe, Yang Jagged asked, so tell me, what should I do now? First, Jay Galtong said, help me up. I cannot stand on my own. Yang Jaga Chuklet, you make it sound so simple. I'm merely trying to survive, Jay Galtong replied. Yang Jagged sighed helplessly, saying, that mouth of yours will probably never stop, even in death. He then helped Jay Galtong into his wheelchair. Jay Galtong said to Yang Jagged, the current state of the demonic cult is like a simmering volcano. The 7 minor halls and the Council of Elders. Each faction is more arrogant than the last. Then there will be many who wish to be king of this mountain, Yang Jagged replied. Jay Galtong agreed, indeed. Your appearance is an unpredictable variable to them. If they announce your leader's death, you would naturally ascend to power, but proving your right to inherit will be fraught with complications. Yang Jagged mused, a war within the demonic cult then? Hearing Yang Jagged use the term demonic cult to refer to the Limitless Sect, Jay Galtong seemed perplexed. Members of the Limitless Sect deeply resented being called a demonic cult. He asked, do you have some personal grievance against the Limitless Sect? Yang Jagged, feigning ignorance, countered, why do you ask that so suddenly? Jay Galtong stated, you didn't object to me calling the Limitless Sect a demonic cult. In fact, you yourself called them that. Yang Jagged realized he had revealed a slip of the tongue. It seemed it wasn't yet time to reveal his true identity. Continue, he urged. Jay Galtong pressed on. Even if you have mastered the painting corridor of the heavenly demon monastery, even if you could potentially decimate the demonic cult, you cannot face them all alone. He suddenly produced a mysterious box and several books. I had originally intended to save these for you, for when you joined us, but I will give them to you now. One of these is the Doctrine of the Limitless Sect. It is extremely rare, an original handwritten copy. Another is a roster of the Limitless Sect's hierarchy. Memorize them. Yang Jagged opened the box, revealing a mask within. "What is this?" he inquired. "This is the divine fire spirit mask," Jagal Tong explained. "The limitless sect's origins trace back to the western regions. Our legends tell of the evil god who created the evil dragon, and the righteous sect who sent a hero to stop it. This mask was used by that very hero." He continued, "It may look like an ordinary mask, but when worn, it generates a cloak that can resist all poisons and prevent anyone from recognizing the wearer. The Limitless sect possesses 5 sacred artifacts, said to have been used by the heavenly demon himself. They are scattered, their locations mostly undisclosed, but this divine fire spirit mask is undoubtedly one of them." Yang Jagic held the mask, repeating 5 sacred artifacts. Jagal Tong warned, "Keep your abilities hidden. If they discover you've learned the demonic arts within the painting corridor, you'll face 30, perhaps even 50% of the Limitless sect. They have strayed far from their original path." 50%, Yang Jagic murmured, thinking to himself, "If I imagine that as 50% of the Murim Alliance, that's enough to be concerned about. Even if I were to encounter the most skilled monks of the Sorum sect, both sides would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses." Seeing Yang Jagic's worried expression, Jagal Tong said, "But you needn't fret so much. As long as you can sway more than half of the elders and hall leaders to your side before the Infinite Sect's celestial ceremony, you'll naturally become the sect leader. You have 4 months. Approach each one carefully. Some will seek you out first, like those from the depleted power halls. They may be lacking in resources, but they're rich in information. Also, your public image isn't exactly stellar. You know why?" Yang Jagic, understanding his meaning, replied, "I truly regret what I've done." Jagal Tong continued, "Who knows if you truly regret it? Everyone sees you as a scoundrel with a dubious past. You need to cultivate a new image. While the demonic sect has grown in power, its ordinary members still suffer. The tyranny of the elders and hall leaders only exacerbates their pain." Yang Jagic silently pondered his words. Jagal Tong added, "There's a way to help them. See for yourself. Many only need a small nudge to find redemption. You must act in the shadows. Can you do it?" Yang Jagic thought, startled. "Act in the shadows? You seem hesitant." "Certainly not." He abruptly interrupted Jagal Tong, declaring, "I will. I will act in the shadows." "As you wish," Jagal Tong responded. Yang Jagic looked at the items Jagal Tong had given him. "Is this enough?" he asked. Jagal Tong replied, "You said you wanted to expand your power, didn't you? For a talented individual like yourself, unburdened by allegiance to any particular faction, you should." "There's still 1 room left in the Infinite Minor Hall," Yang Jagic stated. "I have 10 more rooms to fill." Jagal Tong questioned, "Shouldn't it be 11? Yang Jaga Smilet, 1 room has found its occupant today." Jagal Tong was taken aback, understanding Yang Jagic's implication that he was to be the occupant of that room. From this dilapidated study to the Infinite Minor Hall, he remarked, "I live for such luxuries." Yang Jagic replied, "There's no need for such sarcasm." Jagal Tong then pulled a cord, revealing the portrait of a man. First, he said to Yang Jagic, "Take a look at this. Ul Tasik, start with him. Yang Jagat Murmuret Uel Taisik." The name. Suddenly, Yultak entered, carrying a bucket of water. "Ul Tasik," he said, "are you talking about the bastard I know? You know him. Yang Jaga Asked." Yultak replied, "Of course. He used to be a good man until his wife died. After that, he lost himself to demonic drugs." Jagal Tong added, "Indeed. He was the Radiant Light, Divine Hall's Lord's protector, the leader of the Radiant Light, Heavenly Demonic Arts faction. Now he wastes his life in the slums." Yang Jagic said to Yultak, "You can go now." Yultak, still holding the bucket, asked now, "What about the water?" "The next target has been identified," Yang Jagic declared. "At the source," he continued, "where the outskirts market begins, in a valley beneath a waterfall at the headwaters of the market's outskirts. It's where the dregs of society reside. They call it Tear River Village, a fitting name, as the water flows like the tears of its people. What sort of people come here? Clearly, they're those ruined by gambling, those who've lost their families and have nowhere to go, or those on the run. They're the nameless, the insignificant, the perpetually scorned, living lives of abject misery and hardship. Neither the 2 infinite palaces nor the 7 rear palaces pay them any mind. They believe nothing of value, no assistance or benefit can be gleaned from these people. So the inhabitants here have no recourse but to cling to existence in their ramshackle huts. Until a few days ago, on a beautiful day, beneath a clear blue sky and brilliant sunshine, the people of Lijiang village knelt in rows, heads bowed, as if welcoming someone's arrival. That someone was none other than the young master, Ma Chunso, now known as Yang Jagic. Suddenly, a small boy among them said to his mother, "Mother, can we go home now? I feel dizzy." His mother, anxious, hushed him, pinching his cheek and whispering, "He's here. If you want to live, you must endure. Can you do that?" The boy replied, "Yes, mother." At that moment, a man in the crowd grumbled, "Who is this that demands such deference? Does he want our very bones?" Someone beside him hissed, "Watch your tongue. Didn't you hear? The young master is arriving." Startled, the man blurted out, "What? That little devil." The person next to him, aghast at his outburst, cried out to the villagers, "He's there. Everyone kneel. Kneel down if you don't want to die." Yang Jagic sat imperiously in a small wooden boat. Approaching Lijiang village, Yultak and the boatman at his side. The scenery was breathtaking. The towering mountains and the vibrant red flowers blooming along the shore, capturing Yang Jagic's attention. Suddenly, Yultak addressed Yang Jagic, "Young master, look, so many have come to greet us. The outskirts aren't so bad after all." Yang Jagic and Yultak disembarked, the villagers bowing low in greeting. A man knelt before Yang Jagic, proclaiming, "We humbly greet you, young master. Welcome to our humble Lijiang village. I am village head Jang Shun, honored by your presence." The villagers chanted in unison, "Long live the Misty Sect. Long live, 10,000 years." Hearing their cries, Yang Jagic thought to himself, from that dynasty until now, they should have sent the emperor here. I have so much to change. Seeing the villagers sweating under the scorching sun, yet still prostrate before him, Yang Jagic asked, "Village head, aren't you hot?" The village head, taken aback, stammered, "What?" Yang Jagic repeated, "I asked, aren't you hot?" The village head, panicked, replied, "No, not hot. I'm not hot at all." He then immediately turned to the villagers and demanded, "Is anyone here hot?" A few villagers, hearing this, surreptitiously wiped the sweat from their brows. At this point, Yultak interjected, "Young master, let us proceed." He then addressed the village head, "What are you waiting for? Take us where we need to go." The village head hastily replied, Yes, this way, please." Yang Jagic walked through the throng, thinking to himself, "This is what I must endure." The village chief invited Yang Jagic and Yultak into a simple but clean hut and poured Yang Jagic a cup of tea. Kneeling before him, he asked, "What brings you, honored sir, to this remote place? What arduous journey has led you to our humble village?" Yultak asked, "Village chief, why does the Misty Sect bother to care for these people?" The village chief forced a laugh. "Ha, of course it's the proper thing to do." A table laden with a modest feast, prepared in Yang Jagic's honor, stood between them. The village chief gestured towards it. "These dishes are passable," he said, "but I regret that I have nothing finer to offer you." Yultak spoke, "Speaking of which, you're not far from the market, yet this place is worse than the borderlands." The village chief responded, "What?" He glanced out at the surrounding landscape. He conceded, "Yes, you are right. We are indeed very poor." Bright red flowers caught Yang Jagic's eye. "Village chief," he inquired, "have these flowers always been here?" The village chief stammered, "Those. I apologize, I'm not very knowledgeable about plants." Yang Jagic continued to gaze at the blossoms. "I understand," he said to the village chief. "You may leave now." The village chief bowed low. "Yes, honored sir. If you require anything, please call for me. I shall take my leave." After the village chief departed, Yultak turned to Yang Jagic. "This place is small. We should be able to find him quickly." Yang Jagic asked, a note of suspicion in his voice, "Don't you find anything strange?" Yultak, shoveling food into his mouth, mumbled, "What?" Yang Jagic's voice dropped lower. "These people, don't you sense anything about them?" Yultak responded slowly, The sect members seem all right, and the flowers by the river are quite beautiful, aren't they? What else?" Yang Jagic said coldly, "Nothing else." Yultak asked innocently, "Young master, are you drunk?" Yang Jagic bristled, thinking, should I just kill him? He voiced his thoughts to Yultak. "This place has no agriculture. despite its sizable population. Yultak agreed, "You're right. Perhaps they just buy their food from the market. Mountain farming is often difficult." Young Jagic spoke quietly. "There's a river here, the terrain is low, the climate is warm. It's perfect for cultivation." Yultak continued to eat, unconcerned. "So why is this place called Tear River Village then? There's a reason they're poor. They just eat and don't work." Young Jega stood up. "That's enough. I need to investigate. Lead the way." Yultak looked up in surprise. "What? You're not eating anymore." Young Jagic spoke as he walked. "I'm full." Yultak called after him, "Wait, I haven't finished eating yet." Meanwhile, the village chief was making his way up the mountain alone, muttering curses under his breath. "Damn it, what's he doing here? There's no reason for a madman like him to come to this place. What does he know?" A sinister smile spread across village chief Jiang Chun's face. "If he's here for that," he mused, "should I pledge my allegiance to the young master and go to Sun Summit? No, if I do that, I'll become a devil myself." He pushed through the undergrowth, arriving at a dilapidated hut. His expression was a mixture of doubt and reverence as he approached a heavily cloaked figure. Jiang Chun spoke softly, "You have arrived, my lord." He immediately pulled a pouch of coins from his pocket and offered it to the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure took the pouch, their voice a low murmur, "Less than last month." Village chief Jiang Chun stammered, "It's because the young master arrived unexpectedly." The figure's head snapped up, "The young master." Jiang Chun bobbed his head, nervously, yes. "I don't know what wine blew him here, but I had to halt operations for a few days to prepare. I apologize." The cloaked figure rested their chin on a gloved hand. "I heard he was in secluded cultivation. Why would he suddenly come here?" Jiang Chun eyed the money pouch in the figure's hand. "Next month, I'll double it." The cloaked figure's voice rose, sharp and demanding. "Do you know why I chose a useless worm like you to be village chief?" Jiang Chun blurted, "Oh, how could I forget? I'll make sure to meet the quota." The figure's gaze bored into him. "I'll trust you for now." Jiang Chun bowed his head. "Thank you." He turned to leave, but the cloaked figure's voice stopped him. "What about the other one?" Jiang Chun turned back, confusion etched on his face. "The other one? Do you mean?" Understanding dawned on him. "Rest assured," he said quickly. "He's too grief-stricken to do anything. He's just a lowly slave in the gambling den." "It seems he's adjusted," the cloaked figure mused. "Time to give him a gift." The figure continued, "Is your daughter of age yet?" Jiang Chun brightened. "Oh yes, of course. Her skin is like smooth jade. She'll soon be one of the 3 beauties." He added, a touch of anxiety in his voice, "You've kept her safe, haven't you? No one's been allowed to touch her, as instructed." "Of course," the figure replied smoothly. "I told you to ensure it. I'll have the head of anyone who—" Jiang Chun interrupted, "But for such a lowly wretch, I don't understand why you care so much." "You don't need to understand," the figure snapped. Jiang Chun quickly acquiesced. Yes, as you command." "Good," the figure said. "Now that the young master is here, we should entertain him. I understand him well." The figure's voice turned commanding. "Tonight, bring your daughter to his chambers." Jiang Chun's jaw dropped. "What?" The figure explained. "He wouldn't come here without reason. He's used the drug before. He's undoubtedly here for more. Suggest it to the young master." Jiang Chun stammered, even this so suddenly. Sensing hesitation, the cloaked figure's voice became a low growl. "Do you think a worm like you can question me? You do as I say. That's why you're still alive." Jiang Chun bowed his head submissively. "Understood." Jiang Chun returned to the village, a knot of unease twisting in his gut. "I wonder if he and his wife are getting along well," he thought bitterly. "That damned wretch." He glanced back towards where the cloaked figure had been, a new thought striking him. "Now that I think about it, is that why he's been guarding that girl so fiercely? He truly is a devious one. If I side with the young master, I might not lose everything after all." The cloaked figure, now alone, muttered to himself, "Keep falling, Captain. Soon, you'll be just like me." A chilling smile spread across his face before he vanished in the blink of an eye. Young Jagic sat reading the tenets of the people's flame of enlightenment, embodying the role of a revered and virtuous deity. This was the origin of the Miang sect, but the enlightening flame, he mused, would soon consume all, turning even gods into demons. Thus, any faith that failed to enlighten would inevitably become a demonic cult. Afterward, Young Jagic and Yultak toured the village. The villagers, upon seeing him, fearfully prostrated themselves. Seeing him wander aimlessly in the sweltering heat, Yultak complained, "Young master, are we just going to keep walking in circles? It's scorching today. We should find the Black Tower and leave this place." "Haven't you noticed?" Young Jega Asket, Yultak bewildered, replied, "Noticed what? Have you found something strange?" Really? Young Jeg got breast set. Yoltak, even more confused, asked, what is it? The strange thing is, Young Jagic stated, there are fewer people here than houses. Yoltak looked at the surrounding houses. I suppose in this dilapidated village, the villagers have gradually died off. Young Jagic questioned suspiciously, then why are most of them young? Yoltak responded, perplexed, is that a problem? Perhaps that's the average age in this village. And what about the weather today? Young Jega continued. Yoltak looked up at the sky. Clear and sunny, very hot. He couldn't understand the purpose of Young Jagic's questions. Are you going to talk about the weather now? He grumbled. Why? Are you going to brag to them about the weather? However, seeing Young Jagic's darkening expression, Yoltak quickly added, it is indeed very hot today, young master. Young Jagic's anger seemed to subside. Yes, he agreed, it is very hot today. Yoltak breathed a sigh of relief. The problem lies there, Young Jagic said to him. Yoltak, still lost, asked in astonishment what. As they walked, a woman saw Young Jagic and, startled, quickly knelt before him. Greetings, young master. Young Jagic stepped before her. Why are you wearing winter clothes in such hot weather? The woman asked, bewildered, I don't understand. Young Jagic suddenly crouched down, startling the woman. She trembled, her head bowed, not daring to look at him. Young Jagic took her hand. Don't you understand? You have cookie crumbs in your hair. Aren't you hot? The woman turned her face away, fearfully asking, why are you doing this? Seeing her evade the question, Young Jagic declared, I'll see for myself. He then pushed the woman to the ground. She cried out in fear. Young Jagic pulled up the woman's skirt. Witnessing this, Yoltak clutched his head in horror. Young master, he exclaimed, what are you doing? In broad daylight, in the middle of the street, have you lost all control of your desires? Young Jagic ignored him, and, having lifted the woman's skirt, was startled to discover numerous red welts on her thighs. Suddenly, a flurry of poppy petals swirled around them. Young Jagic caught one. At that moment, understanding dawned on him. He thought to himself, there's no doubt about it. These are poppies. They look beautiful on the surface, but what about that woman's legs? Young Jagic stood up, glanced at the poppy field beside them, and then said to Yoltak, let's go back. On the other side, village chief Jangshun, after finishing his conversation with the mysterious person, returned to the village. He cursed as he walked, making that much money next month. He says it so easily, that damned bastard. Should I be serving the young master instead? He crossed the bridge over the river, looked around to make sure no one was there, and jumped into the river. He swam to a cave at the bottom of the river, a cave that led to another place. After reaching the shore, he cursed, I should have moved somewhere else. Now I'm soaked to the bone. A man with a scar on his face was standing guard outside. Seeing Jang Shun, he said in surprise, oh, you're here. Jang Shun said to the scarred man, a bit cautious today, aren't we? Go about your business. The scar man chuckled. He said I could knock off early, so? The two men went inside together. Inside was a gambling den filled with people playing games. The scarred man said as they walked, still, we should keep the gambling den running. Jang Shun grumbled, you talk too much. Jang Shun surveyed the patrons as he walked. Suddenly, an argument erupted at one of the tables. One of the men shouted at the other, you switched cards just now, didn't you? You think I'm stupid. The other man replied, do you have any proof? The first man roared, proof. I have plenty of proof. He stood up and declared, you just dealt me a 10. You're sure you just dealt me a 4. Then what's this? This card isn't an 8. I'm betting all my money and my arm. What are you betting? The other man, holding his cards, trembled. Suddenly, Jang Shun stepped forward and chopped off the man's hand. The man screamed in agony. Jang Shun said coldly, 10 or 8, it all gets chopped off. Do you want to die? Then, Jang Shun said to his subordinates, clean this mess up. Finished with that, Jang Shun went to a room and said to the two guards at the door, go back to your posts. The scarred man said in astonishment, what? We can do this while the young master is still here. What if he finds the village empty? Jang Shun said coldly, shut up. Why do you think he's still here? What that bastard is looking for is already quite clear. With that, Jang Shun entered the room. It was in complete disarray. He said to the scarred man, tomorrow, he'll be like a dog. So gather everyone here. We have to work them day and night to meet the demand. The scarred man replied, understood. He was about to leave when Jang Shun said, oh, and where is that dead dog old Tasik? Scarface replied, he's definitely with his daughter. He sticks to her like glue outside of work. Hearing this, Jang Shun said, is that so? Good. Bring them both here. We'll take his daughter to the young master's room. Make sure she's bathed and presentable. Scarface asked, incredulous, what? You've always protected her purity. You want to let that madman have her now? Jang Shun replied, it's a shame, yes. but we have to offer small bait to catch big fish. Understanding dawned on Scarface. I see, he said. That lecher will go crazy for a woman like her. Meanwhile, in old Tasik's house, an old man sat, a picture of misery and decay. He was once the captain of the Gwangmyeong squad of the Heavenly Demon sect, but now, ravaged by his addiction to demonic drugs, he was a pitiful sight. His daughter, the strikingly beautiful Ulhar-young, spooned rice into his mouth. Father, eat a little more. Tasik spoke with difficulty. You eat too. Ulhar-young replied, I'm full. You should eat more. Father, I heard the people from the Bright Palace came today. Everyone is worried. Hearing this, Tasik asked the Bright Palace, why? Ulhar-young answered, yes, father. Haven't you heard? It's where the young master resides. At the words young master, a flicker of madness ignited in Tasik's eyes. He trembled. Young master, the Bright Palace. Then, a strange, unsettling laugh escaped his lips. Ulhar-young was unfazed by her father's outburst. A bitter smile touched her lips. He's remembering again, she thought, just like he has for as long as I can remember. She recalled someone telling her that her father suffered from an old illness. Then, that same person had given her a strange medicine, saying, give him this. But now, witnessing her father's unsettling behavior, she realized this was no mere illness. We have to leave here, she thought. They're all focused on the young master now. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. It was the village chief's men come to summon her and her father. Fear gripping her heart, Ulhar-young forced a smile as she opened the door. What can I do for you? Scarface spoke. The village chief has summoned you. Surprise flickered across Ulhar-young's face. Now, but isn't he with the young master? Scarface, his patience wearing thin, snapped, don't ask questions. Just get ready. Bring your father too. Ulhar-young's eyes widened. My father too. Scarface roared, you talk too much. Do you want me to drag him out myself? Terror seized Ulhar-young. No, I'll be right there. Please, wait a moment. Scarface instructed her to make herself presentable, even suggesting she bathe and wear nice clothes. A knot of unease tightened in Ulhar-young's stomach. This wasn't how things were usually done. She hurried back inside. Father, she said, her voice strained, the village chief has summoned us. I think we should go. Tasik simply nodded. All right. Taking her father's hand, Ulhar-young's mind raced. What's going on? She wondered. What's happening? Together, they walked with the men towards the village chief's house. As they walked, Ulhar-young cast nervous glances around her. When they reached the basement, Ulhar-young's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene within. She took in the seating, the people inside, and her face paled. A gambling den, she thought, a chill settling in her stomach. She glanced back at her father, surprised by his unusual silence. He hates going out, she thought, bewildered. Why is he so quiet? Wait, could this be where he works? The man behind her prodded her forward. What are you waiting for? Keep moving. Fear clenching at her throat, Ulhar-young continued deeper into the basement. They were led to a closed room. The scar man spoke. Go in. Alone. Ulhar-young's voice was small. Just me. The village chief said we should give your father another dose. The scarred man replied flatly. Ulhar-young turned to her father, clutching him tightly. It's okay, she said, trying to sound braver than she felt. He just had some medicine. I think he's had enough. We'll go in together. The scar man's voice rose, a dangerous edge to it. I won't warn you again. The menace in his eyes sent a shiver down Ulhar-young's spine. She knew the consequences of disobedience. Reluctantly, she released her father's hand. Her father's hand shot out, gripping hers with trembling fingers. Don't go, he pleaded, his voice weak. Another man yanked her father back, snarling, what's wrong with this old man? We'll give him another dose. Come on. Tasik resisted with surprising strength. The men produced a small pouch of a strange powder. What's the matter? One of them taunted. Do you like this stuff? We'll give you some. Tasik's eyes fixed on the pouch, a strange fascination in them. Then he looked at his daughter, a flicker of pleading in his gaze. Growing impatient, the men poured the white powder from the pouch onto Tasik's hand. Look, Tasik, look, they urged. As Tasik stared at the powder, his eyes glazed over. He let go of his daughter's hand. Ulhar-young watched in horror. One of the men led Tasik away. See, he said to Ulhar-young, wouldn't it have been easier to just obey? Ulhar-young stood frozen, watching her father's retreating figure. The scarred man addressed her. What are you waiting for? The village chief is waiting. Tears streamed down Ulharyung's face. The pain of her father's apparent abandonment was sharp, but she understood. It was the drug, stealing his mind. "Father, please wait for me," she vowed silently. "I'll come back for you." Steeling herself, she entered the room and faced village chief Jang Chun. He looked at her and said, "Welcome. Make yourself comfortable." Ulharyung lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. "I'm Yufine." Jang Chun chuckled. "Your father was just as stubborn at first. Like father, like daughter." His smile turned predatory as he stepped towards her. Terror seized Ulharyung. She averted her gaze. "Why did you call me here?" Jang Chun reached out, his hand stroking her cheek. "Are you afraid?" He purred. "Why be afraid? We see each other often enough. Soon, your body will be just as dirty." His gaze made her skin crawl. Trembling, she whispered, "Village chief." Jang Chun seemed to relish her fear. "Are my hands too dirty for you?" He mocked. "Such a pity. I was looking forward to playing with your full figure." Hearing this, Ulharyung immediately pushed him away, asking, "What are you saying? What are you doing?" Jang Chun, not only unfazed, retorted, "Humph, have you forgotten how I've cared for you all these years? You live because of me, and now I'm giving you a chance to repay me." His words only intensified Ulharyung's disgust. Fearfully, she pleaded, "Get away from me." Seeing this, Jang Chun snarled, "Ungrateful wretch. You let your father rot, even though you know, wouldn't you?" Ulharyung, her guilt evident, could only turn away. Jang Chun continued, "Am I wrong? You want to leave this place, to be by your father's side, don't you? I'll give you a chance." Ulharyung asked, "Really?" Jang Chun replied, "Of course. I don't care about your affairs. You can leave any time. But tonight, you must go to the young master's room." His words sent a chill of terror down Ulharyung's spine. The young master. The image of the young master, surrounded by two girls, flashed through Ulharyung's mind. She had heard whispers. The young master was a lecher, a libertine, prone to reckless and unrestrained behavior. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Hesitantly, she asked, "What if I don't go?" Jang Chun folded his arms, a cruel laugh escaping his lips. "Then things will get very serious. Your father owes me 1,000 silver taels. Perhaps I should sell you to a brothel." "Une gasped? Impossible." Jang Chun pointed at her. "Then where do you think the money for your medicine all these years came from? You think I gave your father medicine for free?" Tears welled in Ulharyung's eyes. She choked out, but before she could finish, Jang Chun stepped closer, his hand reaching out to caress her cheek. Ulharyung flinched, recoiling from his touch. He threatened, "You or your father, neither of you can escape this situation. Your future life, you don't even need to see it to know what it will be like. Who knows, the young master might take a liking to you, even marry you." Humiliation washed over Ulharyung. She clenched her fists, tears streaming down her face, unable to refute his words. Seeing this, Jang Chun continued his intimidation. "Why are you crying? What if your eyes swell up? Do you want to see your father with his hands and feet chopped off? That look in his eyes would be terrifying. Or should I have them chopped off right now?" With that, the old man bellowed someone. Terror seized Ulharyung. She quickly agreed, "I agree. I'll do it. Please don't hurt him." Having achieved his goal, Jang Chun smiled at her, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. "That's more like it. It's getting late. Go and prepare yourself. And don't say anything foolish. I'm sure you know what kind of person the young master is. He hates troublesome people the most. If you want to live, remember that." Ulharyung walked away, weeping, her heart heavy with shame. Jang Chun's smile twisted into something sinister. "If you do well, who knows, the young master might take a liking to you. Tomorrow, you can pack your things and leave. If I can sell her off every day, or a little money." The thought excited him, and he couldn't help but let out a booming laugh. Young Jaggok was led to his quarters by a maid carrying a lantern. Once inside, the maid bowed and said, "Please rest, sir." Young Jaggok grunted in acknowledgement, and the maid closed the door behind her as she left. Young Jaggok looked at the luxurious room before him, somewhat astonished. Such a poor village, yet such extravagant living here. Clearly an impoverished, backward village with nothing of value. What they're secretly trading must be soul-bewitching incense. According to the teachings of Lord Me, anywhere that manufactures drugs, aside from the Palace of Solitary Embrace, will be severely punished. If the villagers are forced to manufacture drugs due to addiction, if my guess is correct, then neither Utak Zich nor the village chief can be forgiven. Yet, even though I've searched the entire village today, I haven't found any evidence. If the whole village is addicted, there must be a large-scale drug manufacturing workshop, but I haven't found even a trace, let alone such a large operation. Young Jagic sat on the bed, lost in thought for a long time. Suddenly, a knock came from the door. It was Har-Young. She timidly asked, "May I come in?" Young Jagic replied, "Come in." Har-Young entered. She possessed a very pure beauty, and Young Jagic was momentarily stunned by her appearance. He asked, "Who are you?" Har-Young replied, "I'm Har-Young." Young Jagic asked, puzzled, "Who is Har-Young?" Looking at Har-Young's beautiful appearance, Young Jagic thought to himself, the demonic sect truly has many beautiful women. The maidservants in the Palace of Maidens are also very beautiful, young, and look like my younger sister. Har-Young said to Young Jagic, "Please embrace me." Hearing this, Young Jagic frowned. He was stunned, unsure what this girl meant. Har-Young repeated, "Please embrace me." Young Jagic, still recovering, said what? He raised a hand to his forehead, thinking, the village chief must have sent her. What should I do? I have a reputation as a lecherous fiend. If I don't do anything, she'll surely be gossiped about, but I can't go against my principles. As Young Jagic wrestled with this dilemma, he saw Har-Young begin to undress. He panicked, channeled his inner energy, extinguished the candle, and quickly pushed Har-Young onto the bed. With the light gone, the room plunged into darkness. Har-Young, startled by the sudden push, cried out, What's wrong?" Young Jagic quickly covered her mouth with his finger and whispered, "Should be quiet." He pointed towards the door, indicating that someone was outside. But when he turned back, he saw her face, filled with fear and on the verge of tears. Young Jagic thought angrily, "She clearly asked me to embrace her, and now she's looking at me like that. I'm not that kind of person." He asked, "Are you afraid?" Har-Young, her clothes disheveled, her eyes red-rimmed and brimming with tears, hastily knelt down and said fearfully, No, I'm not." Young Jagic didn't believe her. "But you look terrified." Har-Young trembled, tears streaming down her face. "Truly, I'm not afraid." Hearing this, Young Jagic was at a loss. He sighed, sat down on the bed, and asked in a low voice, "Do you know who I am? Why did you seek me out?" Har-Young replied, "You are the young master, aren't you?" He continued, "Do you know what people call me? Do you know I'm called Little Demon of Lust? Knowing that, and still coming here, you must be prepared, right? So let's begin." Har-Young, confused, stammered, What begin?" Young Jagic teased, "Why ask what I'm doing here? You should be doing what you're supposed to be doing. Go on." Har-Young blushed, stammering, but I, Young Jagic pressed, "What does a man and woman's love affair have to do with you and me? Or were you forced to come here?" Har-Young flustered, denied it quickly. No, that's not it." Young Jagic said nothing, and abruptly stood, walking towards her. She cried out in fear, "What are you doing?" A dangerous edge entered Young Jagic's voice. "Why are you so afraid? If you don't want to do it, then I will." At his words, Har-Young stammered, no, this. Please give me a little more time." Seeing her continued hesitation, Young Jagic grew impatient. "You told me to embrace you, and now you ask for time. Are you playing with me?" Har-Young, a mixture of surprise and fear in her voice, replied, "No, it's just. This is my first time. So." Young Jagic sighed and ordered leave. Har-Young looked at him, stunned. He spoke again, his impatience clear. "I said leave. You're not to my taste." At this, Har-Young quickly grabbed his hand. He looked at her, a sneer playing on his lips. "What's this?" Hoping for an embrace and then a life of comfort, Har-Young spoke with unexpected firmness. "Absolutely not." He raised an eyebrow. "Then what?" She explained, "There's something I want to ask you. Why didn't the young master choose someone else? Why me? Is this really something that can be settled with a simple embrace?" Young Jagic repeated his earlier words. "I told you, you're not to my taste." Har-Young spoke boldly. "Then one embrace is enough, isn't it?" With that, she summoned all her courage and threw herself at him, her arms wrapping tightly around him. Young Jagic was taken aback by her sudden action. He struggled against her hold. "What are you doing?" Har-Young clung to him, her voice determined. "I'm doing what the young master asked." He tried to pull away, telling her to release him, but she held on tight. "I can serve you. Can I do it here?" He continued to struggle, pushing against her. "What do you mean here? Explain yourself, or don't come near me." Left with no other choice, Young Jagic grabbed Har-Young's hands and pushed her, sending her tumbling onto the bed. Their eyes met, the distance between them suddenly intimate. Har-Young blushed, turning her face away as she continued, her voice trembling now. "You can do whatever you want." Young Jagic thought in exasperation, "Why am I being made out to be the villain? You threatened her, saying you'd kill anyone who angered you. man or woman. Aren't you afraid she'll tell him? Ulkarunk replied, I am terrified to death, but I want the young master to embrace me. He must embrace me. Not knowing what else to do with this woman, young Jagat closed his eyes and gave in to her request, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Fine, have it your way. With that, he pressed a pressure point on her ribcage. Har-Young cried out in pain and then fell unconscious. Young Jagat thought to himself, the demonic cult is certainly troublesome. A long time passed before Har-Young stirred. She woke with a cry, bolting upright in bed and looking around wildly. Young Jagat spoke calmly. Awake, are you? I doubt you realized I struck your pressure point. Don't worry, I didn't do anything to you. He added with a teasing lilt. You seem quite pleased. Did you enjoy it? Har-Young hung her head dejectedly. You're so cruel. Young Jagat took suspiciously, heartless. What could have driven her to such a desperate act? He spoke coldly. Do you expect me to be gentle with you? Har-Young, tears welling in her eyes, replied, It's done. I've offered this lowly body to you. With that, she burst into sobs. A flicker of pity crossed young Jagat's face. Even if nothing happened, he mused, she doesn't know that. She must be in agony. After a while, Har-Young looked up and thanked him. Thank you, young master. Young Jagat was perplexed. Thanking the man who just violated you. You're a strange woman. Har-Young pleaded. I did it willingly. Please, say my father. Young Jagat's eyebrows shot up. Your father. She nodded, her eyes beseeching. Yes, please. Understanding dawned on young Jagat. He now knew why Har-Young had been so insistent. Quite the schemer, he thought. He probed. Haven't you heard of my reputation? Why should I do your bidding? What's a body worth, anyway? Har-Young's face paled at his words. It's all I have, she cried desperately. What else could I do? Please, discuss twisted young Jagat's features. Coming here with such a calculated plan, you're no innocent yourself. Har-Young sank to the floor, overcome with grief, her sobs racking her body. Young Jagat watched her, a thought forming in his mind. You know, he mused, your actions and judgment are surprisingly shrewd. He spoke slowly. I suppose I have some time to kill. Tell me your story. But if it doesn't amuse me, you'll lose your head. Speak. Yes, Har-Young whispered. Young Jagat's patience snapped. Are you deaf or mute? Do you want me to silence that useless tongue myself? Terror seized Har-Young. She rushed to tell her tale. My father is gravely ill. Without me, he won't survive. Young Jagat, lounging in a chair, prompted, and, summoning her courage, Har-Young continued. I'm just a lowly person, unworthy of your attention, young master, but I desperately want both my father and myself to live. Young Jagat's voice was flat. I understand. Har-Young pressed on. My body may not be beautiful or noble, but I beg you for mercy. Your father's name? Young Jagat asked. Ultasik, young master, she replied. Young Jagat's eyes widened. The name he had been searching for. Ultasik. After a long while, Har-Young finished her story. Covering her face, she sobbed, I did all of this for him. Young Jagat simply grunted, realizing she was even more cunning than he'd initially thought. I understand, he said to her. Don't worry. Go and rest. He struck a pressure point, rendering her unconscious. Gently, he laid her on the bed. His gaze fell upon the pouch of medicine on the table, the one she had pointed out earlier. This is the medicine they give my father, she had said. Young Jagat snatched the pouch. He opened the door, glancing around. Seeing no one, he made his way to Yultak's room, rousing him from sleep. Yultak, wake up. Yultak, startled awake, blinked at young Jagat. Young master. He lit a candle. What brings you here so late? Shouldn't you be asleep? Young Jagat placed the medicine pouch on the table. Do you know what this is? Look at this. He poured the white powder from the pouch onto the table. Yultak looked at the white powder and replied, I know what this is. Curiosity piqued. He asked, where did you get this? Judging by its color, it seems to be extremely rare. Young Jagat furrowed his brow and asked, bewitching smoke. Yultak nodded in confirmation. Indeed, young master, you are truly knowledgeable. You used to be quite fond of this, resulting in severe punishment and confinement. Where else could one find this besides the Poison Embrace Palace? Hearing this, young Jagat's face stiffened. He cursed inwardly, Yultak, that bastard. Yultak spoke with a chuckle, reminiscing, you were only 12 years old at the time, weren't you? After consuming the bewitching smoke, you burned down the entire Poison Embrace Palace. The palace master barely managed to escape, wearing only a single layer of clothing. Young Jagat thought with exasperation, this brat knows far too much about me. Young Jagat then said to Yultak, go and do it. Yultak, confused, asked, do it. Do what? Young Jagat pointed at the white powder. That. Yoltak followed his gaze and hastily refused. How could I do such a thing? I can do anything except for 3 things. The first is gambling, the second is drinking to excess, and the third is using drugs. So please don't ask me to do this. Young Jagic said with a look of disdain, are you some kind of righteous gentleman? If you don't do those things, what can you do? Hurry up and do it. Yoltak turned his head away, sticking out his tongue in disapproval. I don't want to. I don't want to go mad. Seeing this, Young Jagic sighed. Fine, then I'll do it myself. With that, he decisively used his internal energy to propel the bewitching smoke towards Yoltak. Yoltak inhaled the powder and began to feel short of breath. His eyes reddened and blue veins bulged on his face. He then began to act deliriously, as if lost in a world of pleasure. He laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, young master. Then he began to weep. Young master, poor young master. Young Jagic, witnessing this, was utterly astonished. He thought to himself, I am Young Jagic. I don't feel heartache out of affection. He was incredibly surprised. It works that fast. It truly is a dangerous substance. As Yoltak continued to laugh madly, Young Jagic swiftly sealed his acupuncture points and shouted, Yoltak, stop. I apologize. He then used his internal energy, sending streams of purple light into Yoltak's back, rendering him unconscious. Looking at Yoltak lying unconscious on the ground, Young Jagic thought to himself that he had used his internal energy to neutralize the poison, so he wouldn't become addicted. Suddenly, Young Jagic's gaze turned fierce. He thought darkly, I have stepped onto the path he warned me against. He pulled the mask Jagal Tong had given him earlier from his chest, as if preparing to do something. A cave appeared amidst the mountainous forest. Elder Ol Tasik lay on the ground, wailing, Ol Har Young. 2 of Jiang Shun's subordinates began to grumble. Is this old man crazy? He's not worried about his daughter, but about his own old life. She's in the young master's hands now, isn't she? Ol Tasik grabbed the clothes of one of the men in green. No. The man in green frowned angrily, his face filled with contempt. Filthy old man. His grip didn't loosen. He continued to clutch the man's leg, even as the elder kicked at him. My daughter. Bring her back. The man punched Ol Tasik, sending him sprawling back, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth and staining his clothes. This vile old man, he sneered, so much medicine and still kicking. He's nothing but a casino waiter. Ol Tasik coughed up more blood, slumping to the ground. The man in green continued his brutal assault, his voice thick with rage. Stupid old fool. Why does the village head even bother saving him? He's useless. The man in brown, arms crossed, replied, his daughter. She's been sold to the young master. The debt will be paid soon enough. The man in green spat, his face contorted in disgust. I never liked this old geezer. Nothing but a washed-up nobody, always acting so high and mighty with the master. The man in brown nodded. Heard he was something back in the day, though. The man in green scoffed. What could he have been? A street vendor in Sandy. A fool at the holy fire shrine, clinging to the divine maiden skirts. As he spoke, oblivious to the crimson glow intensifying in Ol Tasik's eyes, he continued, should just finish him off. The man in brown glanced back. Want to get chewed out by the village head. The man in green, still not facing Ol Tasik, muttered, damn it, just in it already. Look at his eyes. They're turning red again. Suddenly, the image of a roaring tiger flashed into existence as Ol Tasik surged to his feet. My daughter, he roared. Give her back. The 2 men erupted in fury. The man in green grabbed Ol Tasik by the hair. You old fool, you're dead. He slammed Ol Tasik's head against the floor. Ol Tasik crumpled, but the man in green continued his tirade. Damn you, still looking at me like that. I'll gouge your eyes out. He raised his foot, poised to deliver a savage kick. The 2 men strode out of the room. Leaving him like that, he'll die, the man in brown said. What can we do? The man in green retorted. He's not the first to die here. He hit his head on the floor. Get it? They walked past the other cells. The man in brown's voice dripping with contempt. Trash. Worthless. The man in green waved a dismissive hand. Their children are useful, though. Desperate to save their parents, working day and night concocting medicines. The man in brown chuckled, looking at the elderly men and women in the cells. Ha ha ha, they're so stupid. They have no idea their parents are taking the very medicines they make. They think some benefactor has taken them in, that they're being treated by a physician. The man in brown walked ahead, stretching, unaware that his companion had collapsed behind him. He continued, once the young master and the village head finalized their agreement, all this pathetic misery will. A thud made him turn. He saw his comrades sprawled on the ground, a cold sweat breaking out on his own skin. Before he could react, a figure lunged from the shadows, a fist connecting with his jaw, sending him crashing to the floor. Young Jagic, clad in armor and a mask, his body wreathed in dark smoke, spoke. So, this is where you are. His voice was a low growl, laced with fury. A hidden casino at the foot of the mountain wasn't enough. You had to kidnap the elderly and force them to take your drugs. He sat down, patted down a man in green, and muttered, there has to be another place, the place where they concoct that bewitching incense he mentioned. He retrieved a ring of keys from the unconscious man. It's not the time to save them yet. I can't handle them all alone. Leave? No, that might make things worse. A voice suddenly called out, Har Young, I'll be back. Young Jagic saw the outstretched arm of an old man, his voice raspy as he repeated, Har Young. He approached the cell where the old man was imprisoned. Were you calling me? The image of the man flashed in his mind. Though he only has a few superficial wounds, I'm certain I'm not mistaken. It's Ultasik, the former Myung sect leader I met at the library. He burst through the cell door and helped Ultasik up. Are you all right? He took the old man's pulse, his brow furrowing. This is serious. His pulse is chaotic, the poison potent, the bewitching incense. His wounds are severe too, especially the head trauma. There's blood pooling at the shunting and chinning acupoints. At this rate, his face hardened. He won't last. Tasik, his face bloodied, opened his eyes and spoke to Young Jagic. I have a favor to ask of you. The words jolted Young Jagic. The last flare before the flame dies out, he thought frantically, he's fading. This is it. Panic seized him. Tasik, stay with me. Tasik struggled to speak. Do this one thing for me. Don't let anyone know I'm dead. Young Jagic let out a choked sob, tears welling in his eyes. Stubborn old man, not asking for rescue, not asking for vengeance, just wanted me to hide his death from Hari. Am I supposed to just watch him die? He held Tasik as the old man's eyes fluttered closed, his breathing ceasing. Suddenly, Young Jaga noticed something. The chaotic energy within Tasik, it wasn't completely extinguished. Could he? His eyes widened with a sudden resolve. I can save him. The chances are slim, but there's a way. He focused his internal energy. I need to circulate a full cycle of my inner strength through him, then clear the blocked meridians. Redirecting the blood flow shouldn't be too difficult. He visualized the transfer of energy, a faint red aura flickering around Tasik. But even channeling a small amount of my power into him could. No hesitation. He quickly removed Tasik's clothing. There's no time to lose. Young Jagic pressed his palms together, a white light emanating from them, and placed them against Tasik's back. He gritted his teeth, pushing his energy outward. All demonic cult arts are derived from the heavenly demonic divine art. If this man doesn't understand righteous martial arts, he unleashed his full power, channeling it into Tasik, his eyes blazing with intensity. As he channeled his internal energy, he thought, is he absorbing it? His Dantian isn't destroyed, just depleted. It's strangely vast, a gaping emptiness. Orbs of light appeared on Tasik, tracing lines from head to toe. Is there truly such a prodigy in this world? He's relentlessly draining my energy. This is a contest between the vastness of his Dantian and the depth of my internal power. What if mine isn't enough to fill it? His eyes hardened. I can't face death again. But it's too late now. The arrow is knocked and drawn. I can only give Tasik everything I have. 2 Gapja, 3 Gapja. Tasik began to stir, his body unfurling. Young Jagic, sweat dripping from his brow, gritted his teeth. He's still absorbing it. This is the last of it. For Gapja. Tasik's muscles rippled, and he rose to his feet, bathed in a crimson glow. Behind him, Young Jagic. His life-saving task complete, gasped for breath. He raised a trembling hand, watching his internal energy dwindle, and thought, if his Dantian had been even slightly larger, I would be dead. Yellow bone, broken body. Tasik stood majestic amidst the flaring power, eyes blazing. Young Jagic asked, awestruck transcendence. Young Jagic quickly raised a hand. Rest now. The vista outside the cave came into view as Tasik and Young Jagic sat facing each other, and the older man began to speak. My own condition matters little. Young Jagic watched, listened, and pondered the old man's words. He recalled his younger days, laughing and joking with those around him. I was born with a leader spirit. I always looked out for those around me. Despite my humble beginnings, people acknowledged me, followed me. After I became sect leader, everyone from the 7 flying palaces to the Council of Elders offered me matches for marriage. But I chose my childhood sweetheart. For a time, I was known as one of the 5 greats of the Myung sect, a pillar of the righteous path. But I chose a quiet life, immersed in the joys of each day. For me, that was a time of boundless happiness. But I decided to enter secluded cultivation to reach transcendence. And everything fell apart. My gentle wife asked, "Must you truly go?" I took her by the shoulders. "Forgive me, my love. The Myung sect leader must reach transcendence." And so, with a heavy heart, I packed my belongings and left. For the sake of my wife and child, I entrusted them to the care of a close relative and set off for secluded cultivation. But one day, the one I'd entrusted them to returned, finding our home in ruins. He frantically called out for my wife, only to discover that in my absence, bandits had taken them. He received the news and immediately ended his seclusion. He mobilized the entire Myung sect to search for the bandits' hideout. His face twisted, 2 swords of chi dissipating as they fell. He saw his wife murdered, his daughter weeping. Tasik roared, consumed by rage. "Who did this? It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so consumed by cultivating my martial arts, if I had chosen a mountainside instead of a room." Young Jagic inquired, "How did you break free?" Tasik replied, "I couldn't bear the power. I wanted to die, but I couldn't abandon my daughter. In the end, I forsook my martial arts, using the soul-confusing powder to escape the torment. Without practicing, my internal energy faded. I sealed my own meridians, wandering aimlessly. So you hate me," Yang Jagic stated, "for saving you." Tasik's fists clenched. I'm not fully lucid, but I remember. Thank you for saving my life. I will never forget it, my lord. There's something I must ask. Ask away. Are you from the Shaolin Temple? The question hung in the air. A cold sweat slicked Yang Jagic's skin. He raised a hand, touching his mask, the image of an old man flashing through his mind, a thumb held high. "Elder," the memory echoed. "Did you give me a fake?" Young Jagic thought, "I'm wearing the Holy Fire mask." How could he know? "You needn't answer if you don't wish to," Old Tasik continued, "but your internal energy, it was bestowed by the Myung Lord. The eternal flame, the inner power of the Holy Fire divine arts. Only the Myung Lord possesses that. And you can also use the Blood Sky as your arts. I mastered the Heavenly Demon divine arts. Only someone from the Shaolin Temple or the Myung clan could learn such skills." Old Tasik dropped to one knee, hands clasped. "Thank you, my lord, for saving me. I wish to follow you. I would die for you. Please accept me." Young Jagic was taken aback. "What?" Old Tasik, still kneeling, pleaded, "Death holds no fear for me now, but I worry for my daughter." Young Jagic waved a dismissive hand. "If you're speaking of Yuha Hyong, do not worry. She is safe. She is unharmed. Truly." Old Tasik's voice was thick with relief. Young Jagic, flushing, turned away, muttering to himself, lying so brazenly before Transcendence Realm expert. Isn't that a grave offense? I feel guilty. I sealed her acupuncture points. I tricked her. Old Tasik beamed. To see you grown into such a capable person, I could ask for nothing more. You saved my life. Command me. I will be your ox, your horse, anything to repay you. Young Jagic looked at Old Tasik, a thought crossing his mind. He's a truly righteous man. Old Tasik rose, reaching out to steady Young Jagic. "I believe we can trust each other." Young Jaga smiled. "Tomorrow, the young lord will come here with the village chief. Do as you see fit then." Old Tasik's face became serious. "As you command, my lord." Young Jagic turned to leave, then paused. "Oh, and one more thing, if you can. Spare the young lord's life." Old Tasik clasped his hands. "As you command, my lord." Young Jagic departed, murmuring to himself, "Everything is in place. Now, to prepare for tomorrow." Village Chief Jangshun slowly approached the opulent house where Young Jagic rested. "Young lord," the old man said softly, "it is I, the village chief." Young Jagic's voice was cool. "Enter." Jangshun entered the room and knelt before Young Jagic. "Haha, did you sleep well last night?" To avoid suspicion, Young Jagic feigned enthusiasm. "Yes, I quite enjoyed the gift you gave me yesterday." A jovial smile spread across the old man's face. Haha, as expected of the young sect master. I hold that woman in high regard. Young Jagic replied casually, is that so? Jang Chun pressed on, you seemed so pleased last night. I trust she was to your liking. Young Jagic countered with a question, what do you mean? The old man's face darkened. What else is there to say? Didn't the two of you, last night? Hearing this, young Jagic burst into laughter. Seeing this, the old man also covered his mouth, chuckling furtively. Hoping to glean more information, young Jagic continued the charade. I was feeling rather bored, and you provided me with such entertainment. A truly potent remedy. Where did you find such a precious thing? Zhang Chun replied respectfully. Did you see the flowers blooming on the way here? They're a famous flower in Billalai, called the Enchantress Bloom. The most beautiful flower, a pale red, both fresh and alluring. The old man continued, explaining to young Jagic, after the flower seeds, ferment them for 10 days. If you cut the seed, a liquid will flow out. Be sure to boil it. A sense of anticipation coiled in young Jagic's gut. He pressed, and what happens after it's boiled? Tell me quickly. Zhang Chun didn't hesitate. It creates something far superior to what you've seen on the streets. It's called the devil's drug. Young Jagic feigned ignorance. Opium. Elder Zhang Chun confirmed. Indeed, that's the name. Young Jagic thought to himself. The name itself sounds ominous. Could be a drug for devils. Zhang Chun bowed respectfully to young Jagic. Young sect master, however much you desire, I will offer it to you. Young Jagic rested his chin on his hand. Oh, I'm only just realizing what hidden talents Billalai possesses. Truly remarkable. Flustered by the praise, the old man gave a bashful chuckle. Your esteem moves me to tears. But young Jagic continued his probing. Is there a problem? The old man's face turned grim. Well, doctrine is doctrine after all. This drug is difficult to smuggle out, haven't you noticed? So many people live in poverty, struggling immensely. Elder Zhang Chun puffed up with self-importance. As village elder, for the sake of these believers, I created this enterprise. Let's continue to prosper together. Young Jagic clenched his fist in anger, his mouth agape. To think you possess such profound thoughts. But inwardly, young Jagic seethed at the old man's actions. So, to ensure their continued prosperity, he forces them to use soul bewitching powder, and then forces them to produce it as well. Zhang Chun affected a weary sigh. Therefore, for the well-being of all the people of Billalai, we must transport this product out. Such a pity. Young Jagic immediately offered, how should we handle this? What do you think of this? The elder asked anxiously, what do you propose? Young Jagic tempted him. Let me see where you concoct your medicine, and then I'll figure out a way to help you smuggle it out. A look of excitement spread across Zhang Chun's face. Is that really possible? Young Jagic pointed to himself, asserting, I am the young sect master. Although I'm not powerful enough yet, this is easier than eating cake. The old man replied excitedly, the young sect master will become a lesser heavenly emperor in the future. Young Jagic's eyes widened. It seems a waste to leave you here, he said enthusiastically. Take this opportunity to come with me to Myung Palace. The old man beamed at him. Oh, yes, I will forever remember your kindness. Young Jagic stood up and addressed the old man. This is beneficial for both of us. Lead the way. The old man responded respectfully, as you command. A knowing look played across young Jagic's face. His initial objective had been achieved. The old man led him to the medicine production site. They stopped on a small bridge. Zhang Chun scratched his head sheepishly. The path leading inside is a bit inconvenient, he said with a nervous chuckle. Please forgive me. Young Jagic promptly replied, it's fine. Hurry up and go inside. To young Jagic's surprise, Zhang Chun abruptly jumped into the water below the small bridge. Young Jagic's face darkened. In broad daylight, to come to a place like this, it's getting stranger and stranger, he thought. They dare to brazenly and secretly produce medicine here. Without hesitation, young Jagic plunged into the water, following Zhang Chun towards the medicine production site. They emerged from the water. Before young Jagic lay a large cellar, with two imposing men standing guard at the entrance. Seeing this, young Jagic inwardly rejoiced. Excellent. Zhang Chun explained to young Jagic, my apologies, young sect master. I must maintain a certain disguise for safety's sake. The old man quickly turned to the guards. What are you standing around for? The young sect master's clothes are all wet. Young Jagic raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eye. Very well, he said teasingly. I'm rather curious to see your skills. Producing medicine in a place like this can't be easy. The old man scratched his head, chuckling nervously. I'm quite resourceful, so whatever you require of me, I can do. A guard immediately offered young Jagic a set of common clothes. Young Jagat nodet impresset. Well prepared, I see. Zhang Chun gestured. This way, please, young sectmaster. As a precaution, it's best if you cover your eyes. The old man led young Jagic into a large space where a crowd of Unruly villagers were gathered, engrossed in a card game. Zhang Chun guided young Jagic through the throng, explaining, those who come by Unruly are not ordinary folk. They are criminals evading capture, squandering their funeral money. Just then, two men erupted into an argument, grabbing each other by the collars. Observing the scene, young Jagic thought silently. Indeed, to the average believer, their appearance, words, and actions are quite intimidating. Young Jagic suddenly asked Zhang Chun, do you know anything about the woman and her father you brought to me last night? The old man responded with a startled question of his own. What did she say? Young Jagic replied coldly, indeed, you're the village chief. You should know. Inwardly, however, he scoffed, thinking how sly. If he claimed ignorance, it would be a blatant lie. Zhang Chun scratched his head. Many have come to Billy, and many have died or left. Young Jagic responded indifferently, and so, the old man said to young Jagic, let me help you find it. To get to the medicine-making place quickly. Young Jagic immediately interrupted, there's no need. What are your thoughts? We have more important matters to attend to. The old man promptly replied, yes, please come this way. A look of suspicion clouded Zhang Chun's face. Ungrateful wretch, he thought. Fortunately, the young sect master doesn't know what happened. Still, I'll have to teach him a lesson, bring him to his senses. Young Jagic looked at the old man, a question gnawing at him. Why are they hiding old Tasik's situation? Bringing me here shows he trusts me considerably. Perhaps he thinks he can rely on me, which is why he's so audacious. But concealing old Tasik's affairs is deeply suspicious. Zhang Chun led young Jagic to where the Billy villagers prepared the medicine. After the old man's introduction, young Jagic realized that everyone present was indeed concocting medicines, but not entirely of their own free will. They were being forced. The old man inquired, what do you think? Young Jagic removed his hat and face covering, the words escaping his lips in disbelief. This is unbelievable. Zhang Chun continued, this operation has been running for over 3 years. I pour my heart and soul into building this place. Young Jagic gestured towards the burly men behind Zhang Chun. In them, are they hired? The old man hastily replied, hired. Haha, of course not. They're just local ruffians who gather here. Young Jagic pointed again at the men. Then who are they? Zhang Chun explained, just fools desperate to save their families. That's all. Young Jagic echoed, save their families. Zhang Chun nodded. Haven't you noticed? The Billy followers are all addicted to the narcotic. The old man's voice took on an eager, almost feverish quality. At first, I gave them ample. Young Jagic chuckled. No, I understand. Haha, so. His eyes sharpened. Now all we need is the male lead to appear. A sudden sound caught the attention of Zhang Chun and his men. An old man cried out in alarm. What was that? What kind of sound is that? It came from the prison. 2 of Zhang Chun's men were suddenly sent flying, landing hard on the ground. They groaned in pain. What happened? One asked, am I drunk too? They finally focused on the figure standing over them, confusion etched on their faces. You're old Tasik. One stammered. You damned old man. How did you get out of the prison? Old Tasik, a towering figure, radiating an unexpected vitality and strength, advanced towards them. His eyes burned with a chilling intensity. One of Zhang Chun's men asked incredulously, what happened to you? I almost didn't recognize you. Are you still out of your mind, old man? Suddenly realizing something was amiss, he blurted, wait, did you do this? Old Tasik let out a cold snort. You pathetic, despicable wretches. This is going to be fun. The 2 men exchanged shocked glances. This bastard, he's sober now. How is that possible? The other man frantically rubbed his eyes. You're not high anymore. But as he took in old Tasik's powerful physique, a cry of terror escaped his lips. Oh my God, what is this? Old Tasik's voice was low and menacing. You should be worried about what's about to happen to you. I don't know what the boss will do, but I don't know the meaning of restraint. So, you will scream in agony until you die. Don't expect me, old Tasik, the blood demon Azura, to show you any mercy. As he spoke, A palpable aura of death emanated from him. He lunged at one of the men, unleashing a brutal attack. With a sickening crack, Tasik broke the man's arm. The other man met a similarly gruesome fate. Just as he gaped in horror at how easily Tasik had dispatched his companion, Tasik spun around, his gaze piercing him like a bullet. Without hesitation, he delivered the killing blow. The man's screams echoed down the hallway, reaching the room where Jiang Shun and the rest of his men were gathered. "What was that?" Jiang Shun demanded, his voice laced with fear. "What kind of noise was that?" Two guards stationed at the door called out, "What's happening in there?" Suddenly, the door burst open, splintering wood flying through the air. Jiang Shun's men cried out in alarm. Jiang Shun stammered, What's going on?" "Oh my God." His eyes fixed on the imposing figure striding through the doorway. "Who are you?" He choked out. Tasik, covered in blood, stepped into the room. 10 years, he growled. For 10 years, I've been a terrible father. For 10 years, I clung to the hope that my only daughter would be safe. Why did you push her to this? The Scar Man recognized Tasik. "It's you," he exclaimed. "Tasik, you crazy old man. Are you insane? Do you know where you are?" Jiang Shun, spotting Tasik, sneered contemptuously. "Tasik, have you lost your mind? What are you doing here at Lord Hua's place? Sobered up after just a day. You look different too. But your daughter has already been given to the young sect master, and he's here with me now. What can the likes of you do?" He gestured towards Yang Jaguk. Hearing this, Tasik glanced at Yang Jaguk, who was also looking at him. Remembering Yang Jaguk's word from the previous day, Tasik said, "Young sect master, if you don't want to die, please leave." Everyone turned their heads in astonishment, staring at Yang Jaguk. Yang Jaguk, upon hearing Tasik's words, turned and walked away, saying, "Indeed. Thank you." Jiang Shun asked in a panic, "Young sect master, where are you going?" Yang Jaguk looked at Jiang Shun and the others, his words laced with meaning, a pity. Endless greed only leads to nothingness. Jiang Shun spat angrily. "Coward, what nonsense are you spouting? You young sect master." Tasik, standing behind them, regarded Jiang Shun and his men with murderous eyes. His voice was cold. "From this moment on, you will all pay. It won't be pleasant." Seeing this, Jiang Shun barked, "You madman. What do you think you're doing? You're nothing but a washed-up addict without any inner power." Seize him. His subordinates, obeying the command, surged towards Tasik. One man, lunging forward, swung his sword at Tasik's head, sneering, "Haha, old man, your addiction has addled your brain. If you've truly regained your senses, you should have run. This is suicide." But to his utter shock, the subordinate realized he had struck only an afterimage of Tasik. In that instant, Tasik was behind him, delivering a palm strike, the blood sky azure away to his back. The subordinate screamed, then, under the force of Tasik's blow, was reduced to dust, scattering into the air. The remaining subordinates, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, stammered in terror. What? You know martial arts." Tasik didn't answer. Channeling his inner power into his hands, a ferocious strength surged through him, his eyes fixed on them, burning with intensity. "I will send you all to hell." Disregarding their own strength, the remaining subordinates charged at Tasik. He was only one man, after all. Together, they could overwhelm him, kill this crazed addict. With a single stroke, Tasik decapitated them all. He then lashed out with a fist, striking the next man's arm, sending him sprawling to the ground in agony. Tasik stomped on the broken limb, the man's head flying off. His body offered no mercy. With another blow, Tasik pulverized him. Seeing Tasik approaching, Jiang Shun frantically urged the scarred man. "Good heavens, these useless fools. Captain of the guard, do something." The scarred man roared in frustration. "Now you remember I'm the captain." Tasik, covered in blood, an aura of killing intent radiating from him, advanced towards them. The scar man raised his sword. "Tasik, let's make a deal." He produced a pouch containing soul-bewitching powder, intending to bargain with Tasik. He knew Tasik was still addicted to soul-stealing powder, so he sprinkled some on the ground, saying confidently, "You like this, don't you, old man? It's highly pure. You remember it, don't you?" Tasik's face darkened. He grabbed the scar man's hand, the one holding the pouch of soul-stealing powder. The scarred man, thinking he'd successfully tempted Tasik, said gleefully, yes, take it. Take it all." The scarred man, harboring sinister intentions, planned to use this opportunity to attack Tasik. He swung his sword, preparing to strike. But unexpectedly, Tasik snatched the blade, gripping it tightly and bending it out of shape. He looked at the Scar Man and said, "Yes, I certainly remember. I remember what you did with this. What you did to me. What you did to my daughter." Altasik's eyes burned with a furious crimson light. In a fit of rage, he crushed the Scar Man's hand, the one still clutching the pouch of soul-stealing powder. The scarred man screamed in agony. Altasik said, "This won't end so easily." With that, he unleashed a flurry of blows upon the scarred man, killing him on the spot. Witnessing this, Jiang Shun paled, his face draining of color. He stammered in terror, "Gods, what was that?" He was just a broken-down addict. That bastard. That's why the Lord spared him. Altasik advanced on Jiang Shun, his gaze as fierce and hungry as a starving tiger, filling Jiang Shun with utter dread. Meanwhile, outside, young Jagic stood on the bridge, scanning his surroundings. "Village chief," he muttered, "I must find out who is behind him. But he's already done such terrible things that it's too late now." He then donned his mask, transforming into a mysterious figure. He thought to himself, the heavenly demon divine skill has no fixed moves. It's purely an internal energy cultivation method. But there isn't much information about this type of internal energy cultivation. For example, the heavenly demon sacred fire step. Young Jagic flew to the poppy field in the village, and using the heavenly demon sacred fire step, set the entire field ablaze. The villagers, seeing the flames, rushed to extinguish the fire with water, but it was too late. The fire had already spread throughout the entire poppy field. The villagers watched in anguish, for the poppies were a crucial medicinal ingredient. Young Jagic looked at their sorrowful faces and thought, "Are you despairing? Are you angry? You are all fools, blinded by ignorance. You don't even realize these small flowers are consuming your lives, yet you remain immersed in them. How foolish! But who is truly responsible for this? You call these atrocities salvation, and there are those who abandon their teachings, escaping enslavement. I ask you, when did the demonic sect abandon the teachings of the sacred fire and indulge in worldly desires? The righteous sects use the name of righteousness to justify their own wicked deeds. Are they right to do so? What am I to do?" Then, young Jagic, utilizing the heavenly demon divine skill, transformed into a shadowy figure amidst the flames. His form, appearing from behind the inferno, astonished the villagers. He declared, "The sacred fire, in harmony, will burn away the chains that bind you. This fire will bring salvation to all beings. May the divine spirits reveal themselves." This is the origin of the Mayong sect. The poppy field burned ever fiercer. The villagers below, seeing him, believed the god had appeared and cried out, "A god of the Maybong cult has descended. Oh, please God, send down the black fire. Black fire love. Black fire love." Young Jagic noticed then, on another side, Altasik and the others who had been imprisoned and forced to work in the underground tunnels also emerged. Altasik bowed his head to him, and young Jagic returned the gesture with a nod. Then, before everyone's eyes, the entire poppy field erupted in a furious blaze, turning to ash and vanishing into the air. The villagers, overwhelmed with gratitude, chanted in unison, "Black Fire Star." Young Jagic thought to himself, "It's over. If I can't leave, then I'll change it, because there are people here I care about." The next day at the Tibai Palace, after Jiang Shun and his followers were killed, the entire village gathered before young Jagic's door in protest, shouting, "The followers have been abandoned. Who are we supposed to listen to now? How are we supposed to live?" Inside, Yultak anxiously gnawed at his fingernails. Young Jagic was nowhere to be found. Where did he go? What is he doing? He's crazy. He dared to barge in here on his own. He glanced at Ul Har-Young. "Don't you know?" Ul Har-Young replied, "I don't know either." Yultak felt a throbbing headache coming on. He shook his head and sighed. Good heavens, ever since the young master returned this time, it's been, suddenly, as if he had been there all along, young Jagic appeared, sitting calmly at the table. He spoke, "Do you want to leave me, young palace? If you wish to stay, I will grant your request." Yultak and Ul Har-Young stared at him, eyes wide with shock. "Young master," Yultak blurted, "how did you get in? Didn't you see what's happening outside?" "No, this isn't the time for this. We have to escape." Young Jagic remained seated, his expression unreadable. "Why should we run?" He walked towards the window. Yultak hurried after him. "But young master, look outside. If you go out there now, they'll tear you apart." Young Jagic's voice was calm. "Don't exaggerate." He opened the window. The villagers saw him, and their cries erupted anew. "Young master, the young master has appeared." The young master abandoned his followers and ran away, but but now he's shown himself. Ignoring their angry shouts, young Jagat calmly turned and walked back inside, resuming his seat. Yultak, bewildered, turned to Ulharyung. Do you understand this? Ulharyung shook her head, equally confused. Suddenly, the crowd outside fell silent. Yultak looked out in surprise. Why are they quiet now? At that moment, Ultasik pushed open the door, startling both Yultak and Ulharyung. He carried a blood-soaked bag in his hand. He walked in and placed the bag on the floor. Ulharyung's eyes filled with tears as she saw her father. She started to run towards him to embrace him, but hesitated, pulling her hand back. I'm being foolish, she murmured. How could it be him? Ultasik spoke. Look at me. Ulharyung stared at him, stunned. From now on, Ultasik said, you don't have to lower your head anymore. He embraced Ulharyung, his voice thick with emotion. I am sorry, Ulharyung. Father is so sorry. Ulharyung wept with joy, her voice thick with emotion. Father, is it truly you? Is it really you? Father and daughter embraced, clinging to each other in a moment of overwhelming happiness. Ultasik promised, his voice firm, from now on, I will protect you. I swear it. Haryung sobbed, Father. Yultak turned to young Jagak, questioning, Young master, what is the meaning of this? Is this some sort of family reunion? Young Jega smiled faintly. For now, we simply observe. He watched the reunion of Ultasik and his daughter, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. That night, under the cloak of darkness, young Jagak, Yultak, Ultasik, and Ulharyung made their way through the bustling marketplace of the Gwangmyeong sect, their destination the sect's library. Inside, the elderly librarian meticulously recorded information, his quill scratching across parchment. Finishing his entry, he leaned back wearily, a sigh escaping his lips. Twice the information, he muttered to himself, 5 times the writing. A knock echoed through the quiet library. It was young Jagak and the others. The old man hurried to open the door. Yultak, impatient with the delay, grumbled, Heavens, what took you so long? Young master, please enter. Young Jagak turned to Yultak, a hint of reprimand in his voice. What's the rush? Patience is a virtue. Yultak scowled. Easy for you to say. I am soaked. Behind them, Haryung gestured for her father to precede her. Father, please go ahead. Ultasik sighed. My daughter. Moments later, Jagal Tong slammed his hand on a table, his voice sharp with annoyance. Young master, I fail to understand what is happening here. Perhaps you can enlighten me. Young Jagak turned, taking in the chaotic scene before him. Ultasik and Haryung were engrossed in examining the paintings adorning the library walls. Haryung pointed at a portrait of young Jagak. The young master is quite handsome in this painting. Ultasik, gazing at the same portrait, murmured, a true master of the Central Plains. Meanwhile, Yultak was attempting to dry his damp clothes. Young Jagak sighed inwardly. This is certainly lively. Then, he settled down near Yultak, removing his hat and outer coat. He addressed Jagal Tong. I encountered a slight incident on the way here. Upon returning to the Myung Palace, I detected a rather strong scent and decided to investigate. Jagal Tong bristled. A rather convenient excuse. I was unaware that this place was open to anyone who wished to enter. Young Jagak replied calmly, You did open the door for us. Jagal Tong stared at young Jagak, searching for a flicker of remorse, but found none. He forced a chuckle. Indeed. He turned to Ultasik and Haryung. I am Jagal Tong. As you can see, I am somewhat incapacitated. I apologize for my inability to offer a proper greeting. Haryung bowed respectfully. I am Ulharyung. Ultasik followed suit. Ultasik, I hear you were looking for me, Jagal Tong said. How did you know I was here? Let's just say I've had my eye on you for some time, Ultasik replied, and I knew of your seclusion. Ultasik's eyes narrowed, his gaze hardening. I am not satisfied with that answer. You're like a scavenging crow, lurking in the shadows. Continue in this manner, and you will face my wrath. Jagal Tong responded, Such a harsh welcome. You've been in seclusion for 10 years. There's much you don't know. Observe. In time, you'll understand. Ultasik said, If you live that long, I'll agree with you. Jagal Tong replied, It seems I have another reason to live. Ultasik quipped, It seems you also have another reason to die. Ulharyung, overhearing the gunpowder-laden exchange between the two, felt a chill of fear. Young Jagak sighed inwardly, thinking warriors and scholars, truly like fire and water. He interjected, "All right, while we're in the Kiamine Palace, could you two please refrain from arguing?" The other two ignored him. Old Tasik responded, "As you command." Jagal Tong chuckled, "Haha, very well." Young Jagic suddenly spoke with a newfound gravity. "Though we hail from different walks of life, our paths have converged here. Therefore, I hope we can work together to rebuild the doctrines of life and death and return the Kungmyung to its former glory. I swear, before personal gain, I will prioritize righteousness and never betray you." He vowed silently to himself, "This is Young Jagic's promise. I will protect those who remain in Kiamine Palace until my last breath." Ol Haryung replied with surprise, "Yes, sir." Ol Tasik clasped his hands respectfully and said, "As you command." Yultak, seeing Young Jagic's seriousness, felt a shiver run down his spine. "Whoa," he exclaimed, "I've got goosebumps. Could it be our esteemed scholar has abandoned his books for some other pursuit?" Jagal Tong, finding Young Jagic's words amusing, burst into laughter. Seeing everyone's reaction, Young Jagic's face darkened. He thought angrily, "I mean what I say. Why would I go back on my word?" A moment later, the 5 men sat in a circle, discussing matters related to the hidden sanctuary. Jagal Tong asked, "So to be clear, those at the sanctuary are all safe and sound?" The other 4 remained silent. Jagal Tong immediately understood that things were not yet settled. He said, "All right then, let's consider this matter closed. For now on, we need only concern ourselves with the 7 secret palaces. Though the cult leader desires those who remain neutral, we don't have much time. In 4 months, the grand ceremony will be held. We must choose one of 2 paths. Either we build our power or we face destruction." Everyone listened in stunned silence. Each of the 7 secret palaces commands its own army and is further supported by the 9 schools and 1 clan. The palace lords have all reached the supreme realm, the highest level attained within the Mayang cult since its founding. If you add in the 10 elders, all masters of the transcendent realm, then the Ma cult is truly a vast and immeasurable ocean. Yultak, not understanding the significance of this, asked innocently, "But why should we care about any of this?" They all exchanged glances. Young Jagat feigned boredom. "How tedious," he sighed. "Dadjultakeko dreadfelidad." Young Jagic replied, "You'll find it interesting soon enough." Jagal Tong continued, a hint of resignation in his voice. "While the palaces outwardly cooperate, they secretly compete amongst themselves. Otherwise, the Mayang cult would have welcomed a new cult leader long ago." Ol Tasik added, "Even if they were to deny legitimacy, the Mayang palace itself would never accept it." Jagal Tong replied, "Indeed. Therefore, the 7 secret palaces are merely inquiring about the cult leader's whereabouts. So, we will become the new cult leader during the Ghost Shadow Cult's war, because all we need to do is defeat whoever wins at that time." But hasn't the young master returned already? His return has created a new situation, with everyone harboring secret plots to assassinate him. Ol Tasik declared resolutely, "As long as I live, no one will be able to harm the young master." Jagal Tong replied, "Good, then I thank you. However, if it's just you alone, I fear it will be difficult to withstand the pressure. Therefore, the young master's only path to survival is to step forward openly and legitimately." Yultak sprang to his feet, pointing at Jagal Tong and exclaiming, "You haven't even chosen your star yet. Continuing like this, do you want to die?" Jagal Tong calmly responded, "I came here to sit on the throne." Yultak retorted, "If things continue like this, it will be difficult to manage the situation." Young Jagic felt exasperated with Yultak because he had misspoken. The correct idiom was difficult to manage the beginning and the end. Then Yultak turned to Young Jagic and said, "Young master, I, Yultak, have something I wish to discuss with you privately." Young Jagic, surprised, asked, "What is it?" Yultak replied, "Please return to the heavenly demon cave." Hearing this, Young Jagic became furious and, without waiting for Yultak to finish, shoved him away. Yultak, startled, tried to speak, but was silenced by Ol Tasik's threatening glare. Jagal Tong continued, "Currently, there are 3 others also aiming for the next cult leader position. Blood Rain Palace Master, Yayul Cheon, Slaughter Palace Master, Gyeong Ryong, and Grand Elder Hyuk. All are peerless experts with extraordinary strength, posing the greatest obstacles. Fortunately, they are also wary of each other. Furthermore, on the surface, it seems the High Priest Palace supports the Blood Rain Palace, and the Joyful Palace supports the Slaughter Palace. But in reality, that's not the case. They are merely striving to expand their own influence. Therefore, even a small issue is enough to fracture their relationships. If we exploit this weakness, ascending to the position of cult leader is not impossible. Seeing Jay Galtong's comprehensive understanding of the situation, Altasik remarked, "It seems the Ghost Shadow Light Palace Master is truly well informed." Jay Galtong replied, "How could you not know of our Ghost Shadow Light Palace? Do you have a question?" Altasik said, "Initially, I hadn't considered making a move here at all. The young master should go to the Ghost Shadow Light Palace." Hearing this, Jay Galtong responded, "A year ago, perhaps that would have been possible, but not now. If the Ghost Shadow Light Palace supports the young master, the world will be split into 4, leading to a path of self-destruction." Altasik cried out in disbelief, "Impossible, as long as the Ghost Shadow Heavenly Demon remains." Jay Galtong held up 2 fingers, saying 20%. Altasik, not understanding his meaning, prompted Jay Galtong to explain, "Even with the Ghost Shadow Light Palace's support, I can only hold them back by 20% at most." Hearing this, both Altasik and Young Jagic fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Young Jaga noticed his flushed face. Altasik also said 20%. "It's hard to believe." Yultak, seeing Altasik agree, added, "I told you." Altasik said, "Have they truly grown this powerful?" Yultak replied, "Indeed, but something feels amiss." "What is it?" Jay Galtong said, "Yes, if the Radiant Shadow Palace were to deal with them directly, this wouldn't be happening." Hearing this, Altasik fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Yultak excitedly asked, "What? Which one of us is worth a mere 20%? Could it be this old man?" He pointed at Jay Galtong. Exasperated by Yultak's incessant chatter, Young Jagic sealed his pressure points, rendering him speechless and immobile. Altasik said, "Has the Radiant Shadow Palace truly weakened to such an extent? What will become of the Shadow Demon cult?" Jay Galtong replied, "We must assess the situation and find solution. Left unchecked, this will become an immense burden." Hearing this, Young Jagic thought to himself, "The demon cult, much like the Central Plains, is in the quiet before the storm." The 4 men fell silent, the air thick with tension. Young Jagic released Yultak's pressure points, breaking the silence. Yultak, freed, immediately exclaimed, "Heavens, do we really have to do this? Wouldn't it be better to simply await the cult leader's return? What's the point? One wrong move, and we're all doomed." Hearing this, Ulhar Young raised his hand, offering his opinion. "I may not know much, but I've lived in silent grief for many years, believing it was the only way. But as time passed, I've seen Father weaken. I don't understand everything, but rather than silence, perhaps it's better to try and fight back. Please forgive me if I've overstepped." Young Jagic smiled and said, "Enough." He smiled, pondering Ulhar Young's words. "If we don't change today, tomorrow will simply be a repeat of yesterday." He looked at the others and declared, "I only wish for one thing, to transform this place into the Shadow Demon cult." He looked at everyone and said, "I only hope for one thing, to turn this place into the Shadow Demon cult." Yultak asked in surprise, "This place into the Shadow Demon cult?" Young Jagic stood, walked over to Jay Galtong, and took the staff from his hand. "It should be the demon cult," he corrected. "To do that, we must first start with this person." He pointed the staff at the portrait ranked 10th within the Shadow Demon cult. Co Ryol, Palace Lord of the 6th Upper Sanctuary, Cheon Semin. 2 days later, at the Myung Palace, Young Jagic was in his training room, cultivating the heavenly demon divine art. He had reached the 8th star in his cultivation and thought to himself, "Having only reached the 8th star, I've already touched upon the transcendent apex. If I reach the 9th star, I might attain the transformation realm and break through the limits of my body. What would happen if I broke through to the 9th star?" Young Jagic yearned to reach the 9th star, but his body couldn't withstand it. He paused, thinking, this martial art truly cannot be cultivated easily, unless one breaks through to the 10th star. otherwise it's all for naught. Upon reaching the 9th star, the Baiko acupoint overflows with demonic energy, bringing with it all sorts of strange sensations. Moreover, heavenly demonic energy is the mark of the heavenly demon. Revealing this is akin to announcing my identity to the world. He then opened the door and left the room, strolling through the flower garden. The weather was beautiful, and the scenery in the garden was equally lovely. On his walk, he saw old Har-Young standing nearby, and asked, "Did you sneeze?" He then bowed his head to her and turned to leave, when Ol Har-Young suddenly seemed to have something to say. He asked, "Is something the matter?" Ol Har-Young blushed and lowered her head, apologetically saying, "Please forgive me, young sect leader. I misunderstood. You gave me and him separate rooms. And furthermore," hearing this, young Jagic immediately understood that Ol Tasik had told her everything. He said, "It's nothing important." Ol Har-Young bowed her head and replied, "Yes." Young Jagic continued, "From now on, do as you please. The Gwangmyeong Palace is such a place." Touched by his words, Ol Har-Young thanked him. "Thank you truly. If there's anything you need, please command me. I am willing to repay you with my life." Hearing this, young Jagic thought to himself, like father, like daughter. Ol Har-Young smiled brightly. Suddenly, someone announced from outside, "The High Priestess requests an audience with a young sect leader." The mistress of the Joyful Palace requests an audience with a young sect leader. Young Jagic thought, "I knew this would happen." At the south gate of Gwangmyeong Palace, representatives from the High Priestess's palace and the Joyful Palace arrived to see the young sect leader. The representatives from the two palaces glared at each other, their eyes filled with animosity. Those outside, witnessing this, whispered amongst themselves, "Aren't those the High Priestess's palace of the Forbidden Knights and the Joyful Palace of the Flying Spirit Corps? What are they doing at Gwangmyeong Palace? What's going on?" Cheon Amu, representing the High Priestess's palace, sneered at the people from the Joyful Palace. "With that foul stench, you lot should be at the pleasure quarter. What are you doing here?" The young mistress of the Joyful Palace, Ji-Ha-Mi, retorted with equal scorn, "Oh my, isn't this the one who was dragged to the Golden Stream Cave, intending to harm the young sect leader, but managed to escape successfully?" Cheon Amu roared in anger, "Shut your foul mouth. Who was trying to harm whom?" Ji-Ha-Mi and her subordinates burst into laughter, mocking him. Seeing this, Cheon Amu threatened, "While I'm still being civil, get lost. After I'm done here, I'll invite you for a drink." Ji-Ha-Mi, unyielding, replied, "No thanks, my drinks are expensive." Enraged, Cheon Amu cursed, "You're nothing but a band of thugs." Ji-Ha-Mi shot back, "Who are you calling a thug?" "You." The two glared at each other, hostility radiating off them, as if a fight were about to break out. Just then, Yultak and Ol Tasik emerged from the palace. Everyone turned towards the doorway. Ji-Ha-Mi, seeing Ol Tasik, remarked, "My, I don't believe I've met this one before." Cheon Amu acknowledged Yultak with a nod. Then, young Jagic appeared, asking, "What's all this commotion?" Ji-Ha-Mi, upon seeing him, immediately bowed, "Young sect leader." Cheon Amu, however, remained standing, offering no such courtesy. Young Jagic glanced at them, thinking, the Joyful Palace and the High Priestess's palace. Seeing Cheon Amu's lack of respect, Yultak raised his voice, "What is the meaning of this? Show respect to the young sect leader." The members of the High Priestess's palace, startled, hastily knelt and bowed. "We greet the young sect leader." The people of the Hon High Palace bowed, chanting, "We greet the young master." Once the formalities were over, Ji-Ha-Mi, restless as ever, sashayed over to Cheon Amu and sneered, "You coward." Yultak asked, "Ji-Ha-Mi, what are you doing here?" Ji-Ha-Mi retorted with disdain, "Yultak, I'm not here for you. Move." With that, she swayed her hips, turning her attention to young Jagic. "It's a pleasure to see you, young master," she purred. "It's been a while. I trust you're well." Yultak, watching her ostentatious display, scoffed, "What are you showing off for?" Cheon Amu muttered, "Yultak, today I've realized we just don't think alike. Perhaps I knew that already." Yultak, having no idea what Cheon Amu was rambling about, said loudly, "If you want to talk to yourself, go talk to a wall." "Honestly," Ji-Ha-Mi, turning back, snapped, "Honestly, the two of you. Look at you three, chatting away like you're the best of friends." Young Jagic, meanwhile, was lost in thought, memories of old companions flickering through his mind. He then turned to Yultak and said, "Yultak, let them in." Yultak replied, "Yes, sir." A moment later, Young Jagic had returned to his chambers, old Tasik standing guard beside him. Yultak, remaining outside, addressed Jihami. Jihami, you go first. Jihami, with a delighted smile, entered the room, swaying her hips and swirling her robes as she walked, putting on a deliberate show for Young Jagic. She fluttered her eyelashes, hoping to captivate him. As expected of the young master, she simpered. You naturally prefer the Honhai Palace. They're much cleaner than those from the upper sanctuary, wouldn't you agree? Young Jagic, his face impassive, looked at her and asked, are you hot? Jihami, taken aback, stammered what? No. Young Jagic delivered a swift retort that silenced her. Then stop fluttering your robes. Say what you have to say and leave. Jihami, momentarily stand, recovered quickly. Young master, she began, you seem to have taken quite an interest in scholarly pursuits lately. I'm amazed by how refined your language has become. Young Jagic responded dryly. Are you implying I was vulgar before? Jihami replied, I'm merely curious. I wonder if, in the quiet of the night, you still utter such eloquent words. With that, she began to move slowly towards Young Jagic, only to be stopped by old Tasik. Jihami, eyeing old Tasik with curiosity, tilted her head and asked, Young master, I've been meaning to ask, who is this? He's my new guard, Young Jagic replied. Jihami scoffed. Does he look like a guard? I'm not so sure. I've never heard of anyone having a martial arts master as a mere guard. If the Honhai Palace had known this sooner, we would have sent some beautiful young ladies. What a pity. Listening to her frivolous words, Young Jagic thought with distaste, forgetting her responsibilities, speaking so carelessly. It shows she's vain and shallow despite her high opinion of herself. He gave old Tasik a subtle look, signaling him to let Jihami pass. Old Tasik, understanding the command, stepped aside. Jihami, seeing this, smirked and muttered, Old Tasik, the lowly guard. Then, approaching Young Jagic, she adopted a deliberately provocative pose, running a finger along his cheek. Suddenly, Young Jagic grabbed her hand, pulling her closer. Jihami, thinking she had him hooked, let out a provocative moan. Young Jagic asked, Jihami, how much longer must I endure you? She, assuming he was referring to her advances, purred, if you come to the Palace of Joy, you won't need to endure any longer. Young Jagic questioned, is that so? Jihami replied, of course. Do you want me? But Young Jagic said, I want to kill you. Jihami recoiled in surprise, but, misunderstanding his intent, laughed. Ha! The young sect leader is quite the joker. It seems you're very confident in your ability to kill me. However, I'm still unmarried. Please show some respect for an unmarried maiden. In any case, we could discuss matters of men and women later, and then we can get down to business. Would you like to visit my palace? I'll treat you well. Young Jagic asked, why should I? She smirked, her voice dripping with confidence. If you wish to live a long life, you should. Only then will you be worthy of your title as young sect leader. Who knows? Perhaps one day you'll find yourself in trouble. She finished with a suggestive laugh. Old Tasik, enraged by her condescending attitude, used telepathy to ask Young Jagic, may I kill her? Young Jagic replied, calm yourself. Old Tasik then addressed Jihami directly. Are you here representing the Palace of Joy? Are these words, you speak things the Palace of Joy wouldn't want you to utter? Jihami glared at old Tasik. What? What did you say? I couldn't quite hear you. Do you know who I am? Old Tasik responded, I thought you were an emissary sent by the Palace of Joy to comfort the young sect leader, like some sort of plaything. Jihami, furious at old Tasik's words, turned to Young Jagic. Have you finished? Old Tasik interjected, I haven't even begun. Jihami turned to Young Jagic and whined, young sect leader, this insolent man has just acted out of line. How should this humble woman deal with him? Old Tasik retorted, insolent. What's more insolent than your mouth? You are a rebel, violating the sacred teachings. First, you touched the young sect leader's divine countenance without permission. Second, you dare threaten the young sect leader's safety. Even if I killed you, you wouldn't have a right to object. His words twisted Jihami's face in rage. Through gritted teeth, she hissed, you haven't seen your coffin yet, have you? You haven't shed your tears. Jihami drew a sword from her bosom and lunged towards old Tasik. Seeing the concealed weapon, Young Jagic thought with a sigh, it seems the Palace of Joy has lost its prestige. This person is truly pitiful. Is this what the demonic sect has become? As Jihami charged, old Tasik turned to Young Jagic, seeking guidance. Young Jagic used telepathy to instruct him, do not kill her. Having received the young sect leader's secret command, old Tasik couldn't allow her to die. He stood his ground, waiting for Ji-Hami's attack. Ji-Hami, naturally, attacked with full force. Just as her blade was about to connect, old Tasik, with a subtle shift, evaded the blow. Surprise flickered in Ji-Hami's eyes as she saw blood spray through the air, despite her misstrike. A loud crash echoed through the room, alarming those outside, who wondered what had transpired. Yoltak shouted, "Young sect leader." Just as he was about to burst into the room, several lithe men and women blocked his path. Yoltak stopped, his voice a threat. "Out of my way." They merely looked at Yoltak with sly grins. Yoltak drew his sword, roaring, "Get out of here, you bastards." The surrounding onlookers waited with anticipation, eager for the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the high priest's son hung his head, lost in calculation. His expression darkened as he finished his mental exercise, thinking to himself, if the cult leader dies here, it would be to my advantage. The women sneered, "What's all the commotion? Why all the noise?" Suddenly, everyone froze, including Yoltak. A giant question mark seemed to hang in the air, mirrored in their minds. The sword clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. Ji-Hami collapsed, her body covered in blood. She muttered to herself, "How could this be? I clearly struck him, so why?" Before her stood the blood demon, the moniker of Tasik, radiating a chilling aura. She couldn't comprehend what had just transpired. Young Jagat calmly observed the scene, understanding dawning in his mind. This is a martial art capable of unleashing internal energy in a short burst, derived from the heavenly demon divine art. It's no ordinary technique. It truly deserves to be called demonic. However, the longer it's maintained, the more disadvantageous it becomes. Of course, this situation only arises when facing an equally matched opponent. It can temporarily suppress the enemy, but it lacks continuity. Ji-Hami weakly pushed herself up, demanding, "You, what did you do?" Her tone dripped with incredulity, as if she were an unbreakable diamond. She continued, "This is preposterous. What about the hidden weapon?" The young cult leader slowly rose and walked towards her. "Did the joyful palace send only you?" he inquired. Ji-Hami spotted what? He bent down and picked up the broken tip of the sword. "To send a brat who doesn't even know how to wield a sword to assassinate me. How disappointing." Ji-Hami cried out, "Impossible." Young Jagat lifted her chin, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "How should I deal with you?" Ji-Hami trembled. What are you going to do?" "You dare to try and harm me," young Jagat replied. "Shall I hang your head from the gates of the joyful palace?" With that, he flung her to the ground. A scream ripped through the air. He didn't let up. "Receive your punishment here." Ji-Hami kursid, "You madman." Young Jagat turned to leave, but not before delivering a final blow. "Very well," he said to Ji-Hami, "I won't lower myself to your level. Go back and tell the joyful palace to send someone worthy next time." An icy aura emanated from him, his words piercing Ji-Hami's heart like shards of ice. Ji-Hami's eyes burned with fury. "You'll regret this," she threatened. Young Jagat scoffed, "With your meager skills." Silenced, the villainess seethed with rage. Young Jagat gestured towards the door, dismissing her. "Get out." Ji-Hami could only turn and leave, exiting the room. The young cult leader smiled faintly. The blood demon turned, addressing young Jagat. "Now, I can ask you, what is your true identity?" Young Jagat responded vaguely, "I don't know." Suddenly, the blood demon knelt, saying respectfully, "If this subordinate has offended the young sect master, please forgive my transgression." Young Jagat replied, "It's all right, don't do that again." The blood demon cautiously responded, "As you command, this subordinate will never ask again." The young man was silent for a moment, thinking to himself, "I'm not really like that." He stood up and continued, "The joyful palace master appears gentle, but in truth, she is more ruthless than anyone. They certainly won't let us off easily." The young man replied, "Indeed." Hearing this, the blood demon asked, "So you already knew? Then we should call Ji-Hami back now." Hearing this, young Jagat thought, does he want to appease her? But either way, I have to see her. However, the blood demon's next words sent a chill down one's spine. "Kill her." He continued, "Letting her live will only cause more trouble. It's better to deal with the joyful palace once and for all." Hearing this, young Jagat remained silent, glancing at the blood demon, thinking, I almost forgot, he's the true demonic cultivator. A voice called out from outside, Sect Master, Sect Master." Losing his patience, the young man commanded. Before I give the order, no one is to be killed. Understood, the blood demon replied, as you command. Killing them all, reaching the peak, it means nothing. It's just a castle built on sand. Then, young Jagic turned to the blood demon. According to the records, the joyful palace master cherishes her people. So we'll wait. We'll wait for her to appear on her own. This is a gamble. He wondered silently. Joyful palace master, can you change? Outside the room, a commotion arose. The people of the joyful palace, the same troublesome women who had blocked the door earlier, saw Ji Hami stumble out and cried out in alarm, "Young palace master! Young palace master!" More and more people surrounded her, asking anxiously, "Are you all right?" At this moment, the young man's close subordinate gaped, asking, what in the world happened? Ji Hami is their young palace master. Just how mad are they going to get? Elsewhere, Cheon Mu cursed under his breath, that damn brat. He dared to use such cruel methods to defeat Ji Hami. Yultak looked at Cheon Mu with hesitation, thinking, if I let him go in now, wouldn't that be sending him to his death? Does he really want to die? Just as he was at a loss, the door opened, and the young sect master appeared. He brushed off his clothes coolly and commanded, "Let's go." Yultak asked anxiously, "Where to?" A voice interjected, "Such a strong scent, you should go and take a whiff." Young Jagic walked up to Cheon Mu and, looking up, said, "Let's go to the Supreme Priestess's palace." A look of resignation settled on Cheon Mu's face. Though Fong Mayong cult, 7 secret palaces, Sword Pill Palace. A voice called out, "Nanny." The woman addressed as Nanny replied, "Yes, Mississippi. You're a young lady. Why are you shouting like that? What if the palace master hears you?" The young woman replied nonchalantly, "Let him. The Mayong cult doesn't forbid girls from raising their voices." Hearing this, the wet nurse asked, "Miss, why are you angry again?" She sat down at the table and sighed. "Forget it." The wet nurse stepped forward, teasing lightly, "What's wrong? Didn't you say you want to find me and tell me all about it? Has the young sect leader come to see you already?" The young mistress grew even angrier. "Don't mention him. Don't you ever mention him again." The wet nurse inquired further, "Why have you been in here for so long? Is it because of the broken engagement?" As if struck by a sudden pain, the young mistress cried out, "Heartbroken. Why would I be heartbroken over that useless man? Ridiculous." She wailed, "I can't bear it. I'm going to cut my hair and become a nun in the mountains." The wet nurse rushed to stop her. "Miss, don't say such things." The wet nurse continued, "This is a matter of your whole life. Marrying a stranger is a common occurrence. You don't understand. Meeting someone performing the wedding ceremony. It's a beautiful thing." The young woman retorted angrily, "Nonsense. Who's marrying whom? I'm marrying a stranger. A wealthy family, distinguished looks. What more could one want? Moreover, I'm the daughter of a prestigious martial arts family, even more outstanding. I don't need to worry about being kidnapped or about family status or anything. The sect leader is far away at the ends of the earth. This connection is severed. Forget it. I won't agree. I won't marry him." The wet nurse, glancing nervously around, cautioned, "Whatever you do, don't raise your voice like that. If the cult leader hears you, there will be trouble." The young woman's voice rose even louder. "Let her hear. Where's the sect leader anyway? I'm not afraid. Why should I marry that scoundrel?" The wet nurse panicked. "Miss." At that very moment, the Mayong cult leader stood just outside the door, having heard the entire exchange. Her face was dark. Who dares to speak so carelessly? In the doorway, the cult leader appeared. In the courtyard, the cult leader and the young mistress locked eyes. It seemed she had caused a great deal of trouble this time. The cult leader's voice was low and dangerous. "Fetch my sword. Go." The young woman's reply was defiant. "Father, do you think I dare not?" Her father was speechless for a moment. You. The young mistress raged, "What about me? I'll say it again. I will not marry him. I cannot marry him." The cult leader, furious, practically disowned her. "Are you willing to ruin your entire life for your own selfish feelings?" Undeterred, the young woman held her ground. "This isn't about feelings. It's about reality. Father." What did he even say? Gesturing with an imaginary sword, she continued her tirade. "He's always like that. When will he ever grow up? He's so lazy. How can he protect a family? And yet you want me to marry that good-for-nothing." The cult leader responded, "You and the young sect leader swore an oath before the sacred flame to marry. Have you forgotten?" She cried out, "Don't you understand? Even the God have said, if there is no love, there is no need to force it. Why are you forcing me?" The argument raged on. I refuse to marry a weakling. Her father offered a chilling compromise. If you truly feel this way, then strike me down first. Let's see if you can still say these words then. He suddenly froze. A flash of steel, a ripped sleeve. The young mistress had made her move. The sword sliced through the air, and she spun, repeating over and over, I will not marry. I will not marry. She flung the sword aside and fled the arena. The palace lord stood stunned, thinking so. All this time, she's been secretly training. She's already reached the peak of the initial level. But aloud, he called, Grandmaster, are you there? A shadowy figure materialized behind him. The hidden master knelt respectfully. What are your orders? He clenched his fist. She's my only daughter, after all. Summoned the young sect leader. The Grand Master bowed and vanished as quickly as he had appeared. The palace lord mused, this is all I can do for her. I will help the young sect leader improve his martial arts until she is satisfied. This is my gift to her. Meanwhile, young Jagic rode hard, muttering to himself, a Dayuan steed. Difficult to find even on these plateaus. This is troublesome. He pulled on the reins. Let us rest a while. Chion Amu protested. Young sect leader, we are almost there. There is no need to rest here. Young Jagic smirked, murmuring under his breath, so he still hasn't realized. Aloud, he said, you're Chun Amu. The other replied, yes, I remember now. Young Jagic continued, you've decided to kill me, haven't you? Chion Amu was startled. I would never harm the young sect leader. Young Jagic cut him off. I've heard things. You are the heir to the supreme heavenly palace, are you not? Chion Amu grew more afraid. What do you mean? I still have elder brothers. Young Jagic's voice softened. Yes, and if you were to inherit the position of palace lord, you would likely do a better job than them. Unfortunately for you, you were born a younger son. Irritation pricked at young Jagic. He was young, but to send such an impudent subordinate to meet him was a clear sign of disrespect. If it weren't for the Dayuan steed, this wouldn't be happening. A thought struck him, and a cruel smile spread across his face. His eyes flicked to the horse. In other words, he purred, I can kill you, can I? Chion Amu flinched. Why would you say such a thing? Young Jagic's smile turned predatory. Whatever it is you wish to protect, wouldn't it be more useful to please me before you die? No, no, stay away from me. Chion Amu cried. Yultak, seize him. Young Jagic commanded. Yultak materialized behind Chion Amu, pinning his arms. Chion Amu could only curse. Yultak, you bastard. Let me go. What are the forbidden troops doing? Are you just going to watch me die? Young Jagic stepped forward, answering for them. Perhaps. He drew the sword at his hip and pressed it against Chion Amu's stomach. This will hurt a little. Around them, the others watched, wide-eyed with fear. After a moment of probing, understanding dawned. So that was it. Quietly, he gave the order. Do not touch him. Yultak boomed, what? I haven't even touched you yet, and already I want to cut out your noisy tongue. Chion Amu cried out in increasing terror. Burong, what are you doing? Pull him off me, quickly. Burong finally stepped forward from the crowd, removing his hat. Young master, he said, please stop. The protagonist spun around warily. Who are you? Burong bowed respectfully. I apologize for not greeting you sooner. I am Chion Burong, captain of the Forbidden Guard of the Supreme Temple. Hearing this, the protagonist sheathed his sword. Chion Amu asked in shock you. The protagonist warned, remember this. If you dare do this again, don't blame me for being unkind. Chion Amu could only take a deep breath. Young Jagic, satisfied with the desired response, shoved Chion Amu away. Does the Supreme Temple enjoy following people? How unpleasant. Burong replied, we were merely discreetly accompanying the young master, in case of unforeseen circumstances. Young Jagic questioned, wasn't it to probe my strength? Burong cautiously responded, revealing only 3/10 of one's strength is a fundamental principle in combat. To deceive the enemy, sometimes we must also be wary of our allies. The protagonist assessed him, thinking this guy is pretty sly. Then he countered, all for my sake. Burong replied, if something were to happen to even the young master, it would be a grave matter. Young Jagic casually retorted, is that so? Thank you, but isn't the Supreme Temple even more dangerous? The tense exchange finally ended with Burong. He respectfully replied, how could that be? I will escort you to safety. The protagonist mounted his horse. I'll trust you for now. He turned back. Are you really Burong? Don't lie to me again. If it's the next time, I absolutely will not spare you. Burong, sweating nervously, affirmed, "It is I." The protagonist, still unsure, pressed, "Really?" Burong stammered, It's true." The protagonist relented. "All right, I believe you." They arrived at the Supreme Temple, located within one of the 7 secret palaces of the Myeongjiao Tuifeng. The protagonist, taking in the scene before him, couldn't help but be astonished. Burong, standing beside him, inquired, "Is something the matter, young master? Is this your first time at the Supreme Temple?" The protagonist replied, "I never expected to see a sea in these high mountains." Burong explained, "That is not a sea, but a river formed from the melting snow and ice over tens of thousands of years." The protagonist was amazed. "A river? What's its name?" Burong continued, "It is called Anhayat High. It was mistaken for a sea in the past, hence the name. Below it lives the Ngoa Tea tribe." The blood demon's daughter gasped, "Wow, it's beautiful." The blood demon himself remarked, "The Supreme Temple is just as it always was." She turned to him, "Father, have you been here before?" The blood demon remained silent, offering no reply. "No wonder you look so familiar. Might I know your name?" he asked. The man replied, "Blood Demon." Hearing this, the protagonist thought to himself, "Blood Demon. So that's who he is." A voice called out loudly from the gate, "The young master has arrived." Within the city walls, sounds of laughter and chatter filled the air, amidst the bustling traffic of people and carts. Voices rang out, "Payroll. Hold on. Don't rush. The money's over here." Yoltak looked up at the gate, sighing, "So far. How we finally arrived." Burong replied, "That's true, but you seem quite afraid, older brother." The protagonist asked, puzzled, "Older brother." At that moment, a cold, imposing young man appeared, radiating an air of authority. Within the Myeong cult, at the Upper Talent Palace's Talent Refinement Institute, in the Royal Hall, Cheon Semin looked at the newcomer and inquired, "What brings the young master here?" Yeoljin stepped forward and asked, "My father is quite worried. Has the palace lord perhaps forgotten the previous promise?" "I am Yeoljin, son of the Blood Rain Palace Lord." Cheon Semin replied, "Are you unaware that the Oirat have already captured those assassins? That matter was settled long ago. Have you come here to press the palace lord?" Yeoljin fell silent for a moment, then said, "I understand." He continued, "I heard that Cheon AMU encountered some unpleasantness at the Bright Spring Pavilion. As the guild leader, I naturally regret this and came to see how things are." He added, "What can you accomplish by rushing here like this? When I see him, I'll tell him to seek you out." Yeoljin asked, "Is he not currently in the palace? Did you send him to the Gwangmyeong Palace?" Such close ties with a young sect leader could easily lead to misunderstandings. He replied, That brat is quite arrogant. I'll go find him." Yeoljin turned and left. The king, observing this, was puzzled by his actions. Yeoljin felt a sudden, sharp sensation, like being cut. He channeled his energy, and a blinding silver light flashed. Looking back, the king saw that a leaf of the orchid behind him had been cleanly severed. He stared in astonishment. Yet Yeoljin sheathed his sword, concluding the maneuver. Enraged, Cheon Semin picked up the orchid pot as if to smash it. But Yeoljin continued, "When an orchid develops yellow spots, one simply removes the diseased leaf at the outset. However, if left unattended, the entire plant must be uprooted." This seemingly innocuous gardening advice was, in reality, a thinly veiled threat from the Blood Rain Palace to Cheon Semin. He added, "To compensate for this discourtesy, I will handle the Oirat matter." Cheon Semin could only fume inwardly. Since when did he become so insidious? Yeoljin, how audacious. Yeoljin departed with an air of unconcern. In the courtyard, 2 rows of figures, faces masked and bodies cloaked, stood guard. A black hawk swooped down, landing to reveal Yeoljin, son of the Blood Rain Palace Lord. A subordinate, while draping a cloak over his shoulders, asked, "Do you intend to ignore the Upper Talent Palace? The Oirat are merely pawns. Their funding was cut long ago." Yeoljin simply replied, "Taewa, don't ask pointless questions." The subordinate respectfully obeyed. He was Taewa, captain of the 7-skilled White Tiger unit. The hawk landed precisely on his outstretched hand. Yeoljin looked at it and asked, "What is it?" After a brief exchange, Yeoljin understood the bird's message. Yoltak exclaimed in surprise, "Older brother." Standing before him were the young sect leader, Yang Jaguk, and his guard, Yoltak. Hearing Yoltak's address, the protagonist thought to himself, "Yoltak called me older brother. He's from the Blood Rain Palace, that young yet aged-looking fellow." Yeoljin walked past them coldly, saying, "It's been a while." The young sect leader asked, "What brings the Blood Rain Palace here?" Yi curtly replied, "Do you think I'd be here without reason?" What brings the young sect leader here? The protagonist, equally blunt, retorted, "And do you think I'd be here without reason?" The two men brushed past each other. Yi simply stated, "It seems neither of us wishes to divulge our reasons. I'll take my leave." Just as he turned, Yi called out, "Elder brother." But all he received in response was a cutting remark, "You're as pathetic as ever." Then, Yi turned to the young palace lord of the Heavenly Offering Palace, Chion Amu, and said, "Chion Amu, I shall see you again soon." The young palace lord bowed respectfully. "Yes, yes, guild leader." Breathing a sigh of relief, the young palace lord asked, perplexed, "Why did Master Yi bring the entire White Hawk 7 Swords unit here? Could it be because he wanted to see me?" Noticing the grim expression on his guard's face, young Jagic thought to himself, "So that's it. He's the Blood Moon Palace Lord's son." Inside a room, Blood Demon and his daughter were reviewing information on the Blood Moon Palace Lord's eldest son. The document read, Yi, currently ranked 15th on the scripture list, is the eldest son of the Blood Moon Palace Lord and leader of the White Hawk 7 Swords unit. Blood Demon exclaimed in surprise, ranked 15th. He doesn't look to be 30 yet. Impressive. Har continued reading. The Blood Moon Palace is the most powerful of the 7 secret palaces, and its lord, she revealed, is Yulchion. The young sect leader suddenly turned and asked, "Yultak, aren't you hungry?" Yultak looked up, surprised. "Why do you ask?" He then replied, "Just asking." Seeming to realize something, Yultak's face fell. He mumbled, "Why is the atmosphere so strange?" "Everyone, act normal." Young Jagic thought to himself, "You're the strange one." Yultak stood up and declared, "What's so great about the Eagle Palace? My father is the Blood Moon Palace Lord, ranked 2nd on the scripture list. The Mayon cult. That's nothing. What is a big deal then?" He continued, "I was born to the 7th concubine, so I'm not recognized. That's not unusual in the Mayon cult. Our clan is known for its cold-bloodedness. But only my elder brother disregarded my status and taught me martial arts." The young sect leader's face darkened. He thought, "Your martial arts?" Yultak went on, "Because I frequented gambling dens and indulged in pleasures with a young sect leader, my brother became disappointed and distanced himself from me." The protagonist flushed, snapping, "I don't want to hear this." He then turned to his subordinate and said, "Well, although the young sect leader has always been useless, he's improved a lot compared to before. I believe my brother will see me differently now." The protagonist muttered, "Blood Moon Palace." Just as he spoke, Yultak abruptly interrupted, "What? You want to go there?" His expression was one of blatant curiosity. Yultak continued, "I know all the members of the merchant guilds that frequent the Blood Moon Palace's treasury. It might sound boastful, but while I don't know about the Central Plains, the Blood Moon Palace has extensive connections elsewhere." The young sect leader thought to himself, Blood Moon Palace people are everywhere. Doesn't that mean the Blood Moon Palace and the treasury are essentially the same? He pondered for a moment, then said, "All right, go and investigate them. See if there's anything suspicious going on between them." Yultak, hearing this, replied cheerfully, "Yes, sir." "Then allow me to rest for a bit today." The protagonist firmly stated, "Do it now." Yultak, taken aback, asked why the sudden change. As a result, he was inexplicably dragged away by Blood Ghost and Har. The picture depicted Chion Semin, accompanied by detailed information: his alias, bounty, position, sect, martial arts ranking, predicted cultivation realm, and notes. The notes read, "Skilled in calculations, enjoys transactions, but has an erratic temperament. Though his martial arts have reached a high level, he doesn't dedicate himself to cultivation. Has sons named Chion Jasang and Chion Amu." The protagonist thought to himself, "It seems that within the 7 secret halls, I need to visit the finance hall and the pleasure hall first. Not only do I need funds to maintain the organization's operations, but also a source of financial supply and circulation. Therefore, not just martial arts sects, but also numerous banks, escort agencies, and merchant groups coexist." Simply put, he continued his internal monologue, banks are banks, escort agencies handle transportation and protection, and merchant groups are a type of trading company. It's that simple. They also have close ties with taverns and inns, which serve as resting places along their business routes. But within the demonic sect, the finance hall and the pleasure hall monopolize all of these. The problem is, currently, I only hold the position of young sect leader. The Blood Martial Hall's leader has become the primary candidate for sect leader, and they desire clarity. This implies Chun's soul has other ambitions, but I have no intention of giving up. So from the start, this venture was doomed to fail. Though I easily gained much this time, it won't last. He began to meticulously calculate. First, I need to completely isolate the finance hall. As he was thinking, someone entered. It was a composed young man who announced, "Young sect leader, I am Captain Shion Buron. The hall leader has finished handling matters and wishes to see you. Would that be agreeable?" He glanced sideways at Burong, saying, "Did you just hit puberty? You look quite different today compared to yesterday." Burong respectfully replied, "I apologize for my intrusion, young sect leader. Please forgive me." He had seen through it. It was indeed a human skin mask. He continued, "I made it clear. If you dare deceive me again, I won't spare you. Do you remember?" Burong calmly responded, "Please forgive me, young sect leader." It was all out of necessity. A chilling aura emanated from him. "Do you think I'm easy to fool? Or do you look down on me, ignoring my words?" Pressed repeatedly, Burong finally showed fear. No. Yang Jagat continued to pressure him. "Your father had to bear the burden of your transgression, so you presented me with a Fergana horse. Seeing your sincerity, I personally came here." He then declared, "It seems I've wasted my trip." Burong stopped the young sect leader. "I beg your forgiveness. Please calm your anger." He inquired, "Is this your true appearance?" Burong replied, "Yes." But the protagonist remained suspicious, saying incredulously, "Who knows what you're really plotting? How can I trust you? If I meet the hall leader now, who am I supposed to believe? I'm returning to Gwangmyeong Hall." Hearing this, Burong was stunned, as if struck by lightning. He pleaded, "Please reconsider, my lord. I swear this will never happen again." "Young Jega stood up," the young master reiterated. "Once, twice. Is there no third time? How can I trust you? Tell your palace lord I will never see you again." Burong remained prostrate. "What must I do to earn your trust?" The young master considered this. Cheon Burong, commander of the Imperial Guard, wasn't one to easily reveal his thoughts. His current anxiety suggested he truly hadn't anticipated such a despicable act from men. Perhaps it was worth playing along a little longer. He placed a sheet of paper on the table. "Right?" Burong, confused, asked, "Right what?" The young master replied, "What if we meet again and you go back on your word?" "So right." Burong took the brush and began to write, "I, Cheon Burong, commander of the Imperial Guard of the Upper Sky Palace, will..." He asked nervously, "Do you mean will protect the Gwangmyeong Palace?" The young master smiled, looking at Burong. Then he uttered a chilling sentence, "Utterly destroy the Upper Sky Palace." Breaking into a sweat, Burong asked, "Young master, did you want me to write that I would protect the Gwangmyeong Palace?" The young master simply gave Burong a cold smile, then slowly said, "Utterly destroy it all." Burong was dumbfounded, his hands trembling. Yang Jagat questioned, "Why aren't you writing?" Burong, bewildered, replied, "Many have tried to harm the young master. We only wish to protect you." The young master challenged him. "And yet, the palace lord's son of the Upper Sky Palace tried to kill me, while you, disguised, came here to watch over me. I believe you're the most dangerous one." Burong panicked. No, that's not true." Seemingly satisfied, the young master said, "If it's not true, then write. If I'm not mistaken, even if it costs you your life, you must avenge this grudge." Bairang's hand shook as he wrote, wanting to speak, but unable to form the words. The young master, exasperated, said, "Enough. From the beginning, I should have gone somewhere safe. Meeting with the Joyful Palace would have been better." He turned to leave. Through gritted teeth, Burong said, "I've finished writing. Are you satisfied?" Yang Jagat turned back with a smile. "Good. Then finish it. You can keep it as proof and bury it at Theoming Palace along with your Gwangmyeong badge. If you don't comply, I'll be the heretic." Reeling, Burong was terrified. Here, the Gwangmyeong badge wasn't a palace token, but one issued by the Gwangmyeong Palace to identify members of the demonic cult. This badge was as precious as life itself, for it was the only proof of a believer's identity. Burong reluctantly retrieved a badge from within his robes and placed it on the table. The young master thought triumphantly, "You agreed to this tedious affair for one of two reasons, either confidence or disdain for the Gwangmyeong Palace. Whatever the reason, Cheon Burong, you will protect the Gwangmyeong Palace. With everything arranged, he followed Burong to meet the palace lord. Arriving at the main hall, Burong announced, "Palace Lord, the young master has arrived." Cheon Semin offered a greeting first. "Young master, did you rest well?" He feigned a warm smile. "I was afraid you might be tired, so I let you rest first and told you to see me later. Are you feeling all right?" While glancing around the room, Yang Jagat casually replied, "Well enough. You've gone to a great deal of trouble with the preparations. For the sake of Gwangmyeong Palace, how could I not be understanding?" Cheon Semin laughed heartily. "Of course. As soon as I heard you had returned, I immediately sent people to deliver gifts. I've been so busy that I couldn't come to pay my respects right away." Yang Jagat retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "I wasn't at the Heavenly Demon Palace for just a day or two. These paltry trinkets can hardly compensate for the time I've lost." Cheon Semin's laughter boomed even louder. "What's so difficult about that? Just discard some unimportant things and make up the difference." Yang Jagat reminded arrogant. "Let's see about that. I haven't yet learned the meaning of patience." Cheon Semin pressed on. "How can you know without trying? It's not difficult to do 2 or 3 times. Do a few times and you'll understand." In the corner of the room, piles of treasures were stacked high, including a mirror crafted from gold, silver, and jewels. Yang Jagat's gaze lingered on the hoard, his eyes filled with a calculating glint. Noticing this, Cheon Semin spoke. "It seems the young master has many needs. If you wish, I can give you all of this." Yang Jagat scoffed. "I misjudged the Supreme Treasury Palace before. Had I known the Palace Lord was so generous, I would have visited more often." Cheon Semin grew even more smug. "If you wish to stay here, you are welcome to." Yang Jagat offered a thin smile and stepped closer to Cheon Semin, remarking, "The Palace Lord lives quite comfortably." Cheon Semin detected a subtle shift in the young man's tone. "What do you mean by that?" Yang Jagat began his interrogation. "A kind mother often spoils her child. Loving parents overlook their children's faults. With the Palace Lord shielding his beloved son so fiercely, how could anything untoward ever happen?" Cheon Semin visibly flinched at these words. Yang Jagat continued his attack. "But Palace Lord, to be unaware of your own faults, isn't that foolish? I had to flee barefoot, desperately pleading, yet it was all for naught. You had your men confine me to the guest quarters, and now you sit here, entertaining me. Are you admitting to your scheme?" Cheon Semin's composure crumbled, his expression betraying his panic. Yang Jagat pressed further. "Is your life so comfortable that even death holds no regrets?" Cheon Semin's face flushed crimson, then paled, his teeth gritted in barely contained fury. Quickly regaining his composure, Cheon Semin forced a hearty laugh, as expected of the young master. "Seeing you so mature, the future of the Myeong cult is certainly bright. You even forgive the transgressions of my son." Cheon Semin bowed obsequiously. "I'm eternally grateful. If you would stay here." He abruptly rose from his seat and, with a gesture of utmost respect, extended both hands, inviting Yang Jagat to take his place. "Please have some tea. Please sit." Yang Jagat nodded in satisfaction. "That's more like it. There's no need for formalities." Without hesitation, he stepped on a book lying on the table as he sat down. Cheon Semin seethed, barely suppressing the urge to tear the young man limb from limb. Yang Jagat settled into the chair with a predatory air, then cast a sidelong glance to observe Cheon Semin's reaction. Yang Jagat carefully scrutinized Cheon Semin's every move. He let out another booming laugh as he strolled to the side, leaving Yang Jagat basking in his apparent triumph. "I've crossed paths with men like you before," Yang Jagat began, his voice laced with a chilling familiarity. "The Beggar Clan's leader and the head of the Manhua Trading Company, the wealthiest in the Central Plains. I once asked the Beggar Clan leader why the two of them were so alike. One had everything, the other cast everything aside. Yet they were no different. How laughable. And he resembles both of them. Dealing with this kind of person, one only needs to grasp their weakness." He continued, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Now, esteemed Palace Lord of the Supreme Finance Palace, I despise complications. After my seclusion, my father vanished, and my household is empty. Every time I dwell on this, the thought that everything could disappear forever, it gives me a headache." Cheon Semin feigned surprise. "Oh, is that so?" Yang Jagat gestured dismissively. "Though I'm aware of their activities, I care little for what they do. The cult leader's position has been vacant for too long. As long as they are suitable, anyone can fill that seat. You understand my meaning, don't you? I believe this aligns with your interests as well, which is why I've come personally to inquire. You try to kill me. Such disrespect is truly disappointing. Having spoken, he couldn't resist surreptitiously observing Cheon Semin's reaction. Cheon Semin responded with a sinister smile, a predatory grin that seemed to want to devour the world. Then, with a sudden shift, his expression contorted into one of remorse. My mind has been troubled lately. If I've shown any disrespect, I beg your esteemed self to forgive me. He quickly apologized, adding, I've also been agonizing over how to apologize for that brat's insolence. I've already demoted him to a mere servant. Young Jagat replied nonchalantly. Oh, is that so? Let's see what you do next. Cheon Semin feigned a flustered demeanor. I prepared a gift. A gift. A most precious gift. I'm certain you'll appreciate it. At Cheon Semin's clap, Burong appeared, carrying a red box which he placed upon the table. Yang Jagat suspected it contained a dagger. Cheon Semin elaborated. I wonder if you've heard of the 5 divine weapons. Yang Jagat feigned astonishment. The 5 divine weapons. Could it be? Indeed. I've prepared it especially for you. This is the Holy Fire Demon Sword. Do you like it? Cheon Semin asked smugly. This is a divine artifact that even the Palace Lord doesn't possess. I wish to present it to the young cult leader. Despite his clear interest, Yang Jagat feigned indifference. Is that all? You also offer a substantial amount of gold and silver to the Guangmiang cult every month, don't you? Cheon Semin continued to boast, I'll have a palace built for you, even grander than the Supreme Finance Palace. Still not satisfied, he pressed on. Cheon Semin continued to recruit him, draw him to our side. He must ascend to the position of cult leader. The Supreme Finance Palace will support him. Cheon Semin puffed out his chest, declaring, I, Cheon Semin, will certainly support the young cult leader. Though it was precisely what he desired, young Jagat still countered, can I truly become the cult leader? Cheon Semin's face twisted with ambition as he asserted, of course. The royal family values tradition above all else. How could they allow another to claim the position of cult leader? That would be disloyal, treasonous. The gods would be enraged. Young Jagat chuckled inwardly at this. In the demonic cult, the royal family inherits the leadership. How absurd. And they consider this treason. He voiced his thoughts aloud, a cold edge to his laughter. Actually, at this point, he suddenly burst into laughter. You make a valid point. Cheon Semin chuckled along. As expected of the cult leader, I only spoke a single sentence, and you've already grasped the meaning. Young Jagat's expression turned dangerous. Very well, but as far as I know, you support Palace Lord Wu's theory. What do you gain from this? Cheon Semin gave a strained laugh. Of course. He drawled, it's ambition. A very useful thing. Young Jagat feigned curiosity. What thing? Cheon Semin glanced at him. Is the young cult leader curious? He thought to himself, what scheme is this brat concocting? Young Jagat mused, perplexed. How is it that Ma Jun is still alive later on? Then, feigning annoyance, he said, I'm not an envoy. How would I know? Cheon Semin spoke seriously. It's not that you can't do it, but that you don't understand. Why? Young Jagat asked suspiciously. His face was clearly etched with suspicion. I hear you have a stranger as a bodyguard. After returning to Guangmiang Palace, you also neglected your duties for a while. Did you perhaps visit other places within the 7 secret palaces? Cheon Semin's voice rose. So you've colluded with the 7 secret palaces and even brought a bodyguard to monitor me, haven't you? Isn't this overstepping your authority? The young cult leader graces me with his presence, yet looks at me with such a calm gaze. How strange. But if someone instigated you, it's understandable. Young Jagat thought to himself, I'm trapped in this charade. Jiajun's father is indeed no ordinary man. Standing before him, I can only talk to myself. Cheon Semin continued his loud monologue. Who devised this scheme? Was it the Blood Rain Palace? Or the Joyful Palace? Could it be the Blood Rain Palace? Young Jagat sigidwearili. Your words are so tiring. Cheon Semin roared, stop feigning innocence. What's your purpose in seeking me out? I've already spoken. The royal court is furious, brimming with killing intent. Do you expect me to believe those words? Cheon Semin fixed Young Jagat with a stern gaze. He replenishes his internal energy with elixirs. Just how many has he consumed? Both abundant and impure, using wealth to bolster his internal strength. He must value money more than martial arts. Cheon Semin continued his internal debate aloud. You've already joined forces with them. What are you doing here? young cult leader. Do you want me to join your ship? Oh, I should consider whether to board your ship or simply burn it down. Young Jagic said in exasperation. Instead of looking at me, why don't you stare at the wall and talk to yourself? Shion Semin, still smug, declared, shouldn't you reveal who the owner of this ship is? He scoffed. Is the Supreme Wealth Palace the only one with money? Shion Semin gritted his teeth. So, are you planning to go to those girls of the Joyful Palace? Yenjega chuklet softly. I hear the Joyful Palace is quite adept at gathering information. Shion Semin hesitated. Well then, Yang Jagic pondered the power wielded by each of the 7 secret palaces. Each palace commanded its own forces, building formidable power bases. But their functions painted a different picture. The Holy Fire Palace was the deliberative body, responsible for political affairs. The Blood Rain Palace controlled the military. The Slaughter Palace and the Sword Legion Palace acted as the judiciary, carrying out punishments. The Poison Ruin Palace oversaw the Royal Hospital. The real intrigue lay with the Upper Treasury Palace and the Palace of Joys, responsible for finance and foreign affairs, respectively. With the realm teetering on the brink of war, all sides scrambled to amass wealth and intelligence, gathering at these palaces, waiting for the opportune moment. But their overlapping responsibilities fueled a fierce rivalry between them. Young Jaga closed his eyes in contemplation. Intelligence is the spice of life. I must meet her. My true purpose here is information. It seems even my words have their uses. He responded calmly. The palace lord has no shortage of influence. You're free to follow whomever you choose, but your allegiance will determine whether you gain control or remain a mere oarsman. Inwardly, he smirked. It had to be the Upper Treasury Palace Lord. Otherwise, Shion Semin wouldn't place such trust in him. Shion Semin, his face ashen, sweat beading on his brow, could only manage a choked cough in response. Young Jega S. Iner, smile Weedinet. I'll let him believe what he wants. Aloud, he said, someone asked me to relay this message to you. The king, drenched in perspiration, glanced up. All right, I'll trust you this once. But it's not enough. I must meet this person before I decide. Young Jagic rose to his feet. Take your time to consider. I'll accept the gifts you've prepared as a token of your sincerity. Furthermore, he continued, I'll take a mere 30% of the Upper Treasury Palace's profits. Consider it a generous offer. You have 1 month. Send word to the Guangmyong Palace. Think carefully about which side benefits you most. I must now inform the Palace of Joys of a certain demise. Shion Semin extended a hand. Stay here today. I've made ample preparations. Young Jega Smirked. Very well. I'll grace the heavenly palace with my presence for a few days. Attend to your affairs. Shion Semin's brow furrowed as he slammed his fist on the table. Like father, like son. 30%. That little lecher dares. Shion Burong pleaded. Your Majesty, please calm yourself. Shion Semin roared, his fury unchecked. Calm myself. How can I be calm? A mere child conspiring with those vipers. And that shameless palace lord. A thought struck Chiol Beong. Perhaps he's not from the secret palaces. Shion Semin, still seething, demanded, what do you mean? If not the secret palaces, then who? Burong explained, what if it's someone from the Central Plains? If something happened within the royal palace or at the border, we would surely know. Besides, the young master referred to him as Semin's eyes widened in understanding. In other words, the Elder Council. I believe that's the most likely scenario. Burong paused, considering. This might not be entirely disadvantageous for us. Young Jega Questionet, why? If we remain passive, we'll be forced to side with the Blood Rain Palace. If the Oirat gain absolute power, Isaac's situation will worsen. Our people have even been imprisoned recently. Semin's memory stirred. Didn't you Jalain say that matter was resolved? That's why I dismissed it. Burong raised the issue. If this continues, if the Blood Rain sect also installs a leader, they'll likely make even more demands. Furthermore, last year, after the Oirat kidnapped him, didn't the taxes in the north also increase? Shion Semin mused, stroking his beard. Burong elaborated, the assassination sect leader is colluding with the Joyful Palace, and the Council of Elders controls the young sect leader. This means a fierce internal conflict is brewing. It wouldn't be wise to solely pursue our own interests at this time. Shion Semin pondered. Either way, we'll lose a lot, perhaps even having to hand over the sacred flame and gain nothing in return. Shion Burong countered with a smile. The young sect leader is just a naive puppet. He's matured somewhat, but with his personality, what can he possibly achieve? Before coming here, it seems he angered Chi Ha Min, and the joyful palace leader dotes on her. Cheon Simon shot to his feet, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. What? Why are you only telling me this now? Explain exactly how he provoked her. Burong replied, it happened within the mansion, so I don't know the details. But considering the young sect leader's reputation as a little lecher, I can guess. Semin roared with laughter. Then the joyful palace certainly won't let this go, causing chaos everywhere, oblivious to the viper's nest he's poked. The young sect leader claims only the Supreme Wealth sect has money. We'll see if he comes crawling back, begging me to save his life, or if I'll just let him die. He sneered. Burong thought this doesn't seem quite right. Perhaps we should just leave him be and rescue him when the opportunity arises. Why? Semin asked, surprised. Doesn't everything have its reasons? Burong responded, is the joyful palace planning a rebellion to eliminate him? Semin was astonished. I don't think that's wise. Burong spoke slowly, his own schemes churning beneath the surface. If the Guangmyong Palace falls, I'm finished too. Cheon Semin, without further thought, readily agreed. All right, Burong. Secretly go to the joyful palace, and, when the time is right, bring him back. Absolutely do not let him die. Goods fetch a better price when they're fresh. Burong bowed his head. As you command. Cheon Semin chuckled. But the transport fee still needs to be paid. I'll let you know my terms. Discreetly deliver the gold to the Guangmyong Palace. Burong again bowed. As you command. Young Jagak walked on, his own thoughts preoccupied. Supreme Wealth Sect leader Cheon Semin. If you want to climb to the summit of that glittering golden mountain, you must first release the burden you hold. Meanwhile, in the marketplace, a crowd had gathered, buzzing with excited chatter. I went to the market to buy a horse, but when I neared the Yodong district, I nearly jumped out of my skin. One person spoke up. Did you run into the Shaolin monks? A man wearing a straw hat asked in surprise. If I had, I'd be ashes by now. The man with the white turban sighed. Honestly, do you know what I saw? The merchant recounted his experience, his face pale with fright. Don't be scared, he continued. I was traveling with a caravan when I saw the top of a sand dune covered in black. My wife's been nagging me so much lately. I thought I was seeing things, so I closed my eyes. But when I opened them again, I saw a whole army of 100,000 soldiers marching, thick as ants. The man wearing a conical hat scoffed. Old man, aren't you telling tall tales? 100,000 soldiers. Where would you get 100,000 soldiers? It was probably just the Mo Yong clan throwing a feast, and a bunch of beggars gathered to see if they could scavenge anything. I'm telling the truth. The turban man insisted. Truth, my foot. Wakayam, the Minister of War, has sealed off the horse market and tightened security around the capital. The hat-wearing man retorted, slapping the other man's head. The emperor is dead, and his younger brother has taken the throne. That's right, he added, emphasizing his point with another slap. Hey, old man, don't talk nonsense. Taken the throne. Har-Young said, surprised. He's not the rightful heir. She paused, a thoughtful frown creasing her brow. It's strange. We haven't seen any activity from the Oirat lately. Yoltak spoke up, puzzled. Do you believe what those people are saying? He chuckled. Those Oirat would have to be out of their minds to provoke me. Har-Young, standing beside him, looked doubtful. But everyone is saying they've seen the Oirat. Dadultak guavda di smisivhan. Those caravan folk, he said with a shrug, they're experts at making mountains out of molehills. Har-Young still felt a flicker of unease, but her attention was suddenly caught by a low groan. She noticed an old man with long white hair and a beard nursing a wound. Sir, are you all right? She asked. The old man replied coldly, I'm fine. Do I look fine? He snapped. Those damned cursed Oirat. The old man roared in anger. Har-Young turned to look at Yoltak. Yoltak offered an explanation. Don't you know that around here, pity is a luxury? These men are all reject from the Imperial Guard. They have nothing to do, so they go out and act as sparring partners for the warriors and end up injured. Shut up. What Oirat? The old man bellowed. If it weren't for that skilled young lad. Yoltak's eyes widened. Sir, please tell us, what about the Oirat? It's dangerous to wander too far out these days. The old man scowled, his face a mask of indignation. The Oirat are blocking the Silk Road, drawing their swords and threatening people at the slightest provocation. They heard the sect leader is gone, and these little shrimps are running rampant. What in the world is the Blood Rain Palace doing? Yoltak gaped, speechless. Those Oirat, the old man continued, clutching his side. They came charging at us, blades in their mouths. I just glanced at them, and they stabbed me in the ribs. Yoltak's eyes bulged. They dared to do that. The old man, clutching his stomach and leaning against the wall, turned away. I can't take it anymore. Sir, where are you going, sir? Leaning heavily against the wall, the old man spoke coldly. A bunch of 30-something-year-old porters talking like this. My hands are shaking. My heart is heavy with unease. But those warriors are stronger than us. Will they even believe our words? They told us to run. The old man roared, his beard and hair a snowy halo around his weathered face. Those brats don't know anything. Self-righteous fools. How can they believe the words of old men who are nothing but shields for warriors like us? Even the Blood Rain Palace doesn't believe them. What else can I do? I have to rescue those captured myself. Otherwise, the Oirat will kill them all, including you. At that moment, young Jagic strode forward, his voice cold. So, everyone's here. I've gathered some information at a local eatery. Let's discuss this inside the inn. You mean the Oirat have taken many people? Yoltak asked, incredulous. They wouldn't do that. Haryung shot him a look. How can you be so sure? He pressed. I told you it's impossible. Yoltak insisted stubbornly. Haryung crossed his arms, a sardonic glint in his eyes as he looked at Yoltak. And you have proof. Yoltak slammed his fist on the table and shot to his feet, his face flushed with anger. Did you see it with your own eyes? Did anyone actually see them do it? Haryung, equally furious, slammed his own hand down. Are you blind and deaf? Everyone's saying it. Yoltak jabbed a finger at his own chest, his voice thick with indignation. Am I not a person? You bastard, I'll make you see. Haryung's father, his face thunderous with rage, bellowed, what are you doing? Yoltak whirled around, his face draining of color. Seeing the impending blow, he pleaded desperately. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Please, great patriarch, please put your hand down. His voice, suddenly small and childlike, squeaked, mercy. Whispers rippled through the onlookers. That's right, it's him. Is that the young patriarch? Patrons, startled by the commotion, scrambled to their feet, sweat beading on their brows. One stammered to the innkeeper, I'll come back another time. Young Jagic, his face flushed, surveyed the three arguing figures before him and ordered everyone to sit down. Nearby patrons, assuming the command was directed at them, obediently settled back into their seats. He glanced at them, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Why did they sit down? He wondered. Yoltak, still agitated, continued to argue. Even if the Oirat did something to them, it wouldn't be to this extent. Haryung, refusing to be outdone, retorted, how do you know? Yoltak fell silent for a moment, then turned away, his voice low and subdued. How would I know? I grew up in Oirat. Haryung's jaw dropped, his words caught in his throat. A sudden hush fell over the room, leaving only the echo of Yoltak's confession. He crossed his arms, a pained expression etched on his face. I told you, I'm half for it. My mother was one of them. Don't misunderstand them. The Oirat aren't all bad. He continued, his voice laced with a weary cynicism. Those with close ties to the Blood Rain Palace. Why would they provoke you, old man? What if it was someone from the righteous factions? Young Jagic's face darkened, as if struck by a sudden, unsettling thought. If it was someone from the righteous factions, he mused, his brow furrowed. So what? What then? He paused, his mind racing. Shu Semin doesn't want to be patriarch. In other words, he doesn't want to capture me. He just wants to maintain his relationship with the Blood Rain Palace. If that relationship is damaged, if the Oirat are caught in the middle, his thoughts crystallized into a grim realization. The Oirat will be forced to act on the Blood Rain Palace's demands, threatening and imprisoning innocent people. I have to save them, even if they are from the demonic sects. Saving people isn't wrong. Resolute, young Jagic rose to his feet. Let's go. A murmur swept through the inn. Heavens, did he tell us to sit down earlier? I hid outside, afraid I'd be killed if I stood up, so I just stayed put. The next morning, Yoltak rubbed the sleep from his eyes, yawning widely as he shuffled into young Jagic's room. Where's the young master? He asked. Yoltak rummaged through the room, finding nothing. His eyes suddenly landed on a letter lying on the table. He snatched it up, recognizing the young master's handwriting. What's this? He exclaimed, his voice laced with alarm. He left alone. A familiar voice sounded from behind him. Didn't the cult leader teach you anything? Haryung asked. Yoltak, still scanning the letter, replied coldly. He's been acting strangely better lately. Probably some chi deviation in his upper dantian. Let me see it when you're done. The letter read, did you sleep well last night? I couldn't sleep a wink because of this matter, so I'm writing this letter. I've discovered something, and I'm leaving ahead of you. Don't worry, come to Gwaemyeon Palace. Staying here any longer will have people calling us beggars. So let's go. Forgive me if I've said anything wrong. Signed, Ma Chunsel. Yultak brought a hand to his forehead in exasperation. What in the world did he write? Let's go. Did he spend all his time learning calligraphy instead of martial arts? Never mind that. The important thing is the young master is gone. Har-Young took the letter, her eyes tracing the elegant script with an enamored expression. Wow, his handwriting is beautiful, she murmured. Yultak scoffed. Now's not the time to admire calligraphy. The young master is missing. Heir, GWI, spoke calmly. Don't worry about him. Yultak's eyes widened, and he pointed at Heir, GWI, suspicion lacing his voice. Cult leader, you can't be serious. What do you mean? Do you even realize what you're saying? Can you take responsibility for this? Heir, GWI, as if unfazed, held the letter out to Yultak. This is the young master's true identity. Let's return to Gwangmyeong Palace. The letter in his hand burst into flames. Yultak's face paled, his eyes wide with disbelief. That's the 3-meridian divine skill of a peerless master. He thought, stunned. Has the old man recovered his power? Is that why he's acting so high and mighty? Before Heir, GWI, could finish speaking, Yultak snapped out his reverie and hurried after him, his voice now obsequious. Let's go. Young Jagic had finally reached his destination. Gazing at the surrounding landscape, he thought, the Tian Shan Mountains are truly magnificent. Searching for the demonic cult on the way will surely exhaust me. I heard the Oirat camp is northwest of the Hot Sea. Well then, let's go. I'll find out as I travel. On the vast Oirat steppe, an army was encamped. In the sky above, countless eagles circled the yurts below. Numerous guards stood watch at the entrance to the camp. Suddenly, the eagles, spotting Yul Jin's approaching group, let out sharp cries. Guards rushed forward, blocking Yultak's group. Halt! What you Han people doing here? Taewa drew the twin, swords at her hips, her voice menacing. Out my way. Instead of being intimidated, the Oirat guards raised their axes and roared. How dare you? Do you know where you are? Undeterred, Taewa retorted, if you want to live, drop those rusty axes and put your hands on your heads. The Oirat guards, enraged, bellowed, you're too arrogant. They charged towards Taewa. Taewa met their charge head-on. Confident in her speed, she swiftly cut down one of the guards. The remaining soldier, positioned behind Taewa, saw an opportunity to strike. He raised his axe high, bringing it down towards her with all his might. But Taewa reacted swiftly, parrying the blow with her twin swords, much to the soldier's surprise. He pressed down, trying to overpower her with the axe's weight, forcing Taewa to strain against the crushing force. With a sudden burst of agility, she leaped, vaulting over the soldier and bringing her swords down in a swift arc, felling him to the ground. The other soldiers stared, stunned by her prowess. The dying man, desperately trying to crawl towards his comrades, breathed his last before reaching them. The remaining soldiers, panicked, quickly surrounded the tent, knocking arrows and aiming them at Yul Jin and his group. Suddenly, a voice called out from within the tent. Come in. Yul Jin stepped forward, addressing Taewa. Taewa, stand down. Obediently, she sheathed her swords and retreated, falling in behind him. Securing her swords across her back, she followed Yul Jin into the tent. Inside, a figure was stringing a bow. It's been a long time, Yul Jin, the figure said. It was Oirat Yasin, the Taishur, leader of the Oirats, known as Izan Taishur. He had amassed a powerful force, uniting numerous tribes, rivaling even the Great Ming and the Northern Yuan. He rose to his feet, his imposing stature dwarfing Yul Jin. Looking down, he asked, do you think I am fit to be Taishur? Yul Jin met his gaze, answering calmly, it seems you are about to become Khan. Oirat Yasin let out a booming laugh. Turning, he raised his bow, pointing it towards the tent opening. Now, nothing is impossible. Your meaning is clear, Yul Jin responded. There's no need for further discussion. Oirat Yasin countered. Is this how the Sangtik Palace speaks? Yul Jin retorted. You know it is the Sangtik Palace, yet you still speak this way. Oirat Yasin replied, indeed. Should I pretend otherwise? Yul Jin paused, considering his words. Is this the will of the emperor, my father? Instead of answering, Oirat Yasin approached Yul Jin, holding out the bow. Can you draw it? You claim you once used it to craft a bow for Temujin. This is that bow. Even though you carry his blood, no one but me can draw this bow. So, who is its true master? With that, he aimed the bow at Yul-jin and released the string. The bow was unstrung, so it caused no injury, only a rush of air that brushed past Yul-jin. He remained impassive, silent. Even with the blood of the northern Liao royalty flowing through your veins, Oirat Yasin declared, "You, the heavenly mountain's leader, are no different from me, a descendant of the great Yuan, a Taisher." Lowering the bow, Oirat Yasin said, "Return to your father's side." In response, Yul-jin drew his sword and sliced through the bowstring. Since it cannot be taken, he stated, "Let me show you how to relinquish it." Minister Wakayam has submitted a petition for collective resignation, meaning he intends to blockade Beijing. The Taisher holding the emperor captive only gives them further justification to rise up in arms. Do you aspire to be the Khan of the Northern Yuan? As the Grand Preceptor, fulfill your duties. Leave the matters of the Central Plains to our Myung cult. Consider it a request to release the believers you've imprisoned. I will report today's duel to the cult leader. I will use this to resolve the matter. With that, Yul-jin drew his sword and struck towards Taewha, seemingly as recompense for her killing 2 of Oirat Yasin's men. Oirat Yasin watched Yul-jin with satisfaction, a smile playing on his lips. Seeing Oirat Yasin's satisfaction, Yul-jin excused himself. He said to Taewha, "Let us go." Taewha, biting back pain, replied, "As you command." She then followed him out. Oirat Yasin thought to himself, "Stubborn Yul-jin, your time of hardship will come." He then summoned Hua Nansu. "Yes, my lord," Hua Nansu acknowledged, entering. Oirat Yasin smiled sinisterly. "If I become Khan, all under heaven will tremble, beginning with the sacrifices to heaven and then the prisons." Hua Nansu replied, "As you command." Meanwhile, Yul-jin's party stopped at a cliff overlooking the sea. Yul-jin sat on a rock, gazing at the setting sun. He said to Taewha, "I wish to go to the royal palace." Taewha replied, "Allow me to escort you." Yul-jin said, "Sit down. Your wound hasn't stopped bleeding." Taewha shook her head. "It is nothing, my lord." Yul-jin, still looking out at the horizon, said, "Now everyone knows where the Myung cult is. Sit and tend your wound." At his words, Taewha bit her lip and obeyed, sitting down. "Thank you, my lord." Yul-jin replied, "It is the honor of the royal lineage. You need not apologize." Yul-jin stared at the descending sun, lost in thought. The Hadai Che, both a curse and a spirit left by the emperors of northern Liao to their descendants, a burden borne by their closest subordinates. Where was it all leading? Suddenly, one of Yul-jin's soldiers spotted someone approaching and called out, "Someone comes." Yul-jin turned to see young Jagguk, wearing a mask, walking towards them. The soldiers immediately formed a defensive line. Yul-jin thought to himself, "Is he lost?" Wandering onto the secret path to the peak of Tian Shan, dressed in the garb of the western region's strange. "Let us rest a while before continuing," young Jagguk said. Hearing him speak in Han, Yul-jin was slightly taken aback. One of the soldiers addressed young Jagguk. "Remove your mask and identify yourself." Young Jagguk replied calmly, "I am but a traveler passing through. I have journeyed a long way." He looked at Yul-jin, thinking to himself, "Yul-jin is here. To encounter you like this, it seems this journey will be most interesting." The soldiers, angered, pressed him. "We find you suspicious. How can we trust you? You even have a scar on your face." Yul-jin remained silent, observing. One soldier turned to Yul-jin. "My lord, grant me permission to kill this man." Yul-jin shook his head, gesturing for him to stand down. Seeing this, young Jagguk chuckled. "My thanks." He then sat down on a nearby rock. From the moment he sat down, they watched him with wary eyes. Young Jagguk thought to himself, Yul-jin, a ruthless devil who spares neither the elderly, children, nor women. It's strange to see such a man willing to rest for the sake of his injured subordinate. Young Jagguk turned to Yul-jin and initiated conversation. "Where does this road lead?" Yul-jin remained silent, offering no reply. Slightly embarrassed by the disregard, young Jagguk thought, he's a man of few words. Could he be returning from Oirat? Undeterred, young Jagguk pressed on. "Do you like this river?" Taewha, standing nearby, snapped angrily silence. "Do you want your tongue cut out?" Young Jagguk retorted. "Do you intend to use that injured body of yours to cut out my tongue?" Taewa's anger flared. "Are you tired of living?" Young Jagguk abruptly stood and advanced towards Taewa, startling her. She drew her sword, shouting, "Insolent! What are you doing?" Young Jagguk didn't answer, instead grabbing her hand, held fast by him. Taewa winced in pain as her wounds were aggravated. Seeing this, the soldiers drew their swords, pointing them at his neck. But Yul-jin remained calm, addressing his men. "He says he's just a passerby." "What are you doing?" Young Jagic spoke. Your subordinate has quite a temper. Look at that wound. It's filled with dirt and tetanus has set in. The flesh is necrotic, beginning to rot. At this rate, forget wielding a sword. You won't even be able to hold a spoon. Even if you find a renowned physician, he won't bother with needles and herbs. He'll simply amputate. At the mention of rotting flesh, Tewa bristled. Shut up. I'm Yufine. Yeoljin inquired. Tell me, what do you want? Young Jagic replied, clean water, medicine for insect bites, and needle and thread to stitch the wound. I'll treat it first, and we can settle the score later. With the supplies gathered, Young Jagic washed his hands and began to tend to Tewa's injury. Some time later, the treatment was complete. Young Jagic and Yeoljin sat on a boulder, watching the sunset. Tewa, her wound now treated, angrily cursed him as a bastard. Young Jagic sighed at her vulgarity. Yeoljin asked him, are you one of the righteous? Young Jagic countered with a question of his own. Why would you think that? Yeoljin replied, only a hypocritical righteous man would save someone for a piece of beef. The reward for treating Tewa had been a single piece of beef. As he ate it, Young Jagic mused, this world is truly cruel. But is it really so? He said aloud, is it? Yeoljin's words left him pondering. Am I truly one of the righteous? Or am I a devil? Lost in thought, he heard Yeoljin say, don't worry, no one kills their benefactor. Then Yeoljin asked, where is the Central Plains? Surprised by the question, Young Jagic wondered, could he have never been to the Central Plains? It makes sense. Unless it's for conquest and slaughter, the demonic cult has no need to go there. Young Jagic gazed towards the distant starlit sky, painting a picture for Yeoljin of the Central Plains. Following the Yangtze River, southeast from Sichuan, you'll find immense lakes like this one. That is Dongting Lake. The scenery west of Yiyang is breathtaking, utterly different from here. It teems with people, martial artists gathered from all corners, exchanging news and stories. You can sit in a tavern, savoring fine wine and delicious food. Their words, like the currents of the Yangtze, flow into that vast lake. The Central Plains is a place where people care for one another, where they ask after each other's well-being. Because it's a confluence of people from all directions, conflicts do arise. But it's a place where understanding blossoms, where people share the fleeting, precious moments of life. That is my Central Plains. A palpable pride shone on Young Jagic's face as he spoke of his homeland. Yeoljin remarked, it sounds prosperous. Even chivalrous warriors must eventually return to the realities of life. Honestly, Young Jagic countered, don't jump to conclusions. Visit the Central Plains. Live there for a while, experience it firsthand. Yeoljin shook his head. Do you think that's possible? Young Jagic pressed. Then let's make it possible. To drive out the people of the Central Plains, we joined forces with the Ming Dynasty, causing countless deaths. At that time, the distinction between righteous and unorthodox sects ceased to matter. Anyone in the martial world took up their sword, turning on each other. In this world that scorns martial power, those called martial artists gathered together, their strength growing. The war between the Martial Alliance and the Sa Dao clan still rages. They were forced to become demonic cultivators. Many like-minded individuals met the same fate. Family, country, and everything belonging to this place that shaped it all. Young Jagic looked at Yeoljin, a thought lingering in his mind. Can you change, Yeoljin? Sensing Young Jagic's gaze, Yeoljin said, speak your mind. These tedious words are intriguing. I'll reward you. Young Jagic rose. Grant me a request in the future. You're a simple one, making such a decision so readily. What's your name? I'll tell you later, Young Jagic replied. I must go. I believe things will work out, Yeoljin. We will drink together, cross swords. But not now. Leaving Yeoljin and his companions, Young Jagic was suddenly struck by regret. I shouldn't have spoken such nonsense. I should have asked for directions first. Now he was alone, lost in the vast desert. He spotted some nearby markers, thinking if not for these Orit signs, I would be in grave danger. After some time, Young Jagic noticed grassland ahead. Grassland! He exclaimed, relieved. I found the right path. Continuing deeper into the woods, he saw a tent in the distance, guarded by several soldiers. Are those Oirat troops? He wondered. Why would they need guards in the middle of the forest? Who's inside? Suddenly, one of the soldiers kept glancing towards the inside of the tent. Young Jagic found it strange, thinking to himself, odd. If they're guarding someone, why do they keep looking inside like that? It's as if they're imprisoning someone. I must investigate. investigate. The sky suddenly darkened. Soldiers surrounded a pitiful young woman, forcing her to her knees. One of them sneered, the skin of Central Plains women truly is beautiful. It's a shame to kill such a pretty one. The woman pleaded weakly, please, sirs, spare my life. The soldier leered, stepping closer. The Grand Preceptor will be here soon, he said. We have no further use for you. You're going to die sooner or later. If you can please me, I'll grant you a swift death. Hidden behind a tree, young Jagat couldn't understand the Oirat language, so he didn't know what they were saying. He thought to himself, I wonder if this woman speaks Han Chinese. Could she be Han? The soldier's vulgar words made the woman tremble with fear. Right in front of them, she used her hairpin to take her own life. Young Jagat watched in stunned silence as she collapsed. The soldiers looked at her with disgust. Damn it, one spat. She used a hairpin to kill herself. How unlucky. Before her last breath, the woman whispered, I am sorry that I could not serve you until the end. Young Jagat watched the woman's tragic death and the soldiers' brazen actions as they kicked her lifeless body with disdain. TSK, bleeding now, filthy, another grumbled. A furious rage ignited within young Jagat, unleashing the heavenly demon divine skill. Though his face was concealed, his utter fury was palpable. He gritted his teeth, demanding why. Bodies lay scattered around him, blood flowing like a river. How could this happen? The thugs, however, seemed smug. The scarred one pulled down his pants, yelling, damn it, she got blood all over my clothes. You idiot, did you think I was lying when I said I'd spare you? Another squatted down, mocking the poor woman kneeling on the ground. Suddenly, another voice cut through the air, you animals. They turned to see a tall, muscular man approaching. Panic flashed in their eyes. Who's there? What kind of monster is this? Young Jagat demanded, why did you do this? One of the thugs asked suspiciously, who are you? You don't look like one of the Myung cult. His companion added, where did you come from? He didn't bother to answer, only repeating why. Why? Showing no remorse, the thug laughed. What do you know? There are even more terrifying things than this. With that, they lunged at him. Kill him. Dark clouds gathered. The sky grew ominous, and rain poured down. A thug swung an axe at him. Unafraid, young Jagat continued to ask, why did you do this? In that instant, the thug realized with horror that he had angered the wrong person. He roared furiously, throwing a punch and yelling why. He even managed to sneer. With a single blow, the thug was sent flying, his head bursting into flames. He screamed in agony, quickly, get everyone here. Capture him. He's not easy to deal with. He leaped into the air, and the thugs fired a volley of arrows towards him, but he dodged them all. He unleashed a whirlwind of movement, his five-claw technique a blur as he evaded their attacks, circling behind one of them and striking a single, devastating blow to his back. The celestial wolf's joyful claw. He pierced straight through the thug, who managed only a choked gasp and a gurgle before collapsing. The remaining thugs paled, their faces ashen with terror. Mercy! Mercy! They cried in unison. His eyes blazed with fury. I will kill you all, he threatened. With that, he lunged, a whirlwind of death among them. His movements were too swift to follow, leaving only their screams echoing in his wake. In the blink of an eye, blood flowed like a river. All lay dead, save for one trembling figure who fell to his knees, weeping and begging, please, sir, please spare me. He placed a hand on a man's head and spoke with chilling calm. Get out of my sight. A burst of violet flame erupted, consuming the man and reducing him to ashes. He came back to himself moments later, drenched in a cold sweat. He had lost control, slaughtered them all. The demonic celestial arts, the forbidden fire of the demon realm, thrummed within him, his hand trembling. He had reached at least the 10th level, he realized. If he continued to use it before mastering its power, the consequences could be dire. He entered the tent, pulling back the curtain. A voice called out, who are you? Seated within was a child, yet an aura of authority emanated from them. Are you here to kill me? The child asked, or to save me? He brushed the rain for his shoulders. Neither, he replied. Are you being held prisoner here? Since when? The child spoke with impatience. Shouldn't you be the one who knows? He stared, bewildered. How would I know? I was just passing through. The child narrowed their eyes. Passing through. And you just happened to find me. Do you think I'm a fool? He scoffed. Believe what you want. I went through a lot of trouble to get in here, and all I find is a strange child. Insolent. The child snapped. He turned to leave, muttering what a waste of time. You can't just leave. The child cried, pointing at him. He responded indifferently. I'm leaving. If you want to live, you should get out of here too. He noticed the sudden silence and turned back. So, the little brat's crying now, he observed. He paused, a thought striking him. Could this child be an important hostage? Calm down, calm down. He sighed. All right, he conceded. Let me ask you something. Are you the only one being held here? I heard there are many prisoners in Oirat. If you know anything, tell me. He bowed his head slightly, feigning respect. The child's crying subsided. So, you really don't know anything, they said. Go north, follow the Jouet River, past the prison. That's where they are. He brightened, thanked the child, and turned to go. Wait, the child called out. Who said you could leave? Irritation flickered across his face. Do you want me to stay here and keep you company? I have things to do. I have to go. If you really don't know the way, the child proposed, then take me to Beijing. He shook his head slowly, started to leave again. I'll head north. Take care. You bastard. I've had enough of you. The child raged. He refused to back down. What gives you the right to order me around? How can you speak to me like that? Who are you anyway? The boy replied, I am Zhu Qizhen. Turning to leave, he said dismissively, Oh, is that so? Well, I'm Hua Song. He stopped abruptly. Zhu Qizhen. He remembered that during the Ming Dynasty, even those who shared the surname Zhu couldn't casually mention it, as it was the imperial family name. Sudden realization dawned on him. Could this boy be the emperor? The rightful emperor, Zhu Qizhen. Look at your stupid face, only just realizing who I am, the boy said confidently. That's right, I am the emperor of this land. Stunned, he decided to brush it off and walk away. Nonsense, he muttered. Do you truly not know I'm imprisoned here? The boy's words stopped him in his tracks again. Exasperated, he replied, How many times do I have to say it? I really don't know. All right. Zhu Qizhen clenched his fists. Then, after a moment of contemplation, pleaded, Save me. The words shocked him to his core. Zhu Qizhen's small hands tightened in a trembling fist as the boy spoke to Yang Jaguk, Save me. Even if you don't believe me, it doesn't matter. Even if you don't believe me, I permit you to leave. But you must save me. I must live to see someone. Yang Jaguk considered this for a moment, then turned to leave, saying to Zhu Qizhen, My own matters are more pressing. If you can keep up with me, I will endeavor to help you. Come with me. But aren't there Oirat soldiers outside? Zhu Qizhen asked, surprised. There were, Yang Jaguk replied immediately. All the Oirat soldiers guarding the outside have been eliminated by me. Outside, the rain poured down. Zhu Qizhen walked over to a body and said to it, Wang Zhen, you finally got what you deserved. Yang Jaguk, retrieving something from another body, looked up and asked, You knew him. I knew him once. Zhu Qizhen said indifferently, but I don't remember him well. Then, Yang Jaguk called out, Hey. Zhu Qizhen, irritated by Yang Jaguk's lack of formal address, retorted, How dare you speak to me, your emperor, with such disrespect? Here, Yang Jaguk said, tossing Zhu Qizhen a pair of shoes. What's this? Zhu Qizhen asked, surprised as he caught the shoes. Do you intend to climb the mountain barefoot? It's raining. Put these on, Yang Jaguk said. Seeing Zhu Qizhen just staring at the shoes without putting them on, Yang Jaguk asked, Do you have some aversion to wearing the shoes of a dead man? No, Zhu Qizhen replied, slipping them on, thinking to himself, but these won't keep out all the rain. Once his shoes were on, Zhu Qizhen asked, Now what? Not yet, Yang Jaguk replied. He crouched down, feeling the ground with his hand, thinking they couldn't have walked here. They must have tethered their horses nearby. He stood up and addressed Zhu Qizhen. I have good news and bad news. First, we need to find horses. And the bad news. Zhu Qizhen inquired. Yang Jaguk, sensing the approach of mounted soldiers, said urgently, The army is coming this way. What? Zhu Qizhen exclaimed in alarm. So if you want to live, run. Yang Jaguk grabbed Zhu Qizhen's arm and pulled him into a run. Zhu Qizhen cried out, startled by the sudden movement. Quiet, Yang Jaguk hissed, clamping a hand over his mouth. After running for a while, Yang Jaguk spotted a stable in the distance. A stable, he exclaimed joyfully. Just as I thought, there are horses nearby. He quickly mounted a horse and called to Zhu Qizhen. All right, hurry up and get on. Seeing Zhu Qizhen still standing there, unmoving, Yang Jaguk asked, What are you doing? Get on the horse. I don't know how to ride. Zhu Qizhen mumbled, a blush creeping up his neck. Bring the carriage around. Yang Jaguk's face turned green at this absurd statement. Are you an idiot? He snapped. Why should I ride a horse? Only low-level martial artists ride horses. Zhu Qizhen retorted angrily. Yang Jaguk hastily covered the horse's ears, as if to protect them from the insult. Low level, he roared. Then you walk. Suddenly, Oirat's soldiers rushed into the tent, discovering Zhu Qixin's absence. The emperor is gone. They shouted, "Find him!" Yang Jagek's blood ran cold. He grabbed Zhu Qixin by the collar, hauled him onto the horse, and galloped away. On the other side, a soldier spotted their fleeing figures. "There they are," he yelled. The soldiers gave chase, loosing arrows as they ran. "Get down!" Yang Jagek pushed Zhu Qixin flat against the horse's back, shielding him from the incoming arrows. Are the archery skills of the Yuan family and Zhan's soul truly unmatched? He wondered, or is this just dumb luck? Glancing back, Yang Jagek was astonished to see a swarm of Oirat's soldiers, like ants, pursuing them. How many are there? He thought, bewildered. He doubted they were after him. He turned to Zhu Qixin. "Who are you really?" "I told you," Zhu Qixin said. "I am the emperor of the Great Ming." Zhu Qixin. Yang Jagek was deeply skeptical. A man who can't ride a horse, the emperor. He thought, "I came here to rescue my followers, and now I'm being hunted because of this imposter. This is a mess." "Hold on tight," he told Zhu Qixin. "I'm going to make this horse run faster." The sudden burst of speed startled Zhu Qixin, who lost his balance and clung to Yang Jagek. "Stop moving." Yang Jagek growled. "You're making this difficult. I told you I don't know how to ride." Zhu Qixin wailed. Sighing, Yang Jagek began to instruct him. "Put your feet in the stirrups. Move with the horse. Find your balance. Keep your lower body steady and relax your upper body." Zhu Qixin followed his instructions, and to his surprise, it worked. He's not completely hopeless, Yang Jagek thought. He's actually holding on pretty well. "Faster!" Zhu Qixin cried, glancing back in terror. "What is it?" Yang Jagek asked. Zhu Qixin just urged him to hurry. Yason, mounted on a swift horse, was rapidly gaining on them. "Your Majesty," he boomed, his voice laced with fury. "Did you really think you could escape?" He spurred his horse onward. Seeing Yason's imposing presence, a flicker of worry crossed Yang Jagek's face. His aura is powerful, he thought. He's reached the transcendent realm, perhaps even beyond. "Hold on," Yang Jagek told Zhu Qixin. "Huh?" Zhu Qixin squeaked. "Grab the reins," Yang Jagek shouted, and then, to Zhu Qixin's utter shock, jumped off the back of the horse. "What are you doing? Where are you going?" "Just hold the reins tight," Yang Jagek called back. The moment Yason drew his bow, aiming at Yang Jagek unleashed his demonic heavenly arts, ready to counter Yason. Whoosh! An arrow shot from Yason's bow, hurtling towards Yang Jagek. Seeing the power behind the arrow, Yang Jagek thought to himself, "This man is no ordinary warrior. If I'm not careful, we both might perish." Using 6 parts of his demonic heavenly arts, he intercepted the arrow just as it was about to strike Zhu Qixin. "I can't be controlled like this time to unleash my full power," Yang Jagek thought. He leaped into the air, snatching the arrow from its trajectory and infusing it with the blazing sun's energy. He then retaliated, firing the arrow back towards Yason. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted where Yason stood. But to Yang Jagek's astonishment, his arrow had been deflected. Yason had evaded it. He deflected it so quickly, he thought worriedly. Lost in thought, he turned and saw Zhu Qixin struggling with his horse, and swiftly flew towards him. Witnessing this, Yason was taken aback. He had been reveling in the slow advance of his troops, never expecting someone to come to the rescue of the abandoned emperor. He caught the strange bout general's arrow with his bare hands. This man is no simpleton, he thought. Behind him, Wanan Su anxiously inquired, "Grand Tutor Yason, are you all right?" "They're heading towards the dungeons." "Go and wait for them there," Yason commanded, spurring his horse forward. His soldiers, upon receiving the order, quickly followed. Meanwhile, Zhu Qixin, terrified by the strange horse, stammered, What do you want?" Seeing the bottomless chasm ahead and unsure how to stop the horse, he cried out in panic, "Stop! I command you to stop! 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 Calm down," Yang Jagek said, quickly flying to his side and mounting the horse behind him. "Why are you here? What are you doing here?" Zhu Qixin asked, astonished. Looking at the chasm before them, Yang Jagek calculated, "If I were alone, I could simply fly across. But with this boy, this is troublesome. It's too late to stop now. We'll have to risk it." Yang Jagek tightened his grip on the reins and whipped the horse, urging it to greater speed. What are you doing? It's going faster." Zhu Qixin shrieked in terror. Then, Yang Jagek urged the horse to leap across the chasm. "Now I understand. You're the assassin." Zhu Qixin yelled, his voice filled with terror. "What nonsense are you spouting? Young Jaga asked, bewildered. He knew that with two people on its back, the horse couldn't possibly clear the chasm. Using his demonic saintly fire movement, young Jagic leaped from the horse's back. The horse, having just cleared the chasm, managed to land its hose on the cliff's edge, but immediately began to lose its footing, about to plummet into the abyss with Zhu Qijin. From below, young Jagic reached out, catching the horse's legs and heaving it back on his solid ground, sacrificing himself to the chasm in the process. No, how could this be? Seeing young Jagic fall into the deep ravine after saving him, Zhu Qijin cried out in anguish. He hurriedly dismounted his horse and ran to the edge of the ravine, blaming himself and weeping loudly. How could this be? How could he sacrifice himself for a prisoner of the Northern Yuan? What am I living for? I let those eunuchs wield their power, surviving on the lives of the common people. How am I any different from a beast? I will absolutely not make the same mistake again. I live for the nameless commoners. Meanwhile, young Jagic, having managed to grab onto the cliff face, was unharmed. He heard Zhu Qijin's rambling from below, speechless, and climbed back up. Zhu Qijin, still muttering, "I absolutely will not let your sacrifice be in vain," suddenly saw young Jagic and cried out in fright. "You startled me." Young Jagat roared. He went to the horse and said, "Thank you. You are free now." Zhu Qijin, still in shock, asked what is going on. "You clearly fell into the ravine. You are dead. Are you a demon? You're really alive. How is this possible? Didn't you fall? You're so loud. Let's go quickly. As long as we get out of here, it'll be all right? Young Jagic roared, exasperated by his incessant babbling. But seeing Zhu Qijin's tears of joy at his survival, he was momentarily stunned. So good. Unfazed by Zhu Qijin's display, young Jagic thought to himself, this boy is truly baffling. He seems arrogant and ignorant, yet also like a naive fool. It's hard to tell what he's really like. Could this be the innocence of children his age? Or perhaps this is how an emperor appears in the eyes of the former emperor. However, young Jagic was soon driven to the brink of madness by Zhu Qijin's constant whining as they walked. "You useless. Why did you let the horse go? Do you have no regard for me? Mud is splattered all over me. Must I walk this filthy path?" Young Jagic cursed the former emperor in his mind, fuming. "Shut up. If you hadn't released the horse, this wouldn't have happened. You're heartbroken over that lowly beast, making me walk, and now you mock me." Zhu Qijin continued to complain. "If it weren't for that lowly beast, your precious life would be long gone," young Jagic retorted. "It's just a horse," Zhu Qijin said dismissively. "A horse has its owner. Moreover, an iron sword, depending on the wielder, could be a treasure blade or a murderous weapon." Young Jagic snapped, his anger flaring. Suddenly, young Jagic stopped abruptly. "Why did you stop mid-sentence?" Zhu Qijin asked. Young Jagic thought to himself, "Until now, I've always believed the demonic cult is no different from the Northern Yuan barbarians. As the son of the Wulin Alliance chief and the leader of the Phoenix Dragon Society, the demonic cult is my target for eradication. I've always thought this way since I was young. But is it right that just because someone is a follower of the demonic cult, they deserve to die? The demonic cult I imagined and the demonic cult I've witnessed and experienced firsthand are completely different. Practicing demonic arts doesn't necessarily mean becoming a bad person, nor does it mean breaking the Great Ming's laws or abandoning righteousness. The 7 great sects are just like other sects, and their ordinary followers are no different from common folk. Though our natures are similar, aren't our differing practices what drive us further apart? If you don't want to talk, then fine. I'll rest a bit, and then we'll continue. I am Festi. You drink first." Seeing young Jagic's continued silence, Zhu Qijin spoke up. "Why should I?" Young Jagic asked, surprised. "What if it's poisoned?" Zhu Qijin replied casually. Annoyed, young Jagic had no choice but to comply, thinking to himself, "If you weren't the emperor, I'd tell you that you should just be grateful you've lived this long." "What?" Zhu Qijin exclaimed. "You don't ride your own horse. You don't even drink your own water. You live comfortably while I have to put up with you," young Jagic grumbled. Hearing this, Zhu Qijin said, "Isn't it strange? What kind of person are you, to be so rude and unruly?" "Rude. I am a standard of the martial world," young Jagic retorted while drinking. Hearing the words martial world, Zhu Qijin became incredibly excited. "The martial world. You're from the martial world too. I want to know what it's like. There are a lot of strange people there, right? Swordsmen who practice martial arts. And, alright, even beggars are quite powerful, aren't they? Are you talking about the different factions?" "Yes, they're collectively known as the Wulin Alliance," young Jagic replied. "They're all very free and unrestrained, aren't they? Before they turn 20, they've traveled all over the Central Plains, made friends, and have so many memories, right? Zhu Qizhen asked. Hearing the word free, Yang Jagged paused to consider. They're not entirely free. They're just upholding their own unwritten rules. And at the same time, they have to abide by the rules of their families and sections. Once they've committed, there's no turning back. Yang Jagged answered the previous question. If they belong somewhere, they can't be completely free. However, those in the martial world know martial arts, so they have a few more choices. Is everyone like that? So I can choose anything I want, including being an official, even the emperor. Zhu Qizhen asked, somewhat astonished. I told you, I'm here to find someone imprisoned, Yang Jagged said, looking towards the distant starry sky. So you're a righteous hero, Zhu Qizhen exclaimed. What do you mean? Do you think chivalry is innate? How is it different from the demon I fought not long ago? Yang Jagged Chuklet, are you part of the Wallin Alliance too? Zhu Qizhen inquired. Yang Jagged hesitated for a moment, but then replied, I am demonic cult. Zhu Qizhen was startled. Demonic cult. My home is the peak of Tian Shan, Yang Jagged said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qizhen's face paled, and he collapsed to the ground in fear, exclaiming, demonic cult. Aren't they rebels? How can this be? What do I look like to you? A bloodthirsty demon. Yang Jagged suddenly stood up, clenching his fists and speaking coldly. Rebel, demon, call me what you will, but you and I are going to free those prisoners together. That's why I'm here. His eyes flashed, a cold expression settling on his face. Zhu Qizhen broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale with fear. Later that night, Zhu Qizhen and Yang Jagged sat together beside a campfire in the forest. Yang Jagged stared blankly into the flames, while Zhu Qizhen sat lost in thought. As dawn broke, the scene shifted to the two men making their way out of the woods. Zhu Qizhen, who had been walking with his head down, suddenly looked up as Yang Jagged said there. They cautiously approached, taking cover behind a thicket. Ahead of them, a large group of people were imprisoned in cages. The Imperial Guards. Zhu Qizhen exclaimed in astonishment. They're wearing flying fish robes. From within one of the cages, a man who appeared to be the leader called out, embroidered uniform guards. So they're still alive. Yang Jagged's expression shifted. He rushed forward and clamped a hand over Zhu Qizhen's mouth. Wait. He tightened his grip on Zhu Qizhen's throat with one hand and grabbed his robes with the other, catching him off guard. What are you doing? Zhu Qizhen struggled. We have to save them. Something's not right, Yang Jagged hissed urgently. Zhu Qizhen finally understood. There's no one guarding them. Yang Jagged released Zhu Qizhen's throat and looked back towards the cages. They had all become pitch black, while the figures inside were now illuminated as if in daylight, each in a fighting stance, weapons in hand. The leader held a long sword. Looking at the leader, Yang Jagged thought, is it him? I underestimated them. They must have easily guessed I'd come for the prison, seeing me run in this direction, especially with Zhu Qizhen's. Yang Jagged glunged at Zhu Qizhen. What is it? Zhu Qizhen asked. It's a trap. They'll come out of that forest, Yang Jagged said, turning away with an impassive face. Zhu Qizhen's expression changed. As I suspected, he brushed the dirt off his clothes, straightened up, and asked gravely, what do we do? Like the emperor. Yang Jagged spun around, eyes wide, staring at Zhu Qizhen. Even without the dragon robes, I am still the emperor of this land. Just as you, though a rebel, are also my savior, Zhu Qizhen declared, his voice filled with a surprising confidence. He began to recall scenes from his time in the imperial court. I ascended the throne at 9, understanding nothing. I listened to that eunuch Wang Zhen, inflicting the harshest punishments on everyone. I led 500,000 troops against the Oirits, only to return in disastrous defeat. Those who fell on the battlefield. Zhu Qizhen dropped to his knees, his head bowed. Wang Zhen, the eunuch whose feet were chopped off, then died. Was it the power-hungry eunuch? Yang Jagged asked, picturing the man. They held me captive in Hebei for months. During that time, I had to do things like, we have to wait for their horses to graze, to wash them down. A whole day of hard labor. Zhu Qizhen turned his back and spoke. Am I the emperor? Or am I the grand tutor? I never wanted to be emperor. Then suddenly one day, I was forced to become one. I had no choice, no opportunity whatsoever. So I want to give up this position. Zhu Qizhen held a water bucket, looking up at the horses. Yang Myung-hak listened silently to his story. But when everything goes my way, insatiable greed arises, doesn't it? Zhu Qijin continued. What are you talking about? Yang Myung-hak ran over, grabbing Zhu Qijin's hand, his face filled with alarm. Even if I were to go back, my place would be gone. My younger brother, Zhu Qiyu, will certainly be sitting on the throne he's always dreamed of. I just want to go back, because I believe someone is still waiting for me. She must be waiting for me. But only now do I understand, though the path was right in front of me, I was always searching in the distance. Even if I look back now, there are people here who need my protection. It doesn't matter what position I hold. What matters is who I am. And you've made me realize that. Zhu Qijin remembered the girl sitting by the door. At this moment, a greenish shadow of Yang Myung-hak was reflected on the wall behind him. Scene change. Yang Myung-hak, dressed in ordinary military attire, held Zhu Qijin's hand. Zhu Qijin asked, "Can you tell me your name?" Yang Myung-hak hesitated for a moment, then said, "Can I see your face?" Zhu Qijin asked. Yang Myung-hak hesitated again and said, "It's a pity. If there's a chance, please tell the Empress that I can't go back and ask for her forgiveness." Zhu Qijin released Yang Myung-hak's hand. He then walked towards the cages. All those locked in the cages cried out in unison, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, I'm here." Zhu Qijin spread his arms wide and declared. At this moment, enemies who had been lying in wait behind the cages emerged, aiming their bows and arrows at Zhu Qijin. Their leader said, "As expected, you came, walking right into a trap. What a foolish emperor. Have you gone mad during this time?" He asked, rubbing the back of his neck. "Forget righteousness when seeing profit. Sacrifice life when facing danger. When faced with benefits, one must consider whether greed is the right path. When faced with danger, one must dare to sacrifice oneself. That is the right thing to do." Zhu Qijin frowned, sweat beading on his face. "But I've been ridiculed for half a year now," he continued through gritted teeth. "Now, I'm no longer afraid. I will fight alongside you all." He clenched his fists and declared loudly. The faces of the imprisoned lit up with excitement. They chanted, "Your Majesty, since you've presented yourself, I have no reason to refuse. Seize the Emperor." Yizen Taishu crossed his arms, his voice laced with provocation. "Attack!" His subordinates raised their weapons and charged, shouting loudly. Chu Qizhan watched them, closing his eyes as if accepting his fate. Suddenly, a surge of violet energy erupted, sending dust swirling into the air. From within the maelstrom, a figure emerged. "If you came alone," the figure declared, "then what am I?" Yang Jagic stood before Chu Qizhan, extending a hand toward the enemies. Violet energy spiraled around his hand as he continued. "When Chu Qizhan decided to walk into this trap to save the people, when this young emperor was about to die, I, Yang Jagic, stepped forward to protect him. Hidden amongst the trees earlier, he had observed the emperor's slender figure and thought, if I capture the emperor, we can escape this prison, thin out their ranks, and free our imprisoned brethren. If only the emperor were alone." The thought trailed off as he recalled the conversation he'd had with Chu Qizhan. Chu Qizhan had said, "Even if I return, my place is gone." Confused, Yang Jagic had asked what? "My brother, Chu Qiyu, will surely be sitting on the throne he's always coveted," Chu Qizhan had replied. Back in the present, Yang Jagic silently made his decision. Yes, Chu Qizhan was an emperor abandoned by his brother and his court. No one would come to save him. He was just a weak, helpless child running for his life. Yet, Chu Qizhan's words, "You made me understand," still echoed in his ears. Gritting his teeth, he burst from his hiding place, kicking up a cloud of dust to momentarily blind the enemy. "If you came alone, then what am I?" He grasped Chu Qizhan's hand, repeating his words before landing gracefully in front of the young emperor, shielding him. They now faced Yasin, the Oirat leader, and his army. "You came to save me again. Why?" Chu Qizhan asked, bewildered, as he looked at Yang Jagic. "Why? I promised you I would save you," Yang Jagic replied coolly. Recognizing him as the warrior from before, Yasin said, "Let's see how skilled you really are." At his command, the Oirat archers prepared their arrows. Seeing this, Yang Jagic was taken aback. Are they going to fire a volley from this distance? "Loose," Yasin commanded. In an instant, arrows rained down like a deadly net, poised to engulf its prey. Their situation seemed hopeless, escape impossible. But Yang Jagic swiftly activated his power, his body radiating a blue light. It was the heavenly demon divine skill. With incredible speed, he soared into the air, utilizing the heavenly demon phantom steps to deflect the incoming arrows. Arrows flew towards vulnerable points, but in that moment, young Jagic danced through the air, deflecting each one so that they harmlessly embedded themselves in the ground. Truly impressive. Who are you? Yason asked, awestruck by the display. The demonic heavenly formation was yet another martial art, utilizing the demonic heavenly divine skill he'd created. The things he'd learned on the cliff face of the demonic heavenly cave were proving useful indeed, young Jagic mused. Who are you really? Even the leader of the embroidered uniform guard is no match for you. Chuki John couldn't help but ask. I am a rebel, a wanderer of the martial world, a subordinate of the Eagle clan, or something like that. He replied casually, then turned to the others. I won't ask why this is happening, so just leave. If you retreat now, I will spare you. I'd very much like to see the face hidden behind that mask. I never expected to meet you here, so I want to become friends with you. I am Yason. Yason simply replied. I don't understand what he's saying, but he means he won't retreat, right? Young Jagic thought to himself. After a moment, he responded, regardless, I have no intention of leaving this place alone. However, he quickly realized something was amiss. The Oirat soldiers were closing in. Suddenly, Yason raised his hand, and, at his signal, another group of archers, lying in ambush, sprang forth. This time there were far more than before. Take cover, young Jagic thought, cursing inwardly. Damn it, not knowing where the arrows are coming from is the worst, and it puts the prisoners in the dungeon at risk. Just as he was wondering what to do, Yason spoke. The Zhengtong Emperor is no longer emperor. To me, he is nothing but a sacrificial offering, a useless, lowly creature. He planted his sword in the ground, asserting his dominance, and continued, what if you defeat me? Hearing this, young Jagic laughed and replied, you talk too much. All these questions are pointless. He lunged forward, dealing with the dangerous archers first. The demonic heavenly formation flowed around him. He moved past Yason, but didn't strike. This greatly displeased Yason. He dares to look down on me, attacking the archers instead. He snarled, swinging his battle axe. In other words, he doesn't even consider me a threat. The axe blades whirled in a dizzying arc, mirroring young Jagic's movements. He barely managed to dodge. Landing lightly, young Jagic thought, has he reached the transcendent realm? No, he's not releasing any internal energy, just relying on brute strength. Yason's entire body seemed to blaze like a wildfire, but young Jagic couldn't understand how he could achieve such power using only external force. The demonic heavenly divine skill transforms internal energy into dark heavenly fire, then unleashes its demonic power. That's why it's called a demonic skill. So, it's possible for someone to be born with innate chi and a physique that has reached its peak. Suddenly, something clicked. I've heard tales of the 10 great warriors of the Central Plains, along with the 5 emperors, unmatched by any. There was a merchant, the leader of the extreme Yama Devil squad, the extreme Yama Devil Emperor, Yacian. He murmured, the name escaping his lips. Oh, you know of me? Yason asked, a note of delight in his voice. That's more like it, young Jagic thought. Aloud, he said, I'm not the type to worry about others during a fight. He continued, focus your mind on our duel. If it gets too difficult, we'll help you. With that, he leaped into the air, bringing his axe down towards young Jagic. You just need to defeat me. Just as the axe blade was about to strike the protagonist, young Jagic, he narrowly dodged the blow. He was still bewildered, however. His opponent was clearly a master of external martial arts. But how could he unleash such powerful attacks without any discernible inner energy? Continuing like this would only put him at a greater disadvantage. He lunged forward, deciding it was time to unleash his full strength. He would gamble everything on this next exchange. To Yason's complete surprise, young Jagic unleashed the Supreme Emperor's 10 forms, followed immediately by the 3 Elders' ultimate crushing palm. The 2 devastating techniques sent the Oirat leader crashing to the ground. Despite gaining the upper hand, young Jagic remained cautious, maintaining a defensive stance. This was the culmination of his lifelong training at the Yangtze Academy, the Supreme Emperor's 10 forms. While not the Supreme Emperor's heart technique, it was a formidable defensive style. Its effectiveness was somewhat limited when combined with the demonic heavenly art, but it was still a force to be reckoned with. Suddenly, he heard Yason's voice. Truly, the world is vast, and skilled martial artists are countless. Young Jagic was shocked to see Yason recovering, pushing himself back to his feet. He couldn't believe it. How could he have survived the crushing palm? Not only that, but his aura seemed even stronger than before. That look on your face tells me you weren't expecting this, Yason taunted, a smug grin spreading across his face. But even if you brought catapults, you wouldn't be able to defeat us. Struggling to maintain his composure, Yang Jagic asked, "Can you withstand it?" "Whether I can withstand it or not," Yason replied, "remains to be seen." He continued, his eyes narrowing. "You're from the Tian Shan Mountains, aren't you? You don't seem like someone from the Blood Rain Palace. With that flame. The Sacred Fire Palace, perhaps. If so." A sinister expression contorted his features. "Then let us begin anew." Fury surged through Yang Jagic. With a roar, the two men clashed once more, each strike aimed at the other's vital points. As the battle raged, Yason's axe whirled with increasing speed, the blade whistling towards Yang Jagic's leg. With a nimble leap, he evaded the attack. Landing from his jump, he slammed his foot down on Yason's shoulder. The faces of those imprisoned in the cages were etched with astonishment. The same thought echoed in their minds. Who was this man who could overpower Yason, the formidable leader of the Oirat? Even as he fought, Yason laughed, praising Yang Jagic. "You are truly impressive." Then, unleashing a powerful technique, he challenged, "Let's see if you can withstand this." With those words, he lunged, sending Yang Jagic stumbling backward. Retreating, Yang Jagic raised his arms to block Yason's relentless fists. The impact sent him flying, his back slamming against the cliff face. This time the blow was severe, drawing blood. He managed to land on his feet, but he was badly hurt. Chu Qizhen cried out in anguish. "No? No." Exhausted, Yang Jagic braced himself on his hands, gasping for breath as he stared at Yason. He thought to himself, "I've realized 3 things. First, this body isn't strong enough yet. I can't unleash the Super Emperor's 10 martial arts. I still remember the techniques, but my body can't handle them. They don't suit my bone structure. Besides, using demonic energy to perform righteous techniques only allows me to utilize 70% of their power. Second, if the Heavenly Demon Divine skill can't create Heavenly Demon ghosts, it's just a powerful internal energy skill with Yang attributes. Third, this guy isn't like ordinary martial artists. He can easily withstand such powerful force. Is that all you've got?" Yason sneered, his mind racing. "At this rate, I'm going to lose." Just as Yason was about to raise his axe and send him to the heavens, he stalled for time. This was a magnificent battle. He finally admitted to himself, "I was too arrogant. I shouldn't have hidden my identity as the young master. I intended to conceal the Heavenly Demon Divine skill, not accounting for variables, and leaving myself vulnerable." As Yason's axe blade was about to strike him, he began to channel his energy, making a decisive choice. There was only one option left. The 6 secret techniques of the Super Emperor's 10 martial arts, the Wind Dragon Finger Claw. The moment he used it, he transformed into a white dragon, seizing Yason and lifting him high into the air. Yason had never imagined his opponent possessed such formidable strength. The white dragon coiled tightly around him, forming a massive vortex. "Do you think you can defeat me with such a mishmash of martial arts?" Yason roared. Yet, he was flung away by Yason, crashing into a tree with enough force to snap the trunk. Yang Jagic, his eyes wide with disbelief, vanished in the blink of an eye. Yason's next attack met only empty air. Fury ignited within him. "Where are you running to?" He quickly pursued Yang Jagic, his voice dripping with scorn. Scurrying like a rat, suspicion crept into his mind. "Why did you deliberately lead me into the forest? To save your own skin. Or perhaps you don't want me to see your corpse. The victor is clear." With those words, he prepared to bring his axe down on Yang Jagic, confident in his control. It ends here. The two clashed fiercely, with Yason seemingly gaining the upper hand. The young master realized the danger. Even with just external martial arts, Yason could generate terrifying power. Each swing of the axe threatened to end Yang Jagic's life. He thought for a moment. There were no disciples here, so it should be safe. The Holy Fire Demon Sword, the weapon of the Heavenly Demon, should be compatible with the Heavenly Demon Divine skill. He began to channel his energy, merging with the sword. The emanating magnetic field seemed capable of crushing a person instantly. Behind Yang Jagic, 2 crossed swords materialized, radiating immense energy. The clashing sounds sent chills down one's spine. Yang Jagic swung the sword, sending Yason stumbling back several steps. How is this possible? Yason thought as he braced himself. After a struggle, he seemed to have been wounded by the demonic sword. Cross marks from the sword's impact scarred the ground. He looked at the short sword in his hand, thinking to himself, it truly is a demonic sword. After absorbing the heavenly demon divine skill, the power it emits is even more formidable. However, I'm still not used to wielding this kind of weapon. I must avoid acting rashly. His gaze sharpened on his opponent as he made his final decision. Just one more strike. The heavenly demon divine skill. In an instant, a colossal surge of violet energy erupted around young Jagic, swirling and billowing like a volcanic eruption. Following his command, this torrent of power pressed towards the Oirat chieftain. Startled, the chieftain cried out in alarm, "What is this?" Then, shifting to mockery, oblivious to the impending doom, he sneered, "Are you struggling to survive? It ends here." Roaring, Yason charged forward to attack. Young Jagic gritted his teeth. The two collided with a resounding boom. Gasps echoed through the forest. A bandage hand, slick with blood, gripped his sword tightly. Cough, cough. Having vanquished his foe, he wearily sat down, leaning against the base of a tree, his face smeared with blood. He looked up at the sky, his eyes falling upon the swirling vortex of violet energy. He cursed, "Damn it, that thing again." Wherever the vortex touched down, everything was swept away. Terrified enemies scattered in a panicked rout, screaming, "Run." The vortex's light plunged the sky into an inky blackness. Chu Kai Tran collapsed to his knees, looking up, tears still clinging to his lashes. His mouth gaped open as he stammered, "No, impossible." Black smoke billowed from the vortex, engulfing the sky. Trees splintered and erupted in violet flames. The heavenly demon, violet fire, engulfed Yason. Gripping his axe tightly, his eyes wide, he muttered, "This is unfortunate." His jaw clenched, brows furrowed. A spark of defiance flashed in his eyes. "Kill me," he challenged. Young Jagic stood before Yason, silent. Suddenly, the violet flames engulfing Yason lifted, drawn into Young Jagic's body. Young Jagic's face darkened, violet light swirling around him. His voice was cold. "I'll ask you one question. Why didn't you run?" A voice called out, "Lord Taishur." Taishur was Yason's title. Yason's men, axes in hand, came running from behind, calling out, "Lord Yason, are you all right?" Young Jagic thought to himself. He didn't run, because of them. He clenched his fist, the violet vortex of power reappearing, a colossal demonic shadow looming behind him. The heavenly demon has manifested. Young Jagat Dog. Sparing him is pointless. I have to kill him. His jaw tightened, his eyes flashed, and a streak of violet light shot out. Young Jagat Walkit Bast Yason. The violet light appeared behind him, then slowly faded. Confused, Yason turned and demanded, "What are you hesitating for? Kill him." Yason's men all raised their bows, aiming at Young Jagic. Young Jagic remained silent, continuing to walk, prompting Yason to roar, "If you don't kill me now, you will regret it." Young Jagic turned his head to look back, then continued walking towards the group. Yason dropped to his knees, turning to face Young Jagic with his mouth agape. He gritted his teeth and groaned. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. How interesting. How very interesting. Kneeling under the sun, he continued, "It's still early. It's not yet time to turn to ashes, but I will retreat no further. I will become the master of the Yuan." Yason raised his hand, flinging an object towards Young Jagic. This caused his men to lower their bows. A token flew towards him. "Take it," Yason said. "It will pay for your life." Young Jagic reached out and caught the token. Yason, standing behind him, said, "This will end things between us. If the heavenly demon appears, the outcome is already clear, isn't it?" He stepped beside Young Jagic, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Be careful. They are all Blood Rain Palace Master's men. They are all here for him." Young Jagat Dorned, Surpreset. "You know Han. And what did you just say?" "Blood Rain Palace Master." Yason walked towards his horse. Young Jagic watched him go. "The Blood Rain Palace Master is Yulchion, father of Yuljean and Yultak. But why him?" Just then, Zhu Qijin ran up and embraced Young Jagic, weeping with joy. "Thank you. Thank you for saving me. You saved us. Thank you for saving us." Young Jagic smiled down at him. "He's crying. Even emperors cry. This little one is strange." Then, Raising his voice, he said, I have seen the precious tears of the Emperor. It seems risking my life for you is worth it. Zhu Qizhen looked up, laughing brightly. So you were being cunning. But it's all right. You're my good friend, so it's all right. Young Jagic laughed, his eyes gleaming, and raised his hand. A streak of violet light shot out. Now let's go back. The violet light flew towards the cages. As the disciples had said, his fire black star had freed them. The captives, released from their confinement, looked around in bewilderment, unsure of what had just transpired. At that moment, Fire Black Star approached, sword in hand, his eyes glistening with tears as he watched the cages consumed by violet flames. Suddenly, someone shouted, Fire Black Star. The crowd erupted in applause, chanting, Fire Black Star. They rushed forward, joyfully embracing him and calling his name. Young Jagic watched as the people bowed their heads in gratitude, the freed captives returning to the places they once called home. The remaining soldiers returned to their homes and told everyone how they had fought against Grand Preceptor Yason, leader of the Oirits. They also spoke of Zhu Qizhen's plight, how he had nearly been exiled, accused of plotting to usurp Zhu Qiyu's throne. Yang Miang spoke to Zhu Qizhen. Are you truly all right? You can return to Tianshan with me. Zhu Qizhen replied cheerfully, I've already said, even if everyone abandons me, there's still someone waiting for me to return. I must go see the Empress. Even if I've lost the throne, I still have things to do. Even if I'm exiled, even if I'm dressed in rags, as long as I have something to do, I will certainly accomplish it, won't I? Yang Miang responded with a smile, of course. Zhu Qizhen said wistfully, can we meet again? Next time we meet, remember to take off your mask. Yang Miang chuckled, I'll think about it. Zhu Qizhen's eyes brightened, and he smiled as he watched Yang Miang walk away. Thank you, he said. Yang Miang smiled and turned back, a violet light soaring into the air, then exploding above, slowly fading away. In the capital city, Zhu Qizhen entered the Forbidden City, passing through the Tiananmen Gate, but unable to enter the Hall of Supreme Harmony. He could only walk alone towards the Donghuimen Gate in the east. Zhu Qizhen sat in a carriage, passing through the crowds. The former emperor, abandoned by his own younger brother, the Daizong Emperor, was met with no welcoming cheers upon his return. Zhu Qizhen's current residence was not the magnificent Qianqing Palace, but a dilapidated prison. Perhaps this was just the beginning. The Daizong Emperor had deposed him and falsely accused him of treason. This was a different prison, but Zhu Qizhen descended the steps, adjusted his clothes, and cheerfully opened the cell door. The woman who had been waiting for him sat embroidering a handkerchief. Seeing him return, her eyes widened in surprise. You're back, she asked. Zhu Qizhen joyfully opened his arms. I'm back, he said. The woman raised her hand, tears streaming down her face. You're really back, she choked out. Zhu Qizhen asked warmly, are you well? She rose, tears still flowing, and rushed to his side, embracing him tightly. I missed you so much, she whispered. Not even for a moment did I ever forget you, she sobbed. Am I dreaming? Yesterday, and all of today, I kept wishing for your return, praying this moment would never end. Tears welled in Zhu Qizhen's eyes as he held his wife close. Even if the world condemns me as an incompetent husband, he murmured, even if they mock me as a powerless emperor, it doesn't matter. Because I love you. Even if death should part us, I will love you forever. That is why I am here. Husband and wife clung to each other, tears of joy and sorrow mingling. The sixth emperor, Zhu Qizhen, now the former emperor, was confined to the southern palace, living a life of hardship. But in this moment, he was the happiest man in the world. In a palace atop a high mountain, a masked figure in black robes entered. The others within the palace also wore black, their faces concealed. Two figures raised their bows and arrows, aiming directly at the strange newcomer. The figure then entered the Guangliao Hall and said, every time I come here, it feels unfamiliar. A figure sitting and reading spoke. What is it? This was the Blood Rain Palace Master, Yayul Qion. The man in black said, as I said, you are diligently preparing for the grand celestial ceremony, aren't you? Yayul Qion sat down and replied, the young palace master has emerged from seclusion and returned. The man in black raised his hands and chuckled. Well, we needn't concern ourselves with him. We'll just handle it cleanly, as always. Yayul Qion, flipping through a book, said, but Yason has caused trouble. He has declared himself Khan of the Northern Yuan. This day was bound to come. The man in black's eyes widened. You are still too complacent. We cannot take this lightly. He has handed over the heavenly dragon tablet. He stamped his foot hard. The sound echoing through the room. Yael Cheon frowned. They call it turning dark, don't they? He suddenly appeared in Goa D Lap, demanding command. Yassel has been defeated. Yael Cheon gritted his teeth, his grip tightening on the book in his hand. He handed over the heavenly dragon tablet. He clearly wants to draw a line between us. Yason, is this your answer? The sound of his fury echoed through the room once more. Yael Cheon's face darkened, his eyes wide. Summon everyone. Prepare for a secret meeting. The man in black said cheerfully, yes, Palace Master. He then raised his hands, drew a circle on the ground, and vanished. Yael Cheon clenched his fist. Yason, you think you can escape. Meanwhile, in another palace, Blood Demon was practicing in the courtyard. Young Jega Entret, Blood Demon, seeing him, asked, you're back. Young Jagic asked cheerfully, have you been well? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Get out. Why did you wake me up? Didn't I tell you to weed the garden today? Why are you making me do this? Don't you have anything to do? All you do is sleep. Get out. Young Jagic and Blood Demon looked towards the source of the voice. Haryung was gripping Yoltak's hand tightly. Yoltak angrily raised his hand. Really? I'm going to hit you. Haryung retorted, what? So noisy this early in the morning. Hearing this, both of them froze. Yoltak ran over to Young Jagic. What happened? Did the disciples throw rocks at you? Is that it? Why do you look like a child who's just run off to play? Yoltak's eyes welled up. Is it the mating season? Or what? You've been doing this lately. Aren't you tired? Aren't you sore? Young Jagic's face turned purple with rage. It's puberty. This guy's brain is clearly broken. Haryung ran over, asking worriedly what happened. Are you all right? Young Jagic raised his hand, stopping Yoltak. It's nothing serious. Haryung continued anxiously, but before she could finish, Young Jagic raised his hand again, cutting her off. I'm Fine. Yoltak's face was grim, his discomfort evident. Blood Demon stepped forward, pointing his thumb at himself. Just give the order. Whoever it is, I'll take care of them for you. Young Jega Siged, take care of them. How? It's nothing. There are just a lot of things that need to change. The three of them looked at Young Jagic, waiting for him to continue. Young Jagic turned, sighed, clasped his hands together, and said, I've returned. The three people who heard him all showed expressions of joy on their faces. After all, he had come back. The scene changed. Night fell, and lanterns blazed brightly within the Manhua Tower. Inside, Siwoo, the captain of the Phi Lin unit, knelt, bowed his head with hands clasped, and said, Palace Lord, your subordinate Siwoo reports. A long, white snake's tail slithered across the floor. From behind a curtain, a voice echoed, Siwoo. Yes, Palace Lord. Beads of anxious sweat began to form on Siwoo's face. The Palace Lord's voice continued. Can you inform the three chambers to withdraw? Or perhaps they should walk to the Myung Palace. The butterfly blossoms are truly beautiful. Siwoo said, the assassins in Chamber 3 are from the Dark Arrow Assassin Palace. They are called the Iron Demon Trio. They are extremely skilled, no less so than those from the Dark Arrow Palace itself. They have titles, but no names. They are called Hausak, mercenaries. For them, in order to walk is in order to kill. Butterfly Blossoms refers to the girl who lives there. The Palace Lord's voice echoed, Siwoo. Yes, Palace Lord. Are you afraid? Siwoo trembled as he replied, yes, this subordinate is afraid. But, Palace Lord, you have a debt to repay. However, if the target is the Myung Palace, then this cannot be. What about the Gwang Myung Palace and the other secret palaces? The Council of Elders will not sit idly by either. Siwoo gripped the rug tightly. I must stop the Palace Lord. I must stop him. The Palace Lord's silhouette emerged from behind the curtain. If I were you, I would do the same. If one bears the fate of a courtesan, there are boundaries one must maintain. Things one must protect. Is that not so? Siwoo knelt, bowing his head. Yes, but it is I who should go to the Myung Palace. The Palace Lord continued, and what of the girl? Siwoo thought of Ji Hami in tears. Due to the immense shock, she has not yet dared to come out. Master, the young Palace Lord and his guard are all weeping. The Palace Lord's voice drifted from behind the curtain. Then let it be so. How are the newcomers? Siwoo replied, there are 32. The Palace Lord continued, the journey is long. They must be weary. Let them eat, drink, and rest. Siwoo responded, your order will be obeyed. The scene shifted. Late at night, the lights within the ancient Manhua Tower were extinguished. A window opened, and a girl and three figures in black cloaks flew out. The girl, her face veiled with a cloth, covered her nose with her hand. Ugh, the stench. Are those Iron Demon Trio brutes so filthy? Disgust was evident on her face, and sweat beaded on her brow. Ah, perhaps I should just be frank. She frowned. All right, that's not entirely wrong. As long as the young palace lord and that wretched subordinate are eliminated, all will be well. The figures swiftly soared over the rooftops. A cloaked figure observed them. He muttered, the fat one, the skinny one, the short one. They are the Iron Demon Trio. The last one is Jihami. They are talents from the 20 chambers of the Dark Arrow Palace. Yet they violated the rules and fled. Their hiding place is the Pleasure Palace. The two palaces are like crocodiles and birds. He watched them. So the darkest place is right under the lamp. Why not use the main gate? Why sneak in through the window? Could it be? His eyes snapped open. They're going after Shaolin Temple. The image of Yang Jagic flashed through his mind. I've made all the preparations. Captain Yang Jagic of the Royal Guard, a man loyal to the Royal Treasury, will surely obliterate Shaolin. The Blood Rain Sect Master isn't one to share power. He said that the Royal Treasury needs Shaolin, no matter the cost. That's why I follow the young sect master's absurd orders. If they discover that secret letter, I'll be the one to bear the consequences. He raised a hand and whistled sharply. Nameless assassins, hidden along the road, converged, their movements a blur as they channeled their inner energy. His resolve hardened. I must save Shaolin. Within the library, the echoes of Jagal Tong and Yang Jagic's discussion still lingered. Jagal Tong spoke gravely. Yizen Taishur was the leader of the Oirat, the Grand Preceptor of the Northern Yuan. But things have changed. He's declared himself Khan, the leader of the Northern Yuan army. A troubled expression crossed Yang Jagic's face. The leader of the Northern Yuan. Have I done something wrong? He clutched a token in his hand, his gaze fixed upon it. Someone said he gave this to this person, Yang Jagic said. But strangely, the writing isn't Yuan script. It's from Western China. It belongs to Yizen Taishur. It's broken, but the craftsmanship is exquisite. So, he clasped his hands together, still studying the token. So there are other tokens like this. The old man replied coldly. It seems so. Yang Jagic rose to his feet. He recalled the moment he received the token. Yason had placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice low. Be careful. The Blood Rain Sect Master is involved in all of this. He's dangerous. Jagal Tong stroked his beard, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Interesting. The Blood Rain Sect and the Oirat have always been close. Yet he warned you against them. Yang Jagic pleaded, please, help me investigate this. What is this thing? Why did he warn me? I understand, but now that he's become the great Khan of the Northern Yuan, things will be even more difficult. The old man's tone seemed to darken. I've given up hope on that matter. I still need martial arts skills. Can you help me acquire some? The more, the better. Jagal Tong chuckled. Is the heavenly demon divine skill not enough to satisfy you? Yang Jagic thought back to the times he'd used the heavenly demon divine skill, a shudder running through him. Because when I use it, everything around me is destroyed. He lowered his voice. I've said enough. Can you help me find some? I don't need righteous martial arts. I need demonic arts. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. You need it that badly, so you can't help me find any. Jagal Tong asked coldly. I mean, the Mayan cult has countless martial arts manuals. Do I really need to look elsewhere? Yang Jagic froze, his eyes widening as realization dawned. Why didn't I think of that? This is the headquarters of the demonic cult. Of course, the Mayan cult would keep the most powerful martial arts secrets here. The old man looked at Yang Jagic. You'll have to go there anyway. When you do, stop by the Heavenly Demon Library. All right, Jagal Tong said, his brow furrowed. More importantly, what we're about to discuss next can't even be known by the Beggar's Sect. This is a conversation between us and the Royal Treasury. The old man chuckled smugly. He opened his mouth in a wide grin. 30% of their assets. Finally, the Shanghai Palace Master has agreed to cooperate with us. He raised a hand, clenching it as if grasping an obsession. A greedy man like him would never let such a plump prize go. It seems the relationship between him and the Blood Rain Palace has truly fractured. Jagal Tong picked up a brush, preparing to write. It appears the relationships between the 7 secret palaces are quite peculiar indeed. The Silk Road is the lifeblood of the Shanghai Palace, so they're naturally wary of the Blood Rain Palace, given the latter's close ties with the Oirat. The Blood Rain Palace possesses many profound martial arts, so they've always had their eyes on the Holy Fire Palace. The Joyful Palace has joined forces with the Dark Arrow Palace, providing protection for the brothels throughout the central region. The Blood Rain Palace Palace and the Dark Arrow Palace have been trying to sway the Sword Pillar Palace, including some of its nobles, but the Mayong Palace and the Holy Fire Palace have been thwarting them. The Shanghai Palace and the Joyful Palace are constantly looking for opportunities to exploit each other, while the Poison Palace maintains a neutral stance. Each palace has its own allies, its own rivalries, a tangled web of connections. Even though the Shanghai Palace has paid the Blood Rain Palace handsomely, now that their escort troops have been captured, surely they must be furious. They can't simply ignore the pleas of those who returned. But now, Yasen has become the great Khan of the Northern Yuan. So, the Shanghai Palace won't act as rashly as before. Furthermore, even if the Blood Rain Palace comes to us, they won't help us. That's why the Shanghai Palace isn't just covering the transport costs. They're investing in the larger future trade deal. Young Jagat pondered, lost in thought. He still won't fully commit to our side. He mused, it's highly likely he's playing both sides, stirring up conflict, making the situation worse. Jay Galtong looked at the painting he had just finished. But if we use force against him, the Blood Rain Palace and the Shanghai Palace operate differently. The Mayong's greatest weakness is the lack of reliable people to gather information. He added, another is the sheer amount of silver required to sustain so many people. If that were cut off, it would be like being stranded on a deserted island, cut off from the world. The old man spoke sarcastically. It seems you understand what's happening, yet sometimes you're completely clueless, like you're in a fog, knowing nothing. Then suddenly you come up with a brilliant idea. Young Jagat glanced at him. Enough with the sarcasm. Tell me what you're thinking. I know what the Shanghai Palace Master wants, but he doesn't dare act too openly. He owes his current power to Cheon Jaesang's son and the Imperial Guard Commander, Cheon Baram. He showed no surprise. I hear Cheon Jaesang is on assignment outside. Jay Gao Tong spoke up. Yes, we need to bring those two together. Young Jagat looked troubled, recalling Cheon Bairang's words. He thought to himself, I've finished writing it. Is that enough? Then another thought followed. Is this really that important? The old man spoke gravely. He himself may not be important, but what matters is that the Shanghai Palace Lord trusts him implicitly. In the current situation, Cheon Bairang's value is even higher. If we let him witness the true extent of Shaolin's power, perhaps he will switch sides. He paused, then mused, so we can win him over and simultaneously cut off the Shanghai Palace's eyes and ears, correct? Young Jagat smiled smugly, thinking to himself, Cheon Baram. I have a score to settle with him anyway. This might be easier than I thought. Young Jagat drew his sword, a fierce aura emanating from it. Exe Erzmin gave me this, he said. He said it's the Holy Fire Sword, but why would he give something so important to Shaolin? Unless he's confident that as long as Shaolin stands, he will succeed. Sweat beaded on the old man's face. His jaw dropped as he stared in disbelief. Then, with tears streaming down his face, he laughed. Because the 5 sacred weapons are useless to him. Only someone who has mastered the heavenly demon's demonic art can wield them. He didn't want to give it to anyone else, but he knew that if people found out he possessed one of the 5 sacred weapons, it would inevitably lead to a bloodbath. So, his best option was to entrust it to that useless young master. Perhaps him revealing the secret of the 5 sacred weapons to you was a way to gain your favor, and you, by sheer luck, now possess 2 of them. He muttered, "Are you praising me or mocking me?" A melancholic glint flickered in his eyes, betraying a multitude of thoughts. With so many strings attached, he also gave me this short sword. I've never learned how to use it, even though I've mastered the Supreme Emperor's 10 dance. And I have to hold it backwards to cut people down. Jay Gao Tong stroked his beard. The 3 elders will soon learn of the Western region martial arts. What do you think about paying him a visit? He's a despicable man, willing to do anything to spread his teachings. He's currently at Manhua. Young Jagat gripped the holy fire sword tightly. I understand. I'll handle it. Tell me how to contact that faction. I can't keep coming here every time I need information. The old man handed him a token. You can contact them anytime, anywhere. If you need information, just throw this token on the ground, and they'll come to you immediately. Jay Galtong asked, are you going to Mayong Palace now? Young Jaga hesitated. I'm not sure yet. There have been rumors about Lady Ji Ha Mi recently. He glanced sideways. It's nothing serious. I just want to talk to her. It's time for the Huanchi Palace to give me an answer. Jay Galtong's eyes widened. Did you do that on purpose? Young Jagged gave a faint smile. Consider it a strategy in my bid to become the Mayong cult leader. The old man's face darkened. Pushing his wheelchair, he picked up a ledger. At the hour of the rat, for people from the Huanchi Palace departed. It seems they have a significant response. The two men conversed, each offering their thoughts. It seems they're heading toward Shaolin, Yang Jagged observed. Jay Galtong replied, that's entirely within the Huanchi Palace Lord's character. What if it's a peace offering, or perhaps an assassination attempt? They could be carrying an invitation. After all, they initially refused the summons. He sighed, turning around, a flurry of thoughts flashing through his mind. The joyful palace has sent assassins, he declared. The stern old man asked, do you intend to go to the Shaolin Temple? Yang Jagged responded resolutely, I'm going to the joyful palace. Jay Galtong stated, I will make the necessary preparations. Yang Jagged turned and left, fury radiating from him, an aura of righteous anger crackling in the air. Lord of the joyful palace, he seethed, is this your answer? The next morning, when the three awoke, they found only a note. The Yultak had vanished. Har-Young held the note, sighing. Why does he always disappear like this? She lamented. Does he not trust us? She felt a pang of frustration. I told you, he's at that difficult age. Why would he leave again so soon after returning? Blood Demon mused. If I follow him, Har-Young will be left alone. He must have considered his own circumstances. But I can't always have Har-Young by my side. She continued, her thoughts trailing off to Yultak. Her eyes suddenly brightened with a mischievous glint. Well, it doesn't matter if we leave him be. Catching sight of Yultak, Blood Demon frowned, thinking to herself, he's too useless. He can't become a warrior. I can't always be around to help him. Her thoughts solidified into a sharp command. Are you insane? How about we do something exciting today? Har-Young, let's go drinking. A hand clapped him on the shoulder. You're getting restless. Captain, he said, have a few drinks. I know you'll understand. Captain. A tall figure stood behind Yultak, eyes flashing. From today onwards, the figure declared, I will train you. Yultak trembled, sweat beading on his forehead, speechless. He looked pleadingly towards Blood Demon. What are you saying? What are you saying? What do you mean? Yultak was dragged away, his wails echoing. Wait, damn it, why do you want to train me? I didn't come here to train in martial arts. I won't do it. Never. Blood Demon's voice was cold. You're choosing death. His cries of pain shook the house. Let me go. I know I have to protect the young sect leader, but why do I have to protect her? As night fell upon the Manhua Inn, the tavern buzzed with gossip. Since the young sect leader's return from secluded cultivation, Mount Heaven had seen no peace. The young sect leader, that caused trouble at the Min Swan Inn last time, too. Does she intend to cause more trouble here? Surely. Why not? I saw Miss Jiha Mi of the Joyful Palace at the Mayong Palace, one man offered. She must have been there to pay respects to the returned young sect leader. Another man asked doubtfully, but what happened exactly? The red-faced man leaned inconspiratorially. After she disappeared, I stood outside the Shaolin Temple, hoping to catch a glimpse of her. Half an hour later, he continued, lowering his voice. She finally emerged, but she looked distraught, her clothes disheveled. Later, I heard from a friend at the Sangjay Palace that the young sect leader did something untoward to Miss Jihami in the reception hall. A chilling voice cut through the air from behind the white-haired man, sending a wave of icy fear through the tavern. None other than Han Soso, the martial master. He must have killed 10 men by now. All the gossiping onlookers knelt, chanting, Greetings, Palace Master. Greetings, Palace Master. Han Soso let out a harsh laugh. Her eyes fixated on the man before her, a predatory gleam in them. Rise. A crime like this isn't absolved with a bowed head. It's paid for with a life. The man's face drained of color, sweat beading on his brow. He stammered, Palace Master. This lowly one spoke rashly, only repeating what he heard. A cruel smile twisted her lips. How about a wager? Tell me something I want to hear. Quickly. Terror seized the white-haired man. Mercy. This lowly one deserves 10,000 deaths. Her eyes turned to ice. The fan in her hand snapped open, transforming into a gleaming blade. Han Soso barked, then died. She hurled the blade towards the white-haired man. Suddenly, a wine flask intercepted the blade's deadly trajectory. A voice rang out. Is someone poisoning the wine here? Someone's getting drunk rather quickly. What's going on? Jaws dropped. Collective gasps filled the air. Greetings, young sect master. Greetings, young sect master. Han Soso and Yang Jagged locked eyes, a frigid silence passing between them. Memories of a decade past surfaced. 10 years ago, in the western heavens, at the Tai Ching brothel, everyone was found dead. The second young master, the cooks, all of them. Astonishingly, even with the combined efforts of the Martial Alliance, including elders from Manhua sect and even the Heavenly Net, the culprit remained elusive. Later, it was discovered that the perpetrator of this massacre was a woman named Han Soso. Iron Elder and Elder Zhu spent considerable effort searching for her, and now, here she is found so easily. That damned wretch. Young Jagic lifted his wine cup, draining it in a single gulp. Han Soso finally spoke, her voice laced with venom. It's not often the young sect master graces us with his presence. I can't let you leave so easily. Stay for a couple of days. He retorted sarcastically. That's all this wager is about. She laughed. Of course. Simple, isn't it? What if I refuse? Han Soso's subordinates drew their swords, their gazes fixed on young Jagic. He let out a cold laugh. Enough talk. I'll stay for 2 days. What difference does it make? She laughed triumphantly. Rest assured, you'll have a place to stay, and perhaps even live to tell the tale. About the last incident, I'll tell you about it. I'll rest easy, but young Jagic calmly proposed, since Palace Master has made an offer, I'll make one of my own. Fairly, like the 3 great commandments. Go on. I'm listening. His voice was firm, brimming with a chilling certainty. The joyful palace will be destroyed, he thought. Han Soso froze, the air around them thick with tension. Only young Jagic's steady voice broke the silence. In 2 days, I will make you all mine. A dark thought echoed in his own mind. Annihilate the joyful palace. The women stared at him, aghast. Han Soso's voice dripped with icy fury. You dare. Young Jagic closed his eyes, a whisper escaping his lips. We shall see. Then his brow furrowed, his voice rising in command. Await my arrival. Han Soso sneered, of course. I'm eagerly anticipating it. I'll prepare a bath and wait for you like a wife awaits her husband. That is, if you can actually reach my chambers. Pleasant dreams. Young Jagic gestured towards the petrified man before him. You abandon your lover here. Aren't you afraid this place will become your tomb? She glanced at him. Then, with a flick of her fan, the man turned to stone as well. Han Soso's eyes glinted dangerously. Finish the rest of your drinks, and then come. I prepared a room for you on the 6th floor. He sighed in frustration, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Pleasure Palace. Han Soso, I will find you. The scene shifted to the Xiao Ming Palace. You wretch. Dajultak roared furiously, the blood demon's staff slamming against the ground. Do you think that sluggish speed of yours can save your life? You couldn't even protect the young master, let alone Har Young. With that, he raised his staff, striking the boy hard across his hands, shoulders, and legs. Ow! The boy clutched his arm, tears welling in his eyes. Wait, why should I protect her? He turned to see a looming shadow glaring down at him, hand raised to strike. The boy shielded his head, gritting his teeth. Crack! The staff slammed against his elbow. He sobbed, tears streaming down his face, clutching his elbow. You said you'd hit my head. The blood demon pointed his staff at the boy. Do you think those assassins will tell you where they're going to strike? Harry Young's voice called from afar. Father, have some hot tea. The blood demon's expression instantly softened as he turned, a beaming smile directed at his daughter. The boy ground his teeth, glaring. Only nice to his own daughter. Har Young stopped arguing and looked at her father. Where are you going? He pointed towards the forge. Yoltak needs to train seriously. He braced his hands on the ground, struggling to rise. Old man, give me my staff. I can't even hold this thing. Don't buy anything. I don't need anything. The door slammed shut. Yoltak's eyes grew hollow, and he sank to his knees in despair. Young master, even though I am unworthy, I will follow you wherever you go, be it a desolate village or anywhere else. Please come back soon. He raised his hands, looking towards the heavens. Come back, please come back. On the silent rooftop, assassins lay in wait. In the main hall of the Pleasure Palace, young Jagic continued to channel his internal energy, desperately trying to revive the man. He prayed, I hope you haven't used up all your luck. The stone gradually receded, and he helped the man up, settling him upright. Then, with all his strength, he pressed down firmly on the man's back. The man gasped awake, sweat pouring down his face. He looked down, stammering, It's... Young Jagic smiled faintly, thinking you still have some luck left. The man was still gasping for breath when a hand clamped over his mouth from behind. He looked at young Jagic in terror. Young Jagic signaled for silence, then pointed to his own mouth. If you don't want to die, be as quiet as possible, and then run. He nodded vigorously. If you understand what I'm saying, just nod slightly. The white-haired man nodded vigorously. Young Jagic ascended the stairs step by step. To be precise, up to the 5th floor was the Manhua Palace. Then he stopped in front of a painting of a giant python. From his 6th floor up was the Honhai Palace. He gently pushed open the doors with both hands. 2 rows of beautiful women standing there greeted him in unison. "Welcome, young master." Young Jagic furrowed his brow, asking suspiciously, "What's going on here?" White smoke drifted from the crack in the door, accompanied by a seductive voice. "Young master, we've been waiting for you. Coming quickly." Young Jagic's eyes glazed over, losing control of himself as he joined the ranks of the beautiful women. 3 words surfaced in his subconscious. "Do you know, the women of the Ma Jiao are more terrifying than venomous snakes. In my dream, a Ma Jiao woman used her charm magic, so potent that even I fell victim and even ended up in bed with that lecher." He recalled the words spoken afterward. Young Jagic seemed to suddenly regain his senses. He opened his eyes, a voice echoing in his head. "Charm magic is a type of trap formation. The purer one's internal energy, the easier it is to be bewitched. If I am currently in Ma Chunso's body, I cannot easily leave this place, having not learned the heavenly demon pure technique. Those seductive calls, don't you remember us? It's been a while, young master." Young Jagic frowned, observing thoughtfully, then reasoned. "Guests of Manhua Palace can only reach the 5th floor, but her tone, it's as if I frequent this place. Could it be that this isn't Ma Chunso's first time here? There are a total of 12 women surrounding me, and another woman behind the screen playing a musical instrument. That woman is the core of the charm magic. Behind the screen, a blonde woman played the instrument, controlling the charm magic. She continued to play, and the women outside continued their sweet, coaxing voices. When did you become so strong? It's so cold, hold me. You're going to break our hearts like this. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed in front. The woman playing the instrument startled, stopping abruptly. In that instant, young Jagic appeared behind her, striking her pressure points. The woman trembled in fear. At this moment, on the highest floor, Han Soso, the palace lord of Honhai Palace, and Saiwal were conversing. Han Soso asked Saiwal, "What do you think of him?" Saiwal replied, "This man is difficult to grasp." Han Soso said, "It should be that way. So much time has been wasted, but strangely." Saiwal asked in surprise, "Strangely what?" Han Soso said, "Why do I feel like it's his first time here? Could it be that the cult leader used some trickery when bringing him to the heavenly demon cave?" Saiwal was terrified when she heard Han Soso mention the cult leader. She believed that cult leader Ma Pai Ying's unspoken rule was that discussing the cult leader was forbidden within the Ma Yun cult. "Why would you suddenly say such a thing, sister?" Han Soso replied coldly. "What's the big deal? The little cult leader is here again. To serve him wholeheartedly as before." Saiwal hastily replied, "Yes." On Yang Jagic's side, the lute-playing girl, Yual, was frozen in place, her acupuncture points sealed by Yang Jagic. Seeing the other women collapse, succumbing to the effects of the charm technique, he felt a surge of bewilderment. It was strange. These women clearly knew of the Joyful Palace's yin-yang eyes technique, so why were they so easily controlled? As the mesmerizing energy began to dissipate, Yual, also affected by the charm technique, trembled and called out. Witnessing this, Yang Jaga questioned, "Was it truly your technique that caused this?" Yual uttered a name, Ma Chunso. Yang Jagic, startled, asked, "Do you know me?" Yual, still trembling, replied, "It has been a long time." Yang Jagic inquired, "Your name is Yual." Observing her strange demeanor, Yang Jagic thought to himself, "I only sealed her acupuncture points, so why is her face flushed?" Yang Jagic pressed, "How do you know me?" Yual stammered, "Why ask?" "The time we spent together." Hearing this, understanding dawned on Yang Jagic, and he thought angrily, "That scoundrel Ma Chunso, as I suspected." "All right," he said, "let me ask you one more thing. Did you do something similar to me before?" Yual responded, "Yes, we were very close." Yang Jagic turned away in shame, thinking to himself, 3 years ago, when Ma Chunso entered the Heavenly Demon Cave, he was but a boy, not even 16 years old, and yet he already used the charm technique. "Ma Chunso, are you truly such a lecher?" At Guangmyong Palace, Jiha Mi and the others burst in, landing before Har Young and Yultak. Yultak, thinking Yang Jagic had returned, exclaimed joyfully, "Young sect leader." But as he looked closer, he asked in astonishment, "Who are you?" "Dwarf, anchovy, pig," and even Jihami frantically denied it, stammering, no, it's not us. Yeltak retorted, what's wrong? Got a stuffy nose. Besides you, what other crazy woman would wear Nightwalker clothes and a butterfly bow? Jihami vehemently denied it again. I said it's not me. You've mistaken me for someone else. Yoltak continued, you're crazy enough as it is, so what's the big deal? Har-Young chimed in, why are you climbing walls and wearing masks so early in the morning? Yoltak, frowning, replied, I don't know, but I can guess. I noticed something unusual in Jihami's eyes before. He sighed, so this is what it's come to. Jihami, confused, asked, what are you talking about? Yoltak, beginning to preen, said, have you always looked at me that way? Should I say, your eyes are full of longing and desire. Jihami retorted angrily, are you insane? Yoltak, still preening, continued, you yearn for me, don't you? You desire me. He then seemed to catch himself. What am I saying? Jihami declared firmly, I'll never see the likes of you again. Get lost, and stop calling me Jihami. I don't know who that is, so stop spouting nonsense. Yoltak, embarrassed, explained to Har-Young, she's just shy, you know. Har-Young's expression clearly showed disbelief. Yoltak, ever the narcissist, continued to Jihami, don't do anything stupid. If you manage to get my attention, you've already succeeded, so just stop. Suddenly, Jihami and the others simultaneously pointed their weapons at Yoltak and Har-Young, much to Yoltak's surprise. He turned to Har-Young. Anyway, I'm not myself today, haha. Suddenly, Jihami pointed at Har-Young. Har-Young surprised me. Jihami glared. I want to kill you. Har-Young asked why. Jihami said, your name isn't in the family register. Do you think you could just freeload here? Do you think this place is so ordinary? Har-Young retorted, this is Gwangmyeong Palace. Do you think you can get away with this? Jihami said confidently, oh really? I won't get lost. I already snuck in here. The pig-headed man spoke up. Hurry up and kill her, so we can go back. I am hungry. The anchovy man exclaimed excitedly. Kill one more person, haha. I have a demon inside me. He raised his sword. Missy, I'll give you something you've never seen before. An endless night of fun, haha. Har-Young cried out in fear, trying to scare someone. Get out of here now. If we leave right now. The anchovy man, not only unafraid, but threatening. You little brat, who do you think you're ordering around? Do you know who I am? Yoltak called out. Jihami snapped angrily. Yoltak, you bastard. Do you want to die? Yoltak said, sorry. Then Jihami ordered the three dwarves, anchovy man, and pighead. You three, kill her. All three obeyed the command and charged towards Har-Young. As they lunged at her simultaneously, she squeezed her eyes shut in terror. Suddenly, a flower pot struck one of the dwarves on the head. He stopped, looking around to see who had thrown it. It turned out to be Yoltak who had thrown the pot. The three glared at him angrily, but Yoltak said casually, sorry, my hand slipped. Seeing this, Jihami gritted her teeth in fury and roared, Yoltak, you're a walking disaster. Ever since Master trained you, there hasn't been a single day of peace. Damn it, I came to the Ming Palace to play these games. I feel utterly humiliated. He called out, Har-Young. Har-Young replied, yes. Yoltak said, this is the last time. Har-Young confused, yes. Yoltak continued, the last time I protect you. Hearing this, Har-Young was shocked. Yoltak stepped forward and addressed Jihami and the others. Jihami, I understand your frustration, but don't you think your methods and targets are too chaotic? What did she do wrong? And as for you, he said, turning to the others, I am Yoltak. Jihami and her companion sneered. Who the hell cares who that bastard is? Just finish them all off. They surged towards Yoltak, murder in their eyes. Seeing this, Yoltak still tried to reason with them. You damn fools. Who is my father? My father is Yulchion, the lord of the Blood Rain Palace. Hearing this, both Jihami and Har-Young stared at Yoltak, speechless. Jihami's three companions paused, taken aback by Yoltak's words. They looked at Jihami. She yelled, what are you stopping for? Seize him, and finish off that girl too. Hearing this, Yoltak shouted angrily, damn it, you constantly look down on her, but do you even know who her father is? Jihami retorted, why should I care about the background of a mere servant? Yoltak advised, you better find out. Hearing this, Jihami thought to herself, could she be the young master's personal maid? Then, Yoltak pointed towards the door. There he is, her terrifying father. Jihami and the others were startled by these words. Jihami turned to look back, and suddenly a loud crash echoed as the door was blasted open by a blood demon. Jihami stared at him in shock. The blood demon glared at them, gnashing his teeth. What do you think you're doing? The others gasped. That old man was protecting them all along. Meanwhile, at the Manhua brothel, after subduing the women on the 6th floor, Yang Jagged continued his ascent, reaching the 7th floor. A group of women were practicing swordplay there. They looked at Yang Jagged in surprise. Yang Jagged asked, "Is this the Phi Lin squad's quarters?" One of the women asked, "What are you doing here?" Yang Jagged replied, "Why are you surprised? You clearly invited me. Are you afraid now?" The woman said, "Please wait a moment." Yang Jagged agreed, "Aurig." The women then split into 2 groups and left. Yang Jagged thought to himself, they've definitely gone to report what happened, but she wasn't able to gather any information. He noticed a group of young girls looking at him from across the way and thought, are they children from the Honhai Palace? He was about to turn and leave when a little girl tugged on his robe, her bright eyes looking up at him. She greeted him, and Yang Jagged returned the greeting. "Ah, hello there, little one." The little girl giggled. "I'm Sayumi." Yang Jagged smiled and patted her head. "Well met, Sayumi." Sayumi continued, "I'm 9 years old." Yang Jagged replied, "My name is Ma Chunso, and I'm 19. Sayumi said, "Yes, I am Sayumi." Yang Jagged felt a flicker of suspicion. Is there something wrong with this child? Just then, the woman returned and said to him, "Please come upstairs." Yang Jagged left, glancing back to see Sayumi waving goodbye. He thought, what a strange little girl. He continued on his way, Sayumi still waving. On the 11th floor, a subordinate rushed to the leader in a panic. Young Master has reached the 7th floor. The 6th floor has been completely defeated. He'll be on the 8th floor soon. The leader was stunned. How is that possible? The Honhai Palace courtesans knelt, which means they've admitted defeat. Does the Heavenly Demon Sect have records on neutralizing our techniques? This is absurd. Why are the Honhai Palace's skills inferior to the other palaces? Because we not only have to learn martial arts, but also all sorts of strange techniques, including countermeasures to neutralization techniques. Furthermore, among the girls we've selected, none have reached the Grand Spirit level. Out of the 12, only Phi Lin and Yin have reached the Moon Spirit level. But this time, he won't have such an opportunity, because I've dispatched 50 Phi Lin and 6 Moon Spirit warriors. 1 Phi Lin can defeat 10 men, and 1 Moon Spirit can defeat 100. This time, victory is certain. Suddenly, a woman rushed in, frantic. The leader barked, "Where are your manners?" The woman quickly apologized. "My lady, forgive me, but it's urgent." Hearing this, the leader's face paled. Impossible. As the leader had feared, the woman reported, the 8th floor has fallen. They've been completely defeated. The leader gasped, "What?" Her jaw dropped in astonishment. Seeing this, the woman anxiously said, "Leader." The leader replied, "I'm all right. But how is this possible? He defeated them in less than 2 hours. Did you see it with your own eyes?" The woman answered, "Yes, leader, I saw it myself. I couldn't believe what was happening. No one could stand against him. And there's something else concerning." The leader prompted, "What is it?" The woman said, "Leader, I didn't see any trace of the young master." Hearing this, the leader thought to herself, control of vital essence, the pinnacle of any man's power. The legendary realm achieved after 12 nights of intimacy, harmonizing with 80 concubines, the highest level of the room of central arts, ethereal and elusive. So, he's mastered the room of central arts. That's why he dared to come here alone. If we don't capture the young master this time, the Blood Rain Palace will abandon the Pleasure Palace. Then, the day of the Vu Y cult's grand ceremony. She recalled Yang Jagged's words. 2 days from now, I will take back everything that belongs to you. Panic clenched at her heart. If the cult leader continues like this, he'll definitely make his move. I have to prevent that, no matter the cost. To protect everyone, to protect her, I have to act. I can't let someone like the cult leader have her. She ordered the woman, mobilize the male soldiers. Even if he's mastered the room of central arts, he can't possibly subdue men. We must stop him from advancing any further. The woman obeyed. Yes, leader. The leader thought, if he reaches the next floor, he'll be on the 10th. He'll be here. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect the palace lord. She drew her sword, ready to face Yang Jagged. At the Few Men Palace, Blood Demon stormed in. He glared at Ji Ha Mi and the others, his eyes burning with murderous intent. "Are we a guest?" he growled. "I didn't expect them to be from the Pleasure Palace." He thought, Han Soso, how audacious. Barely ascended to Palace Lord, and she's already used the excuse of cultivating the next generation to eliminate all the previous Palace Lord supporters. And now she dares to provoke the Devong Palace. Blood Demon recalled encountering someone on the road. The person had thrust a note into his hand. It read, "Guests are arriving. Prepare accordingly. The young master asked me to relay a message. If you don't want the guests to be mistreated, bring the young master to them." Upon reading the message, Blood Demon had raced back. Now, fury burning in his chest, he advanced towards Jihami and the others. Jihami flinched under his oppressive aura. The dwarf muttered to his companions, "His energy, it's not ordinary. This could be dangerous." Jihami sneered. "Did you think you could return unscathed after your failure? You two hold him back. The rest of you, deal with the others." The dwarf and the pig-faced man followed Jihami's orders, stepping forward to confront Blood Demon. Jihami and the dried fish-faced man engaged Yultak and Haryung. Blood Demon's voice dripped with menace. "No matter what you do," he declared, his fists igniting with fiery energy, "you will all die by my hand." The dwarf and the pig-headed man charged, attacking him from both sides. The pig-headed man led the assault, striking head-on, but Blood Demon reacted instantly, a brutal punch to the gut, sending him flying back. He vomited blood as he crashed against the wall. The dwarf saw his chance to strike Blood Demon from behind, drawing a throwing dart and launching it towards him. Then, the pig-headed man, unexpectedly recovered from the blow, scrambled to his feet and joined the dwarf in the attack. Blood Demon braced himself, his body radiating a crimson glow. As the dart flew towards him, he glanced at it, then seized both the dwarf and the pig-headed man by the throat. Even the dart, caught in the force of the aura radiating from him, stalled in mid-air and then clattered to the ground. Choking, struggling for breath, the dwarf gasped, "Impossible." He thrashed desperately, trying to break free from the crushing grip. Blood Demon addressed Haryung. "Close your eyes." Haryung obeyed. Jihami, witnessing the scene, was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Blood Demon tightened his grip. The dwarf, his face contorted, pleaded for mercy, but Blood Demon was unmoved. He squeezed, silencing their pleas forever. Dried Fish and Jihami watched in horror. Rage consumed Dried Fish. "You dare lay a hand on my brothers," he roared. Accepting his own imminent death, he turned and lunged at Haryung. "I'll take you with me." But Yultak intercepted him, his sword a blur of motion. "You could have handled them." He questioned Blood Demon, a hint of puzzlement in his voice. "Why have me step in?" "This is your practical training," Blood Demon replied. Dried Fish's fury intensified. "You dare chat while I'm here." With a scream, he attacked Yultak. "His wrists and shoulders are his weak points," Blood Demon advised. Yultak understood instantly. "Got it." Guided by Blood Demon's words, he easily evaded Dried Fish's attack, then countered, his sword slashing across Dried Fish's stomach. Dried Fish's pants, sliced clean through, fell to his ankles, revealing what lay beneath. Haryung gasped, "Oh my god, this is bad." Blood Demon's voice boomed, "Don't lose focus." Ignoring his exposed lower half, Dried Fish pressed his attack. Yultak raised his sword to block, but he was too late. Dried Fish's blade found its mark. At the last moment, Yultak kicked out, disrupting Dried Fish's balance and deflecting the blow. He seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword through Dried Fish's body. Just before dying, the Dried Fish-like man gasped, "Do you have a demon inside you?" He then breathed his last. Yultak, feeling the warmth of blood against his side, cried out, "Ah, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding. Haryung, I'm dying." Haryung snapped back. Irritated, "He didn't even touch you. Stop being so dramatic." Blood Demon watched the scene unfold, intrigued by Yultak. The young man presented himself as a third-rate warrior, yet he'd effortlessly defeated a highly skilled assassin, adapting and reacting only after deciphering his opponent's techniques. This wasn't something learned through mere training. It came from experience, from taking lives. "I should give him some more guidance," Blood Demon mused. Only Jihami remained. Blood Demon advanced towards her. Terror seized Jihami. She raised her sword, a tremor in her voice. "Stay back. If you take one more step, I'll..." Blood Demon continued his approach, his voice a low growl. "You'll die." Overcome with fear, Jihami pleaded, "Please, spare me. Don't kill me. I'll do anything. Just let me live." Blood Demon's voice was devoid of emotion. "Then kill yourself." Jihami's mind raced. Where did I go wrong? Was using the three demons cold iron a mistake? Or did Yultak arrive too late? Suddenly, Yultak stepped forward. "Wait," he said. "Spare her." Jihami stared at him in disbelief. Yultak continued, "I told you not to go too far. How could you let things get to this point? I have to admit, you're truly insane." Jihami, bewildered, whispered, "Why?" Meanwhile, in Min Lao Palace, Yang Jagat continued his ascent to the ninth floor. A group of imposing, powerfully built men awaited him. In unison, they boomed, "Welcome, young master." Yang Jagat eyed them cautiously. "Who are you? Do these men also live in the Palace of Joy?" He wondered. "Do they also require male attendants?" A voice cut through his thoughts. "It is our honor to serve you, young master." The speaker was the leader of the group. His words were echoed by the men behind him. "We greet you, young master." Yang Jagat raised a hand in acknowledgement. "Well, I didn't expect men to be so pleased to see me." Relief washed over him. "At least this time, I won't have to endure that again." The men remained bowed. Their leader introduced himself. "I am Zhang, captain of the Nam Lin squad." Young Jagat nodded. "Understood, Zhang." But a sly expression flickered across Zhuang's face, hinting at something less than honorable. "Yes," he replied. "You may also call me Dog Zhang." Suddenly, a thick fog began to billow from the floor, obscuring the room. Zhuang's voice, laced with a disturbing undertone, continued. "Tonight, the Nam Lin squad will fulfill your every desire." He licked his lips, his eyes raking over Yang Jagat. Yang Jagat thought to himself, "I'm done for. My head is spinning, my body is trembling, my face is ashen, my blood pressure is skyrocketing. Every hair on my body is standing on end, especially the hair on my head, fluttering wildly in the wind. This is truly a demonic diving performance from the heavens. And in my uncontrolled state, I've used 5 parts heavenly demon divine art, 10 parts supreme emperor technique, and 6 parts long burst fist." The power radiating from him terrified those around him, their souls practically leaving their bodies. Dark clouds gathered overhead and thunder boomed. Footsteps echoed on the stairs, accompanied by a bizarre laugh. Below, a group of servants lay prostrate on the ground, their laughter filled with a perverse satisfaction. Their faces were flushed an unnatural red, especially Zhuang's. He was overcome with an indescribable excitement. It was impossible to tell who was truly reveling in this pleasure. In another room, a dignified woman sat, staring in astonishment towards the distance. Recognizing the approaching figure as Yang Jagat, she asked, "Why are you here?" Her expression shifted to alarm. "Have you defeated them already?" He bit his lip, a sinister smile playing on his face. "If this is all the pleasure palace can muster, it's truly pathetic. Don't you agree? You couldn't have dealt with them so quickly," she replied. "What have you done to them?" This woman was none other than the palace mistress of the pleasure palace. He challenged her. Think about it. 2 days is a long time. Where is the palace mistress? She could only respond, "I see. You were prepared for this." He pressed her further. "Call out the palace mistress." "I can't do that," she stammered. "What?" he asked, surprised. "I won't ask how you got here," she continued, "but please stay here for 2 days before you leave." Young Jagat refused. "That won't work on me." "I'm not asking you," she said. "I'm advising you." "Why do you want to kill me?" he asked. The palace mistress replied, "If I can stop you from making a mistake, I will do everything in my power to do so." He sighed and sat down. "And how do you plan to stop me?" he asked. Her answer was unexpected. "We couldn't stop you in bed. What else can we do?" She offered him 2 blades. "Are you confident?" he asked, a smirk playing on his lips. "I don't know how to use bewitching techniques," she responded, "but even with your superior martial arts, you'll have a hard time defeating me. What if I insist on going up?" he challenged. "I will stop you," she said, "but I advise you not to." He hesitated, considering his options. "Do you use such a large space all by yourself?" he asked. "Is there a problem with that?" She retorted, annoyed. He glanced around, thinking to himself, "For more hours until the 2 days are up, right?" He lay down on a stone slab. "Fine," he said. "I'll wait until the 2 days are up. I'll just rest for a bit." Strange sounds echoed from the shadows as a group of black-clad, masked figures, armed with swords and blades, emerged. The scene shifted. Blood Demon continued to grapple with the newcomers. "I'll count to 3, he growled. "Then we attack." Yoltak at his side questioned, "What are you talking about?" "You wanted to marry her." "Wait, I don't want that. She's a bit crazy, sure, but she's not a bad person." Blood Demon began his count. 1. Yoltak grew increasingly flustered. "This is outrageous. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. You should at least get her consent." The female assassin, overhearing this, raised her sword. "What did you say?" "Me and you." He spun around. "Shut up." Blood Demon continued his count, eyes blazing crimson. 2. He paused, then roared, "Damn it, I can't take it anymore." "I'm sorry." She erupted in fury. "You bastard. Damn you." The count of 3 was complete. From above, Burong and several hermits plummeted with breathtaking speed, landing gracefully. It was Burong of the Forbidden Cavalry. Yultak asked, "Are you here to kill her too?" Burong replied, "We're here to save her. Were you fighting before you got here? You look a bit rough." An image of Blood Demon's ruthless killing flashed through Bairang's mind. He remembered the dying words of the Fallen, the earlier warnings, how Blood Demon had easily subdued the 3 Iron Demons of Han. Only the captain of the Heavenly Demon Squad could achieve such a feat. He returned to the present, still bewildered by the situation, but unable to mistake the man before him. Could it be? The former captain of the Heavenly Demon Squad, Ultasik, returned, supporting the young lord of the Sacred Fire sect. But he was supposed to be crippled. How could he have returned? Blood Demon asked again, "So you're here to save her? That's strange. What nonsense are you all spouting?" Burong responded, "We were worried about the young lord's safety." Hearing this, Blood Demon looked suspicious. You knew he was in danger. He realized his slip of the tongue. Blood Demon stepped forward and clapped a hand on Bairang's shoulder. "Why are you so surprised?" Burong stammered, "I'm sorry." "I'm not surprised. There's nothing to be surprised about." Blood Demon's voice hardened. "Do you know who I am?" Burong was now too terrified to speak. Blood Demon stared directly at him. "Do you know who I am?" He pressed his hand harder on Bairang's shoulder. Burong trembled. "Answer me." Burong choked out, "I don't know who you are." Blood Demon countered, "You don't even know me." Burong insisted, "I don't." Blood Demon pressed further. "I'm asking you one last time. Think carefully before you answer. Do you know who I am?" Burong was silent for a moment, his thoughts racing. What exactly is the Heavenly Demon Squad? They're the young lord's protectors, holding the fate of the Sacred Fire sect in their hands. Each member has reached the peak realm, and their captain has even surpassed that, reaching the super peak realm. Especially Ultasik, the former captain. His energy was said to be inexhaustible, no matter how many days he fought. He was brutal, always clear about his likes and dislikes. And most importantly, I have a letter written in his own hand to the young lord. He considered carefully, then admitted, "I know." Hearing this, Blood Demon's fury ignited. "Then die," he seethed. Burong cried out, "I don't know." He crumpled to his knees, desperately pleading. "I swear I will never acknowledge you. I swear on my life. I swear on the honor of my ancestors for 3 generations. If I lie, may I be turned into a dog." Blood Demon regarded Burong for a moment, then slowly raised a hand, his fingers clenching into a fist. The crimson aura surrounding him began to dissipate, and the others who had been held captive collapsed, seemingly lifeless. "Please," Burong begged. Blood Demon addressed them coldly. "You are nothing but a lowly follower, without a home to return to. Do you understand?" Burong hastily responded, "Yes, yes, yes, I understand your teachings." At a gesture from Blood Demon, those who had appeared dead were released from his power, tumbling to the ground. His gaze swept over Jihami, who instinctively raised her sword in defense, her face etched with fear. He barked orders to his subordinates. "Imprison her. I'm going to see the young sect leader." Guards surged forward, surrounding Jihami. Her cries of "let me go" were swallowed by the commotion. Burong commanded, "Take her below." His eyes followed every movement, urging them on. Quickly, Blood Demon paused in thought. That girl will be useful later. Meanwhile, young Jagic lay sprawled on a stone slab in the Joyful Palace's master chamber, seemingly asleep. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, a faint smirk playing on his lips, as if anticipating something. "She's here," he murmured, sitting up and stretching languidly, as if just waking. "It seems it's been 2 days," he observed. Un responded, "You can leave now." He refused arrogantly. "I still have business here." Un closed her eyes. "You still harbor that thought. I told you, you cannot defeat me." Undeterred, young Jaga countered, "Why did you make me wait 2 days?" She began to answer, but he cut her off. "Let me rephrase that." She watched him silently, his every move calculated. A sly glint entered his eyes. "Do you know why I waited for you for 2 days?" Un sighed. "Young sect leader, were you waiting for me?" "How unexpected." She resumed her previous position, seated on the floor, legs crossed, her twin swords before her. He stamped his foot, a display of internal power. She watched him intently, the long-awaited confrontation finally at hand. Un gripped her swords, a palpable killing intent radiating from her. Young Jagic simply observed, then called out, "Saiwal." A wave of icy air erupted, filling the chamber. Un struggled to maintain her stance. Young Jagic's eyes gleamed. "Let's make a wager." Suddenly, Blood Demon appeared behind him, Jihami slung over his shoulder. He issued a chilling ultimatum. "From now on, anyone who moves," tears streaming down her face, Jihami cried out, "Saiwal." Saiwal's composure finally broke. Young sect leader, this blood demon's voice was a low, deadly threat. Anyone who moves, blood demon, his hands still stained crimson, flung Jihami roughly to the ground. Un, ever vigilant, fixed a sharp gaze upon him. A single drop of blood fell from his arm, splattering on the earth below. Yang Jagic inquired softly, "You didn't kill them all, did you?" He received an implied reply. This subordinate only killed one. The others remain untouched. Yang Jagic asked, "Should I commend you for a job well done?" Blood Demon responded with a hint of grievance. This subordinate did his utmost. Un couldn't contain her outburst. "Young master, what in the world are you doing?" Yang Jagic strolled towards her, replying, "You ask as if you don't know. This is a gamble." Her panic intensified. "Then you've already lost. You moved." Yang Jagic questioned domineeringly, "So you want to kill me?" He turned to Blood Demon. "Did you hear that?" Blood Demon, already poised for action, answered, "Yes, master." Yang Jagic began a list 3 on the roof, 4 in the bushes. "If any of them make a move, don't hesitate. Kill them all." Blood Demon replied, "Your command will be obeyed." Un was stunned into a state of bewildered fear. How could he possibly know the positions of the Flying Spirit Squad hidden on the 10th floor? She thought frantically. Young Jagat drew closer. "I waited 2 days specifically to find those you so meticulously arranged. With no path of retreat, Un could only strike first." "Young master," she cried out. Yang Jagic effortlessly dodged her attack. Then, channeling his internal energy, pressed his advantage, each step bringing him closer. "Experience it for yourself," he uttered. The air crackled with tension. A hidden passage opened. A voice echoed, "From now on, speak to me." Siwul exclaimed in alarm, "Palace Master, I can't let you do this." The voice responded, "Siwul, open the door." Siwul hesitated. "Palace Master." Yet obedience prevailed, and she slowly led Yang Jagic inside. It turned out she was merely the head of the joyful palace. The true Palace Master was Han Soso, the White Snake Flower Palace Master of the joyful palace. She sat upon a bed, her beauty breathtaking. "You've come," she stated. The protagonist responded confidently, "I told you I would see you." Around her neck a white snake coiled, its jaws agape, poised to strike. Han Soso, seeing Yang Jagic, greeted him warmly. "You've come." Yang Jagic replied, "I told you I would see you." Han Soso huklid. "You did say that, but you came alone." Yang Jagic responded, "I was coming to see the Palace Master." "What reason did I have to bring others?" Hearing this, Han Soso said, "Is that so? I thought even if I closed the doors, you wouldn't be deterred." Yang Jagic agreed, "As you wish." The doors slammed shut. A sinister glint flashed in Han Soso's eyes. "I thought you were just a scoundrel, wandering aimlessly." This sent a shiver down Yang Jagic's spine. Remembering the avaricious gazes of the men on the 9th floor, he asked, "Have you done this before?" A horrified thought crossed his mind. "Good heavens, this is heartbreaking." Han Soso replied, "Yes, but I don't want you bringing a ferocious tiger here." Her voice laced with a chilling intensity. She asked, "Did someone order you to destroy the joyful palace?" Yang Jagic, sensing a similar line of thinking to the Shang Kai Palace mistress, calmly sat down without answering. Han Soso continued, "I heard you dealt with my subordinates using only intermediate techniques. That's impossible. Could it be the desire technique? Who taught you that? Was it the cult leader?" Hearing this, Yang Jagic was slightly startled. Is she referring to cult leader type Young? He wondered, how could she come to such a conclusion? He said to Han Soso, "Go on." Han Soso continued, "Initially, I suspected you were colluding with those rats from the Shanghai Palace to attack us, because your behavior at the Spring Breeze Pavilion was very strange. But I don't think you would do that." At this, Yang Jagic interjected, "Are you sure?" Han Soso stated, "If the Shanghai Palace had such a powerful expert, we would have been destroyed long ago." Yang Jagic thought to himself, "She's truly sharp and very intelligent." Han Soso asked, "Do you know?" Yang Jagic replied, "Know what?" She said, "The number of Miyoung sect members who have reached the peak devil realm." Yang Jagat Bondired. The peak devil realm is roughly equivalent to the transformation realm. In the central plains, they say only the 10 great masters and the 3 supreme experts have reached the transformation realm. Even if you include the 5 emperors, the number wouldn't exceed 20. But then Han Soso suddenly said, "Because I am the latest, this number is definitely accurate. The number of Miyoung sect experts who have reached the transformation realm is almost half the total number of experts from the righteous sects, the demonic sects, and the borderlands combined. Even if you only count the top-tier experts, most major righteous and demonic sects can't do anything to us. The Myung sect has over 20 top-tier experts, and more than 10 have reached the transformation realm, known as the heavenly sovereign level. So, no sect is stronger than the Myung sect. It's unbelievably powerful. The Myung sect has decided to enter the Central Plains. Han Soso continued, but now that number has become 9 because another person has emerged. Yang Jagic said, I didn't know you had reached the peak devil realm. Isn't that good news for the Myung sect? Han Soso gave a cold laugh. I'm afraid it's bad news for you. Yang Jagic calmly said, it's been a while. Let's talk. Han Soso agreed. All right, let's continue our previous topic, she said. To bring such a powerful expert here from the very beginning, that was his target us. Yang Jagic replied, you started it. Han Soso was furious. In this situation, you can still be so stubborn. I hope you're not saying this just to gain my trust. It's truly disappointing. Yang Jagic froze, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. Did she actually think he'd done something to Chi Hanmai? How could anyone believe such absurd gossip? No, wait. Ma Chunso was absolutely capable of something like that. Seeing you explains everything, Yang Jagic said. Now, let me ask you, why do you assume the sect leader only taught me the desired technique? Han Soso kid started, then burst into laughter. Don't tell me you lost your memory in the heavenly demon cave. Yang Jagic, bewildered, responded, what? There's only one reason I would think that, Han Soso explained. The sect leader brought you here for a specific purpose. Contrary to the rumors, the reason you entered the heavenly demon cave must have been on the sect leader's orders. Asudin realization daunet on Yang Jagic. I understand, he murmured. Ma Chunso was indulging in pleasures at the Palace of Joy. The sect leader saw this and ordered him to the heavenly demon cave for secluded cultivation. As a result, Ma Chunso succumbed to chi deviation and died. I took that opportunity to transmigrate into his body. During this time, the sect leader left the Myung Palace. A dark aura emanated from Yang Jagic as he asked menacingly, do you have any more questions? Like how I learned the heavenly demon's sacred art, perhaps. Ansusu Skufet. Preposterous. Yang Jagic felt a pang of frustration. Just how useless were you, Ma Chunso? He thought. To me, Han Soso said with disdain, you were always a hopeless successor. Yang Jagic retorted, you speak without restraint. Those are your words to me, Han Soso replied. When did I ever say that? Yang Jagic asked. Han Soso looked at him, surprised. What's with that look? Yang Jagic wondered. A hopeless successor. Why would I say that about myself? Han Susu Saihid. Fine. It seems you truly have lost your memory. It makes little difference anyway. Yang Jagic responded, time changes everything. Perhaps you've changed as well. A hint of sadness touched Han Soso's voice. But some people shouldn't change. Does that apply to you? Yang Jaga asket. The question hung in the air, silencing Han Soso for a moment. That's a long story, she finally said. We should focus on the matter at hand. You've made 2 mistakes. Do you want to know what they are? First, you touch my person. If I let you go this time, it will surely happen again. So, you must pay the price. Regardless of who you are, these are the rules of our Palace of Joy. It's how the women of the Myung faction survive. Your second mistake, Han Soso continued, was coming here alone. With that, she unleashed her ice sealing technique, encasing Yang Jagic in ice. You said you wanted to fight me, she taunted. Try it, if you can even live that long. The ice around Yang Jagic intensified. Han Soso, Yang Jaga Strynet. Don't beg, she replied coldly. I'm quite impressed with your transformation, but I can't do that. Are you going to say you're doing this to protect the Palace of Joy? Yang Jagic asked, his voice muffled by the ice. You're attacking a fellow disciple, killing someone as easily as turning your hand, all because of his nonsense. Han Soso, gently waving her fan, declared, we must make an example of this, a warning to others. Yang Jagic retorted sarcastically, how utterly contradictory. Han Soso replied, the strong rule. Isn't that the fundamental doctrine of our sect? Yang Jagic, grinding his teeth, spat back, it's because of these doctrines you preach that tens of thousands have lost their lives, and the number continues to climb. Sensing something unusual in Yang Jagek's demeanor today, Han Soso impatiently snapped, "You've never spoken like this before. Enough. Let's begin." With that, she unleashed her ice art, encasing Yang Jagek in a frigid prison. Though frozen solid, Yang Jagek simply clenched his fist and the ice shattered around him. Han Soso started hit. The demonic sound spirit art was one of the heavenly demonic arts created by the heavenly demon specifically for women. Thus, all women who practiced it shared a lineage, a bond of master and disciple. It was a martial art designed for their masters. The demonic ice encasing Yang Jagek shattered under the force of his heavenly, demonic divine art. A blinding light erupted from him, forcing Han Soso to shield her eyes. When she could see again, she witnessed Yang Jagek wielding the heavenly, demonic divine art, her astonishment deepening. He addressed her. "You said there were 9 who reached the peak demonic realm. You were right. You asked why I came alone. Why should I bring followers?" Trembling under the pressure of his power, Han Soso stammered, "Impossible." As he attacked her with the heavenly demonic divine art, Yang Jagek continued, "If you cannot change, then I will destroy you myself." Still reeling from the revelation of his mastery of the heavenly demonic divine art, Han Soso barely had time to react before Yang Jagek's attack landed. She hastily conjured a shield of ice, but it shattered instantly under his power. He lunged forward, seizing her by the throat. Lifting her into the air, Han Soso choked out, "Were we, the heavenly demons, doomed from the start?" Yang Jagek's voice was low and dangerous. "Han Soso, what is the purpose of the Palace of Joy?" Han Soso answered flatly, "For the benefit of the heavenly demon, of course." "True," Yang Jagek replied, "but your eyes haven't changed." "Because nothing has changed," Han Soso said coldly. "You become the heavenly demon. You can lead the Myung sect now. But what's the difference between us?" Yang Jagek asked. "Do you feel it's unfair?" Struggling to breathe, Han Soso managed, "Yes." "Why must women live like this?" Yang Jagek roared. "You are a warrior, not just a woman. What justification do you have for the lives you've taken?" Han Soso laughed, a chilling sound. "He told me to." Yang Jagek's fury intensified, his grip tightening around her throat. A dangerous woman, he thought. She must be eliminated. Then, unexpectedly, Han Soso pleaded, "Please spare them." Stunned, Yang Jagek demanded, "Why should I spare them?" Han Soso, choked to the point of seeing stars, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, gasped. Everyone in the joyful palace, they were all either trafficked or kidnapped. Yang Jagat Loket startled. Han Soso continued, "I was born in the North Sea. I'm not one of the Myung clan." The words sparked a memory in Yang Jagek. He thought back to the people he'd encountered there, pondering. That child did seem to have foreign blood. "The children we met were all with the Flying Spirit Division," Han Soso explained. "The Joyful Palace. It's a place where children with similar fates rely on each other, raise each other. A hell I'm determined to break free from." A bitter laugh escaped her lips. "You call us demons." "Yes, we are. But who could endure what we've endured and remain unchanged?" Yang Jagek couldn't bring himself to believe her. He clung to the idea that this was all a misunderstanding, a terrible mistake made in the name of the Joyful Palace's supposed well-being. "You want to save everyone?" he asked. "If you're going to ask such half-hearted questions," Han Soso snapped, "don't bother. You know my answer." Yang Jagek saw the burning resentment for the Myung clan in her eyes, a hatred deeper than any he'd witnessed. "I will change this place," he declared. "I will create a place where everyone can coexist without violating the 3 heavenly commandments or the 5 heavenly precepts, by transforming the demonic sect into the Myung clan." Han Soso found his words utterly ludicrous. "You think that's possible?" She scoffed. "Even if it means razing the heavenly mountain to the ground," Yang Jagek stated, his voice unwavering, "I will make it happen." He released his grip on her throat. Han Soso, stunned, stammered, "Are you serious? Why go to such lengths?" Yang Jagek replied, "I'm offering you a chance. You want to break the cycle of the Joyful Palace. Then help me. This is your only chance. I will free you from this hell." Han Soso knelt on the ground, still reeling. "Why? It's a gamble," Yang Jagek admitted. "I need you to trust me. If you do, the conflict between the Joyful Palace and the Myung clan will end." He extended a hand, offering a partnership. Han Soso stared at his outstretched hand. "And if I don't trust you?" Yang Jagek's expression hardened. "What do you want me to say?" Hesitantly, Han Soso said, "I remember when you first came here, Your eyes, they were different. That man is dead, Yang Jagic declared. Seeing his resolve, Han Soso took his hand. I'll trust you. I will keep my word, Yang Jagic vowed. Han Soso knelt, bowing low. Han Soso, master of the joyful palace, greets the heavenly demon. Outside, chaos reigned. The women, hearing the commotion from within Han Soso's chambers, frantically tried to force their way in, but Blood Demon held them back with a wave of power, immobilizing them. Un cried out, "What's happening?" Blood Demon's voice dripped with menace. "Move and you die." Un tried to move, but couldn't. What the hell is this? His energy, it's immobilizing me, she thought. Just then, Yultak and Cheon Barong arrived. We've dealt with the lower ranks, Yultak announced, but I imagine you're quite surprised by this scene. What would happen here? It's utter chaos. Un's eyes widened as she saw Cheon Barong. What are you doing here? She exclaimed. Yultak, thinking the question was directed at him, gestured to himself. Me, Captain Cheon Barong. Un spat, her voice laced with anger. The Royal Guard. Cheon Barong, visibly uncomfortable, averted his gaze. You're mistaken, he mumbled. You think a mask can fool me. Un's voice rose. Was all of this the work of the Supreme Court? How dare you? You vermin. Yultak approached the Blood Demon. The air is thick with tension, he observed. Where is the young cult leader? The other women stared at Yultak, silent and unyielding. Inside a room, Han Soso spoke to Yang Jagic. Could you turn around for a moment? Yang Jagic complied, turning his back. You said you'd release the joyful palace, Han Soso said. Do you mean it? Yang Jagic replied. I give you my word. When this is all over, the joyful palace will be free. Then I'll take a gamble and trust you, Han Soso declared. Suddenly, the sound of rustling fabric reached Yang Jagic's ears. Han Soso was undressing. A wave of embarrassed shock washed over him. Wait, what is she doing? What's that sound? Misinterpreting the situation, he blurted out, Stop. I told you, the man I was is dead. But when he turned around, he saw Han Soso standing there, clad in a different outfit. A blush crept up his neck. Oh, he stammered. You were just changing. Han Soso hooklit. You seem disappointed. Yang Jagic quickly denied it. No, not at all. That's not what your face says, Han Soso teased. Let's just forget that, Yang Jagic said, eager to change the subject. I have a question. You said I'd been here before, right? Han Soso looked at him, surprised. You really do have amnesia. I'd heard rumors, but the rumors are true, Yang Jagic confirmed. Which is why I'm asking, did you ever use charm magic on me? Han Soso's eyes widened. Charm magic. On the 6th floor, Yang Jagic continued. A courtesan with foreign features. Understanding dawned on Han Soso. He was talking about the blonde woman. You mean the blonde girl? Are you saying she used charm magic? I believe so, Yang Jagic replied. Impossible, Han Soso insisted. She wouldn't do that. Charm magic is forbidden. I wouldn't assume everyone follows the rules, Yang Jagic countered. The joyful palace doesn't have charm magic, Han Soso said. Ghostly sound arts are more than enough. Why would we bother with something like that? Yang Jagic considered this. So you're saying you never used it on me? Of course not, Han Soso scoffed. You were just easily swayed. Yang Jagic was still suspicious. He stared intently at Han Soso, and seeing her composure, dismissed his concerns. Fine, he said. Let's not dwell on the past. What's your connection to the Slaughter Sect? Let me be clear. I don't care if it's the Slaughter Sect or the Blood Rain Sect. Anyone who refuses to change will die by my hand. Han Soso considered this for a moment. Gaiong Ryong, the leader of the Slaughter Sect. If you want to change the Myung faction, you must eliminate him. Am I right? Yang Jagic asked, why do you say that? Yul Cheon, the leader of the Blood Rain Sect, Gaiong Ryong of the Slaughter Sect, and even Elder Hyukraksa. Although they all desire to become the next sect leader, each has a different goal. A look of understanding dawned on Yang Jagic's face. His suspicions were confirmed. Even within the supposedly unified martial world, each individual harbored their own ambitions. Gaiong Ryong doesn't want to be the next sect leader, Han Soso continued. Yang Jagic questioned, then what does he want? Han Soso replied, he wants to erase the Myung faction from existence. He's a bloodthirsty madman. He wants to turn the Myung faction into a demonic cult filled with cold-blooded killers. Yul Cheon is different. He wants to escape to the Central Plains. He has no grand ambitions, just a desire to indulge in every fleeting moment, a world steeped in the constant clash of swords and the struggle for survival. That's what he craves. Meanwhile, within the Slaughter Sect, under the cloak of night, a man scrambled desperately, fleeing from Gaiong Ryong's relentless pursuit. Please, he cried out as he ran. Glancing back, he saw no one. Relief washed over him as he slowed his pace. Suddenly, Guyong Ryong materialized before him, a chilling smile twisting his lips. Here you are, he chuckled. Why didn't you run further? Terror seized the man. Please, he begged, spare me. Please. Guyong Ryong's smile turned sinister. He gestured towards the sword in his hand. Still try to run. He pointed the blade at the man's throat. The man trembled. No, not there. Guyong Ryong's face darkened. You don't want to go. The man's pleas continued. Please, please, spare me. Guyong Ryong's fury ignited. You don't want to return. That's not right. The man stammered. No, it's not like that. Losing all patience, Guyong Ryong channeled his energy and swung his sword. So boring, he complained. How could you be like this? Why don't you want this? How can you say you don't want this? Haven't I treated you well enough? The man gasped, his voice weak, please. But Guyong Ryong was deaf to his pleas. He rained blows upon the man in a frenzy. Why? He raged. Why didn't he want to return? He hacked away until the man lay unconscious. Dispose of him, he commanded his hidden subordinates, who immediately obeyed. Guyong Ryong turned to leave, then paused. He mentioned Mo Yong-wai. He mused that one should be a bit more entertained, shouldn't he? The following morning, at the Myung clan's water pavilion in the upper capital, Elder Lord Cheon Semin lay leisurely in bed, a smile playing on his lips as he read the letter from Cheon Burong. It read, To the esteemed Lord, I, Cheon Burong, report that I have secured the young lord and successfully extracted him from the Palace of Joy. I will remain with him for a time, eliminating any potential threats. So please do not worry. The most crucial elements are patience and timing. I believe I can hook a large fish. In this instance, the Gwangmyeong Palace itself. Furthermore, I require funds to bolster the young lord's confidence. Please remit them to the Gwangmyeong Palace. Respectfully, Captain of the Imperial Guard, Cheon Burong. Finishing the letter, Cheon Semin was overcome with joy. He chuckled. That rascal, he's infiltrated them already. Good, good. Ha. Just like Cheon Burong. I've cultivated a fine subordinate indeed. Very well, I'll place my trust in you. This time, I'll invest a substantial sum. Cheon Semin continued to chuckle, his delight evident. Meanwhile, Cheon Burong was suffering immensely. Old Tasik, the blood demon, had assigned him to train with his Imperial Guard. They were currently performing handstands while chanting their short-term resolution, Endure the 100-year wall. Cheon Burong was nearing his limit. How much longer must I endure this? He thought miserably. Why am I even doing this? He glanced to his side and realized he wasn't alone in his misery. Ji Ha-mi was also being subjected to the same grueling exercise. He looked at her and asked, What are you doing here? Ji Ha-mi explained that the previous night, you all had confronted her, saying, Young mistress, how could you allow such a thing to happen? Because of the incident, the palace lord and the others had been humiliated. Yang Taesiu had retorted angrily, humiliated. We haven't humiliated anyone. Old Tasik had asked Han Soso, Can I trust that child? Han Soso had replied coldly, There's no need to use her. If you want to kill her, then kill her. Upon hearing this, Old Tasik had approached Ji Ha-myong Jagik had questioned him. Can you tell me why you've taken her? Old Tasik had simply replied, A child begged me to save her. Back in the present, Ji Ha-mi said fearfully, I don't understand. Please don't kill me. Who detoxifies their guests and then makes them do this? Suddenly, Old Tasik strode towards them. Isn't it obvious? He boomed. The young lord may trust you, but I don't. As long as you're here, you'll train with me. Ji Ha-mi protested, but how can you make a woman do such vulgar exercises? Old Tasik's voice was sharp. It seems you haven't come to your senses yet. Do 50 more. Everyone exchanged glances. Old Tasik walked amongst them. Before you are women, you are martial artists. There will be no special treatment or discrimination. Conquer yourselves. They resumed their handstands, chanting in unison, short-term resolution. Endure the 100-year wall. They trained from dawn till dusk. Finally, Old Tasik announced, That's enough for today. Be back here at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Everyone responded in unison, Yes, sir. Old Tasik then dismissed them. Cheon Burong struggled to sit up, grumbling, Damn it, I can't believe a Thwong CUC warrior like me has to train with these third-rate nobodies. Yultak, beside him, commented, It's brutal, but I feel incredibly refreshed afterward. Cheon Burong conceded, Yeah, I do feel stronger. He thought to himself, he's right. Fighting with internal destructive arts is fundamental, but my body can't keep up when I use them. I have to limit their use, and that's probably why I can't break through my current limitations. My physical strength isn't enough to reach the level I desire. Could Captain Chun Myung Ma of the Thien Min Ma squad be using this method to test us, to enlighten us? Cheonburong was indeed beginning to be influenced by the Gwangmyeong Palace. At the Min Thursday Pavilion, Yang Jagic escorted Han Soso to meet Jay Galtong. She greeted him, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I never expected to encounter such a dark affair." "Eo Han Susu." Jay Galtong replied, "I am Jay Galtong. I was unaware the Lord of the Hon High Palace was involved in this matter." Han Soso remarked, "It's always like this here. Yesterday's enemies can be laughing and drinking together today. Just like the one who sowed the divine seeds years ago still remains within the Myeong sect." Jay Galtong nodded in agreement. Indeed, Han Soso and Jay Galtong conversed amiably. Han Soso then asked, "Are you the one behind the incident at the Hon High Palace?" Jay Galtong answered, "I am merely assisting the young sect leader." Han Soso, intrigued, proposed, "Is that so? Then would you care to make a wager with me?" Feeling left out, Yang Jagic sighed. "I'm glad you two seem to be getting along. Please continue." "The important thing now is that my confrontation with the Hon High Palace was witnessed by many. Strange rumors are bound to spread, and I need another rumor to cover it up." Han Soso recalled the latest gossip about Yang Jagic. "They're saying the young sect leader had a very enjoyable time at the Hon High Palace last time. No wonder he's here. It seems the Lord of the Hon High Palace has taken his side. Perhaps he's mastered the art of seduction." She added, "I'm sure rumors about you are already circulating." Jay Galtong said, "The more rumors, the better. The more, the better." Han Susu concurred y agree. Because the mouths of the Hon High Palace and the Thuong Tai Palace have been sealed, no one can know if the rumors are true or false. Yang Jagic, overhearing this, fumed inwardly. "Damn it, I've become some kind of lustful pervert who gets whatever he wants." He glared around, recalling his conversation with Ul Tasik the previous night. "Didn't you kill them all?" he had demanded. Ul Tasik had replied, "I only killed one. The rest are alive." Yang Jagic had retorted, "And I'm supposed to commend you for a job well done." Ul Tasik had simply said, "I did my best." Yang Jagic thought to himself, the blood demon found was that foreign girl. That woman dared to use dark magic without the permission of the Lord of the Hon High Palace. Han Soso spoke, "I'm still troubled by the death of that foreign girl. Though I suspect many things, I'm certain it's best not to delve any deeper." Han Soso continued, "Fortunately, the Tan Sat Palace is still unaware as they don't know the young sect leader is here." Jay Galtong replied, "Perhaps it was an oversight." Han Soso responded, "Indeed. It must be because of the mission I recently received." Yang Jagic asked Han Soso, surprised, "What mission?" Han Soso replied, "The assassination sect's missions are always the same. Assassinate important figures. Recently, the Martial Alliance has been making a lot of moves under the guise of eradicating the demonic cult. This is the perfect time for the assassination sect to make a move and prove themselves." Yang Jagic was utterly astonished. Eradicate the demonic cult. Now, I call this a period of unity. Most of them are sacrificing themselves in the name of unity, but in reality, it's all political posturing, rallying their members. That's why the righteous sects never actually reach Mount Heaven. They only get as far as the Flowing Cloud River and then retreat because the Myeong clan counterattacks. If the eradication of the demonic cult has truly begun, then my unit, the Storm Dragon unit, will be the first ones there. I'm not worried about Mak Yong Hayu, Namgung, Kim Na-young, and Tang Fengshan. Even without me, they'll hold their own. He continued, "Investigate what the Martial Alliance is doing. The Storm Dragon unit will definitely be the first to act." Jay Galtong agreed. "Then let's do it that way." Suddenly, Yang Jega S. Anger flatted. Clenching his fists, he declared, "The assassination sect. Even if they join, they won't be easy to defeat. I'm certain of it." Hearing this, Han Soso inquired, "What do you mean, young sect leader?" Yang Jagic felt a cold sweat break out. Both Jay Galtong and Han Soso were staring intently at him. He quickly backtracked. "No, what I meant was, shouldn't we send more support? The Martial Alliance isn't easy to deal with." Han Soso responded, "You needn't worry. The sect leader of the assassination sect will also be participating." Yang Jagic was stunned. "What?" He thought worriedly. "The sect leader of the assassination sect is ranked 6th among all the supreme martial artists. If he participates, the Storm Dragon unit won't be enough." Han Soso explained, "As I told you, he's the type of person who will do anything as long as he finds it interesting." Yang Jagic clenched his fists in frustration, thinking that madman. He then said, "Next to the assassination sect. They should know about this." Han Soso replied, "Understood." Jay Galtong addressed him. "Things will be a bit noisy around the Gwangmyeong Palace for a while." He asked more assassins, Jie Tong produced a piece of paper. Not yet, because the Sublime Treasure Palace and the Palace of Joys are keeping quiet. They need more time to act. They've also lost interest in you, but since they don't know what happened, they'll be coming soon. So I've dispatched some men. If the renovations cause a disturbance, I ask for your understanding. Yang Jaguk was suspicious. He says he's coming to the Gwangmyeong Palace, but are renovations really necessary? He asked, will rumors leak out? Jie Tong assured him, I won't let that happen. Not even an ant can pass by the Gwangmyeong Palace without my knowledge. Hearing this, Yang Jaguk smiled, satisfied. Han Soso suggested, then, why not move the Pleasure Palace to a place with sunlight? Yang Jaguk replied, no, there's no benefit in that. Instead, I'll give you a private house. You can come anytime. Han Soso smiled in agreement. Yang Jaguk resolved, I can't give them time to prepare. Spread rumors. Make them unable to distinguish truth from falsehood. Any rumor will do, as long as it piques their curiosity. Anything. Then, I'll descend to the 7th floor. Outside the Sword Palace, at the earth and wind pillar of the demonic sect, a voice suddenly rang out. Father, are you really marrying my sister off to that man? Dan Jiho said irritably, what's all this commotion so early in the morning? The disrespectful son retorted, of course I'm making a commotion. Do you think everything will go smoothly if you just stand idly by? I thought after he cultivated at the Heavenly Demon Tower, he would change a little. But look at him. The palace lord frowned. If you're just going to spout nonsense, go elsewhere. Dan Jiho's voice rose. Father, please cancel the engagement with Yewa immediately. The palace lord gritted his teeth in anger, his brow furrowed. You disobedient child. He swung his sword toward Jiho, but Jiho parried the blow. Frowning, he declared, in your eyes, am I still just a child? I am the commander of the Annihilation Unit. The palace lord's anger intensified. You dare block my attack? Jiho remained defiant. Don't you feel any guilt toward my sister? Do you know what that man has been doing? He's been debauching himself at the Pleasure Palace for days. He ground his teeth. Even if he is the young sect leader, for your benefit for the Sword Palace. He shouted, for my sister, you can't do this. Memories flooded back. Dan Yewa, a stuffed toy in one hand and a sword in the other, had said, brother, my father is obsessed with swordsmanship, and I, lacking natural talent, train day and night. Every time I see my sister inherit all of father's talent, I think she has everything. But what my sister needs? Dan Yewa had looked up at Jiho. Brother, are you training today as well? He was family, her brother, and a father figure to her. Tears welled in Jiho's eyes. He roared, his face contorted, he doesn't deserve to marry my sister. With that, he turned and stormed away, gritting his teeth. I will never forgive him. If father won't do anything, I will. He left the Sword Palace lord standing there, sword raised, staring at it. It compensated for his lack of natural talent. Through sheer, relentless effort, he had nearly reached the supreme, ultimate realm. He truly was his son. Unit leader, are you there? Is what Jiho just said true? A voice answered from the rafters. It's true. The palace lord bowed his head, frowning and sighing. The unit leader dropped down from the roof. I must bring him back. My subordinates will relay the order to the Annihilation Unit commander. With that, he leaped down and quickly ran forward. Although he had previously been ordered to apprehend the young sect leader, the target had been absent, forcing him to return empty-handed. He frowned, his voice firm, but this time it's different. Bringing her back and capturing her are two different commands. The scene shifts to Gwangmyeong Palace. Young Jaga is meditating. He rises and walks towards the window. The Blood Corps of the Slaughter Palace and the Sword Corps are unlike any other. They were built for war. I'm curious, just how well can I contend with them now? My forces are too few to fight them head-on. He frowns, lost in thought. A direct confrontation with the Slaughter Palace would mean certain defeat. I have to keep Gu Yangryung and his assassins away from me. If I want to win, I must. He glances around. I heard that Senior was coming, but there's still no news. Strange sounds keep coming from underground. Could they be digging tunnels? Suddenly, a voice calls out from outside. Young cult leader. Come out. Yang Jaguk looks out the window, unsure of what's happening. Jiho stands before the gates of Gwangmyeong Palace with his men. He shouts, we are the Martial Sword Division of the Sword Clan. Open the gates. We're here to arrest you. Haryung cracks open the door and peers out. Hold on. What's going on? Jihami steps forward, arms crossed. They're being so loud. What should we do? He says they're from the Martial Sword Division. We know who they are. Just open the door. Har-Young retorts angrily. Why should we open the door? Do you think Guangmyong Palace is some kind of inn or bathhouse? Let's find out what's going on first. Ji Hami argues back. If they're trying to do something stupid, we could just tell father, can't we? What's the big deal? The two begin to bicker, their voices rising. Do you think we're children? Those spineless, incompetent fools are the children. Are you serious? I don't care. Yoltak strolls out, yawning. What's all the commotion? Ji Hami replies, I don't know. People from the Sword Clan are here. They say they want to arrest the young cult leader. Yoltak's eyes widen. The Sword Clan. He rushes to open the gate. Quite a crowd has gathered. Jiho, at the front, announces, we're here to apprehend the young cult leader. Young cult leader. Fully awake now, Yoltak glares at him. You imbecile. Do you think the cult leader is your friend? Is that how you address him? Jiho scowls. You insolent wretch. You're nothing but a thug. Yoltak bristles. Look at this idiot. Do you even know who I am? Do you think it's appropriate to speak to me like that? Jiho sneers. Who are you? I won't ask again. Bring out the young cult leader to see my younger sister. Now lead the way. Yoltak raises an eyebrow. Younger sister. Don't tell me. You're that incompetent heir of the Sword Clan. Jiho clenches his fists. I've heard a mad fool named Yoltak, who recently became a gatekeeper at Guangmyong Palace. But with that mouth of yours, I could doubt you'll last much longer. Yoltak's face darkens, his anger simmering. So you've come for Binghua. Binghua, Yeva. Stop this nonsense. Don't interfere in matters of the heart. Tell me, what do you want? Why do you want to take the young cult leader? Jiho, now seething with rage, grits his teeth. His voice hardens. I'll ask you this. Did the young cult leader truly go to the Pleasure Palace? Hearing this, Yoltak jolted, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His eyes widened. What? That? Before he could finish, Ji Hami stepped forward, arms crossed. He did go to the Pleasure Palace. She interjected, but why do you ask? Do you want to go too? I can help you. You are the heir to the Sword Clan, after all. Ha! Jiho gripped his sword tighter. Yure Ji Ami. His anger was visibly rising. Yurtakasti pushed Ji a miazide. No. It's a misunderstanding. She's been kicked out of the Pleasure Palace. It's not what you think. Jiho, enraged, lunged at Yoltak with his sword. Yoltak narrowly dodged the blow. Jiho's blade sliced through the air, cleaving a nearby door in two. He then stormed inside, followed by his men. Young lord, come out here. Panic rising, Yoltak turned to Ji Hami and Har-Young. Both of you get back. Suddenly, a voice called out, what's going on here? Everyone turned to see Yang Jagak and Blood Demon approaching. Yang Jaga spoke, assassins. Did your Sword Clan send them? Jiho roared, young lord, how dare you treat my sister like that? Do you think you can get away with this after what you've done? Yang Jagak froze, the words echoing in his mind. Sister, he thought. Makunso, did he dare lay a hand on her? Seeing Yang Jagak's silence, Jiho's fury intensified. His brow furrowed. Don't play dumb. Acting like this is no different than declaring the Sword Clan your enemy. Yoltak quickly intervened. Well, you see, his sister is the young lord's fiancée, but the reason he indulges in pleasures is because he has the means to compensate. Yang Jaga's face darkened. What? Fiancé? Jiho spat. Is that true? Yang Jagak thought to himself, it's true I've had a fiancée since childhood, but I've never given her a second thought. Even if he is the young lord, who would marry their daughter to a perverted lunatic. Jiho's rage hadn't subsided. How could you do this? Just because you're the young lord doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Have you forgotten my sister is your fiancée? And what about you going to the Pleasure Palace? Don't you think that's a bit much? Yoltak frowned. Young lord, we don't need to pay attention to him. You shouldn't listen to such a crude person. He prayed silently, then pointed at Jiho. Chion Jiho, do you think the young lord is a fool? Just you wait and see. This caused Yang Jagak, standing behind him, to flush with anger. Young lord, summon Blood Demon. Let this bastard witness your true power. Shut up. Yang Jagak snapped, then covered his face with his hand, addressing the Blood Demon beside him. Blood Demon, take care of him. As you command. He kept his face covered until Blood Demon seized Yoltak. What's her name? This gave Chion Burong pause. Yang Jaga continued, my fiancée. Jiho exclaimed, Danyewa. You've even forgotten her name. Yang Jagak's head snapped up, the name echoing in his mind. Danyewa. I must go to the Sword Clan. The scene unfolded at the Sword Palace, accompanied by a desperate cry. Nanny, Nanny, where have you been? Do you know how worried I was? A contrite, I'm sorry followed. The nanny spoke softly to Dan Yewa. Next time, please let me know beforehand. Dan Yewa, taking her nanny's hand, replied brightly, I know, I'm going now. The nanny's eyes widened. Where are you going again? Do you really want to anger your father? That would only make things worse. Dan Yewa, cheeks puffed out, turned and retorted, he's the one who ruined my life. There's nothing between us. The nanny's voice remained gentle, pleading, oh dear miss, you can't say things like that. I haven't slept a wink each night worrying about you. Dan Yewa turned back, touched. Really? Because of me? The nanny, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief, sighed. Of course, because I care for you. Both of your masters have grown up. It's time they found their own partners. Dan Yewa exclaimed, if that's what you're worried about, don't be. I've already found someone. Her face radiant, a vision of a garden of blue roses bloomed behind her. My husband. The nanny coughed, startled. What? To me, the young sect leader is already starting to seem like quite the gentleman. Dan Yewa bristled. Are you mad? Of course not him. How could I marry someone who treats me like a servant girl? You could break off the engagement. The nanny quickly covered Dan Yewa's mouth. Miss, don't say such things. If anyone were to hear. Dan Yewa brushed her hand away, her voice rising. I don't care if they hear. He was just enjoying himself at the pleasure palace not long ago. Her eyes squeezed shut, hands clenched. She declared, I should go out and enjoy myself too, meet other men. I want to build a family with someone else. The nanny's face paled. Heavens, what are you talking about? Dan Yewa's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, her hands weaving patterns in the air. He wears a mask. He appeared suddenly, and then, remember the incident at Shugi Town? He knelt, rescuing Emperor Zhang from danger, along with the entire Myung sect escort. And Yang Jagic fought against Yasin with his blade. He's the hero who defeated the Khan, one of the 5 great border commanders, then vanished like the wind. His name is the Black Flame Saint. She breathed, her voice filled with awe. He accomplished a mission that even the Blood Cult and the Supreme Finance sect abandoned. The nanny, watching Dan Yewa, shook her head. You're talking about a man you haven't even met. She lowered her head, sighing. No, you can't go anywhere. You must stay here. The young sect leader will be here soon. Dan Yewa asked innocently, why would he come here? This earned her a sharp rebuke. Why? Why what? To see you, of course. So forget about this Black Flame or anyone else, understand. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, announcing the young sect leader's arrival. The nanny smiled. Speak of the devil. He has perfect timing. Meanwhile, Dan Yewa stood aside, a troubled frown marring her features, unable to muster a smile. A voice echoed from the outer room. You stay here. Don't even think about going inside. Wait until the sect leader summons you. With that, the speaker departed, shutting the door firmly behind them, leaving Yang Jagic alone within. Yang Jaga Siget, the Sword Clan, though I have some understanding of it, what good does it do? The image of a young woman's back flickered in his mind. Dan Yewa, Emma Chunso es Fianje. I know nothing about her, do I? Yang Jagic fell silent for a moment, then muttered inwardly, but why hasn't Yoltak said anything? I need to figure out how to deal with him. He glanced out the window and saw a young woman in a cloak approaching. She turned her head, and their eyes met. She quickly turned and hurried away. Yang Jagic stepped outside and placed a hand on her shoulder. Startled, she cried out, ah. She spun around, facing him. Let go of me. I said let go. Yang Jagic's voice was cold. Are you going to keep living like this? I went through all the trouble of coming to the Sword Clan. He didn't get a finish. Dan Yewa burst out. What are you talking about? Why did you have to come here? Can you just say less? Weren't you just coming to see me? Yang Jagic was taken aback. It has nothing to do with you. It definitely doesn't concern you. Curiosity creeping into his voice, he asked, why do you get so frantic every time you see me? Do you hate me that much? Dan Yewa roared, I hate you. I hate you so much. So let go of me. Releasing his grip, Yang Jagic said, fine. I hate myself quite a bit too. Dan Yewa stormed off, muttering, are you crazy? But I don't hate you. At these words, Dan Yewa stopped dead in her tracks. She turned and walked back towards Yang Jagic, pointing at him, her face flushed. What? Yang Jagic closed his eyes. Your martial arts are strong. There's no need to worry. But don't run around needlessly. Just stay at the Xiaoming clan. Dan Yewa was indignant. What are you talking about? Why should I go there? Yang Jagic's voice was calm. Because that's where you belong. Dan Yewa clutched her head, her eyes wide, speechless. She turned and stormed off again, muttering to herself, "Where I belong. You don't hate me." Yang Jagek's words echoed her mind. "Because that's where you belong." Lost in thought, she shook her head vigorously. "I heard he's a good actor. He must have used some kind of charm. I have to go to Kuklak village. I heard Hyuk Yang appeared there. I might be able to meet him. That's what I want." The scene shifted to a room filled with swords hanging on the walls. Yang Jagek looked at them, thinking, "I know the situation is a bit unfavorable, but meeting at the training grounds is a bit much." Dan Junha entered from behind, a sword in his hand. "It's been a while, young sect leader." Yang Jagek looked up at him. "I heard you've been in secluded cultivation recently, so I wanted to see my future father-in-law. Is that right?" He added silently to himself, "I never thought I'd meet this kind of sword demon. Seeing him in person, I finally understand why he has such a reputation." Dan Junha extended his hand, and a sword from the wall flew towards him, embedding itself in the floor between them. Yang Jagek's eyes widened. "What do you mean by this?" Dan Junha's brow furrowed. "I want to see just how capable my daughter's future husband is." The two men locked eyes, the air thick with tension. Yang Jagek said, "Palace Master, can we talk reasonably?" Dan Junha replied, "Instead of wasting words, wouldn't it be more refreshing to simply cross blades?" Yang Jagek frowned and said, "I apologize for neglecting my fiancée, but I never expected." Before Yang Jagek could finish, Dan Junha drew his sword, a fierce look on his face. "After we spar," he declared, "I will judge whether you are speaking the truth or lying." Yang Jagek furrowed his brow, thinking, does he mean we're actually going to duel? If so, he then grasped his own sword, assuming a stance. "Supreme Majesty, 10 forms style, 10 forms absolute." Dan Junha frowned, his grip tightening on his sword as he prepared to fight. He thought, his stance, could he have forgotten how to wield a sword? It seems I underestimated him. Yang Jagek stood motionless, eyes closed. Meanwhile, Dan Junha gathered his strength, poised to strike. Yang Jagek remained still, eyes closed, sensing the formidable power emanating from Dan Junha. The other man's sword, a hair's breadth from piercing him, felt like facing a towering mountain, imposing and real. "I am a true swordsman." Suddenly, Yang Jagek's eyes snapped open, flashing brightly as he raised his sword to meet Dan Junha's attack. The clashing blades fractured, both snapping in two and falling to the ground. Dan Junha stared down at the broken pieces, his jaw agape in utter astonishment. Both their swords lay in pieces, halves flung upwards, halves clattering to the floor. The two men locked eyes. "Your swordsmanship is on par with mine." Yang Jagek's hand still gripped the broken hilt. "I will not marry her." Dan Junha recalled Yang Jagek's previous words. "Stop my father. I will not marry her." He had said the same thing before. Then he spoke, his voice low and gravelly. "That is not for you to decide." Yang Jagek replied calmly. "What would you have me do?" "Let me meet my fiancée. I wish to sincerely apologize to her." Dan Junha's eyes narrowed to slits. "Marriage is a matter decided by our elders, not something you can change on a whim. Do you intend to become an enemy of the Sword Palace?" Yang Jaga Reincarnated composet. "You must have heard many things about me, but it seems you are unaware of my recent whereabouts." Dan Junha turned to leave. "Stay here for the time being with the Sword Dance Division. I will give you an answer in a few days." With that, he strode out of the room, slamming the door shut, leaving Yang Jagek standing alone. Yang Jagek held the broken sword, thinking, I was finally able to deflect the annihilation slash. Even at his full strength, I can evade it. I wonder what that technique would become if he combined it with the Supreme Majesty cultivation method. Suddenly, Dan Jiho pushed open the door, his expression stern. "You're to leave this place." The scene shifted to the foot of a mountain where a group of people were training, chanting in unison, "Sword Mountain, advance and retreat together. Sword Mountain, advance and retreat together. Sword Mountain, advance and retreat together." Suddenly, they all looked to the side and simultaneously stepped back. Yang Jagek, his face a mask of confusion, said, "What is this?" The others surrounded him, their eyes flashing red. "What's happening to them?" he asked, bewildered. Yang Jagek stammered, "What's going on?" He was surrounded by a palpable aura of menace. He clasped his hands behind his back and calmly asked again, "Why are they acting like this?" A man with a scar across his face asked the commander behind him, Lord Dan Jiho, "The young sect leader will be temporarily joining the extermination squad. Keep in mind, the extermination squad is directly under the Sword Marshal Division, so you must show them absolute respect." The scarred man's voice was thick with indignation. indignation. "This is preposterous," he exclaimed. Dan Jiho's voice boomed. "The Palace Lord's command is absolute." A voice suddenly cut through the tension. "Since we'll be working together, shouldn't we at least exchange greetings?" Yang Jagek's words stopped the scarred man in his tracks. "Greetings? You don't seem very willing," Yang Jagek observed. "Hardly," the scarred man scoffed, his face twisting in disdain. "The extermination squad is full of righteous individuals, unwavering in their resolve. We don't waste our breath on pampered, spoiled rats." He then barked, "Move out." Everyone departed, leaving the scarred man alone. He chuckled softly. "Unwavering resolve, huh? The Soaring Dragon Squad was the same way, the very squad I served in my past life as Yang Jagek." Meanwhile, within the shadowy depths of the Xiaoming Palace, hushed voices whispered in a darkened room. "I've always been curious about when the Xiaoming Station was established. Did the Jurjia clan teach these things as well?" Blood Demon spoke. "It seems you'll survive no matter where you go." The old man mused. "The young sect leader has gone to the Sword Pillar Palace alone." Jay Galtong chuckled. "Things are moving faster than I anticipated, but still within my expectations." Han Soso covered her mouth with a delicate hand, a smile playing on her lips. "Because the rumors have spread to every corner. Even the Sword Demon can't afford to stand idly by." Blood Demon's voice was laced with surprise. "You both knew?" "Of course," the old man replied. "You clearly knew about this, and yet let the young sect leader leave alone. Unexpected, but he's always believed the young sect leader is stronger than anyone gives him credit for. If it's the Sword Pillar Palace Lord I know, I'm certain he won't mistreat him." "Sword Demon Dan Young Ha," Jay Galtong said. "His straightforward nature makes him a difficult opponent." He paused, then added, "Soon enough, they'll be father and son-in-law. We needn't worry too much." "The real danger is the Slaughter Palace," Han Soso said, her voice laced with worry. "We need to act before they discover this. If they make the first move, the consequences could be dire." The old man nodded in agreement. "An all-out war. Our chances of victory are slim." A sly smile spread across Han Soso's face. "But what if Guyang Ji appears?" The old man disagreed. "He's not one to act rashly. You're thinking of bribing him, aren't you?" She pressed. "If we actually opened in," the old man sighed, "Xia Ming would starve to death within 6 months. He is, after all, the most expensive man in the martial world." He paused, then asked, "Are there any brighter ideas?" Han Soso snapped her fan shut, a plan seemingly forming in her mind. "The Blood Division has called for a gathering of all the sects. Currently, the Ngao Kot clan has lost its hold on the Supreme Palace. How could the Blood Sect leader stand idly by? But drawing a clear line with the Blood Sect leader is precisely what the Supreme Palace leader has always desired. He must be worried sick about his captain of the Imperial Guard, who's locked up here. I didn't capture him. He stayed of his own volition." Han Soso explained. "The plan is as follows. First, we find a rope long enough for that impatient Supreme Palace leader to hang himself with. Huyet Kui, you and Cheon Burong must go on a trip." The scene shifted to a bustling, crowded eatery. "Bring the food, quickly," someone shouted. The cook, seeing Yang Jagek approach with his rice bowl, banged on a pot and yelled, "Buns are sold out. Eat dried beef or go home." Yang Jagek protested. There seemed to be plenty left in the pot. "Isn't that a waste of food?" The cook, bending a rack in frustration, retorted, "No one in their right mind would do such a thing." Sweating with embarrassment, Yang Jagek relented. "The dried beef looks good too. I like it." Behind him, gossipers snickered and sneered. "He's utterly shameless. If he doesn't like it, he should go drink at the Joyful Palace. What's he making a fuss about here?" Setting his bowl down, Yang Jagek told himself to restrain his anger. "It's all Ma Chunso's fault. I have to endure these people, but I've at least learned their ranks. That fat one is 4th in rank, named Dan Yokman. The skinny one next to him, with the messy hair, is Dan Bong, 3rd in rank. The tall, muscular one with the cross-shaped scar on his face. He's gone. I hate them. How much longer do we have to ignore them?" A young man with a ponytail replied, "That idiot wouldn't understand anything even if he observed us. I'm too lazy to chase him away. Let him taste the bitterness of the world himself." Yang Jagek continued his internal monologue. "I've also figured out the other two. They are 1st and 2nd in rank, named Dan Sigong and Dan Sigong. Except for Dan Jiho, they're the ones with real power in the Annihilation Squad." He muttered in frustration. "They think their training methods are so great. That's why they talk like that. It's best not to confront people like Dan Jiho." "Dan Sigang Bolowet, Dan Yarang." "Yes, master." A child clutching a wooden sword rushed forward. Suddenly, Dan Sigong kicked the child, sending him sprawling to the ground. The wooden sword clattered away. Do you need me to call you before you show yourself? I told you to do this earlier. He scolded. My apologies, Master, the child stammered, terrified. I'm sorry. Dan Sigong continued. Today I'll tell you something, Dan Yerang. You don't want to become the disgrace of the Annihilation Squad's Sword Martial Division, do you? No, Master, the child mumbled, head bowed. Remember this. We show no mercy to anyone, be they newcomer or youth, he threatened. Yes, Master, the child submissively replied. Witnessing the scene, Yang Jagic thought to himself, he doesn't need to be like that. I didn't expect this kind of person to exist here. It seems whether it's the demonic cult or the martial alliance, they're all the same. The child slipped away to the well, sighing softly. Suddenly, a voice rang out, let me help you. Startled, she turned around. No need, I could do it myself. Senior brother Yang Jagic. She cried out in alarm, stumbling and nearly falling. Get up, he said, extending a hand to steady her. I'm alright, I'm alright. She stood, brushing off her clothes, then turned back to her task. He frowned. Let me help. She gripped the sword tightly. No need. He persisted. What if you're late? They won't spare you. She refused. This is my task. I will complete it myself. He sighed, resigned. All right, have it your way. He watched her meticulously clean the sword. You're so careful. Even though it's a wooden sword, you treat it as if it were real. Because the senior brothers will use it, she replied. He pressed further. If you can, give me a new sword. This one is too old. Repairing or sharpening it is useless. She frowned. Are you still here? His pride stung. He turned to leave. Fine, I'm going. Don't bother seeing me out. She hesitated, then asked, are you the third young master of the Dan clan? You seem to hate me quite a bit. He paused for a moment before answering. You've hurt many believers, stolen their possessions. You had a betrothal with the young mistress, yet you act in such an unbecoming manner. She then asked a question. That left him stunned. You speak to someone like me without hesitation. Aren't you afraid of dying? I was taught that the extermination squad does not bow to power, even if it costs us our lives, she stated frankly. He chuckled. Well learned. She looked at him, bewildered. Is that all? He replied with a gentle smile. Yes. Did you expect me to strangle you? No, you're just different from what I imagined, the young woman observed. He turned to leave, offering only one piece of advice. Don't let your guard down. She responded with admiration. Not bowing to power. I like that. Meanwhile, at the Myung clan's Wood Peak sect in the Slaughter Palace, many people hung, their bodies covered in wounds. Someone spoke up. Moang Wai, when will the rest arrive? Another man responded with a sinister smile. Rivers of blood will flow. He will pay for his crimes. Even if I can't do it, the righteous will make him pay. And even if they fail, someone else will come for his head. I swear it. He sneered. You finally speak. I've nearly slaughtered them all just to hear your voice. Moang, why sneer back? Who would have thought the demonic cult leader would be a mere child? Gu Yangryung, your life is truly cheap and pathetic. Gu Yangryung took a knife and slashed at Wai's leg. Should I make you like me? Cheap and pathetic. Wai cried out in pain. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. The same subordinate who had delivered the message earlier. Cult leader, a letter from the blood sect leader. Gu Yangryung said coldly, that's the third time. Swiftly and decisively, he severed the hand holding the letter. Is the blood sect leader's letter that important? His arm was severed, but he only clutched it, gritting his teeth against the pain. Get out! Yangryung snarled, dismissing him. The subordinate vanished. She picked up the blood-soaked letter, a gleam of satisfaction in her eyes. So, Yeo Cheon has finally gained control over Cheon Semin, she mused. Moyang Wai, she said, her voice laced with a chilling promise. I will return for you. Don't you dare die. With that, she departed. Moyang Wai grimaced in pain. Yang Jaguk, he whispered, I'm sorry. At the sword residence within the Myung Wood Peak sect, Dan Young Ha, the lord of the sword residence, roared in fury. Dun Yewa, where has that wretched girl run off to? Should I send men to search for her, master? A subordinate inquired. No, Dan Young Ha replied, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Perhaps it's for the best. All I need to do now is observe the young sect leader's sincerity. What's his current state? It's chaotic, master, the subordinate reported. He remains silent, enduring all the criticism. Some are even openly accusing and slandering him now. A flicker of doubt crossed Dan Young-ha's face. Could it be due to his memory loss? Or is he concealing his true strength? The subordinate hesitated. Do you believe the young sect leader is capable of such a thing, Master? Dan Young-ha's expression darkened at the question. He fixed a piercing gaze upon his subordinate and drew his sword. He stared at the subordinate, his hand tightening on the hilt of his drawn sword. With a swift, decisive movement, he unleashed the mountain sword's first stance, striking towards the subordinate. The subordinate offered no resistance, standing stoically as the attack descended. The blade stopped just short of his throat. "What is the meaning of this, Master?" the subordinate asked, his voice unwavering. Dan Young-ha sheathed his sword. "What he can withstand," he stated coldly. "Do you think you can? Prepare to depart for the ritual peak," he commanded. "And what of the young sect leader, Master?" the subordinate inquired, surprised. "He will come as well, of course," Dan Young-ha replied. "I believe that if the young sect leader once again stands upon the ritual peak, he will recover all that he has forgotten, just as he did when he first arrived at this palace." Meanwhile, the Annihilation Squad was making its way towards the ritual peak. As they journeyed, Dan Yerang explained to Young Jaguk, there are 3 squads representing the Martial Sword Division. First, there's the Azure Flame Squad, comprised of the most elite warriors, serving directly under the captain or the Palace Lord. Second, the 100 Men Squad, where the majority of our forces reside. And finally, the Annihilation Squad, whose duty is to spearhead assaults, shatter enemy encampments, and pursue every last foe without mercy. Are they similar to the Storm Dragon Squad? Young Jega Asket, the Annihilation Squad, seems to have a lower average age than the others. Why is that? A shadow of sadness crossed Dan Yerang's face. The Annihilation Squad, she explained softly, are all orphans, children without families. They take the surname Dan upon arrival. That's why my sister treats them like family, taking a special interest in each and every one of them. Understanding dawned on Young Jaguk. So that's why they resent me. Dan Yerang Sigid exasperated. Now that you know, she said, can you please stop talking to me? The scarred-faced man walking in front sneered. Birds of a feather flock together, indeed. Zhang family, this was once your home. You must take good care of the young sect leader. Dan Yerang obediently replied, yes, senior brother. Seeing this, Young Jaguk asked, you live here before? Dan Yerang replied, that's in the past. A past I don't want to remember. Young Jaguk pressed. So that means all of you were once connected to the Myung clan. Suddenly, Dan Jiho called out, Tuet Diaquan. Everyone stopped, showing their respect. They halted before a bare patch of earth, dotted with swords thrust into the ground. Young Jaguk inquired, are these grave markers? Dan Jiho seemed surprised, you know of this place. These are those who lost their lives in the mists of Ji Dying Din. Young Jaguk continued, is this why you despise Dan Yerang? Because he's a child who grew up in Ji Dying Din, the place that took the lives of your families. Dan Jiho responded, we only need one person to hate. That's not right, Young Jaguk argued. Dan Jiho gritted his teeth, I know. We all know. That's why we won't abandon him, no matter how badly we treat him. Young Jaguk scoffed. You think yourselves noble, don't you? Dan Yewa, enraged, snapped. Who are you to speak to us like that? Are you boasting about conversing with those lowlifes? Don't forget what you did to my sister. What I did to my sister is unforgivable, Young Jaguk admitted, but that doesn't mean I can ignore the injustice happening right in front of me. Dan Jiho said, I heard you went to Tien Ma Dong for secluded cultivation, regretting your past sins or something else. Young Jaguk replied, interesting. Anyone can change. Glad you can see me with different eyes. Dan Jiho paused, then said, the journey ahead won't be easy. I won't tell the sect leader, so wait patiently here, then leave. Young Jaga Chuklet, Aurik. I hate being left out, though I'm dying to know. The group arrived at a cave. Dan Jiho announced, we'll rest here tonight. A group stood at the bottom of a pit. Dan Sigong climbed up and reported, damn it, Captain, it looks like all the merchants have been killed. The crowd stirred at the news. We might have to go hungry for 2 days. Young Jaguk thought to himself, is this the purpose of the training? To teach everyone how to procure water and food. It seems these merchants were the main food supply here. Dan Sigong asked Dan Jiho, what we do now, Captain? Dan Jiho replied, we have no choice. Everyone go to sleep. Try to forget your hunger. Young Jaguk spoke up, that's it. Didn't you say this training was dangerous? You plan to train us while we're starving and freezing. Dan Jiho responded, we can endure with unwavering will and inner strength. Didn't you come here with that resolve? Young Jaguk sighed, walking towards the pit. The crowd grumbled at the sight, muttering, What are you thinking? Didn't the captain order us to sleep? Dan Sigong sneered. Interesting. Just leave him. Seems he's too high and mighty to grace us with his words. Ignoring them, Yang Jagic jumped into the pit. A moment later, his voice echoed up, I found it. The crowd gasped. What? Senior brother? No way. Incredulous. Dan Sigong approached the edge of the pit, shouting down, damn it, there's nothing there. Yang Jagic swiftly climbed out, holding a venomous snake aloft. Dan Sigong recoiled with a shriek. Are you insane? What the hell are you doing? Yang Jagic looked at bewildered. What? I found some food. He advanced towards Dan Sigong, still holding the snake. Dan Sigong yelled, drop it. Yang Jagic asked, is there a problem? Dan Sigong stammered, just drop that thing first. Then talk. What are you waiting for? Kill it. A sly grin spread across Yang Jagic's face. If you're hungry, get down there yourselves. There are plenty more where that came from. A wave of fear and disbelief washed over the onlookers. Dan Sigong cautiously peered into the pit. Sure enough, just as Yang Jagic had said, the bottom was teeming with snakes. He muttered in disbelief, I was sure I blocked them all in with rocks. Yang Jagic surugit. We have to eat something or we'll starve. Dan Jiho spoke to the young sect leader. If you're bitten by one of those snakes, your internal organs will melt within 7 minutes. Your entire body will be flooded with poison. You'll die. Yang Jagic replied calmly, whatever. Give me some rope. Dan Jiho stared at him, astonished. Once he had the rope, Yang Jagic began tying it around the snake's neck, demonstrating as he went. Snakes produce venom in their venom glands and deliver it through their fangs. With this kind of snake, if you constrict the head just so, it neutralizes the venom, and it becomes a perfectly edible if somewhat unappetizing meal. As he tightened the knot, the snake expelled a jet of inky black liquid. Dan Sigong, witnessing this, looked disgusted. You expect us to eat that? Yang Jagic promptly took a bite out of the snake, chewing theatrically. He challenged Dan Sigong, scared. Dan Sigong immediately retorted, of course not. Jiakman, go catch them. Jiakman hastily demurred, I'm not that hungry. I can hold out. Dan Sigong roared, shut up and catch them. It's special rations, you idiot. The others immediately obeyed, scrambling down into the pit to collect the snakes. Yang Jagic chuckled, a satisfied glint in his eye. Special rations are the best. Enjoy your dinner. The next day, Yang Jagic and Dan Jiho led a group of people up the mountain. Everyone was roped together, with Dan Jiho in the lead. He said to Yang Jagic, from now on, we'll be climbing the cliff face. Young sect leader, if you find it too difficult, just let go and slide down the wall. It'll be more efficient. Hearing this, Yang Jagic immediately obeyed, releasing his grip and dangling in midair. Dan Jiho, seeing this, was furious. If I'd known you were so obedient, I wouldn't have bothered bringing you to the sword removal sect. Yang Jagic, walking effortlessly along the cliff face, said, do you want to talk to me? Dan Jiho replied, of course. I don't know what the sect leader is thinking, but I'll never agree to it. Yang Jagic said, thank you. That's exactly what I wanted. Hearing this, Dan Jiho stopped, agitated. What did you just say? He demanded. Yang Jagic replied, I said I don't agree to this marriage either. I've already told the sect leader. We need time to get to know each other. Dan Jiho asked for a reason. She's not right for me, Yang Jagic answered. Dan Jiho roared in anger. Are you joking? If it weren't for your position as young sect leader, you'd be nothing. What right do you have to look down on my junior sister? Yang Jagic calmly replied, I know. That's precisely why she's not right for me. Dan Jiho narrowed his eyes at Yang Jagic. The two stared at each other for a moment. Dan Jiho said, the decision isn't yours to make. You know that. Hearing this, Yang Jagic thought to himself, like father, like son. Aloud, he said indifferently, do as you please. Dan Jiho, fuming, continued his climb. Yang Jagic rubbed his temples, thinking, it seems I have two brides-to-be to apologize to. Namgung Yena, I have to apologize to her first. Because I'm not Ma Chunseo, I can't marry Dan Yewa. I have to give her a proper apology. Is my fate truly to be alone forever? Suddenly, Yang Jagic detected a strange energy approaching from afar. He asked Dan Jiho, there's a cave over there, isn't there? Dan Jiho asked, how did you know? The energy drew closer. Yang Jagic thought in alarm, I'm not mistaken. That energy is... He shouted, run. Dan Jiho didn't understand. I said run. Yang Jagic roared. But it was too late. A powerful gust of wind slammed into them. Dan Jiho asked in astonishment, isn't the enduring wind not due yet? Yang Jagic yelled back, now's not the time to discuss that. The force of the wind was so strong that it threw those below off balance, leaving them dangling precariously. Everyone cried out in fear. Seeing this, Yang Jagic asked Dan Jiho, Do you think you can control the situation? Dan Jiho himself was barely holding on, clinging to the cliff face with one hand. Seeing this, Yang Jagic thought if I lessen the burden on him, he can definitely hold on. The problem is, no matter how strong the rope is, it'll snap in this situation. There's only one way. Yang Jagic looked down and saw the rope fraying, about to break. He immediately drew his sword and cut the rope. Seeing this, Dan Yerang cried out in horror, young sect leader. What are you doing? Are you abandoning us all? Yang Jagic gave them a sinister grin. Dan Yerang was stunned as the rope snapped completely. One by one, they plummeted, their cries echoing in the chasm. Young master. You bastard. The rope's broken. Panic-stricken shouts rose from below. Young master. Damn you. Dan Yerang twisted around, looking down into the abyss. Senior brother, he screamed. Those below had fainted from terror, froth bubbling at their lips. Horror gripet den Yerang. They've fainted, he cried. If only I could faint too, he thought desperately, but I don't want to die like this. Suddenly, the rope began to move upwards. Dan Yerang looked up in astonishment. Am I being pulled up? Slowly, the rope ascended. He saw smoke above. Is that fire? He wondered aloud. But as the scene came into focus, he saw Yang Jagic hauling them up with sheer strength. You bastard, he shouted, a strange mix of relief and anger in his voice. Get us up here. On a treacherous cliff face, a group climbed, led by Dan Sigong and another man, also named Dan Sigong. Hearing the screams from below, Dan Sigong froze. That sound. It's from below, he said, his voice tight with concern. Seeing his hesitation, the other Dan Sigong snapped. You idiot. What are you standing around for? We have to go down there and save them. Dan Sigong's mind raced. The Nifong winds are picking up at the predicted time, but faster than we anticipated. Once it starts, it'll rage for at least an hour before calming down. The fog will move faster too, thickening rapidly. If we move carelessly in that fog. He thought of the fallen, their memorial swords planted in the ground. This is our best option right now. He gritted his teeth, his voice heavy with the weight of his decision. We have to wait. Are you serious? The other Dan Sigong roared, his face contorted with fury. We have no other choice, Dan Sigong replied. The captain has to look out for himself now. The other Dan Sigong's anger intensified. You bastard. What the hell are you talking about? If he were alone, maybe he could manage. But he has 5 others with him, including that crazy young master. If they get swallowed by the fog, they're dead. You want us to just leave them to die. Damn you. Are you playing with me? Fine, I'll go myself. With that, he severed his own rope and jumped. The others tied to him plunged down with him. Senior brother. They cried in shock. Don Shihung watched in disbelief. Damn it all. He cursed. He made up his mind. Turning to his remaining brothers, he commanded, we have a new mission. Our objective is to ensure the survival of everyone, including those who have gone missing. Find them. Search every corner. Understood, brother. They responded. With that, they too cut their ropes and leaped into the swirling mist. Meanwhile, Yang Jagic and Dan Yerang continued their ascent through the fog. Young master, Dan Yerang asked anxiously, can you see anything? Yang Jagic's reply was laced with sarcasm. Not really. I suspect a dog ran off with my eyes. I can't see a damn thing. Are you still upset? Dan Yerang preset. I already apologized. Yang Jagic stared ahead, his mind working. At this rate, we should reach the summit soon. Dan Yerang asked, what should we do now? They said no one can survive being trapped in the fog at the altar. Yang Jagic replied, well, it seems to be designed that way. But then he looked down and saw Dan Yerang single-handedly supporting the unconscious men while effortlessly scaling the cliff face. Astonished, he exclaimed, your climbing technique is incredible. Are you a monster? Why did you even bother with the rope? Slightly embarrassed by the praise, Dan Yerang mumbled, I didn't think it was necessary to show off. Yang Jagic surmised, he's been looked down upon because he lives at the altar. He's downplaying his abilities to avoid causing a stir. Dan Yerang then asked, but young master, why do you hide your martial arts skills? If you displayed your power, no one would dare to scorn you. Don't tell me you enjoy hiding your strength. Do you enjoy seeing others appear weak? Yang Jagic roared in response. Do you think I'm some kind of pervert? He lightly punched Dan Yerang's arm. Great martial arts can't solve everything. I could certainly force everyone to obey me, but that's not the same as earning their trust or inspiring them to share my vision. Confused, Dan Yerang questioned, I don't understand. Shouldn't strength be all you need? Isn't that all it takes to make people believe in you? Yang Jagic replied, someone once told me, he doesn't bow down to those with overwhelming power. Yang Jagic focused his energy. A violet aura, the glow of the heavenly demon divine art, emanated from him. Dan Yering gasped, "What is that?" As he pushed back the encroaching fog with his power, Yang Jagic explained, "The Myung clan strives to create a world free of evil. But we haven't reached that point yet." He thought to himself, there's a difference between following and protecting. Followers submit to the strong. Protectors stand against the strong, and they live for the peace of all. That is the creed of the righteous, the very justification for our existence. Meanwhile, Dan Taeyong cursed that idiot Sigong. How could he just jump down like that? Dan Jiho's group continued their desperate search for Dan Yere. Sigong fretted, "Damn it, Captain, please be all right." Dan Jiho, struggling to climb, murmured, "Yerang, young master, I hope you're both safe." Above, Yang Jagic's power intensified, the fog receding before him, making the climb easier for those below. Dun Yiho stared in disbelief. What? Dan Sigong and his comrades were equally stunned. What's happening? Even Dan Taeyong, witnessing the scene from afar, exclaimed, "The fog, it's disappearing." Dan Yerang, awestruck by Yang Jagic's power, could only stare. Yang Jagic grinned at him. Now, that's a compelling argument. They climbed to a plateau above, where there were trees, a waterfall, and a house. Seeing this, Dan Yerang asked in astonishment, "Where are we?" Yang Jagic replied, "Someone used to live here." He told Dan Yerang to wait there. Dan Yerang asked, "Where are you going, brother?" Yang Jagic walked angrily towards the house, thinking to himself, "I felt something strange from the beginning. I couldn't identify the fog, even using the heavenly demon divine skill. That stifling, unpleasant atmosphere enveloped us. Moreover, I felt a sensation similar to when the fog engulfed everyone. It definitely has the smell and feel of dark magic. In such a vast place, could a high-level formation be deployed?" He opened the door and stepped inside. The interior was incredibly messy and dusty. It was completely abandoned. Suddenly, he noticed two words written on the wall, "Eternity." He thought in astonishment, this calligraphy, I'm certain of it. It's the writing I saw in the Demon Lord's cave. Surviving in perilous danger. Ma Chun-so's writing. Outside, Dan Yerang was trying to pull each unconscious senior brother up. He said, "Hey, senior brothers, you must have been terrified. I think, even in your dreams, you couldn't have guessed the young sect master's true nature." Then he looked down into the abyss, saying sadly, "Can we even go back? Won't they think we're all dead?" Suddenly, a voice called out from below, "Yerang." Dan Yerang looked up, startled, and saw it was Dan Jiho. Dan Yerang exclaimed, "Captain." Dan Jiho said, "I'm still alive." Then, Dan Yerang ran over and pulled Dan Jiho up. He said joyfully, "You're really alive." Dan Jiho replied, "I'm glad to see you're alive too." Dan Yerang said, "It's thanks to the young sect master that we can all return safely." Hearing this, Dan Jiho was a little surprised, the young sect master. He died after saving everyone. Dan Yerang hurriedly said, "No, he's still alive. He went into that house." Dan Jiho was still doubtful, "But you said he saved everyone. Did he really cut the rope to save everyone?" Dan Yerang thought to himself, "Even if I tell him the truth, he'll think I've gone mad." He asked, "But how did you climb up?" Dan Jiho replied, "I thought everyone had disappeared, so I hurried after you. I'm so glad everyone is alive and made it here." Hearing this, Dan Jiho asked, "Do you know this place too? I think this might be a secure, secret base built by the Martial Sword Division." Dan Jiho gritted his teeth and said, "I've been to Ludin countless times, but I've never heard of or seen a place like this. What's going on?" He turned to Dan Yerang, comforting him, "Don't worry too much, as the team members must have returned to the Sword Hall by now." Dan Yerang asked, "Really? Can we leave this place?" Dan Jiho replied confidently, "Of course. Only a fool would stay here. We just need to wait for the sect leader to return." Before he finished speaking, he heard someone call out, "Captain." It was Dan Sigong climbing up. He asked, "What are you doing?" "Yerang, you're alive. If you didn't die, you'll surely live to be 100. The sight of him stunned them both. Dan Yerang gasped, "Senior brother Sigong." Dan Jiho stammered, "Wait, how? How are Dan Bong and Yokman climbing up behind you?" "We're here too." Disbelief etched itself onto Dan Jiho's face. "Dan Bong, Yokman, you're here as well. Wait, this can't be." Despair gnawed at him. "Impossible. It must be because these three are just so earnest. They must have just been careless. That's all." Before the shock could wear off, another wave crashed over him. It wasn't just the three of them. Everyone was climbing up. "Captain, you're alive. We were wondering where you'd gone, but you made it up here." Dan Taeyong exclaimed, relief flooding his voice. "I'm so glad you're safe." Dan Jiho gaped, utterly bewildered. "Dan Taeyong, you too." As one, they rose and bowed to Dan Jiho. The entire Annihilation Squad had arrived. Dan Jiho trembled with rage. "All of you, you imbeciles." His voice roared through the air. "The hellish training at Ledge Peak. Even after the route change, it continues." Young Jagic stared at the four characters etched into the wall. Unwavering loyalty, eternal constancy. Understanding eluded him. No matter how much I rack my brain, I can't grasp the meaning of these words. Ma Chun-So, a useless, incompetent fool. Yet he gained such profound insight into life through death. Ma Chun-So, just who were you? Suddenly, a flicker of realization ignited within him. He dropped to his knees, scattering papers around him as he frantically searched. I have to discard all the cryptic nonsense. Besides the writing on the wall, there must be another clue. Amongst the scattered pages, his eyes landed on a breakthrough. Slaughter Shrine, Slaughter Shrine. A voice called out, "Young Master." Pulled from his thoughts, the young master looked around, bewildered by the crowd. What happened? He saw a group resting by a boulder. He turned to the nearest person. "What's going on?" The guard replied, they came to rescue us." "Rescue us?" He questioned, suspicion lacing his tone. "Yes," the guard confirmed, leaning closer. "I haven't told him about you yet, about your abilities." "Good," he thought to himself. Unwavering loyalty. I suppose both the righteous and demonic sects have their own ways of showing concern. Yes, laugh freely. You deserve to. He watched the guards resting and laughing, a faint smile playing on his lips. Dan Jiho approached him. "How could you do this?" He countered. "What are you talking about? How could you come here without a plan? Why did you save those people?" He winked. "It's a young master's duty, you know." Dan Jiho scoffed, clearly not buying the flippant explanation. "Don't give me that nonsense. Not long ago, you wouldn't even give my sister the time of day. What was all that talk about just now supposed to mean? Young Jega es patiente is not bad. I was going to leave them behind, but their ropes got tangled with mine, so I had to drag them all up with me." Satisfied. Instantly, he and his subordinates began their criticisms. I knew it. As the squad's disapproval rained down on him, he cursed inwardly. "These bastards, what's with those relaxed looks on their faces?" The guards laughed amongst themselves, saying, "Seeing him like that really surprised me. See, I told you that's just how that kid is." Yokeman chuckled, trying to diffuse the awkwardness. Ahem, well, misunderstanding or not, it must have been quite the ordeal. Dan Bong added, "I have to see you in a new light now. I didn't think you had that kind of courage in you." They then burst into laughter. Dan Taeyong, standing nearby, offered a sarcastic remark. "Don't think our gratitude means we trust you." Dan Sigong added angrily, "The point is, don't get cocky." The protagonist thought smugly, "I guess we're a little closer now." On the ground, everyone was fast asleep, except for one figure hiding in the shadows. He stared at the mist clinging to the ground. "Strange," he muttered. "This mist, it feels familiar." A deep voice startled him. "Why aren't you asleep?" He turned, stammering, "Brother Sigong." He stood up, then asked in return, "What about you? Why are you still awake?" Dan Sigong sat down, gesturing for him to join him. "Kid," he said, "in this situation, I'd be surprised if you could sleep. We don't even know if we'll starve to death here." Dan Yerang, struggling to contain himself, thought, "I shouldn't have come out here. It's suffocating." Dan Sigong continued his tirade. "They say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I never thought I'd end up dying here like my father." He listened silently, tension coiling in his gut. It took all his courage to finally speak. "Your father. I heard he died at Myong Peak." His mind raced with dark thoughts. "I know why I'm treated like an outsider. Every member of the extermination squad lost someone at Myong Peak, and I'm the one who survived that hell. I don't just not belong to the Sword Clan. I'm a complete stranger. Of course they can't get close to me." Looking at the brooding Dan Yerang, he asked, "What's wrong? You think you're responsible for all this?" He held his head in one hand, his tone almost mockingly comforting. "Don't talk like you're some big shot." But his next words were harsh. "You're just the youngest of us, the one who can't do anything. So get that arrogant look off your face." I can practically hear him gritting his teeth through the screen, he thought. Dan Yerang spoke up, his voice filled with a fragile determination. "We'll get out of here alive." When asked how, he hesitated. Well, but in his heart, he placed his unwavering faith in one person, the protagonist. Because the young master is here, he thought. Saying it aloud would sound insane. He smiled faintly. Seeing this, the other man asked, "You see them, don't you? Those others lying there so carelessly, even though they know they might die suddenly one day, just like their predecessors. They know, but they don't want to show their unease." He asked indifferently, "See who?" The other man replied, "Who else? Kids like you." He didn't understand why they did that. Dan Sigong's voice hardened. "Because it's shameful. We're the extermination squad of the Sword Clan, Sworn Brothers. We can't show fear. So don't act tough and then hide in the corner, trembling. Whether we get out of here or not isn't your concern." Then he turned and walked into the shabby tent, saying coldly, "Don't follow me. Don't ruin the atmosphere. What are you still doing there? Go to sleep." A pensive look crossed his face. I really don't understand him. He paced back and forth, muttering to himself, "Should I go on patrol? There's nothing special here, but as a junior, I have a responsibility to protect my senior brothers." He was still pondering what to do when suddenly, from behind the trees, a tall, dark figure emerged, its long hair flowing freely, a single eye gleaming with a flickering red light. He jumped, startled. "What is that?" He narrowed his eyes, trying to get a better look. The figure gradually became clearer, revealing a grotesque monster covered in. "What the hell? Should I wake up my senior brothers? But maybe I can handle this myself. I'm a member of the extermination squad. After all." He hesitated, then thought, or maybe I should run first. And with that, Dan Yerang took off running, yelling "ah." After a while, he stopped, breathing heavily. Did I just imagine that? But behind him, the monster was already in pursuit, its grotesquely long arm reaching out, about to grab him. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the desolate forest. Somehow, he was now sitting in the tent, excitedly recounting his experience to his senior brothers. "I'm telling the truth. I saw it." Young Jagic asked, "You said you got lost in the fog." He gestured wildly as he continued his story. "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it. Look, my clothes are torn. Its skin was like rough leather, and its claws were so long, like they were swollen." Dan Jiho speculated, could it be the white long demon technique? Young Jagic replied, he said it was red. The white long demon technique makes people's skin pale. That's why it's also called the white jade length. What about the blood sky Yultak technique? Another voice chimed in. The first speaker quickly dismissed the idea. That just turns she red, not the body itself. It's more like the nine white bone claw. Even a fool can see that. Dan Sigong suggested, well, we can't get out anyway. Let's go check it out ourselves. Dan Jiho gave his orders. Taeyong, Si-gang, Yokman, Bong, you two come with me. The rest of you wait here. Dan Sigong spoke up again. Senior brother, maybe he was just scared and hallucinating. But Dan Jiho was insistent. We should still go check. We need to scout the area. Staying here, doing nothing is pointless. He looked at the writing on the wall, his voice firm. Don't you find it strange? These characters, they give off a very unsettling feeling. I've never seen such ugly writing in my life. Don't you think it's bizarre? Unnatural? Dan Jiho added, I'm certain of it. Whoever wrote this must have committed heinous crimes, and this is where he's hiding. If you look at it as a kind of abstract art, the spacing between the characters is actually quite reasonable. Dan Jiho said angrily, Young master, what do you know? You're wrong, completely wrong. They say handwriting reflects character, and this calligraphy is a combination of filth, creepiness, and perversion. The young sect leader cursed. Damn it, what's gotten into you? Seeing this, the protagonist quickly explained, it's nothing. Dan Jarong asked, Senior brother, can I come along? Dan Yerang calmly replied, Senior brother. He then questioned his senior brother, you're running away scared before even seeing the opponent. Not only that, but everything you've seen and heard is fabricated. Dan Yerang stammered, please, give me a chance to redeem myself. His senior brother pressed him, don't you feel ashamed? Everyone turned away. Stay here. Looking at Dan Yerang looking up at him, Yang Jagic thought to himself, I know what you want to say. But he still spoke the words aloud, I know what you want to say. He then added something along the lines of, take me with you. You can do it, can't you? He pleaded, I beg you. But Yang Jagic continued to walk away, replying, give up hope. I told you, you have to take responsibility for your own mess. In this situation, what can you even do? If you feel this is unfair, then remember this day. Become stronger. Prove yourself to everyone. Then, he addressed the group and commanded, let's move out. To himself, he resolved, I have to see for myself what Ma Chunso is hiding here. Suddenly, a shout rang out, seize him. However, it was a young sect leader who was apprehended. He yelled, what the hell do you think you're doing? Dan Sigong roared, you think we're on a picnic? Not everyone gets to tag along. Dan Yokman standing beside him, added, "You may be a man, but sticking your neck out like this leaves you with no chance." Dan Bong, at the front of the group, looked eager. Dan Jiho sternly addressed the protagonist. "I don't know how you saved those other team members, but your luck won't hold a second time. Know your place. They left me behind." "Why?" the protagonist exclaimed. The two beside him replied, "Why? Because you're weak as a snail. Just wait here for senior brother Jiang until they return. Stop overthinking things." With that, they left him in the courtyard and entered the house. Dan Yerang approached and asked, "Are you all right?" He forced a smile and replied, "Of course I'm all right. Perfectly fine. So fine I could just kill them all," he thought, "for making me lose so much face." Dan Yerang asked again, "Young master, if you belong to an organization, you have to follow its rules, right?" He retorted, "Are you mocking me?" Then quickly explained, No, that's not it. It's just, I feel so ashamed I could go mad. I want to do things I shouldn't. What should I do in times like these?" The protagonist glanced away, memories flashing through his mind. "You're not going. That's an order. You think just because you're the sect leader's son, you can do whatever you want. Today is the Heavenly Lord's 70th birthday celebration. Countless elders from the Alliance are attending, and you dare say you want to cause trouble there." "Now," he replied, "didn't you see the intel the spies sent back? That old man is making us rescue that child. A 16-year-old kid who's going to be sacrificed tonight." His senior brother responded, "I know, but now is not the time." But he still rushed out. The old man could only chase after him, scolding, "You uneducated brat, stop right there." He retorted, "If you want to stop me, then try chasing me. This is a matter of life and death." Back in the present, he thought to himself, "When I tried to push the heavenly venerable sect leader into the stormy abyss, there were indeed several dangerous incidents. Thinking back, before becoming the captain of the Wind Dragon Squad, I really wasn't good at following orders. Perhaps I wanted to see for myself why my senior brothers hated me for no reason. I wanted to witness it firsthand." Dan Jiho and the others arrived at a strange village. Someone spoke up, "Where is this place?" "A deserted village." Dan Bong asked, "Is anyone in the village hall?" Dan Yokman and Dan Jiho both seemed to have something to say. Dan Taeyong ventured a guess. "Perhaps all the missing squad members are here." Immediately, everyone turned to look at him. Dan Jiho began assigning tasks. "We'll split into small groups to search this area. If anything unexpected happens, immediately send a signal." Everyone replied in unison, "Understood." Afterward, everyone dispersed, heading in different directions, and began their search. Dan Sigong muttered as he walked, "Crazy, are there really ghosts here?" Suddenly, he stopped. He felt something was wrong behind him. Meanwhile, Dan Taeyong was still thinking, "Perhaps all the missing squad members are here." Dan Sigong continued to mutter, "Impossible. My father loves cleanliness. How could he be in a place like this? He definitely wouldn't last a day. Living in poverty would show immediately." He stopped, cursing, "Damn it, I've got you in my sights." He looked up, dust flying into his eyes, vaguely sensing something behind him. A tall, thin figure, just as Dan Yerang described, appeared behind him. He gripped his sword, preparing to defend himself, thinking, "Who is it?" Swinging his sword, he cursed, "You bastard. Who's behind me?" he asked as he swung his sword, slashing at something. Then he asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" Meanwhile, Dan Taeyong walked alone on the small path. But soon after, he realized something was wrong. He quickly drew his sword, shouting, "Come out." The familiar monstrous figure appeared again, this time even clearer than Dan Yerang had described. Long claws, a single eye, a tall, thin body, and especially the bumpy red skin. Dan Taeyong stared angrily, saying, "It seems Yerang wasn't wrong. This is a Jiangshi from the Poison Spirit Palace, isn't it? Why is it here?" The monster contorted its body, shaking its head. Its whole body trembled violently, then lunged towards him. Seeing this, Dan Taeyong couldn't help but be startled, so fast. The two sides clashed fiercely. Dan Taeyong seemed to be losing ground. The Jiangshi's eyes glowed red, its sharp teeth bared, easily deflecting each of his sword strikes. He was astonished. "It can block my sword." The Jiangshi seized the opportunity, flashing to Dan Taeyong's side. The sword in his hand was still burning with a golden flame. He asked confidently, "Can you withstand this attack?" He swung the tiger, slaying saber, the force of it undeniably potent. The blade struck the ghoul, but the creature only flinched, a flicker of pain across its grotesque features, nothing like the devastating effect Taeyong had anticipated. He thought, not strong enough. Pivoting, he channeled all his strength into another blow. sending the ghoul hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground. A gaping wound, torn by the saber, appeared on its chest. Taeyong was on it in a flash, his boot grinding into the fresh injury. He raised his saber, poised to strike. His voice was cold. "If that wasn't enough, I'll keep going until you can't move." He drove the blade down again and again, the force of the blows so powerful that even the jagged rocks jutting from the earth fractured around them. Just as he gathered his strength for another strike, a voice pierced the air, calling his name, Taeyong. He dodged aside as Jiho came flying in, intercepting his attack. Confusion warred with frustration. "What are you saying? What are you talking about?" As he spoke, the ghoul began to transform, its face flushing crimson, its body radiating an ominous glow as if about to explode. Jiho yelled, "Taeyong." A deafening explosion ripped through the air. Elsewhere, Sigong stared, bewildered. "What are you doing, young master?" It was Jageuk, the protagonist, who had arrived, not another monster. Taeyong watched him, suspicion clouding his thoughts. "Why did he sheath his sword as soon as he saw me?" Yerang appeared behind Jageuk, a smile on her face. "Brother, are you all right?" Sigong, witnessing the scene, erupted. "You idiot. Do you have any idea how dangerous this place is? Have you lost your mind?" Jageuk brushed past him, his tone dismissive. "Where is everyone?" Sigong replied, "This place is vast. We split up to search. We should have brought everyone together from the start." He then added in exasperation, "But there's no point talking about that now." Jageuk, unfazed, simply said, "Let's begin." He surveyed the surroundings, analyzing the scene. "Look at these houses, the specific distance between them. There must be some organization behind this, mobilizing a large number of people. If so, there must be a reason they chose this location, which means this fog is concealing something. But who could cast such a large-scale illusion gate? Simply put, the illusion gate is a barrier skillfully blending reality and illusion. If someone can cast such a large-scale illusion gate, it's highly likely someone we know. The Heavenly Tyrant, Jagal Tong." Another exasperated shout broke the silence. "Are you insane?" Sigong lunged forward like a rabid dog, a torrent of curses pouring from his lips. "Has your brain completely stopped functioning? Do you really think all of this is a joke? Why did you even follow us here?" Yerang restrained him, preventing him from attacking. "Brother, please stop. He's the young master." Jageuk sighed. "I thought Chunso's actions towards me within the extermination squad were out of malice. Perhaps he was just worried about me and Yerang. I understand now." But just as he was trying to compose himself, the idiot Sigong lashed out, punching Dan Yerang squarely in the face. He punctuated each blow with a taunt. "How do you like that, you bastard? I've hated you from the start." Witnessing this, the main character's face darkened, his hands clenching into fists. Dan Yerang crumpled to the ground. Sigong, still raging, continued his tirade. "You and your fancy title, and you dare look down on others with that arrogant half-lidded stare." He didn't notice the main character's eyes flash violet, a surge of power rippling through him. Sigong pressed on, oblivious. "You're nothing but a useless lunatic who thinks he's always right." The main character's patience finally snapped. "You've gone too far." He spun around, demanding what? Then he delivered a devastating blow to the quadruped. With a masterful execution of the river fist technique, young Jageuk sent the fool flying for over 100 meters. Sigong's hefty frame slammed into a wall, the structure collapsing around him. Sigong roared in fury, "Damn it." He scrambled to his feet, channeling his energy. "Go to hell." The main character calmly watched as Sigong raised his sword, the point aimed directly at him. Just as the blade was about to strike, he spoke with chilling composure. "I know you resent me." With a casual flick of his wrist, he caught the blade between two fingers. Sigong stared in disbelief. "Impossible. He stopped my sword with his fingers. But my sword, it's imbued with chi." The main character continued his lecture, "But you shouldn't treat your junior brother this way." He flicked his hand again, sending Sigong's sword flying, then proceeded to teach him a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. Sigong ended up sprawled on the ground, his own sword landing point down between his legs, a hair's breadth from ending his lineage. True fear finally dawned in his eyes. Dan Yerang stepped forward to help him up. The main character turned and commanded, "Pick up your sword and follow me." As they walked, he questioned Sigong, "You said this place is the Phantom Gate sect. Why conceal your martial arts?" The main character replied, cryptically, half true, half false. Sigong, still reeling, blurted out, "Damn it, what's going on here? How can the people here do such things?" The main character pressed him, "Who do you think is here?" Sigong stammered, could they be the missing members of the Sword Division?" He countered with another question, "Is the entire Sword Division missing?" Sigong replied, "No, listen, 10 years ago, there was a massive search for missing people. At that time, before he could finish, the main character interrupted, 'If you can recognize them.' Dan Yerang cut in, 'Forgive me, it's just a feeling, but I sense something north of that abandoned village.' Sigong turned to him, asking, 'How do you know?' Dan Yerang looked down, replying, 'Well, because I think that's where the vengeful spirits reside.' Both of them stared at him, his next words sending a chill down their spines. Because at that moment, Yokman was battling two zombies. The zombies fought with relentless ferocity, while Yokman, exhausted and on the verge of collapse, trembled as he muttered, 'Am I going to die here today? My senior brother is coming.' Having said that, he mustered all his strength, determined to fight the two zombies. The zombies lunged at him simultaneously. Looking at the situation, he thought to himself, 'I just need to kill one of them.' Suddenly, Dan Sigong appeared out of nowhere, yelling, 'You bastards.' He charged forward, slashing at the bald zombie heading for Yokman. Yokman, seeing him, was utterly astonished. Dan Sigong roared, 'Yokman, take its head.' With that, he launched an attack on the remaining zombie. But the other zombie was as hard as steel. His attack had no effect. Under attack, they became even more ferocious. Seeing this, Dan Sigong said angrily, 'Damn it, there are too many of them. Are these slaughter zombies?' Yokman hurriedly asked, 'Senior brother, what's going on?' Dan Sigong replied, 'I don't know either. We have to destroy them first.' Yokman urged, 'Sigong, be careful. They're very strong. Are you all right?' Dan Sigong told Yokman, 'Get out of here.' Yokman asked in astonishment, 'What are you going to do?' The zombies, growing increasingly ferocious, surged towards Dan Sigong, and he struggled to hold them back. He yelled at Yokman to run. Yokman immediately fled, calling back to Dan Sigong, 'Damn it, wait for me. I'll go get the others.' Suddenly, Yang Jagic stepped forward, saying to Dan Sigong, 'Yerang, isn't it? Zombies are pretty much the same as demons.' Seeing him and Yerang, Yokman asked in surprise, 'Yerang, young master, you two have to get out of here now. Senior brother can't hold them off much longer.' At that moment, the zombies from behind all lunged towards Dan Sigong. Sensing them, he swung his sword, slashing at them. Dan Sigong pierced his sword through the long-haired zombie, then decapitated the bald one. But to Dan Sigong's astonishment, the two zombies remained unaffected. They lunged frantically at him, and he, unable to dodge in time, was struck and wounded in the arm. Seeing the dire situation, Yokman yelled at Yang Jagic, 'Damn it, we're out of time. Run, get everyone else.' Yang Jagic stood still, then asked Dan Sigong, 'Sigong, need any help?' Dan Sigong, struggling to fight, heard this and roared in anger, 'You bastard. Are you just going to stand there and watch the show?' Yokman, thinking Dan Sigong was yelling at him, cried out, 'Damn it, senior brother, what are you saying?' Suddenly, he realized Yang Jagic had vanished. In that instant, Yang Jagic leaped into the air, joining Dan Sigong in attacking the zombies. Meanwhile, with Dan Jiho and Dan Taeyong, Dan Jiho had decapitated a zombie. He turned and asked Dan Taeyong, 'Are you all right?' Dan Taeyong, clutching his injured arm, replied, 'I'm fine. Thanks to that, I survived.' He recalled the moment he had been attacking a zombie and seen a flash of light. He said in astonishment, 'What was that?' Dan Jiho yelled, 'Tiyung.' Then, he rushed forward and shoved Dan Taeyong out of the way, saving him from the explosion. Seeing the exploding zombie corpse, Dan Jiho remarked, 'So they detonate when their insides are destroyed. Unbelievable. They're violent corpses, and more than just one, too.' Witnessing this gruesome scene, Dan Taeyong spoke up, 'I wonder if the sect leader knows about their existence.' Dan Jiho replied, 'I don't know, but the important thing is to hope these aren't the missing people.' Dan Taeyong immediately asserted, 'I'm certain they aren't. Impossible. Ever since the others were scattered, they've been in danger.' Dan Taeyong gritted his teeth, blaming himself. 'I didn't think these zombies would be waiting here for us. It's all my fault.' Following Dan Jiho, Dan Taeyong said, 'They surely haven't gone far. If we go look for them now.' Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from up ahead, startling them both. Exchanging a look, they immediately ran towards the source of the noise. Meanwhile, Yokman couldn't believe his eyes as he watched young Jagic decimate the zombies with ferocious power. Yang Jagic unleashed the heavenly demon divine skill against the zombies, causing them to instantly explode. Seeing the explosion, Dan Yerang and Yokman cried out in alarm, "Young Master." Emerging from the inferno unscathed, Yang Jagic stared at his hands, murmuring, "Are these truly zombies?" Standing beside him, a stunned Dan Sigong asked, "Are you truly human?" Yang Jagic roared in irritation, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Dan Sigong shuddered. "Never mind," he said, "I just don't understand how you can survive like that." Watching the scene unfold, a bewildered Yang Jagic asked, "What did I do?" Dan Yerang rushed over, anxiously inquiring, "Young Master, are you all right?" Dan Sigong added, "If others saw your power, you wouldn't be treated with such disdain. If the Sword Sect leader knew how formidable you are." Yang Jagic interrupted, "Would he have to kill me then?" Suddenly, Dan Yerang gasped in horror as Yang Jagic snatched the sword from Dan Sigong's hand and pointed it directly at him. Yang Jagic spoke to Dan Sigong, "Kill him." Dan Yerang trembled in fear, as even Dan Sigong's hand, gripping the sword, shook uncontrollably. He looked at Yang Jagic, asking, "What are you saying?" Yang Jagic grinned. "I'm telling you to kill him." Dan Sigong stammered, "Are you serious?" Yang Jagic continued, "Isn't he useless, weak as he is?" Dan Sigong questioned, "You brought him here. Don't you dislike him? Besides, he's quite weak too." Dan Sigong gritted his teeth, shamefaced and speechless. Yang Jagic pressed on, "So kill him." Dan Yerang stared at him in disbelief. "Brother Sigong," looking into Dan Yerang's pleading eyes, Dan Sigong said, "Wait. What do you think you're doing?" Yang Jagic demanded, "What's this? You can't do it. Should I just kill you right here?" He spun the sword in his hand, the point stopping inches from his own throat. "Never speak such useless words again," he warned, fury radiating from him. "The weak are scorned, the strong revered. Isn't that the natural order? Following someone means learning to understand them, fighting alongside them. Never again utter such nonsense about following the strong and scorning the weak in my presence. If you do, I'll kill you all." With that, he turned and strode away. "We have to find the others," he called back to the three men, leaving them stunned in his wake. Dan Sigong stared at the hilt of his own sword, muttering Yang Jagic's words, learning to understand each other, fighting alongside. Then he exploded that bastard, showing off. Meanwhile, Dan Jiho, following the sound of an explosion, stopped before a large door. "I definitely heard it from here," he said, "but there's a door, or rather, this mist has disoriented us." Dan Taeyong ran his hand along the wall beside the door. "Captain," he said, "this place feels like a fortress. Judging by how the mist is partially concealing the structure, it seems quite large." Dan Jiho's eyes widened slightly. "A fortress and zombies. It's possible our squad went inside. Let's take a look." The door creaked open, and the two men stepped through. Inside, strange patterns adorned the walls. Both men stared in disbelief. "Unbelievable," one breathed. "In this desolate place, such intricate patterns. It's as if the last person who lived here dreamt of seeing flowers." They continued deeper into the fortress, reaching the end of the corridor where a tomb stood. Could this be the work of the Western City? Dan Jiho wondered aloud. Dan Taeyong touched the tomb. "It appears so, an ancient tomb." Dan Jiho pondered. Whoever was buried here must have been someone extraordinary. Taeyong, he decided to open it. He had a bad feeling about this, but the tomb had been here for ages. Perhaps it held a clue to the missing squad members. Dan Taeyong, following the order, focused his energy and strained to open the tomb. He heaved and pushed, but it wouldn't budge. Suddenly, Dan Jiho called out. Taeyong, stop. "What is it?" Dan Taeyong asked, surprised. "Dan Jiho was sweating. I think we've touched something we shouldn't have." Suddenly, zombies swarmed the corridor, their guttural roars echoing as they lunged towards the two men. "Damn it," they both yelled. "What's happening?" Dan Taeyong cried, his voice laced with panic. Dan Jiho, wiping sweat from his brow, muttered, "It seems we've stumbled into unnecessary trouble." The horde of zombies, seemingly appearing from nowhere, closed in. Dan Taeyong prepared to unleash his tiger/attack, but Dan Jiho stopped him. "Captain, what do we do?" Dan Taeyong asked urgently. "Calm down, Taeyong," Dan Jiho said, try to maintain his composure. "These zombies explode when their hearts are destroyed. Think about what would happen if they detonated in this confined space." Dan Taeyong suddenly realized his recklessness. Recalling the previous explosion, he exclaimed, "Ah, they'll all explode." Dan Jiho parrying blows as he spoke. Urge, calm down, Taeyong. Instead of focusing on speed, concentrate on decapitating them. If you take off their heads, they won't explode. Taeyong struggled to fight, replying, I understand, but there are too many of them. Taking in the desperate scene, Jiho made a swift decision. Taeyong, Taeyong, he called out. Yes, Captain. Taeyong responded. Jiho commanded, I'll hold them off. Get out of here, find the rest of the team, and head down into the chasm. There's no fog down there. Then make your way to the Sword Palace. Taeyong refused. Don't be ridiculous. You wanted to leave you here alone. I'm not going anywhere without you. Jiho chuckled. You're a fool. You're asking too much, Taeyong retorted. Jiho's expression hardened. We'll have to carve our own path through. With that, they combined their strength, unleashing the mountain sword cleaving strike upon the zombie horde. They cut down several, but more surged forward, a relentless tide of undead flesh. Taeyong roared, his fury fueling his relentless assault. Overwhelmed by sheer numbers, Jiho stumbled, a gash appearing on his arm. Taeyong instantly dispatched the offending zombie. Both men were now fighting with every ounce of strength, their movements growing desperate. They both thought, if only there was someone else here. As if in answer to their silent plea, a figure appeared, slicing through the arms of several zombies that lunged towards them. It was Dan Bong. He scoffed, unbelievable. You too, pushed back by these monsters. What embarrassment to our squad. Jiho had no time for Bong's mockery. Thank you for coming. Let's fall back toward the exit. Bong, aiming for the zombies' heads, asked, where's their weak point? He answered his own question, right, I see it. Then he charged forward, attacking the zombies from the rear. There are too many of these. Baogang, Jiho said, only one or two can attack us at a time. We need a strategy. Two-man teams, keep moving, conserve our strength. The three men spread out, engaging the zombies. Jiho unleashed his sword-cleaving strike, while Taeyong thrust with all his might. One by one, the zombies fell. Catching their breath, they shared a grim look. What a nightmare, one of them muttered. Lost their way, but they were once our own. But something even more terrifying was about to unfold. Taeyong noticed movement from a nearby tomb. Captain, he shouted, there's a hand coming out of the tomb. It's opening the coffin. A female zombie emerged, her eyes fixed on the three men with a feral intensity. With a piercing shriek, she unleashed a blast of Jinqi, sending the three men scrambling. That's Jinqi, Taeyong exclaimed in disbelief. A zombie controlling inner power. Jiho's voice was grave. Careful, that's a Huazaran. Its Jinqi is powerful enough to shatter the walls and release the other zombies inside. The female zombie, along with her horde of undead minions, fixed their gazes on the three humans. Terror gripped the trio as they stared at the gruesome scene before them. With a guttural command, amplified by her Chankai Thuit True Chi technique, the female zombie directed her horde to attack. The three broke into a desperate run, the ravenous horde hot on their heels. As Dan Jiho fled, he noticed figures in the distance. Assuming them to be more of the undead, he cursed, damn it, more zombies. To his astonishment, the figures turned out to be Yang Jagic and his companions. They waved, and a stunned Dan Jiho exclaimed, it's Sigong, and the young sect master. Even Yerang. Yang Jagic started forward, but Dan Jiho frantically intercepted him. Damn it, young sect master. I told you not to come. Go back. Yang Jagic simply replied, it's too late. Observing the female zombie directing the horde, he remarked, so, a control skill. Young sect master, Dan Jiho urged, get the Jiang family back to the starting point. Hurry. Dan Sigong cut in, Captain, if you don't want to die here, stop your babbling. A bewildered Dan Jiho retorted, what? What are you talking about, Sigong? Sigong replied grimly, we're all dead without the young sect master. A smirk played on Yang Jagic's lips. So you're a flatterer, eh? Dan Sigong declared loudly, flattery or not, that's what I believe. Please, save us. Yang Jagic adopted a fighting stance. I appreciate your candor. Clear a path. He drew his sword. Dan Sigong and Yokman charged forward, cutting down several zombies to create an opening for Yang Jagic. Utterly confused, Dan Jiho could only ask, what are you all doing? Yang Jagic advanced, channeling power into his blade. 10%, 20, 30, 45, 60. I want to tear down the heavens and shatter the earth, he thought. He unleashed the most powerful technique of the supreme majestic 10-form system, cleaving through the horde. With a single stroke, the zombies were reduced to dust. Dunsigung Gaped. When did he learn that? Insane. Yang Jagic stood amidst the carnage, his broken sword in hand. If it weren't the heavenly demonic fire sword, he mused, it wouldn't have withstood that power. I haven't mastered the true essence of the Supreme Majestic 10-form system yet. That was just mimicking the heavenly demonic divine art. Against a true expert, it would be useless like against that monster. The female zombie, enraged by the annihilation of her horde, shrieked and directed the remaining zombies to attack Young Jagguk with her Chan Kai Thuit. Fury surged through Young Jagguk. I have to break her control skill. That's the fastest way out of this. He lunged forward, sending the female zombie flying with a powerful kick. The female zombie rose again, lunging towards Young Jagguk, but he kicked her away once more, sending her flying into a cave. Young Jagguk turned, calling back to the others, "Look after the rest." He thought to himself, if I fight here, they'll be in danger. Dan Jiho, worried, tried to stop him. "Wait, young Sectmaster. It's too dangerous to go alone, young Sectmaster." Young Jagguk had already leaped into the cave before Dan Jiho could finish. Landing inside, he found himself enveloped in darkness. I can't see a thing. Is this a trap? The air was thick with a putrid stench. Faced with an unknown enemy in an unfamiliar environment, he had to give it his all. He channeled 70% of his heavenly demon divine art. Finally, he reached the bottom. Looking down, he muttered, "So, this is the source of the stench." A tomb. It was a graveyard at the bottom of the cave, filled with hundreds of corpses. He had stumbled into this gruesome place while pursuing the necromancer, controlling the zombies. This is it. He realized the source of that foul odor. A tomb. The lingering energy of his invincible power still crackled behind him, the echoes of the zombie horde still ringing in his ears. Skulls and bones littered the graveyard, a sight that would send a lesser man straight to the underworld. A tomb filled with hundreds of skeletons. Young Jagguk told grimly. Then he heard it, a whimpering sound. It was the female necromancer, huddled fearfully in a corner. He approached her, his voice laced with suspicion. "Is this your reaction to the heavenly demon?" He stepped closer. "I have some questions for you. Who are you? Who created all of this?" He pressed, but the necromancer remained silent. Frustration flickered across his face. Perhaps she can't speak. Suddenly, she lunged at him, a guttural growl ripping from her throat. But she was no match for his speed. With a simple twist, he effortlessly blocked her attack, slamming her back against the wall. She turned, eyes blazing crimson, and unleashed a piercing shriek. Her power surged, and then zombies began to rise from the earth. Exploding zombies. Young Jagguk murmuret. She could make them detonate with a scream. The necromancer slammed her fists against her chest, emitting another ear-splitting sound. The surrounding zombies began to explode, starting with their heads, then their entire bodies, erupting into chunks of gore. He stared in disbelief. Insane. She just commanded them to explode. A blinding flash of light erupted. Hundreds of zombies detonated in a chain reaction, culminating in a massive explosion. The deafening roar of the explosions echoed endlessly, too many to count. Yet, within the inferno, a shadowy figure began to emerge. Young Jagguk stared at it, his voice low and dangerous. You're a monster. A monster that shouldn't exist. Immediately after, his demonic god power fully activated. It was the heavenly demonic god art, now wielding 90% of its full strength. The female revenant, witnessing this, gnashed her teeth, the sound grating and piercing, enough to make anyone's head spin just from hearing it. Others, standing at various vantage points, clamped their hands over their ears, unable to bear the cacophony. The protagonist then did something unexpected. He walked towards her, patted her head, and softly said, "Quiet now." His hand tightened around her face. Despite her struggles, he pressed the female revenant against the wall. "Surrender," he commanded. The poisonous aura emanating from their powers made the surrounding air thick and suffocating. Cracks spread across the wall. The female revenant, slowly being choked, slid down, her lifeless body slumping against the wall. Her wavering gaze suddenly sharpened, as if realizing something. Something was trying to attack him. He spun around, startled. Beside her corpse, a long line of writing appeared on the wall. It read, "Even in death, I will never forgive you. I will tear you apart until I devour you whole, until you vanish completely within me. Ma Chunso." The words radiated a chilling, gruesome aura. Meanwhile, at the summit of the mountain, the demonic cult's headquarters, numerous figures stood in orderly ranks. The leader at the front bellowed, "Search thoroughly. Find them. Dead or alive. The others responded in unison, by your command, cult leader. After giving the order, the leader thought to himself, it's unbelievable. The young cult master and the young mistress, both missing. If this gets out, the demonic cult will descend into chaos. If this news spreads, this entire mountain will be in danger. Based on our reasoning, we assassinated the young cult master. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by a messenger reporting they had been found. They quickly made their way to a small valley, where a group stood ahead, their leader waving a signal flag. The young cult master had returned with his forces. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, I was prepared to take the blame to protect the sword unit. They came to a halt. Everyone, except the protagonist, bowed respectfully to the leader. Captain Dan Ji-ho reported, all members of the assassination squad have returned. Though relieved, the leader sternly questioned, Captain Dan Ji-ho, you delayed the mission without reporting. You know what that means. What do you have to say? Dan Ji-ho replied, I have nothing to say. I accept responsibility for neglecting my duty. Dan Taeyong disagreed, calling out, Captain. The leader then declared Dan Ji-ho's punishment. From this moment forward, Dan Ji-ho is dismissed as captain of the assassination squad. The squad will be managed by the administrative division until a new captain is appointed. The protagonist, standing silently to the side, finally spoke. Strictness is good, but shouldn't you at least let them know what their crime is? Their crime was disobedience, he declared, his voice laced with arrogance. They dared to obstruct me. He continued, his tone condescending. It's laughable how they hesitated over a bit of trivial smoke, and yet they dared to stop me from entering. What gave him the right? A flicker of shock crossed his face as he heard the reply. You say you wanted to go in there. That place is incredibly dangerous, and they tried to stop you. How did you even get in? He countered with a question of his own. How did I get in? Then, answering himself, he said with a shrug, I slipped in while they were sleeping. What's the big deal? I got lost trying to come back out. I'd never been there before, and these fools made such a racket following me. Useless bunch. They couldn't even lead me out, so we wandered around in there for days. He added with a sneer, another crime, incompetence. Dan C. Gang, standing beside him, still hadn't grasped the situation. He burst out, you bastard. What are you talking about? Dan Taeyong quickly clamped a hand over C-Gang's mouth. He knew the other man was covering for them, taking all the blame upon himself. Hearing this, he turned to Dan Ji-ho. Is this true? Ji-ho glanced at the man, remaining silent. He pressed Ji-ho. Well, confess your crimes already. The captain understood what he was trying to do. That arrogant brat never changes, he thought to himself. In the end, he could only offer this to defuse the situation. The cult leader is looking for you. Go to the temporary palace first. The assassination squad will receive their orders later. With that, the two men turned and walked away, leaving the others behind, their faces a mixture of confusion and unspoken words. Dan C. Gang recalled being trapped there, the man's sword at his throat. Stop your nonsense, he'd said. The weak are suppressed, the strong are respected. Isn't that the natural order of things? Some might call it mutual understanding, a mutually beneficial cooperation. Don't spout that drivel about the strong oppressing the weak in front of me. Those who follow submit to strength, while those who protect face those very same individuals. They offer their lives to safeguard the peace of everyone. Dan C. Gang had realized then, as the man continued, live for the common good. Back in the present, the two men exchanged a worried look. Both ran after the captain, while Dan Ji-ho remained rooted to the spot. Suddenly, a glint of understanding flashed in his eyes. On their way, they encountered the Sword Palace Master. He muttered, I don't want to hear any more platitudes. Just get to the point. This isn't just about the assassination squad anymore. What happened at Lu Peak involves Ma Jun-soo. Ma Jun-soo is definitely at Lu Peak. That's where the Jiangshi was created, and whoever controls it hates Ma Jun-soo. There's only one explanation. Ma Jun-soo is connected to the Jiangshi's creation. He couldn't have done it alone. He's too incompetent. Someone must have used his position as the young cult leader. The most likely suspect is the one who led us to Lu Peak and manages the place. He stood before the cult leader, his future father-in-law. What's the situation at Lu Peak? He demanded. It was Dan Jung-hak, the sword demon. He walked over, picked up the treasured sword, turned, and replied, What are you worried about? I thought you wanted me dead. He then asked, What did you see there? Examining a sword he held, he casually responded, Curious. You can go see for yourself. Pointing the sword skyward, he added, There are some things there that I shouldn't have seen. He taunted, "Aren't you the one who barged into that misty area?" Then, and now, hearing this, he realized his opponent knew something. He asked, "You know about my visit to the frozen peak?" He stepped closer, saying, "It seems your memory hasn't fully returned." His eyes were filled with determination. Young Jagged quickly activated the heavenly demon divine art, and both men entered a tense state, ready for battle. He declared triumphantly, "I am the heavenly demon." With that, he lunged towards the cult leader, launching his attack. Seeing his power, the cult leader cried out in astonishment, "Impossible." Young Jagged flew into close combat, his power radiating a chilling aura. His footwork was agile and swift, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the cult leader. Watching the sword in his hand slowly disappearing, he thought to himself, "Even this peerless treasured sword can hardly withstand the internal force of the heavenly demon divine art." The cult leader seized the opportunity, swiftly lunging forward and thrusting his sword directly at him. He gasped, "Palace Lord." Then, extending his other hand, he snatched the cult leader's sword, saying, "Let me borrow your sword for a moment." Several swords hanging on the wall, responding to the energy pulsating from his palm, flew towards him, instantly forming a storm of blades. With a treasured sword in hand, he didn't hesitate to swing and attack his opponent. Although the cult leader was cunning and resourceful, the protagonist's internal energy was not to be underestimated. As they clashed, the deafening clang of metal echoed through the air. They locked eyes, the distance between them minimal, their gazes filled with murderous intent. In the next instant, the borrowed swords, unable to withstand his opponent's profound internal force, began to shatter and disappear. Dan Junghak charged forward, his sword flashing with a dazzling display of skill. As the swords behind him vanished one by one, he witnessed his opponent's masterful swordsmanship and couldn't help but exclaim, "So fast." Not only fast, but the internal force was incredibly profound. It seemed he had reached a realm that combined both speed and power. He leaped into the air, summoning all the remaining swords to form a sword array. Dan Junghak asked suspiciously, "Where do you think you're going?" He pursued relentlessly, sword in hand. Seizing the opportunity, he thought to himself, "There it is. The heavenly flying sword technique. I saw it back when I was with the Slaughter Squad." He laughed triumphantly, inwardly replying, "Yes, that's it, the soul-fixing demonic sword. If you are that peerless demonic blade, then." With that, he spun and dove down towards his opponent. Dan Junghak asked in shock, "How can you change direction midair?" He wielded the 10-star lance, and all the swords pointed towards his opponent. He declared, "Now it's my turn." A single sword remained in his grasp. He brandished it, resolve hardening in his eyes. "Whether I am the sword, or the sword is me, whether it's supreme majesty or the demonic celestial arts, it no longer matters." Each time he used the supreme majesty's 10 lance system and the demonic celestial arts, his body felt pushed to its absolute limit, the soul fusion. If the supreme system was like the vast Yangtze River, then the demonic celestial arts were like the cascading Nine-Dragoned waterfall. The supreme system transformed slowly, compressing and then swelling, immense as a tsunami. The demonic celestial arts, on the other hand, were like a tempest, sweeping away all in its path. The supreme system was an orthodox martial art, accumulating power over time. The crucial point was, these two seemed incompatible, which was why he had cultivated to the highest realm. Yet, his internal energy wasn't profound enough to reach an even higher plane. Furthermore, to reach the transformation realm, his internal energy needed to be even more profound. He hadn't yet found a technique that could fully unleash his internal power, which was why his opponent had managed to withstand the Radiant Dragon's fury. But the demonic celestial arts were like defying the heavens, shattering all rules. If he used the demonic celestial arts to break through the limitations of the supreme system, he wouldn't need to fear the raging waterfall, and he would become invincible. He gripped his sword tighter, making the most crucial decision of his life. Closing his eyes, a moment later, they snapped open, alight with a fierce gleam. "Only by trying will I know," he thought. A streak of violet light shot forward, and for an instant, the shadow of an emperor flickered around him. He thrust his sword forward, tenser than he had ever been. Young Jagged was about to unleash the demonic celestial arts when the sword in his hand began to vanish. Astonishment gripped him. What have I done? He wondered. The energy of the demonic celestial arts, which had always roared within him, seemed to have disappeared. Could it be? I can completely control the Supreme System now. He turned to see Dan Junghak kneeling on the ground, surrounded by shattered fragments of his sword. Dan Junghak suddenly burst into laughter. No, impossible. The demonic. Yang Jagic approached him, sensing that his opponent's spirit wasn't truly broken. I don't think this is over, Yang Jagic said to Dan Junghak. Dan Junghak replied, a question and an answer. If one disappears, there's no meaning anymore. You've proven that. Yang Jagic said, a sword can't solve everything, but I can be certain of one thing. Dan Junghak asked, what do you mean? Yang Jagic answered, you're not the mastermind. He believed his opponent wasn't connected to the zombie incident. If he were, Yang Jagic would have already killed him with his sword. He asked Dan Junghak, didn't you say I was once at the Lie Peak? Dan Junghak replied, that's right. He asked, since when? The other man answered, when you were 16. Hearing this, Yang Jagic suddenly understood. It was before Ma Junso joined the Heavenly Demon Sect. He continued, you disappeared as soon as you entered. The entire Martial Sword Division was mobilized to search for you. Not long after, according to Dan Junghak, Ma Junso arrived at the Sword Hall, but later he changed his story, saying that Ma Junso had vanished at Lie Peak without a trace. After that, Ma Junso suddenly reappeared, having been discovered at the Lower Clarity Hall, not the Sword Hall. Hearing this, Yang Jagic asked Dan Junghak suspiciously, why did you force me to join the Slaughter Squad and infiltrate Lie Peak? Your reason for rejecting me couldn't have just been because of your daughter. He replied, I wanted to know your true purpose. I felt you were always hiding some secret. In any case, you have no other choice. If you truly are the young master, you will have to undergo many trials. If you truly have amnesia, I will help you remember everything. If what I've observed is true, you didn't refuse the marriage with my daughter, but you didn't like it either. Yang Jagic asked, do I really not remember anything about the Slaughter Squad and Lie Peak? Dan Junghak replied, that's right. Dan Junghak asked, what do you plan to do now? Yang Jagic replied, what else? I have to put an end to the mistakes I've made. Hearing this, Dan Junghak didn't ask any further questions. He turned and asked, have you finished? Dan Junghak said with a laugh, my successor is about to embark on his journey. I can't stop you anyway. You may go. Yang Jagic was startled to hear Dan Junghak call him successor. Just a moment ago, he had called him son-in-law. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted outside. The Slaughter Squad appeared at the door with imposing T-shirt, startling both Dan Junghak and Yang Jagic. Dan Jiho cried out, Father. Dan Jiho implores you, for the first time in my life, please don't point your sword at the young master. If you truly wish to do so, take my head first. With that, the entire Slaughter Squad knelt. Dan Junghak asked, what have I taught you? Dan Jiho ordered the Slaughter Squad to draw their swords. Obeying the command, they simultaneously drew their blades and pointed them at Dan Junghak. Yang Jagic stood frozen, astonished by this display. Dan Junghak asked them, didn't you all hate the young master before? Dan Jiho declared, he is one of us, a part of the Slaughter Squad. We will not bow our heads to anyone, even in death. The Slaughter Squad echoed in unison, young master, from this moment forward, we pledge to live and die together. The Slaughter Squad stands united. Yang Jagic stood there, feeling utterly ashamed, pleading silently, please stop. Just give your father some poison, if that's what you want. Can't you see the blood on the floor? Tears suddenly streamed down Dan Junghak's face, but they were tears of joy. I knew I wasn't wrong.